reading a viewer recommended story. Someone on our Patreon actually recommended this. A person that goes by the name of Caldwell Fitzgerald recommended the story, The Ocean is Much Deeper Than We Thought. Have we done an actual ocean? Have we done like an ocean?
We did the SCP. SCP 3000.
Oh, that's what it was. I was wondering which one. Yeah, it's been a while. We'll have to do another SCP one. It's been a while since we've done an SCP thing too. Yeah, SCP 3000 was just was an ocean one, but I think this is our actual first like narrative story where we get some fun deep ocean horror, which is what I'm stoked on. I love, as you know, I love H.P. Lovecraft, weird fish people monster thing. Wouldn't be upset if this skewed into a Lovecraftian territory.
There you go. So the timer on that, 1 minute, that's 72 seconds. 72 seconds in the episode. There we go. Excellent. So yes, this story is written by Richard Saxon. Richard Saxon seems pretty prolific. I'm not seeing any links to like a book for sale or anything, but he writes online a ton. His last story on No Sleep was in November. He has a Wattpad story called The Crimson Nexus that seems pretty intensive. This guy writes a bunch, and the story comes highly recommended. So if you enjoy, we'll have his links in the description. Thank you very much, Richard, for making this story and writing cool stuff. As I think I've talked about it on the show before, but as a kid, I was like petrified of the ocean. Like I would have nightmares about it. I used to have this weird nightmare where I'd be on top of the cliff overlooking the ocean, and I would just be flung out into it like hundreds of miles into the middle of nowhere and just treading water. I was always afraid of like giant monsters beneath us. So this is right up my alley.
I don't even like swimming in lakes. Albeit the ocean, I'm horrified to swim in the ocean. I don't like the idea of something underneath me looking at me, you know, which is silly to think, but I picture like just something down there just looking at my tootsies as I kick back and forth, my fat thighs rubbing together in the water as I'm kicking, trying to keep myself afloat. I don't like it, all right? Even like the thought of a fish grazing my leg, I don't like that.
I was fine with stuff being down there. I wasn't fine with things that were so big I couldn't really wrap my mind around it, you know? Like,
yeah, I see videos of like people in like Washington, and they're like on kayaks, and like a fucking whale pops up and does like, ew. It would freak me the fuck out, dude. I would lose my shit. It'd be unbelievable.
Now here's my question.
Yeah.
How do you feel about water snakes?
I simply cannot tell you enough that snakes are my actual biggest fear.
What did that? So I thought he was joking until he came to my house, and I have a little pet Kenyan sand boa. He's like that big. He's a very small little guy. Hunter would not go to that side of the house.
No,
I'm like, oh, you're not kidding, are you?
No, traumatic. I mean, to the point to where, like, I've even told this is ridiculous, but because, you know, people like to pull pranks and stuff like that, like, you know, whatever. I told all the people that work in my studio, I said, if any of you, I'm not even joking, if any of you bring in a fucking snake, you're fired. I'm not even, like, that's not even me joking. Like, I was like, I will never recover.
I slid the passing mention to Hunter about during tour, what if I had like a rubber snake or like a fake snake, and he said he would end the show.
I would end it.
Creepcast would be over if I would end it.
It would be a level of betrayal that I would never be able to trust you again. That's how it has to be. And
did something happen? Do you have like a traumatic story of the snake?
I don't think I even have like a snake. You know what? The only pivotal thing that I can think of, actually,
what?
Because it has been an irrational fear, but I just don't. It triggers something deep inside of me.
They have no limbs. They can barely do anything.
Well, that adds to the factor though of like that's magic. Like it's a devilish kind of magic. Of like you have no legs or arms.
It shouldn't be able to move.
I'm like, how are you coming at me? But there was one very traumatic snake moment in my life that I do like. I don't know if it's the root cause, but I will say it was horrible. And it was that back in the day, when I was very like young, maybe when I was like, I don't know, 18, 19, it's whenever the movie Anaconda came out. Jennifer Lopez and Ice Cube.
Yeah.
So I was at my house watching it alone. Well, like my mom was in the other room, but it was like you had like a little tube TV in my mom's room.
Yeah.
And I was watching it in there, and it was that part whenever he is wrapping himself around that guy in the river, and he's like getting ready to eat his head. I was so horrified.
Oh,
and then the power to my house went out, and it was like pitch black in the room, and I just screamed, and I like dead sprinted down the hall, and I was like, Mom! And I don't know why, but ever since then, like, I think I had a fear of snakes before that, but that was like a very, just like a horrible thing that's stuck with me, to where even when I watch Anaconda today, which is an awesome movie, it's like so cheesy and fun.
It's a great movie,
but it does unnerve me. Like it fucks me up big time. But like, you know, stuff like snakes on a plane, that's just, it's stupid. But Anaconda, I think that
wouldn't snakes on a plane still freak you out because you see snakes?
Yeah, but it's so dumb that it's just like, it's not like when I'm watching Indiana Jones or something in the snake pit. I'm like, oh my, like
do they freak you out if you see them, like in pictures or videos?
No.
Okay, it's just in person.
Yeah. Like I went on a date with my wife. Went on a date with my wife when we were younger as well, and we went to the zoo. And she was like, went into because they have like the little reptile room or like
the reptile house.
Yeah. And I just like wouldn't go in, and like it was just a very uncomfortable thing. She's like, "Are you really not?"
She told me about that.
Yeah,
I think I remember that. Yeah,
very, very embarrassing. And I was like, "I think I saw pandas over this way." She's like, "You definitely didn't see pandas." I'm like, I think I did. I think I'm gonna go try to find those pandas. And I was trying to play it off cool, but I was like, borderline hyperventilating, like, because also you're trying to impress this girl, and I'm like, God, I hope I get a kiss later or something like that. Whatever.
Wow, I hope she likes me.
Yeah, I hope she likes me.
Meanwhile.
Yeah, exactly. So, but yeah, no, the ocean river snakes, since you brought that up, I don't like them. But even like eels creep me out. Eels are also just ugly.
So anything that's limbless bothers you?
I think so, except I don't mind worms. I feel bad for worms.
Interesting. See, I'm the other end of the spectrum. Like, I don't like spiders. I don't like centipedes, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Spiders will bother me though. Like if I see a picture of a golden orb weaver or something at the right time, it will like bother me. But it's weird. Like growing up in Tennessee, we had those garden spiders everywhere, and like they would freak me out if I was too close to them. But I didn't mind seeing them that bad. But it's weird. It's like I don't think about spiders that much. I can normally look at pictures. I follow a bunch of accounts on Instagram that have like pet tarantulas they feed. But I will weirdly have like nightmares about them.
No.
Sporadically, where I wake up and can like feel them touching me and stuff, but they don't bother me when I'm awake. It's odd.
Yeah. No, the only thing with spiders is like I deal with the spiders in the household, whatever. But anytime someone says spiders or I see a spider, I immediately think like I feel crawling on my legs, which that could also just be, you know, me having a heart attack or diabetes or something like that. But I do feel it's like that sensation, you know what I mean? It's like a phantom text or something from your phone where you're like, did I get a message? It's that. So I feel like little legs crawling on my arms or back and legs and stuff like that. So, but
I understand that.
We're here to read a story, and the story is: the ocean is much deeper than we thought. Isaiah, are you ready?
I'm ready. Once again, thank you, Richard Saxton. Thank you to everyone supporting us on audio platforms, on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. It means a lot. Continue to show love there. And thank you so much to everyone who is donating over on Patreon to fund our silly little projects. It really does mean the world. Thank you guys for the support. Really.
Yeah. Also, we did. I got to put Isaiah through like a D&D style breakdown. Yes. It was basically a role-playing thing, as if he was in the Stand By Me book and he found a dead body in the woods. And I'm curious that goes out tomorrow, which I guess by this point it'll have already come out. But I'm very curious to see how people react to your role play there. So, all right.
The ocean is much deeper than we thought.
They told me you were experienced in harsh waters,
James said as he pointed out the pearls of sweat that had formed on my forehead.
Yeah, I do.
I replied, moments before hurling the remnants of a less than appetizing lunch off the side of our ship.
It's just that you look a bit green around the gills,
he continued with a smirk. We just met a few hours ago. I'd been airlifted to USS Orion, a sea lift handling abyssal transport capsules for a classified project conducted by the U.S. Navy.
I guess they failed to mention that I'm much better underwater in submarines.
Considering the circumstances, his casual demeanor left an uncomfortable atmosphere among the workers. They all knew what my visit entailed, but just like myself, they were scant with information. All I knew was that there might be a contagious infection at the bottom of the ocean, and my job was either to disprove it or to confine the entire crew aboard the station. As soon as we were positioned securely on top of the Tonga Trench, we were rushed into the transport capsule, a minuscule vertical submarine designed simply to take us to the base on the ocean floor, 20,000 feet below us. Talos. Where's the Tonga Trench at?
Also, so it's saying that it's basically just so vertical as in it's just like basically a floating, just a diving pencil that's just meant to go straight down. It's not like a fancy, every time I hear submarine, I think of like the old like Hunt for Red October you know what I mean? Submarine.
Like a nuclear submarine.
Yeah. Like a war submarine. But this is one that's just literally like a fucking, I don't know, that Pokemon that's just a pod. Just that floating all the way down to the ocean.
Yeah, well, it's like you said, it's just transport to what I assume is a base down there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the base on the ocean floor, Talos. Which Talos also sounds familiar. I feel like that's the name of the ocean base in, what's that video game? Soma, but probably not.
Talos, a man who protected Crete from pirates and invaders in Greek mythology.
It's a cool name for a base. But the Tonga Trench is in the southwest Pacific Ocean.
There it is.
And it's the second deepest on Earth next to the Mariana Trench. Interesting. Anyway, not that that's important, but it's interesting to me. I entered the sub feeling excited while also dreading the return to the deep blue. It had been 10 years since serving as a hospital corpsman, one of the few actually stationed aboard a submarine. Over the years, I'd clearly lost the natural sense I once had for the ocean, yet I longed desperately for it.
Whenever you're ready, Doc.
One of the crew members said, patiently waiting to drop us into the abyss. I raised my thumb.
As ready as I'll ever be. Go ahead.
10 feet. Twilight Zone. You do not hit the Twilight Zone's at like 1,000 feet. The impact with the ocean lightly shook the capsule. As we submerged, my nausea quickly diminished and a sense of peace washed over my mind. I was back. Outside the window, a few curious fish accompanied our journey downwards, various sea life attracted by the cargo ship, following to see us off. James piloted the miniature sub, having done the trip 1,000 times before. Wasn't anything new to him. Myself, I'd never been below 2,000 feet. Never had I been able to look through the window and admire the mostly unexplored blue world. 3,300 feet, the Midnight Zone. Oh, sorry. Okay, I'm dumb. Yes, 10 feet is the Twilight Zone. I was thinking Midnight Zone. My bad.
No, you were right. I Googled it. The Twilight Zone is, I think it said 600 to 3,000 feet or something like that.
Okay, isn't the Twilight Zone where the sunlight begins to like disperse?
Yeah, it looks like the Sunlight Zone is the first, and then Twilight Zone and then Midnight Zone. But I mean, hey, what the fuck are we, masters of the ocean? Who cares?
I like that.
What are we, Poseidon?
What are we,
what,
masters of the ocean? As we sank deeper towards the abyss, the last strays of sunshine vanished. We had left the realm of sunshine and mankind, all in favor for the domain of darkness.
First time in the abyss, right?
James asked after a long bout of silence.
Yeah. Served aboard a submarine for a few years, but they never go very deep. This is something else.
He smiled at me.
Well, you're in for a treat then. We're going all the way down. Talos sits right at the edge of the trench. Ain't nothing quite like it.
Any sea life once curious about our sub had long since retreated towards brighter areas. The rapidly increasing pressure had proven hostile to most, but some resilient little creatures had found a way to thrive in places once thought to be lifeless. Miracles of the ocean. Within an hour, we had reached a depth of 10,000 feet. Beyond the 15-inch glass pane separating us from certain death lied nothing but everlasting darkness. For all we knew, the two of us could have been all that existed in that void. If not for the sound of the outer hull settling under the pressure, a constant reminder about the vastness of the ocean. To distract myself from the unsettling creaking sound, I asked James about the only thing I could think about.
Hey, is that the Titanic?
Just sorry. All right.
I had the thought when they were talking about submarine pressure. I was like, huh, that kind of reminds me of another submarine.
It's impossible. It's impossible to.
Yeah. Well, it'll be like that, I think forever. What a wild. Yeah.
That's a true fucking horror story. I've watched some documentaries about that. Man, that's an actual horror story.
Instantaneously. Like before their brains could process what was happening, they were all dead.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the horror is just like not going by like just like all the guidelines and stuff. I mean, like ignoring hole breaches, cracks, all kinds of stuff. Yeah. Also, the whole thing I think was made of carbon fiber, which was like people said was like not a good metal to use, but whatever.
Why don't you tell me more about what happened down there?
James had acted casual that far, but my question quickly changed his nonchalant expression to a frown.
They briefed you on the surface, didn't they? Of course, but then that'll have to do.
He said firmly. 13,100 feet. The abyssal zone. The world outside hypnotized me. Staring so far into nothing, knowing there could be a full world only a couple of feet before you was bizarre. I never experienced true darkness until that day, and to think a good portion of Earth's life had existed within it for millions of years terrified me. When I served aboard the USS Cetacean, my captain explained why they don't put windows on submarines. He told stories about shipmates going crazy after years at sea. The isolation or distance from the mainland never bothered any of them. He firmly believed that staring into the ocean and pondering its secrets was what truly drove men from their sanity. To combat this, they never put windows on their vessels. Though it was clearly a tale he made up, seeing what truly lies beyond the surface brought back these memories. Maybe he was right after all. My sinister thoughts were interrupted by a dim light appearing in the distance, a red dot dancing blissfully up and down, getting close to our little sub. It was a jellyfish.
Would you look at that?
James said as he pointed at the little creature, so fragile, yet defying the deep sea pressure. Another light joined in. A few more. Before long, a symphony of pulsating crimson lights formed around our capsule, welcoming us with the warmth of thousands of stars, making up their own little galaxy thousands of feet below the surface.
That's a beautiful description.
It was the most magnificent thing I'd ever seen. A bloom of jellyfish happily existing in such hostile conditions. I couldn't help but feel impressed.
They're called Atolla jellyfish. They don't usually venture this far down, but there's something about this place that seems to attract them. I usually see a few on my journeys down here, but never anything like this.
I just nodded in response, too mesmerized by the sight to notice what he said, but as quickly as they had appeared, they vanished. Once more leaving us in absolute darkness.
It's kind of a great line, because it makes you think too. He's like, I see a couple, but I've never...
Notes are sour still. Harmony follows many star journeys.
Patterns are starting to emerge in vocabulary, sentence structure, topics. How fascinating to once again solve a true mystery, to be unable to create any accurate predictions.
Couple, but I've never seen it like this. It's like it is meant to be like lucky. We're like, well, it's really beautiful, but also to me, that's also they are like kind of like the same like birds flying away from danger or whatever, you know,
yeah,
I mean? Like that kind of thing.
Like what do you mean you've never seen this before? What does that mean?
Listen, Doc, I'm sorry about that outburst earlier.
I turned towards him, turning my back to the darkness for the first time. It made me feel vulnerable.
You gotta understand, this ain't something we usually deal with. And Mike, well, I've known him for most of my life. I know how much this sucks, believe me. I'm just trying to get as much info as possible for all our sakes. Yeah, well, there's nothing I can tell you anyway. The airlock has been on lockdown for the past 2 days. And we've been under strict orders not to open it until you deem it safe to do so.
I didn't ask any further questions. I dealt with contagions ever since leaving the Navy, and 90% of the time, they were simple overreactions. 19,700 feet. The ocean basin. For the first time since we left the ship, the radio came to life, emitting a static sound, one that slowly took the shape of a man's voice.
James, can you hear me? Loud and clear, Captain. I've got our man from the CDC with me as well. We're just about ready to dock. Great. The crew is getting impatient.
The radio started breaking up. And then shut off completely.
Welcome to the abyssal zone. The radio has been acting strange lately. Imagine giving us a state-of-the-art station, but comms from last millennium.
Through the window, we could see a massive dome lit up by hundreds of lights. 3 paths stretched from its center, each lit up by different colors, making sectors A, B, and C. There was something else lit up by station's lights. At first, just obscured figures, leaving shadows in the sand, but as we got closer, I realized they were fish. Hundreds, if not thousands, of dead sea creatures littering the ocean bed, corpses mangled from the intense pressure.
Christ. What the hell is up with this fish? Same as the Atolla. Something attracts them down here. They swim until their bodies break under the pressure. Then they sink. What could possibly do that? There are a few theories. From what we can tell, it's a sound that we periodically hear from the trench.
Ooh, I like that.
Interesting. I do like that. This is going to be very. Have you heard of the bloop before?
Mm-hmm.
The like the noise that was heard. It reminds me of that.
Yeah.
Have you ever? Also, while we're talking about, have you ever seen this before? Hold on. I'm going to send this to you.
Also, do you want to describe the bloop? Should we describe the bloop for the viewers that?
Yeah. So there was this sound that was heard on a audio recording in the Pacific, I think. In like 2008, 2009, and it was like this like loud, deep like blue, like a noise that was picked up on mics that were like 1,000 miles apart from each other. So whatever made that noise was like way bigger than a whale or something like that. Now the realistic, like to be lame, the thing it probably was like underwater tectonic plates shifting and creating the noise. But the fun answer is that it's a sea creature at the bottom of the ocean that's larger than anything we have on record. So there's a bunch of stories of like, you know, these deep underwater ocean noises. So it seems like it's kind of playing into that idea. Although it doesn't have to be the bloop. I mean, it's not super state of the art to say there's a weird noise coming from underwater, right? Especially like, as you said, the idea of things being drawn down here, dare I say, does feel quite Lovecraftian.
A fun. I was scrolling through. That's why I was kind of late to respond. But this website, we'll leave a link to it. He basically sent me a link that's neil.fun/deepsea, but you're able just to scroll through the deep and just kind of see the fish that exist down there. Very entertaining while reading this. And I will say, I agree. I think that the basically like a siren call, like a Lovecraftian siren call to even the fish is really interesting. It's just a concept for a story, but I really like how the story is giving us little bits of exposition without ever being too intrusive, you know? It's just kind of the little back and forth. You can tell James is just like wanted to help his buddy down there, but you can tell it's just the layer of commands are making it kind of awkward. Even James is like doesn't know what's going on, and even the Doc, our main character, is kind of I don't think it's fully been brought in on what is going on.
I think so. A lot of people have probably seen this website. It like gets famous on TikTok from time to time. You can actually see the Atolla jellyfish on here around 4,000 meters. This thing puts into insane perspective how deep the ocean is. You randomly be scrolling and see like, oh well, this is how far like sperm whales dive, and it's like after you've been in the midnight zone for a long time. Want to take a quick break from the episode to thank today's sponsor, ZocDoc. I don't go to the doctor as much as I should, and if you are spending this much of your time listening to a podcast about fictional monsters, then you probably don't either. But really, I can't blame you, because and that is ZocDoc. Thank you all so much to ZocDoc for sponsoring the show. It really does mean the most, and we are back to the episode. The docking process in itself took quite some time. The outer hull had changed ever so slightly due to the high pressure, just enough so that fitting into the station proved a challenge. As the doors finally opened, I stumbled outside the capsule, greeted by 3 of the crew members aboard.
You're the doctor, right?
The oldest of them asked.
That's correct.
He said as he reached out his hand to introduce himself.
The name's Robert Lewis. I'm the captain assigned to Talos.
He said as he shook my hand.
Thank you for coming this far. I know it's not the most pleasant journey.
He seemed polite enough, though clearly sleep-deprived. Bloodshot eyes and greasy hair.
This is Jennifer Burke, one of our biologists, and that's Henry Gale, our technician.
They both shook my hand, neither making eye contact as they did.
Hey, Cap. Where's Abby? Still at Section B. She's not doing too well, as I'm sure you can understand.
James nodded.
Let's talk.
Robert said as he gestured for me to follow. The hallways were narrow. dimly lit up with lights that flickered and constant creaking emitted from the walls. It looked disproportionate considering how large it had all seemed from the outside, and as a rather tall guy, I had to crouch down to keep my head from knocking into the ceiling.
I'm sorry about the grim mood. It's the first time we're dealing with something like this. I'm assuming they told you about the situation on the surface, or? They did, but I have to admit I'm a bit fuzzy on the details. As are we. Mike put himself in lockdown as soon as he returned to the station, and we haven't had clearance to open it yet.
Mike didn't give any good reasons?
He never got the chance. He fell over dead the second he hit the button.
Robert led us into the central dome. In contrast to the hallways, it was a pleasant surprise. A large living space filled with furniture and personal effects. Had I not known better, I could have believed we were still on the surface.
Mike discovered some microorganisms down in the trench. A new type of parasite, he said. He claimed they were able to withstand any amount of pressure, which isn't a surprise down here, but he also explained that we were completely unaffected by rapid changes in environment.
Robert said as we headed inside an office.
Did he believe he was contagious? Seeing as he was our microbiologist, I can't really come up with any fallible conclusion. Needless to say, we destroyed all the samples, but we still don't know why he put himself into lockdown. But that's not the strangest thing.
I waited patiently for him to continue. While I tried to form words, he clearly had trouble believing himself.
We lost him in the trench for 3 entire days. The tracking systems failed and the comms went down. We did whatever we could, but it was futile. Even if we had found him, he only had enough oxygen for 10 hours, so we unfortunately just presumed he had died. Then, out of nowhere, his tracker reappeared on our systems, showing that he was moving back up to the Tonga elevator. And though he never responded to any of our attempts at contacting him, he was clearly alive. How? It's impossible, but yet it happened. Once we led him to the station, he simply locked it down and fell over dead on the ground.
Interesting.
How fucked up would that be, by the way? 3 days, you have 10 hours of oxygen, okay? 3 days, and then all of a sudden you reappear. So he was missing, reappears, comes back up, locks himself down, or locks the door and just immediately dies. Very, very fucked. Fuck that. I'd be like, send down one of those fucking pods. Get me out. Get me the fuck out.
Put me on that little tampon you got that came
exactly,
down
the
here.
fucking metal tube. Shoot me up, Doc.
Man, what an interesting concept. Kind of like this mystery happening at a super high-tech underwater base. Before Robert could continue, the technician walked into the office.
When you examine him, be careful not to damage the EPM suit. It's highly...
This is hardly the time, Henry.
Robert commanded, glaring at him.
I'm just saying, this is a billion-dollar project.
Why don't you go get the equipment for our doctor here?
Robert demanded, getting more agitated by the minute.
Look, Captain, if you just let me get into the airlock, I could take all the necessary precautions.
Absolutely not. Do you think the headquarters would have sent the damn CDC if they thought we couldn't handle it? For Christ's sakes, Henry, know your limits.
The technician left to quickly return with a modified hazmat suit and some surgical supplies. Moved on towards Section B. Unlike the hallways we had traversed before, these were large and well lit up. As we arrived at the airlock, we found Abby standing before the glass door, staring longingly at Mike's lifeless body.
Abby,
I know it's time.
She responded as she turned around.
Oh, you're the doctor?
He asked, her eyes red and voice trembling. I nodded.
You'll figure out what did this to him, won't you? I just don't understand.
Abby, why don't you come with me while they work? You don't need to see this.
As Robert led her back to the central dome, Henry started unpacking the car to medical supplies, including isolation drapes and the hazmat suit.
All right, I'm gonna guide you through this. No need to mess up a perfectly good EPM suit.
What does EPM mean anyway?
Exoskeletal pressure modulator.
Henry said as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. James and Jennifer helped me seal the hazmat suit, while Henry hung up the isolation drapes. I stepped through while Jennifer entered a code behind me to open the airlock. My ears popped as they sealed the doors shut behind me. Both the drapes and airlock were transparent, meaning they could observe everything I did, in addition to a mounted camera on my shoulder for closer view, displayed on a monitor on the other side. Just by the control panel, Mike lay dead, wearing a massive black suit, looking more like a robotic piece of machinery than diver's gear. There were several cables and hooks hanging from the ceiling, and just turning him over was a massive task, as he weighed about half a ton wearing the suit. His face was pale as sheet, with thin streaks of blood pouring from every available orifice. The eyes were red from conjunctival bleeding, completely ridding them from any white.
I'm ready.
All right. The first thing you'll need to do is to simply inspect the suit. Look for any breaches in the integrity. It shouldn't be possible, but in the unlikely event that something broke through, a self-healing mesh should have formed. It looks kind of gray.
I looked over every inch of his suit from top to bottom.
There! His feet!
Sure enough, there was a patch of gray that stood out from the matte black metal covering the rest of him.
Something actually perforated his suit.
I got closer, giving them a better view on the monitor.
Clearly the puncture wasn't what killed him, though.
I'd agree with that assessment. Any breach not sealed off within a nanosecond would immediately crush him. But it seemed that the mesh had replaced whatever penetrated the suit at the same time as it was removed.
Next, attach the cables to his shoulder. They are color-coded, so it should be easy enough.
I attached the cables as instructed, which caused the suit to light up and start unhinging. The front of the suit opened up, revealing Mike's completely mangled body.
What the hell? That's not pressure damage.
Mike's ribs were broken outwards.
Oof.
But they had not torn apart his flesh. His chest seemed to have expanded almost twice its normal size. I continued to remove the helmet, pulling it off his head. I looked into his eyes for a brief moment, baffled as to what could have caused his internal organs to essentially explode. For the briefest of moments, it seemed like his eyes moved to meet my gaze.
Did you just see that?
No one said a word.
Ooh.
We all just stared at Mike.
That's fucking
we all just stared
creepy,
at Mike.
dude.
It's like the eyes are completely red from all the blood, and like his chest is huge, and he like looks at you really quick.
Yeah,
Man.
or yeah, you think it's like, did I picture that, or did it actually happen? You know?
I love this setting. A
it's
super like futuristic high-tech underwater base, and there's like a quote-unquote disease that killed this guy, and they're doing a
You're saying
investigation.
super high tech. I'm thinking like, I guess like less futuristic and high tech, and more like something that you would see today. It's almost like whenever you see like a NASA space station. It's very like, I don't know, like the exposed cords and stuff. Like it's not like Star Trek. You know what I mean? It's very kind of like bare bones. I mean, it's high tech in the way that it's a device that's up in the stars, but I don't know. Like I'm picturing this thing of like grated metal, and just even like the terrifying sounds of like creaking metal moving, like just kind of like existing outside is fucking me up. Like claustrophobic.
I'm not thinking of it as like high sci-fi. In my head, it's like there's certainly some sci-fi elements like the self-healing mesh, and like the exoskeleton suit and stuff. But are you familiar with the video game Soma?
No.
It's this video game where you're like at the bottom of the ocean after like there's been a plague that's wiped out humanity or whatever. But the aesthetics from that game are what I'm imagining. So like a bunch of exposed pipes. Everything's kind of in a state of decay.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now.
Yeah. That's kind of what I picture this in my head. No one said a word. They all just stared at Mike, waiting for something to happen. His eyes moved again, darting in random directions as he started gargling, violently contracting his chest.
Oh God, he's still alive!
Jennifer asked. He opened his mouth, letting thousands of massive worms pour out onto the floor.
Oh my God.
They immediately crawled in every direction, up the walls, onto the ceiling, desperately searching for a way out. Mike continued to spew out more slimy worms. His mouth tore open in the process, leaving his jaw completely unhinged before falling off.
Yes.
Once all the worms seemed to have exited his corpse, his chest tore open, revealing even larger worms. It quickly became apparent that all of his organs had been consumed, replaced with the disgusting creatures. Some of them started clinging to my suit as I swatted at them in panic. None of the others knew what to do. They could only stare at me, flailing around. As the worms touched each other, their flesh temporarily fused, forming longer versions of themselves, growing in size and then breaking off again. They wrapped around my arms and legs. I begged for someone to help me, but what could they do?
Hang in there!
Henry yelled as he fumbled with the panel for the airlock. Within seconds, a few small taps emerged from the ceiling, spewing what I could only assume was liquid nitrogen. Whatever it was, the worms froze in place, freezing to the point where I could break them into tiny pieces. It only took a moment, but all the worms had been killed off, and though my suit had partially protected me from the cold, I collapsed, exhausted and shivering onto the ground.
Get me the fuck out of here!
I demanded, knowing full well they couldn't do that until I had dealt with the infestation. Robert had just returned in time to see what the commotion was about, and upon seeing what remained of Mike lying torn to pieces on the ground, he stopped in his tracks. After a minute of catching my breath, I got some sense back. With some morbid sense of humor and functioning on autopilot, I turned towards Henry.
Sorry, but the suit isn't going to be salvaged. We're ejecting the whole fucking airlock as soon as I get out of here.
Henry turned to Robert, pleading for him to make me reconsider despite what we had all just witnessed, but Robert took my side. After removing the reporting unit from the EPM suit, I packed the entire thing into an easily ejectable container, while making sure that no worms remained on my suit. All I took was a small sample of a frozen worm packed into a vacuum container. I exited the airlock and handed the sample over to Jennifer. She had prepared the previous parasites brought back by Mike, and I told her to get everything ready so I could determine what we were dealing with. Robert started the procedure of ejecting the airlock's content, including what remained of Mike in the EPM suit. Henry pouting the whole time. James hadn't moved an inch since the event. He turned sickly pale, as if he just realized the severity of the situation.
We have to tell him, Captain,
He said quietly after a few minutes.
Tell me what?
I asked while getting out of the hazmat suit. Robert took a deep breath, mulling over his options.
You're right. Tell me what? The reason why we're stationed down here.
End of part
what
one.
What a banger, dude. Whoa. Whoa. Man, I didn't stop because that scene was so well paced, but gosh, the worms flying out of him and getting everywhere, and they fuse together, then fall back apart. Oh, it's like giant nematodes pouring out.
I love it.
Oh, that's great.
I love it. I love it. I love it.
Gosh, what a banger, dude. Let's go.
Man, great. Just, I mean, like, I want to keep going. I'm very hooked. The pacing is not only good, we've established a bunch of characters, and there's a lot of great stuff that sets this up for me so far, which is just deception. No one really knows what the fuck is going on. The doc has been sitting down basically on what I can assume is a suicide mission of the sorts.
Yes.
And then also people aren't telling them of like whatever secret that we're getting ready to find out is what they're actually working on down in the bottom of an ocean on this over $1 billion project going down. It's just, there's so much great stuff. The buildup is great, but also just the gross chest ripping open and worms and it's just, it's vile and it's fucking horrific. I'm so bought in, dude.
Such an excellent aesthetic. I love it. I love the setting. I love everything about it. I was saving this till the end of the first part. So to give an idea of how much I love it, I think one of the first stories I ever wrote that was over like a page was I had a creative writing class, I think my sophomore year, maybe junior year of high school. And at the end of it, we had to write a short story. So I wrote like this 15-page short story called Leviathan. That was about a group of researchers that were sent to the bottom of the ocean. And they thought they were down there to like analyze some new creature that was reported. But at the end, it turns out they were never sent to the bottom of the ocean. The container they were placed into on top of the ocean was actually a farce, and they were in a monitoring station where they were being induced with like drugs and like psychedelics and stuff like that to see, like an MK Ultra kind of thing, to see what their reaction was. And at the end, like the door, they go crazy and open the door of the airlock and just step outside into a field. So, which that one was like a rug pull. And I think I posted it somewhere online, but then deleted it shortly thereafter because I was like, this is not good. I don't like my writing here. But yeah, like I've always been obsessed with the underwater ocean thing, and the aesthetics of this are great. I like his writing a lot. I like the characters, like the way information's given. This is a banger. Big fan.
Yeah. I mean, I think, I don't know. It's just setting itself up in great ways. Also, too, deep ocean horror. Just fun. What are we supposed to do? It's great.
It's very
Love
fun.
it.
It's very fun. All right. Well, are you ready for part two?
Part two. Let's keep it rolling.
Death can be a beautiful thing. Beyond all the stigma associated around the event, it's the beginning of a world that starts directly from the end of another. When a whale dies in extreme depths, they sink towards the ocean floor, where entire ecosystems arise from their decomposing bodies. This is called a whale fall. Mike's EPM suit had left behind 3 days worth of footage. Henry was put on the task of preparing it for viewing. While we couldn't save him, nor the suit, we could at least figure out how Mike died. As we waited, the captain decided it was time for me to learn the truth about their mission, and why no one on the surface had ever heard about the scientific wonder that was Talos.
You saw all the dead sea creatures littering the ocean floor around the station?
I recalled the hundreds of mangled bodies of fish, not the most welcoming sight to the abyss.
James told me something compelled them to dive down here. Some sort of sound?
Robert nodded as he pulled up the computer. After a moment of fumbling, clicked on a sound file.
About 5 years ago, we recorded this coming from the depths of the Tonga Trench.
It was an oddly synthetic sound, like a whale's mating call had been pitched down and jumbled around. In the midst of it all, there was something that sounded like a whisper.
They recorded something similar around the Mariana Trench and called it the biotwang.
It looks like the biotwang's an actual thing. Looking it up. Strange sound of the biotwang was first heard bouncing around the Mariana Trench 10 years ago. But apparently they now say that it is the moan of a bride's well? What is a bride's well? I've never heard of that kind of well. Oh. How deep are these things? I don't like that. I don't like that they're that deep. Okay, anyway. The sound played on loop as we talked, oddly eerie for something so innocent.
We first thought it came from a whale, just a bit distorted after traveling vast distances, or instrumental interferences. But then we saw how it affected the wildlife in the region. Blooms of jellyfish appearing out of nowhere, and fish defying all instincts to dive towards the crushing pressure. What made the sound then?
Robert pulled up some pictures on the screen. Creatures similar to roundworms, pitch black. They looked nothing like what I had just witnessed in the airlock, however.
From what we can tell, there's a thus far completely undiscovered ecosystem somewhere down in the trench, isolated for millions of years, unaffected by mass extinction events. They have evolved quite differently from life we see on the surface. It's like millions of single-celled organisms working together to form more complex creatures. But unlike ourselves, the cells can detach and rejoin at will. We named it the Syncytium.
And that's what killed Mike?
They could be a part of it, but what we just saw in the airlock is far longer than the microorganisms we gathered here.
Before we could continue, James interrupted, letting us know the footage was ready to be reviewed.
If they ever decide to declassify the existence of the station, they'll never mention the creatures, nor the sound that alerted us to their presence. I'm sure one day, they hailed this all as a supreme technological advancement. But truth be told, the reason why the Navy put billions and billions of dollars into this project, so that humanity could traverse the ocean floor, is simply because they want to find whatever is making the sound, and find a way to use it.
Gav, they're waiting for us.
We gathered in the central area. Abby sat in the back some distance away from everyone else. She seemed even worse for wear than before, frail, as if she'd lost weight in the past couple of hours since meeting her. Henry controlled the footage, ready to speed through to the important bits, as the descent itself was quite slow. 20,000 feet. The Hadal Zone. I love that recurring thing is still keeping up. Like, the deeper you go, it says the zones that we're entering. That's great.
It's a constant reminder to let you know, like, hey, we're in the middle of nowhere, or like you're in the deepest parts of the ocean. It's like it's a nice little tap on your head.
Yeah, also the Hadal Zone is, if I recall right, it's named that after Hades. Like, it's the same.
Oh, interesting.
Because it's like the bottom, the nothing. So right. We're in hell now. Everything we saw would be from Mike's point of view. Footage started at the airlock, Abby standing before him with a concerned expression on her face.
Don't worry. I'll be back before you know it. It's not like it's my first time in the depths. It's not like they waste $1 billion on me dying anyways.
She didn't seem consoled by his words.
This time is different. We haven't tested the suit beyond 30,000 feet yet.
No, but we've tested pressure. The suit should be able to go much further before breaking.
Henry forwarded the footage. Mike stood directly at the edge of the Tonga Trench. To his left, a platform extended even further down towards the Hadal Zone. An elevator set at the platform center. A short distance down the trench, he saw endlessly long tendrils gently swaying with the current. They belonged to the body of a malformed creature, looking like it couldn't possibly control its long appendages. It had seemed unfazed by the depths.
Gosh, are you seeing this?
He said excitedly as he pointed at the bizarre being.
It's a magnapede squid.
What does that look like? Oh, absolutely not. Yeah, this is the big fin squid. Yeah. This thing went around online because someone got a video of one underneath an oil rig just floating in the distance. Look that up, Hunter. type that in and tell me that it's the worst thing ever.
I would, my God.
I know, right?
What the fuck?
Huge. Those tendrils are like, how
it says
long
here,
is
it says here, 26-foot long armed squid found in November of 27 by an oil rig. 26 feet
26 feet. Yeah. Think about how small you'd be next to it.
Yeah, you know Shaq? Yeah, he's not that tall.
sees like an unspeakable entity underwater. How many Shaqs is that?
Yeah. All right. So guys, we're looking at maybe, I don't know, probably 7 Shaqs right here. Are you getting this? Do you guys see this? That's 7 Shaqs.
There's just, hold on.
7 Shaqs and 3 championship rings. Holy shit.
This thing might be 10 Shaqs long.
This is 10 Shaqs long. That's 10 Shaqs. Pull me up.
He has the picture I just sent you on the wall, but it's just Shaquille O'Neal. Anytime they see something, he runs over to the chart. He's like, "Oh my
All right,
gosh.
let me stack the Shaqs on top of each other and see what we're really dealing with here."
Captain, you're gonna want to see the Captain Shaquille O'Neal.
Yeah. Come on, Chuck. Get Charles Barkley's down there too. Shaq, I should have told y'all we gotta go down to San Antonio. I'm telling you.
Yeah, he sees the squid. He's like, "That's that San Antonio woman floating around out there."
Yeah, the best Charles Barkley quote of all time is he's like, "San Antonio women need to learn 2 words. I'm full." Is like the greatest thing of all time. Full. All right.
So that thing's floating around down there. He almost jogged along the edge to get a better view, suit audibly exhausted by the effort.
Don't put too much strain on the suit.
Henry interjected over the radio.
It'll be fine. What else did they pay for?
As he got closer to the squid, another popped up behind it, one with even longer appendages.
Damn. I never thought I'd see one up so close.
Stop messing around and get on the elevator.
Fine, let's not enjoy our jobs then.
He boarded the elevator and strapped himself in. The journey would take him another 15,000 feet into the abyss. It was a loud, sturdy piece of machinery, able to withstand the immense pressure of the dreaded Hadal Zone. Mike himself would control the speed of the descent, only handing over control to Henry should something happen. Not long after the descent started, Mike stalled the elevator.
The suit is making weird noises. That's normal. It's adjusting to the pressure change. We told you that would happen the deeper you got.
Henry explained with an annoyed tone.
Yeah, I know, but...
You'll be fine.
27,000 feet. Once more, Mike stopped the elevator, directing his gaze at an edge sticking out from the cliffside. On it lay the corpse of a bowhead whale, almost half a planet away from its natural habitat. The whale had been partially hollowed out, riddled with deep-sea eels and tiny, eyeless fish, an entire ecosystem deriving from its death.
How did that whale get here?
It died. Like all the other creatures down here.
Yeah, but it's a bowhead. At least I think it is. Don't they live around the Arctic?
Just continue the descent.
35,433 feet. Horizon deep. The elevator reached the bottom of the trench after about an hour, allowing Mike to finally unbuckle himself from his seat. Grabbed a box of beacons to allow the next person to easier navigate the area. After stepping off the platform and getting away from its bright lights, it became abundantly clear that the bottom of the ocean was far from empty, and that entire bed was covered in previously undiscovered life, millions of fungal-like plants covering the floor and transparent fat shrimp swimming between, apparently feeding off them. On the cliff wall itself, thousands of bioluminescent plants extended, just a stalk with a blue bulb bending in the direction of Mike's movement. It was hauntingly beautiful, looking as alien as anything from another planet. He continued along the cliffside, putting down a beacon every 100 feet or so.
I half expected this place to be horrible. You know, being named after the god of the underworld and all.
Oh, look at that. I was right. Thanks, Mike. No one responded to his comment.
Guys, you can still hear me, right? Yes, Mike, we can hear you. We're here to work, not make stupid quips. Has anyone ever told you how much better life can be if you just try to enjoy it? Henry, stop being such a killjoy. We're making history down here.
I love the that Henry's being a Poindexter about everything, and Mike's like, "Look, that squid was like 18 shacks long." Okay.
I mean,
Can
Henry, think about it. Think about it, Henry. 12 shacks tall. And you didn't crack one
You ever
smile?
seen that, Henry?
Okay. I will say, I do not like bootlicker Henry. I'll be completely honest. Don't like him.
Bootlicker Henry. Are you on your ACAB arc again?
Well, listen. Well, yeah. I mean, I feel 10 shacks tall right now. That's all I have to say.
I didn't like the way you said that. I could hear the smirk. You were like, well.
I don't even know what you mean.
It's not an arc if you never got off.
It's true.
Every time, my dog back there, every time he lays down, he looks like he's been shot. Like he
Will you give him
like all four legs sprawled out.
There's no way you would shoot him. You spoiled that dog rotten, dude.
Oh, Benny, yeah.
I remember he, for people who don't know, yeah, I went down to his house in like the dog's roll, whatever. Benny, because you said he was just getting out of the hospital, right?
Yes, I think when you came down.
Yeah, because it was funny because that night he was like, oh, this is his favorite snack, and Isaiah was breaking off little pieces of dark Ghirardelli chocolate from his fridge, and he kept handing it to him. And then, I don't know, he got sick and all that kind of stuff, but he spoils that dog rotten.
Okay, I've never given my dog chocolate. It was a knee surgery.
No, remember you said, you're like, oh, Ghirardelli, you're spoiled. And it's at 110% dark cocoa.
Okay, that didn't happen. I love my dog. Very nice to him. He had elbow dysplasia, so he got a procedure to fix it, and now look how passive he is. He doesn't hurt anymore. And then his brother Ollie had to have double knee replacement because both of his knees went out. So yeah, he's still alive. Ollie's still alive. Thank you. It's not dead. He just doesn't like coming up the stairs up here because he's old and his legs hurt.
That Ghirardelli sponsor is really paying itself in full, huh?
All right, well, I'm just going to keep reading. So, I'm not going to win this one. Henry didn't respond.
How about you hand Abby the radio? Hell, I'd rather listen to the captain ramble about protocol, going on and on.
Mike stopped dead in his tracks, reaching the end of the cliff. Before him was a steep fall, leading down to an endless chasm of darkness.
Henry, are you sure the elevator took me all the way down to the trench?
Yes, as he stared into the abyss.
Yes? You're 35,000 feet. Well, it's just that I'm standing at the edge of the cliff, and this is clearly not the bottom of the ocean. That's impossible. We surveyed the entire area with the sonar. Well, I'm telling you.
The ground beneath Mike crumbled to pieces. He slid off the edge of the cliff and dove further into the deep.
Oh, shit. Fuck that. So now he's like free falling a little bit. Or he's like, yeah, just sliding or whatever. Fuck that.
The darkness now surrounding him was absolute. Nothing could possibly help him orient himself as he fell. To fall in the ocean was a much slower process, giving him time to think what kind of fate awaited him as he sunk to depths never before known by mankind. He called out for his crew members while desperately clawing at the cliff, but even with the suit, he was unable to slow his descent. As he got deeper, the suit started emitting loud beeps, alarms to alert to rapid pressure changes exceeding 16,000 psi. Before he could even react, he hit the ground hard. Mike fell silent, passed out from the impact. Unknown feet. The void. Minutes after landing at unknown depths, Mike awoke to the sound of the suit beeping. The suit had held its ground and was starting to adjust to the new pressure. The manometer was broken. His tracking device malfunctioning. We could only try to guess how far he'd fallen. Mike grunted as he got to his feet, taking some time to figure out what had happened.
Henry, you there?
No response. Apart from a few malfunctioning instruments, most of the suit seemed intact, yet no contact could be made with the base. Everything past that point would be after the comms went down, and we all patiently awaited to learn of Mike's fate. Despite having fallen far beyond what we believed to be the ocean floor, he had just landed on another plateau, with an endless distance still progressing downwards. The abyss was ever present, taunting us with its emptiness.
Please respond, please respond.
He begged, defeated. He activated the beacon still attached to him and checked his surroundings. He had landed directly in front of a cave leading inside the cliff wall, and moving steeply upwards, while protocol strictly dictated to wait for rescue in these situations, we could hear gargled sound emitting from the cave. Whatever it was, it compelled Mike, decided to check out the cave. The walls inside were perfectly smooth, an impossible formation of rocks reflecting the bright light shining from EPM suit, lighting up the cave as far as it stretched. But man, how otherworldly.
Fuck that,
It's like
man.
it's like a tube, and like your own lights from the suit are reflecting so far it lights it up.
Also, too, just the thought that he's on a plateau, it still goes deeper. Much deeper.
Yes. He's nowhere near the bottom, yeah. Mike stared at the shiny walls for a moment, adjusting the light. They had seemed smooth at an angle, but when light was pointed directly at them, it uncovered bizarre patterns, like symbols not corresponding to any known language. That's so cool. While he studied the symbols, a loud sound shook through the cave, almost sweeping Mike off his feet. It sounded similar to the biotwang, but with slight differences. The rhythm was changed. It seemed to put Mike further into a trance, and he diligently followed the source, ignoring any chance of rescue the further in he went. The cave led to a much larger cavern, extending beyond the reach of any light source he had available. Unlike the tunnel, these walls weren't smooth, but were covered in millions of tiny holes, each perfectly round, each identical to the last. Upon closer inspection, the holes weren't empty, but filled with worms, just like the ones we'd seen spewing out of his body inside the airlock. He wriggled and reached for Mike as he walked through the cavern, pulled towards the sound in the distance, getting louder with each passing step. The deeper he got, the less he seemed distracted by the holes, which were growing in size alongside the worms. Mike's only hypnotic objective was to reach the sound. On top of the worms, spindly, long-legged creatures walked across. They looked like shellless spider crabs, dipping their limbs into the worms, merging temporarily while seeming to feed them. For each dip into the holes, their limbs grew shorter, while the worms expanded. So the worms that can form together to make different structures, like make these spider crab-like shapes. Crawling around. Have you ever seen a spider crab before?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're freaky. Eventually, he reached a corner of the cavern, with it the source of the sound. It was a half-consumed whale calf attached to the wall, bound by hundreds of massive worms extending into its torn flesh. Despite being half-eaten and broken beyond any chance at life, it somehow didn't succumb, as if the worms themselves kept it alive, involuntary life support, repurposed for their own needs. The calf gaped open, its half-eaten jaw, so mangled Mike could see straight into its vocal cords, which were also covered in the worms, tugging and moving them into position. The whale screamed, emitting another jumbled sound that pulled Mike even closer. While Mike was distracted, several worms had emerged from their holes, rapidly swarming around him. Within seconds, they had joined together, wrapping around his legs and climbing up the suit. It temporarily brought Mike back to sanity as he tried to tear the worms off, but they were far faster than him, trapped inside a slow, metal box. He stumbled to the ground, allowing more worms and their spindles to cover each of his limbs. The creatures merged together, forming a sheet of flesh that soon covered the entirety of his body. Mike fell silent, and the camera showed nothing but a flesh-colored mass muffling any audio save for Mike's panicked breath. He screamed as a loud bang almost broke the speakers, the sound of his suit being perforated and the mesh refilling the hole we had found on the sole of his feet. The creatures had gotten inside his suit, digging into his flesh, Mike crying in agony before falling silent. We all stood speechless in front of the monitor, now displaying nothing but a timer, proving the camera was still running. Abby had left, with James following to console her.
can't be.
Let me forward it.
Henry said, half whispering in shock. We forwarded through almost 3 days of nothing, while the worms incubated inside Mike, trapped alone in the cavern, no one knowing where he was. The cameras started clearing up, the flesh sheet peeling off as the view showed that Mike had returned to the elevator. During the 3 days down in the trench, the syncytium had occupied, covering it with their fleshy appendages. Mike was controlling it, or whatever remained of him inside the suit. He wandered towards the station, flakes of syncytial flesh falling off him for each step. His crew called out for him over the radio now that they could reach him, but Mike could do nothing but gargle as worms had consumed most of his lungs. At the airlock, he stumbled inside, ready to unleash hell within the station. For a brief moment, Mike managed to halt himself. Perhaps the thought of hurting those he loved was enough for him to temporarily gain control, just enough time to shut down the airlock, putting himself into lockdown. Mike collapsed to the ground. He had died days ago, but his will remained even as he turned nothing more than a vessel for the horrors he now carried with him. The footage ended. We stood in silence for a moment, none of us daring to speak a word about Mike's cause of death. I hardly believed it, despite having almost fallen victim to the same fate.
Henry, call headquarters. Tell them we're shutting this project down.
Robert said, breaking the silence.
Jennifer, destroy the sample from the airlock. It's still sealed, right?
Jennifer nodded before heading towards the lab.
We need to make sure whatever this is, it stays in the abyss.
I joined Henry as he attempted to call headquarters, the radio returning nothing more than jumbled static. Robert was checking all security feed, sending out drones to scavenge for the syncytium at the elevator.
Captain, the comms are completely down. Can't get any signal.
On the security feed, we saw that the flesh of the syncytium had stretched along the ground, covering some of the corpses of fish that littered the ocean floor. It was impossibly large, using the elevator and platform as a scaffold for climbing up towards the station. A loud metallic clang sounded through the station, followed by an alarm.
What the hell was that?
Hull breach, Sector C.
An automated voice said.
Isolated! What about just do it?
Henry frantically tried to navigate the security system, attempting to get an idea as to the extent of the damage.
What's in Sector C? It's the lab. Fucking hell. I hope Jennifer didn't get there yet.
While the station sealed, trapping anyone inside, another loud bang shook us. The alarm sounded again.
Hull breach, Sector B.
Fuck, what now?
Robert stood still in shock, frozen by the decision of saving the station or fleeing.
We have to evacuate,
was all he could say. End of part 2.
Part 2 into part 3. I want to just roll right in. I'm stoked.
Part 3.
I will say too, just that the worms can just basically join together and create basically a giant flesh blanket that just can like wrap around, and like also them being able to reanimate life is pretty sick too. The idea of like a whale head just being down there screaming is so creepy.
Well, it gives you the idea that it could do the same with people, right?
Well, yeah, that's what happened with
they could use
Mike.
the vocal cords to speak.
Yeah.
They just puppeted him. Yeah, they kept him alive enough to move, but
a found footage POV of Mike's thing, and all you hear is just him gargling like, because it's just basically worms just rolling around in his throat. Just so gross, man.
Part 3, the final part. Most of my old crew, after leaving the Navy, struggled to get over their longing for the ocean. Such was the case for my submarine captain, Lewis Johnson. He always claimed the sea would be his final resting place, where he truly belonged. Following his honorable discharge, he went straight into hyperbaric pipeline welding. It's a dangerous job where the only enemy is invisible. Always stalking each dive, each new mission, a foe that can't be sensed, but with the ability to destroy everything you are in a split second. Pressure.
Maybe I'm cursed. Unable to live on land with my own people, but at least I'll die where I belong,
he had said. Johnson would be lucky enough to forever be united with his one true love. At the sight of a purse pipe, took him away, finally making him one with the deep blue. It's funny how the brain operates as everything around you is falling to pieces, far beyond your own control. Once there's nothing left you can do, the mind turns to a place of safety, fond memories from a time long since past. For me, those memories belong to my time of service, to my old captain and crew. It wasn't an easy time, but it was filled with purpose, with my problems solely confined to the ocean. When Robert yelled at me to get my ass in gear, I finally snapped back to reality.
Doc, come on! We've got to get the hell out of here!
James returned to the central dome alongside Abby. They had heard the alarms, but hadn't the faintest idea about what had occurred during their brief absence.
Get to Section A. There's still 2 transport capsules. Get number 05 ready for departure and wait for me.
What are you gonna do?
Jennifer's in lockdown. I'm getting her out. What if the creatures got inside?
Robert thought for a moment before handing her a walkie.
If you don't hear from me in 15, just leave.
The station shook as another hole was torn through one of the sections. My ears popped from the shockwave.
I'm coming with you. You're not facing them alone.
No. We need you to pilot the transport capsule. If you get hurt, we're stuck down here.
It wasn't a valid excuse. They all knew fully well that the submarine was easy enough for any of the crew members to maneuver, but Robert refused to risk any more lives and would use whatever reason he could come up with.
Cap, please. That's an order! Get out of here now!
They hesitantly agreed and started leaving.
I'll join you then. I know nothing about this station or the sub. I can at least assist you should something happen.
I said, knowing he couldn't come up with any excuse to stop me. He reluctantly agreed, and together we headed for the labs in Section C, worrying that Jennifer might be trapped behind the airlock, or worse. Drowning is a horrible way to die. Once you realize there's no way to reach the surface, you're trapped in a cold, dark tomb. Your throat simply closes up. No matter how hard you try to inhale, your body simply refuses, even as the agonizing pain of running out of air overpowers your natural instinct to breathe. You simply refuse to give in to the overwhelming desire. It isn't until the body starts shutting down and the corners of your vision start to darken that you reach the breaking point. Your brain decides to pull something in, regardless of whether air is present or not. Suddenly, ice-cold water flows in through your throat, unstoppably filling your lungs, so desperate for air. It's a clumsy, painful way to go. By the time water has filled each alveoli, most are still unconscious, with just enough time to regret their decision to ever enter the ocean. I thought it funny as we ran towards the airlock that at least we wouldn't drown. Surely the worms would consume us, or the pressure from a collapsing station would instantly crush us.
How did the hole get breached anyway?
I asked as we got closer.
It's supposed to be impossible, but I'm sure it's those fucking monsters.
The alarm had stopped alerting us about the hole breach and was now recommending a station-wide evacuation.
Warning. Hull integrity severely compromised. All crew report to designated docking stations.
How much time do we have? Not enough.
As we turned the corner at Section C, we saw Jennifer sitting against the wall on the wrong side of the airlock. It took a moment to realize the horror of her situation. We saw her legs fused with the flesh in the syncytium. It started eating away at her lower body, digging their way through her flesh and rapidly replacing her organs with their own meat. Despite all this, she remained conscious.
Jen,
Robert said, the only word he could muster from the shock of what lay in front of our eyes. She slowly turned her head towards us with her eyes red from hemorrhaging, as worms had consumed her insides.
Captain, is that you?
She said, weakly, blind from the blood filling the inside of her eyes.
I'm here, Jen. I guess this sample wasn't dead after all.
She choked with a hoarse voice as she coughed up what could only be a mixture of blood and lung parenchyma.
Maybe tell the doc to double check these things in the future. He's here with me now. I'm so sorry, Jen. I know. There's nothing left to do. I guess this is just it.
She coughed up, violently spewing out pieces of her lung and worms.
Don't worry, Captain. It's not your fault that a monster from the abyss crawled its way up to destroy us.
She said, voice cracking as she writhed in agony. I looked over at Robert. He looked horrified, but couldn't take his eyes off her.
It really hurts. Please eject this section. I just want it to be over.
Robert nodded, forgetting that she couldn't see him. I went over to the control panel. It's fairly easy to use, especially after having witnessed Henry mess with it before. All I needed was the passcode. I thought it wouldn't be right to let Robert essentially execute her himself.
I'll do it. Rob? Yes. Don't let these fuckers get to the surface. Promise me that much. I promise.
Her abdomen started bulging out. She screamed in pain as the worms started tearing open her stomach.
Captain, the code.
He told me the numbers, and I input them without hesitating. Years of watching people suffer a prolonged death, knowing that we could do nothing but pointlessly extend their lives, had desensitized me to pulling the plug. Immediately, hatches opened up on the walls and alarms sounded as water started pouring in. But since the hull had already been partially breached, they quickly collapsed in on themselves. Within a few seconds, Jennifer had died.
Let's get out of here.
We ran back towards the central area. We had to transverse the entire station to get towards Section A. It was the only remaining escape, but as we got to the offices, we could hear something moving within the walls, knocking their way through the pipes.
The pumps! They're getting into the fucking pumps!
Talos's pumps were ancient machinery compared to the rest of the station. As the dome was inserted, they needed to move tons of water outside against the immense pressure. But after finishing the station, they had been long since forgotten, left inside the walls while they installed more permanent solutions. Before we could react, the walls broke open and the syncytium poured itself through the holes, taking the shape of malformed flesh extending rapidly alongside the walls. We were cut off from our escape with only the office available as temporary refuge from the oncoming swarm of worms and flow of flesh. But our safe haven would quickly become nothing more than another prison to extend our survival.
It won't hold them for long. What now?
Robert went straight for his desk, pulling out a pistol from the top drawer.
You brought a gun to the bottom of the ocean? You didn't? Never know when you might have to quell a mutiny.
Tell I wasn't amused. We both knew a gun wouldn't slow them down significantly, but any help was welcome. He continued, I assume the gun's for them. I assume those bullets aren't meant for the worms. That wasn't his intention.
Right.
He continued to rummage through the closets in the room, eventually pulling out 2 unused hazmat suits, just like the ones I had used while inspecting Mike.
It kept you safe inside the airlock. The worms couldn't penetrate the suit, right?
Robert asked me with pleading eyes.
Look, they breached the EPM suit, made of fucking metal. I don't think these will make a big difference. Might slow them down, but that's it. It's our best shot.
The worms had started to pile up on the door, forming a contracting mesh, slightly cracking the glass.
It's now or never. James better have the damn sub ready to go.
Robert said as we got into the suits. He fired a shot, not at the door, but at the tempered glass wall beside it, shattering it to a million cubical pieces as we jumped through. Stumbled to the ground, a few worms getting onto my hand as I stood back up. Robert pulled them off me and shoved me forward. We spurted for the entrance to Section A. We were far faster than the worms, but they had formed a mesh covering most of the ceiling and dropped down on top of us for each step we took. Another hole in the wall burst open directly above the airlock towards Section A, causing another slump of meat to land in front of the door.
Shit!
Robert yelled as he instinctively pulled his weapon and fired at the mass on the floor. I froze in place as the worms disintegrated from the bullet's impact, reforming, hastily crawling towards us. I tried to turn away and run, but I didn't reach it in time. To my surprise, the worms completely ignored my presence and headed straight for Robert, pouring onto him from all directions, pulling him to the ground. He screamed in agony as they formed around his limbs, making him unable to fight back. I hurried towards him and tried to pull them off, but for each worm I removed, 100 others joined in. Within seconds, they managed to tear a hole at the armpit region of his suit. They immediately wriggled themselves in through the hole. I tried desperately to pull him up, but he shoved me away as he realized there wasn't any hope left for him.
Get out of here, Doc!
Gargled as the blood started to fill in his lungs. I didn't even hesitate. Painfully, I ran for my life while the syncytium was too distracted by consuming Robert. No matter what I had done, he was already dead. The hallways narrowed drastically as I once more returned to Section A. I frantically tried to input the code to close the airlocks. It took me 2 attempts with shaky fingers to get the correct code, but within a second, the door sealed, and I was once more separated from the abomination on the other side.
I'm so sorry, Robert.
Central Dome finally gave in under the pressure. Massive streams of water quickly collapsed in the ceiling. The station fell apart and the central power was annihilated under the flood. Plunged into darkness and silence, I ventured further towards the docking station. While each section of Talos supposedly had their own backup generator, for some reason it hadn't been activated yet in that section, making it hard to navigate through the narrow labyrinth of hallways.
Can anybody hear me?
Called, my voice echoing endlessly. I bumped my head as I saw a light appearing in the distance. James came running towards me holding a flashlight.
Doc, you're still with us? Thank God!
He said, his joy quickly fleeting as he realized I'd come alone.
What happened? Where's Jin? And the captain?
I just shook my head in response. No words could convey what had happened at the dome. Their absence proved enough about their unfortunate outcome or futile escape attempt.
No time to worry about that now. We need to get out of here. The capsule is just about ready to leave for the surface. We only need Henry to figure out how to get the power back.
When we arrived at the docking station, I was relieved by the increase in ceiling height, only ever so slightly. Henry was busy at work on the control panel, trying to figure out what had cut the power from the backup generator. Abby, standing behind him with a flashlight.
God damn it! Something has torn away the backup generator. Not sure how, but I'm sure I know what. Fucking abysmal demon spawn! Between the lack of power and the damaged hull, the sub can't release from the station. Essentially, we're stranded here.
None of us spoke a word, trapped in a tin can 20,000 feet below the surface with no transport. After what felt like an eternity, Henry finally broke the silence.
They're all great ideas, but that won't work.
Said sarcastically in response to our lack of solutions.
Well, do you have any ideas then, genius? As a matter of fact, I do.
He walked into the capsule and started messing around with the electronics, eventually pulling off one of the panels.
There are 3 batteries powering the sub. And the way I see it, I could take one out, and it should still have enough power to get to the surface.
Us?
I need to connect the battery to the airlock.
He continued as he pulled one of them out of the capsule.
Then, I'll override the door. I'll blow open the pressure, and resulting wave of water should forcibly eject the sub. What about you? Well, someone has to stay behind to follow through on this plan.
Let me do it then.
No, you idiot. One wrong connection and the door fries. Locking forever. And I'm the only one with the expertise.
There has to be another way.
There isn't. Trust me.
This is your bootlicker. This is the guy you call the bootlicker. What do you have to say about that now? What do you have to say about that now? Look at you.
I'm a bastard.
You called him a bootlicker and a bad guy. Now he's like, I'm the only one who can do this. I have to drown myself
I like to think
down
that
here.
he learned a little something from Mike. He joked around there, sarcastic, trying to break the tension. He evolved as a character. I like him. What am I supposed to say?
You called him a bootlicker, and now he's dying to save everyone.
Yeah, well, I also just said I was wrong, bitch. So there it is.
All right, whatever. The story has a lot of sacrifice, from Mike locking himself inside to the captain going, and now him, Henry. James and I looked at each other, both wanting to speak up, but neither able to come up with an alternative solution. Henry went back into the transport capsule and sealed the panel shut again.
I wish you were all smarter. Maybe one of you could have stayed behind.
He said as sarcastically as ever, but for the first time with the slightest smirk on his face.
Thank you. Yeah. Time for you to go.
He said as he shut the door to the capsule. We watched as Henry walked away for the last time, ready to face his fate, an asshole to the bitter end, but one with a kind heart. Like his other perished crewmates, he would forever remain at the ocean basin, never again witnessing sunlight. Time went on forever while we waited for a wave of water that might just as likely crush us in an instant. With a ton of luck, we'd be ejected out from the station, and from there, we could reach the surface. It would be the most violent takeoff in the station's history, but also the last. Minutes later, we heard the sound of the airlock opening before shattering to pieces under the immense pressure of exploding water and syncytial flesh. It only took about 10 seconds for the wave to hit us, and we shoot out from Talos, the hallway behind us falling apart as we did. It hit us hard, roughed us up a bit, but we survived. James took control of the vessel and didn't hesitate to start ascending towards the surface. Abby and I stared out the tiny window. On the other side, we could see the utterly crushed remains of Talos, dimly illuminated by the light still powered up by the generators at Section C, which had been completely covered by the flesh of the syncytium. The thousands of corpses of fish that previously littered the ocean floor had been cleaned up and were now a part of the ever-growing monster from the abyss. A wave of relief washed over me, with my heart calming down for each foot of our ascension. I no longer felt the need to constantly look out the window. The world outside was dark, and whatever life once remained down there had been consumed alongside my longing for the ocean. Once we reached a depth of 5,000 feet in the middle of the midnight zone, we managed to establish contact with the USS Orion, called for an emergency evacuation. They were quite the distance away, but by the time we'd reached the surface, they would pick us up, albeit curious as to what happened in the depths. At 3,000 feet, the first rays of daylight greeted us with the warmth of the sun. The ocean started filling up with peaceful life, fish thriving in the waters, completely ignorant to the horrors that existed directly below them. The vast darkness turned to a calming blue, and for the first time since being hired for this mission, I felt safe. Before long, we breached the surface and were greeted by a team wearing hazmat suits as we boarded the ship. We had been unable to alert them to the situation. All they knew was that a potential contagion existed in the depths, one we could have brought back with us, so understandably they locked us in the sick bay, isolated from the rest of the crew. For 72 hours, they pricked and prodded at us, taking multiple blood samples and even a CSF probe. After they all returned normal, no sign of sickness was apparent, they They led us into more comfortable living arrangements as we set for shore. After being released from the sick bay, I hardly saw James and Abby. They spent most of their time in their rooms, only coming out for the occasional interrogation. Headquarters were incredibly curious as to how a state-of-the-art installation suddenly collapsed, so we had absolutely no proof of the events that had transpired. They needed someone to blame, but as a part of the CDC, not the original Talos crew, I was safe from prosecution. All that was required of me was to sign a non-disclosure agreement, one I'm breaking now to warn you about the horrors of the abyss. We know more about what exists in outer space than we do about the life in our own oceans, and that's how it should remain forever. These creatures, this Insidium, can't be killed. As long as one single cell remains, it would be enough to restart their hives, and I fear that with the consumption of Talos, they have learned about life on the surface. Now that I'm posting this, I'm heading for the Center of Disease Control. I can feel the worms wriggle. I knew it! I knew he was infected! I knew he was infected. I was like, that was way too clean of a way to escape. Yes, okay. I can feel the worms wriggling inside my chest as I type this, ready to burst at any moment. I guess the suit didn't protect me after all. I hope James and Abby are safe. They get a second chance at living a happy life. I'm so sorry for all of this. For what's to come.
End. Isaiah.
That was so fun. What a fun story.
It's fun. I don't know. I'm saying this not as a negative, but I'm disappointed. I want more. It's like one of those stories where it's like the disappointment comes from like I wanted so much more from that. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Excellent. Excellent first part. Maybe one of the most effective first parts of a story we've ever read. I'll say that.
Yeah.
I think that like this story would have benefited greatly from just more meat. Like, I mean, the biggest thing is we go down with Mike, we get his footage. And then from there, we basically see like the smooth cave with the holes. These organisms, these worms are technically, from what if I remember right, is like the first organism on Earth, and they've just survived everything. So like technically, this is the first thing to ever live.
Or they were the only one to survive like mass extinction events and stuff like that.
Right, true. Yeah. So there's that, but then there was like weird cryptic writings on the walls to where it's like, are they like able to write these things?
That implies to me they have an intelligence. Like they learn, because he mentions at the end, I fear after consuming Talos, they know about life above. I think it's kind of like a hive mind thing.
Well, I wish there was just more put into that, and I wish that we had more. Like they set up all these great characters. Henry is a great character. That's like kind of a hard ass that takes his job seriously, and then at the end he evolves into like a guy, which I mean he always had a heart, but it was just like the stern asshole that had to like keep shit on track, whatever. But he's a selfless saint,
and he died.
And even like the captain, I mean like the captain, good guy. And even like James, I mean, all of them, Abby, Jen, all great characters. I wanted just to know more about them. I think like one thing that this story would have benefited from is like more time talking about like, I guess just like there's a lot of setup for things that just don't have tons of payoff, like just like the idea of people going crazy and stuff. Like could have danced around the idea of like, is there something out there? Isn't there something out there? Because it's just kind of immediately like, this is what it is, right?
Yeah, I would be totally fine with this being a much longer story.
Oh yeah, and that's just that's where the majority of the criticisms come in for me is just like you set up a lot of things that don't have a huge payoff, but that within itself, I love the idea like the narrator, the doc, the worms in his chest at the end. It's like you can see it coming, but it's still just satisfying to be like, of course he's infected, and you have to assume that maybe even James and Abby are. Who knows? We don't really know what happened. I mean, there's no contact, but with the dock and the submarine with them, did anything happen? Who knows? It was really, really fun. Really enjoyed this one, man. So creepy, and then too the visual of like thinking like looking out of a little porthole and seeing a giant wave like a carpet of flesh, and there's just like dead whales and other fish conjoined in with it, and it's just like covering the section A and B of this building of Tardos.
Yeah, it's like the visuals were so good. It blends off so many sci-fi elements, but also kind of like I I mean, it reminds me of movies like Alien, right? Like you're the isolation, but there's a creature and they're trying to kill. What was that one movie about? There was a life form on a space station that was absorbing people. Life. You remember that movie? Did you watch that? I think it was just called Life.
I can't remember.
Yes. Yeah. It was called Life. Yeah. There was this thing. It started out as a little cell, but then it started to like consume people and like become this larger biomaterial. This story reminds me of that a lot. But I love that, the idea of like an isolating thing that you're trapped there with it. There was an underwater movie with Kirsten Stewart, the one at the end. I think it was just called Underwater, where at the end it was like Cthulhu that was down there.
Yeah. I saw the tail end of that. Allison was watching and I saw the tail end of it, but I didn't know if I needed to watch it for myself to see the sound, the ringing that people have heard. What was it called? The bio
twang.
The bio twang. Was that just the fish head that was in the wall, or was there ever really a reasoning for that?
I think it's saying that's just the noises that the worms make somehow to attract things down to them. It's like an anglerfish's lure, like trying to pull people towards it, or other fish towards it, because they just feed off of any mass.
Yeah, which I think is awesome. I really love that. I like the idea too that the kind of harrowing line of like now that the Syncytium are on the vessel on Tardos, that it knows that there's life on the surface. Like it's going to keep going up because it knows that there's more up there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it just really enjoyed that. I don't know. All in all, I mean, like, I don't know. It was fucking great. Really, really fun story, man.
That was what I love about this show so much. And I mean, I guess it's just stories in general, right? But we get to jump around. Like the last week was a church in the middle of the woods. And, you know, before that we've covered cults, we cover supernatural, we cover far future and stuff like that. Like there's so many different cool settings you can tell neat horror stories through. This one reminds me a lot too of the one we did. I'm the other astronaut on this mission died. Like you can just do so many interesting things with stories. It's so cool to see what people who are just writing stories for the love of the game are able to put together. It's great. I really love this story. This was a banger. Short, sweet. I wish it was longer. But for what we had of it, I loved it.
I just want, selfishly, I wish I wanted more, but that was just me being greedy, a greedy little pig. I will say at the end of part 3, there is a link to Richard Saxon, who is the author, his Facebook, which we'll leave that link there as well in case you want to follow him and maybe any updates that he does have.
He also posted that he's finished a novel. This was 2 years ago, so I don't know current status, but he's finished a novel that is currently undergoing edits. The name of the novel is The Walls of the Basement Used to Talk to Me Growing Up, which is a cool name.
I like that.
Yeah, but this guy writes a ton of stuff about like creepy woods, some about sci-fi, stuff like that. So yeah, check him out. We'll have his stuff linked in the description. I certainly want to check out. Oh, he has another underwater one called I'm a Rescue Diver Specialized in Underwater Caving. We discovered something horrible in the depths.
We'll have to read that one too. That's just, the ocean is such a haunting place, and it's cool too because I feel like a lot of times we've had a lot of like camp ones. There's a lot of stuff of just eerie, like home creepy paranormal stuff. So diving more into the ocean would be just a treat for me, at least. I love the setting of that. It's just very, very haunting. But thank you guys so much for listening to this episode or watching this episode on YouTube. Thank you to all of our audio listeners on on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. We appreciate you listening there, giving us a nice rating. It does help us out a lot. And of course, to our beautiful patrons who also got this episode ad-free. So appreciate you so much, guys. Thank you for supporting the channel. And as always, we will see you in the next one. Stay creeped, bitches. Bye.
Don't get eaten by worms. Unless you want to, I guess. Bye.
Wie reist met NS?
Today we are reading an infamous story by a beloved author that we love, Mr. Imperial. You know, what is it? Imperial Collective, or is it Imperial
Incentive? Well, invective. I think it's supposed to be. I've always said incentive, but now that I'm looking at it, it might be invective.
I'm gonna say Imperial. And we
also
have,
known as Travis.
Yes. Hi, Travis. We've read a couple of his works, that being It Breathes, It Bleeds, It Creams.
That's not what the story was called.
What was the last one we did?
Ensorcelled in the Earth.
Ensorcelled in the Earth, which was one of my personal favorites. Basically, like, kind of like another Feed the Pig, less sewer slides, but you know, it's that.
Yeah.
But apparently his most famous story is actually Fleshgate. In both of the comment sections and on the Reddit and stuff, we see people be like, oh, you know, they keep reading this story, but they won't read his most popular story, which is this Fleshgate meme. So today we're going to read Fleshgate.
Yes. So, if you grew up like I did, listening to like Mr. Creepypasta and a bunch of like Creepypasta YouTubers, you've heard a lot of Travis's stories, even if you aren't familiar with him by name. Travis Coleman, by the way, is the author's name. We've talked about before how prolific this guy is. He has, I think, it's over 100, maybe not 200, but over 100 like stories posted online. Actually, I think it might be 200 because we looked at that collective image one time and there was just so much stuff this guy's written. Some of his more famous stuff is Ad Nauseam, Ad Mortem, Ad Infinitum, Abraham's Dagger. All of these were like triple platinum on like OG horror YouTube back in the day. And I remember listening to Fleshgate when I was like 12 or 13, and I don't remember the events of it, but I remember I was really scared.
So this is definitely this is definitely one of the kind of like OG peak era creepypasta time when this was posted.
I remember everyone used to compare the Fleshgate. They would speak of it in the same breath as like Wendigos or the Rake or Skinwalkers. So like weird things that run around in the woods.
So this is going to be something that's like a bit of an old monster story. We haven't touched it like a monster story in a second, have we?
It's been a minute. I remember we talked about some of the Rake stuff back then, but honestly, that's the last time I can think of.
Yeah. Well, I always
remember.
Like a nice monster story.
Oh, here it is. Here it is. Okay, so this image I'm about to send you. Hold on, let me just send you the link. So we'll throw it up on the thing too. So I remember seeing this image going around, and I remember the picture for the Fleshgate on this scared me so bad. Hold on. I don't even think this is. I think what happened is after Travis wrote the story, Fleshgate went on to become its own thing. Kind of like, you know, people started to make stories about it aside from just Travis's original narrative around it. But there's a chart that would go around that'd be like, this is the difference between the Goat Man, the Fleshgate, and the Skinwalker. And yeah, on the thing I just sent you, the image for the Fleshgate scared me so bad.
Which is a good sign because I love that people are like, you definitely know that people, the reason that they had those differences, I bet back in the day, were people like, oh, I'm so scared of Fleshgate, but they were actually talking about like the Goat Man or something.
Yes.
So I bet people are like, no. Because I bet you they all live in some kind of woods. They're all in the woods. They probably all have some kind of goat-like weird form or something like that. But what they do is distinctively different, I think, is my betting thing. So Fleshgate,
I mean, there's obviously similarities, right? So,
yeah, well, of course. That's, you know, that's what makes it fun. But I love the idea of someone being like, making a graph being like, don't be fooled. As if it's like a survival guide or something like that. Back in the day, I swear to God, survival guides were so popular. It was insane. Like, I remember when the peak, even when I was younger, it was like the peak time for zombie movies and there was so many zombie survival guide books, like published works that you could get in like Barnes and Noble, you know, monster survival guides, all of these kinds of things. So popular. So I'm ready to take a little stroll back and see how this feels. Also, anytime I get to read, some of my favorite episodes are when you've read it as a prepubescent boy, and then I have no idea what the fuck is going on. And I think that's what's getting ready to happen today.
Of course. I think, now, I don't want to misquote. I'm pretty sure Travis is the one that came up with the Fleshgate originally. There is a chance that word kind of existed online, kind of like the rake, and then he made the narrative out of it. But to my knowledge, he's the only guy that's done any like substantial narrative with it, even if he didn't come up with the term. But I think he came up with the term, because I'm looking at his story, and like the most recent ones, like the oldest ones are like 8 years ago, 9 years ago, stuff like that. So
yeah, I'm
pretty sure it's him.
Every time I hear anything Gate related, I just think of The Gate, that movie from 1987, which is just a fun little, when you're a kid, super fucking horrifying movie. But yeah, anytime I hear The Gate, it makes me think of that. Yeah, it's this film from like the late 80s, mid to late 80s, whatever, and it's just about like people move into a house, I'm pretty sure, and then like they uproot this tree, like they're getting rid of a stump, and that opens up this fucking gateway to hell, basically, and all these creatures start pouring out. Yeah, and this kid's like, "What's going on?" That kind of thing. "Oh, Mom!" And it's like these fucking horrifying things walking around, and everyone, and you know, in typical 80s, 90s fashion, the parents are just like, "Would you shut the hell up?"
Of course.
I guess I'm gonna have to do this myself. It's like a fucking like an 8-year-old. It's so stupid, but it's awesome. The Gate rules. Anyways, made me think of that. So, all right. Well, Fleshgate, man. Let's get into it. Let me turn off my lights to really set the mood.
Oh, thank you very much to everyone who has subscribed to the Patreon. The support over there has been fantastic. Hope you guys enjoyed that exclusive episode. From some of the comments I was reading, it seems you all do, so we appreciate that a lot, and thank you all for your donations of time. Patreon will be linked below if you want to support us, but again, thank you guys so much for the support you've already shown.
Yeah, we have a song and an episode up. First episode, be completely transparent, is a bit of a crash out, so sorry about, you know, so we'll just apologies for that one moving forward. But then also too, just want to take time and say, be sure to check us out on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and give us a nice rating there. It really does help. So let's jump in. Fleshgate.
Fleshgate. Months later, I can remember all of them, down to their slightest idiosyncrasies and quirks. They were my friends, and they're gone now. There's a hole in my life where they were. Sometimes I'll remember something they said or did, and it'll hit me like a ton of bricks. They're gone now, and I'm only left with memories of them. I'm sorry for being maudlin and bringing everyone down, but I think this is the only way I can really introduce my story and explain why I feel like I have to type this out. I think that writing this is the only way I can learn to accept that. I'll try to keep these downer tendencies to myself as I'm writing all this down. Can't make promises. I know that being the third wheel in a group can be a terrible thing, but I can think of something worse, being the fifth wheel. If you're the third wheel, that makes your group a semi-functioning tricycle. If you're the fifth wheel, you're left as some obscure car from the 50s that no one remembers or cares about. Imagine not being able to follow the in-jokes and shared history of one couple and multiply that by 2. Getting stuck as the fifth wheel is twice as bad. That was the frame of mind I had as we all piled into Ian's car to go to the Gila National Forest for our hike.
I will say that being the fifth wheel is one of my favorite things ever. I love that. It's an act of terrorism, first off, being invited as the fifth wheel. So anyone who is there has to say, you're all now a part, like you have to suffer. And I take inside jokes, and then not only do I pretend that I kind of know what it is, but then I will tell you an inside joke from a person that is not there. And it is going to be hostile. It's going to be a complete takeover of the conversation to where I will not be invited in this situation again.
So this is a thing that's happened to you before?
Oh, multiple times. I think being the fifth, I'm not like super common, but people are like, well, my friend, I don't want to, you want to come hang out. But the worst is they don't tell you when you're the fifth wheel. They're like, hey, we're going to go get drinks, or, we're going to go do this. XYZ, you know, and then they just kind of throw it on you,
and then you just show up there. I see.
Exactly.
I see.
And then it becomes a complete and total fucking takeover.
Have you like purposefully entered into a fifth wheel scenario before?
Oh,
where
never.
You knew?
Never.
Okay.
I would never go. I would never go into hell, you know, willingly. It's always it is always against my better judgment.
I feel like that happened to me a couple times where like I was probably with Kayla, but a friend's like, hey, you want to go like out or whatever? And I'm like, sure. And then I show up and it's him and his girlfriend. And I'm like, well, now this, like, why am I here? Like, this is weird.
Well,
you didn't even let me invite mine. What are we doing?
Yeah, that's the worst part too, is whenever you go to, you basically like go like, hey, we're gonna hang out and you do like let's just say we're gonna get dinner and go play pool, have some drinks, hang out. You're like, oh, that sounds like a good time. And then she doesn't tell you that it's with like the friend. It's like the worst, like the most boring friend with her boring fucking husband or girlfriend or whatever it is. And then you're like, oh, good. Thank you so much for that. Yeah, at that point, then it becomes a hostile takeover because then they're referencing all kinds of shit that I have no idea. But I will pretend. And I will. It's just very petty. It's all very petty, and I recommend that's what anyone does.
Dimensional expansion increased to 400%. Parts can now be stored as elementary particles in a hyperdense deconfined state. Normally, I'd explain the basic science, but I don't think this one can be simplified enough for you to understand.
We composed a growth song, but you composed a shrink song, so we remain silent. The dance of your bones and organs and veins amuses us.
I understand. Seeing the pioneer perform tasks also amuses me.
And that's what anyone does. If you're ever put in that situation, laugh at every joke hard, way too hard, belly laugh, chortle, and then always follow it up with you laugh, you do, and you do yeah, 2 yeahs, yeah. No, that makes me think of this. That's my favorite thing to do because it is. It's so gay, dude. There's nothing worse than having someone do yeah, no, following up with no, yeah, no. Actually, that reminds me of the this thing. You go into a deal, people don't know what to do. They get thrown for a fucking loop, dude.
I'm glad you have all of this mapped out. This is a really big deal to you.
Sorry for that.
No, it's okay. You can talk if you need to. This is like a deal. So anyway, the Gila National Forest is in New Mexico. It's 3 million acres. 2.7 million acres. It's the 6th largest national forest in the United States. Isn't that cool?
That's awesome.
Isn't that neat, Hunter?
I love that.
It's really cool. Okay. Forest, I love that. That's cool. Anyway, also while I looked at it, it looks like this story was posted 2016, but the post I sent you earlier, that's the chart, is 2025 or 2020, or sorry, 2015 or 2014.
This feels like a 2013 story kind of thing.
Yeah, I think it was posted here 2016. I feel like Fleshgate's older. So maybe then, similar to the Rake, the name Fleshgate existed, then Travis just made the story that became popular, basically. I know that's a weird opening to give to all of this after my depressing introduction, but I want you all to have an idea of my mindset. I'm not quite sure I know how to describe all this, but I do know that I need to tell someone. I need someone else to know what happened and help me come to terms with it all. I think the only way I'll be able to explain this would be to help you see from my perspective as much as possible. So there we were, driving down to Gila for a hike, with me feeling like the fifth wheel wedged between two of Ian's friends who I didn't know. 3 of us were cramped in the back seat, while Ian and his girlfriend were up front. I look back at that unnecessary bit of moping back in August 2016 as one of the last few moments of normalcy I would have in my life. I tried to make the best of the situation, I really did. Ian was always the more social of us. Our mom used to tell us that Ian could make anyone his friend, but that once I had a friend, that I kept them for life. It was one of those parental platitudes that was given to reassure a socially awkward child that there was nothing wrong. Unfortunately, it would take me almost 19 years to learn that wasn't true. Instead of taking my therapist's diagnosis of social anxiety disorder following a breakdown after an office get-together as a means for seeking treatment, I used it as an excuse to cloister myself off from the world. I stayed in my apartment when I wasn't working and told myself that I was just doing what was best for me. Of course, Ian decided that that wasn't healthy and convinced me to go on a weekend-long hike with him. It wasn't, this is actually insane because I'm preparing to go on a big hiking trip myself, so there's an entire tent set up behind me right now.
Really?
In my room. If I had the capability, I would crawl into the tent for this video, but I feel like the camera would not reach down there. But this is perfect setting. It wasn't until I showed up at his house at 6 in the morning on Friday after taking the day off work that I saw that he had invited others along. I think he saw it as a means of getting me help and breaking me out of my shell by introducing me to his friends. Unfortunately, though, with Ian's extroverted nature, he didn't realize that I liked being in my shell. It was comfortable. It was safe. A turtle doesn't like being broken out of its shell. It dies. After a brief introduction where I caught no one's name except for those I already knew, my brothers and his girlfriend Jessica, due to morning grogginess and the rushed greetings, we packed up the car and left for our hike. It took 3 hours of mostly awkward silence for us to reach our destination. Ian tried to make conversation, but my short responses and the other sleepiness killed him off fairly quickly. I will say it seems that our narrator is a loser a little bit.
Yeah, our narrator fucking sucks. He just refers to himself as a fucking turtle, dude.
That, and also the fact that Ian's being like, so, how things? Playing any games lately? And he's just like, not really.
No.
Yeah.
That's fucking, he has a big thick turtleneck shirt on. He just keeps like putting his head into it. No, and like keeps slugging his head in. Like, who the fuck brought this loser? Like I'm not gonna lie. It's gonna take a lot for this man to be brought back. I did not like the turtle thing. The turtle thing really kind of crushed me. I was like, this guy fucking sucks.
A grown man referring to himself as a turtle.
A grown man referring to himself as a turtle, and then a girlfriend named Jessica. What the hell is this?
That is rough. That is rough.
This is bad. It was like getting hit with a baseball bat twice in the head. But yeah, short responses. I like how he even knows. Yeah, but my responses suck, so it is what it is. Though they have to deal with me. I'm already here.
Yeah, not only am I going to be like kind of the awkward invite, I will become a problem.
I will become a turtle.
I will be rough. I will become a turtle, of course.
Yeah. What's that, buddy? It's my scratching post. He's like a couple brims like fucking nailed to a tree, and he keeps rubbing up against him.
Do you want to get drive-through? No, it's okay. I got it myself. He has just like a bowl full of tomatoes and just starts like biting them.
He's just eating raw cabbage.
Yeah. But he's like reaching down, like he's holding the bowl up to his neck, but reaching down with his head to like bite off pieces of it at a time.
Yeah, doing that nice turtle thing where they open their mouth real wide, they stick out their tongue. They do.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what he's doing right now. We gotta bring him because he's the turtle mutant and he'll protect us.
My mom said that goes wrong. My mom said the turtle kid won't. He's been like looking at us and he just feel bad. I mean, he can come on the hike.
Right, Mom said that if we.
Yeah, bring the turtle kid.
Mom said if we don't bring him, the turtle kid will shoot up the school.
Yeah, the mom said that turtle kid's been pointing a gun at the front of our house for the last 2 nights. Come outside. So we keep saying no one's around. Come out here. You rule, turtle kid.
Did you ever watch that movie, Master of Disguise?
Yes, please do not go into the Turtley Club thing.
But you know that, right?
Yes, I fucking know.
Okay.
Master of Disguise. God, dude.
Okay. Do you want to know the best? Do you know the best piece of movie trivia ever about that film? While they were filming that scene,
9/11 happened, right?
9/11 happened.
Yeah.
As he was doing the "Am I not turtly enough for the turtle club?"
For the turtle club.
So, someone alerted them on set, and they held a moment of silence while he was dressed in the turtle outfit.
Dressed as a giant turtle person, holding his head down. Do you think he stayed in character? Is he a method actor?
He's like, oh.
Wait, what? Can you turn on the news so I can see?
The towel was no.
That's a bit peculiar. The towel couldn't be broken like that. Okay.
It's a bit odd. He's like moving the shell around too, like his big like shell body.
Is that Al Qaeda did it?
Al Qaeda in a turtle costume.
Luckily, I wasn't in the air. I'm on the ground.
Yeah. So that guy is the one who's sitting in the front of the car now.
Yeah.
That's remember because he used the word turtle. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Psst. Can I tell you a secret? I'm in desperate need of medical attention and care. I'm so old.
Instantly book a top-rated doctor today. That's ZocDoc.com/creepcast. ZocDoc.com/creepcast.
We found the parking lot near the Gilla Cliff dwellings. As we unpacked our gear, we took a moment to bask in the beautiful sight that sat perched above us. It's hard to believe that someone could carve an entire town into the face of a cliff. 700 years ago, people managed to do just that. Given that the parking lot was empty except for us, we would find out why later, and I was in need of some social lubrication, we split a 6-pack of beer and took in the majesty. Here's a picture in case you're wondering what the area looked like. As we finished our beers, got everything prepared, and used the restrooms, Ian explained what path we would be taking in detail. What we didn't know, and what my brother had failed to tell us, is that the West Fork Trail had been closed all that summer due to flooding. To be honest, the path wasn't that dangerous. They had just opted not to clear it due to the recent floodings, so it would be a bit more of a rugged hike. While it wasn't perilous in itself, it did keep us from encountering other hikers, which would cause us a lot of problems when we actually needed help. Ian figured that we could make about 2 or 3 miles per hour, and we would be able to complete the Gilla Loop, which was about 30 miles long, with enough time to get back on Sunday and be ready for our respective jobs on Monday. No one any the wiser that we had backpacked a closed section of the national park. As his explanation was a bit heavy on names and locations, some of which I can't recall clearly, I'll opt to include a picture rather than spend a page writing out everything. For the sake of simplicity, this is the path we were planning to take. Picture's not loading on the website, but it just says a simple loop. So I imagine the plan they were supposed to take is just a simple loop.
It's just a picture of a fucking mountain with a red circle. I just like the idea. Like, all right, so the picture.
Well, I can't see the picture for some reason. It's not loading for me.
Okay.
So
okay, damn it. Also, I want to say too, this 2 to 3 miles an hour seem crazy. You'd have to be fucking hauling ass, right? 2 to 3 miles per hour.
If it's flat ground, that's fine.
They're like if on a treadmill, you're going speed 12. All right, think about that.
No. That's speed 2 miles an hour.
No. I'm saying no. I'm saying if I was going 6 on the treadmill. That's an hour. It takes an hour to do 1 mile at speed 6, and that's like you're like jogging, you're like running. So I'm saying that these people in my mind are like
speed 6 on the treadmill is 6 miles an hour.
6 miles an hour. No, that shouldn't be it because I've done it. Oh wait, no, you're right. Never mind. Okay. You're right. All right. I'm thinking of a walking thing. Never mind. My bad. I fucked up.
Yeah. As long as you acknowledge that I'm correct and you're wrong, that's fine. We can move on.
Cut that.
No, don't cut it. Don't cut it. That's the important distinction. I just your acknowledgement that I was correct.
Hey, Harry,
no, do not
real
cut
quick.
that. No, do not cut that. Hey, do not cut that, Harry.
25 minutes. There's just a simple cut that I want the editor to make if you could make that happen. Thank you so much.
Absolutely not. I have no.
Awesome.
I heard
Thank
him
you.
say
Got the green light. Awesome.
I have.
In addition, I'll include a more detailed map of the entire area.
Okay.
Oh, my bad. I was doing your job. My bad. I was doing your job. My bad. I was doing your job.
Counterpoint, Harry. I have a gun. Okay, we're not cutting that. We're not cutting that. You said that.
I'm yawning because that's how bored I am. I'm yawning. I'm bored.
Okay. All right. So speed 2. They're walking 2 on a treadmill.
In addition, I'll include a more detailed map of the entire area so I can orient myself if you want to trace the trail we took. If you plan on following along with the... Oh, my bad. Sorry. I was doing your job again. Sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead. See how easy it is. Go ahead. You're so good at it.
In addition, I'll include a more detailed map of the entire area so you can orient yourselves if you want to trace the trail we took. If you plan on following along with the path as I tell you about the experience. All I can say is good luck. So even as I stare at it now, I feel just as lost now as I was then. I was just going along with the group and trying to keep a positive mind about everything. I wanted to try and do a better job of getting to know Ian and Jessica's friends. I think my circumstances have finally begun to set in. I've been living in a quiet apartment in New Mexico for over a year, and I had no friends because I was a turtle boy. I would go to work and then home without doing anything else except playing with cabbage and in my enclave.
See, there you go. You're at it. You're adding your own interpretations to it, which is not the job of the narrator. That's not the job of the narrator. The narrator must be objective.
Sorry, I thought I read that. I think I got it mixed up with it. Okay, my bad. So, sometimes I would spend the entire weekend without saying a single word to anyone or seeing another person because I was on my back with my shell.
No, that's not.
Is that not? That's not on there too.
That's not there. That's not there either.
I knew that if I didn't change something quick, a solitude would become the norm, and that frightened me.
Okay, so when you do your impression of me, it's gone from like a whimsical like choir leader to now just a clown, like a circus clown.
I don't think that's true.
Yeah, you're like past any closeness of it. Your hate is getting in the way of your accuracy.
Can I actually try to do a legitimate impression of you? Because I have been working on it.
My consent in this doesn't matter, so.
Well, I won't do it if you don't want me to.
Go ahead.
Hey guys, it's me. The Bible. Yay!
Is that? I never noticed how much you sound like Gypsy Rose, which is just
what's funny is I thought you were being legitimate, and then the moment I heard what decibel you were in, like what scale you were at,
yeah, it's like Gypsy.
It was like, all right.
I'd be curious. I need to know if you murdered your mom. Is your mom still with us?
Yeah, she's still alive. Honor.
I wonder if I can take that on face value though from a person like you. Maybe. Yeah, she's still alive, Honor.
That invitation you did just then was closer than your dedicated invitation.
Yeah, no, that's to be fair. That was I lampooned a little bit, but not very much.
A little bit, okay. I couldn't understand you. You were so high. It was audible to dogs.
Well, that's Discord's fault, and I have that issue with you all the time. So,
our first day was relatively quiet. We spent a majority of the time taking in the sights, soaking in the sun, and breathing the fresh air. The hike felt like we were constantly moving upward. As I was unaccustomed to hiking, I frequently fell behind, but I never completely lost sight of my brother's friends. While we took a break under the shade of a tree whose bark looked like dried scales from some long-dead alligator, I tried to make small talk with everyone. I fell into a quick conversation with Ian and Jessica about their work and what they had been up to lately. When it came time to talk to the other two, I only managed to get the conversation going for a few sentences before it shriveled up and died. So I wasn't really focused on the story when you were doing your impression of me. I was more focused on my rage. But that was just like, they're just hiking through New Mexico. Everything's fine at first. Nothing bad's happened yet.
Yeah, no. He's just basically saying if you wanted to follow. In the section I read, it was just him being like, here's a map. If you want to follow along, good luck. It's kind of a rough deal. I'm kind of a fucking social loser, and I'm trying to, like, you know, branch out.
Well, they said the trail was
shell.
closed, right? And they weren't supposed to be on it. Yeah. I remembered assuring myself that it would be easier when we stopped for the night. We rested for a while before continuing our ascent up the mesa. This was where everyone realized how truly out of my element I was here. The path up the mesa was agonizing for me. It seemed to never stop climbing up, and there was almost no shade to keep the sun from beating down on us. I was sweating buckets, panting, and wheezing whenever they stopped to wait for me to catch up. I tried to pretend that I didn't notice their exasperated whispers or side glances, but it was easier said than done. They seemed like the outdoorsy type that had been doing this sort of thing for years. By the time our paths started to level out, I was ready to turn around and leave. It wasn't until we reached the top and looked out over everything that I realized how foolish of an idea that was. Even if I was able to convince Ian to give me the keys and let me walk back to the car and go home, I had no idea where I was going or what trail markers we had been using. I imagined splitting off from the group and tromping through poison ivy, bumbling into a gang of banjo-playing hill folk, or getting lost in the dark and wandering in circles until exhaustion and exposure took me. Even if I did manage to hike back to the parking lot, where was I going to go? Would I go back home to my empty apartment, eat a Hot Pocket, and feel sorry for myself again? I decided to tough it out and continue hiking. Also, by the way, the hillbilly hill folk would be Appalachia, by the way, not New Mexico. So.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's just referring to Deliverance.
Yeah. I mean, that's the reference. And there are, like, what's the film about the New Mexico people? Oh, Hills Have Eyes. Like, sure, but the hillbilly, the banjo's our thing. So
the last thing you want to hear when you're like, oh wow, this trail like in the forest is kind of weird. The last thing you want to hear from behind you is,
you lost?
That's the last thing you want to hear on Earth.
There's been a few times where like I've been like on a river, like walking the bank or out hiking or something like that, and come across someone's property and they do not like you being there. There was one time me and my buddies, we were four-wheeling, and we drove up some road and we walked up to the top of the hill to get a view. And while we're standing there, we hear someone walk behind us, and we turn around, and there's a guy standing there with a rifle across his arms. He's not pointed at us, it's down at the ground. And we go, hey, sir, is this your property? And he goes, uh-huh. And I go,
it looks like it.
And I go, would you like us to get off your property? And he goes, uh-huh. We just go, all right. And just walk straight the way we came. Yeah. We made a camp at a dry section of the Indian Creek after having hiked a decent amount. Ian was confident that we would make it back on Sunday and that the next few days were going to be less intensive. We ate some food and stowed the rest in a bear bag, ways away from the camp. We were passing a bottle of whiskey around in front of a campfire we had built when the conversation shifted to the most awkward moments everyone had experienced. My brother disguised the icebreaker as a conversation starter. Ian retold his story about the first time he met Jessica at the club, where he was way too drunk for his own good and ended up puking into her purse. Jessica bristled at the old memory and jokingly called Ian an asshole for that. Each person shared their stories about a bumbling first kiss where their braces got hooked together, locking themselves out of their dorm rooms in their underwear, their cringe-inducing high school edgelord personality, caring for a drunken acquaintance who puked into their favorite bag. Then the bottle came to me and it was my turn to tell them a story. I instantly knew what my most embarrassing story was the moment we started the conversation. I didn't tell them about the door, though. Instead, I made up a story ripping my pants in front of a group of people during a work interview that I had probably ripped straight from a 90s sitcom. They laughed with me and I felt like a piece of shit. They had bothered to reveal their most embarrassing moments and were commiserating it in their shared experience, and here I was too afraid to tell them the truth, to tell them about the door. The conversation continued for a bit afterwards as we killed the bottle. When it was dead, we all went to bed, still pretty drunk, after dousing the campfire. I woke up in the middle of the night desperately needing to use the bathroom. Still a bit fuzzy from the bullet whiskey, I tromped out into the woods to do my business. It wasn't until I was almost done that Nadia's voice cut through the blackness. She asked me if I had a lighter. Since I hadn't heard her approach, the sound of her voice made me jump. It would have scared the piss out of me had I not just gone to the bathroom. I mumbled something about having a lighter back around the camp. She told me that she had dropped hers and asked me to help her look for it. But I was too out of it to be any good to anyone, so I told her that we'd look for it later. I vaguely remember her mumbling a protest as I stumbled back to my sleeping roll. It wasn't until I woke up the next morning that I realized how stupid I'd been. Apparently, they had heard yowling in the surrounding woods all last night. They thought that the second could have possibly belonged to the Mexican gray wolf, but no one was sure. Ian knew that they inhabited the area but were very uncommon. I paled at the thought of being mauled by a wolf while out peeing in the middle of the woods. I decided next time I'd wake up Ian before going out into the woods to answer the call of nature. Packed up a while later after a light breakfast and continued on our hike. Second day was a little better. The overbearing sun I suffered under previously was hidden behind heavy clouds. We crossed a number of rivers as we followed the 157 to 279 junction. We went along Little Bear Canyon as we headed towards the TJ Corral, which was towards the end of the hiking loop. As the path hadn't been cleared yet, we frequently had to dodge patches of poison ivy and stinging nettles that had grown emboldened by this season's flooding. I fared much better on this hike, and despite nursing a slight hangover, I felt like I was doing a much better job of getting around with my pack and clunky boots my brother had loaned me. We made camp around midday and purified some water from a nearby river, boiling and adding iodine tablets to them, as the last section of our hike didn't really have many opportunities for potable water. I think that maybe our encounter last night with the yipping and yowling wolves had added a bit of seriousness to the hike, that there wasn't as much joking around or conversations this night. We talked a little bit, but mainly just had something small to eat while we stared into the campfire. Ian and Jessica were the first to call it for the night. I stayed up with the others for a bit, but we were mainly silent. The other two slowly went off after a bit, and I decided to enjoy the warmth a bit longer before getting ready to go to bed for the night. Just as I had finished dousing the fire, I remembered Jerry coming up to me and asking for the map. He told me he wanted to plan out the rest of our trip and that there was a spring nearby that we should really visit that wasn't too far out of the way. I grabbed the map from Ian's pack and gave it to him before turning in. I woke up the next morning to the sound of Ian rustling around his bag. It sounded angrier the longer he searched. He knocked mess kits into each other as he peered deep into the pack for something he was missing. Frustrated that he wasn't finding the item he was looking for, he turned the bag upside down and dumped out everything. He was practically ready to tear out his own hair, and it seemed like he had spent the entire morning looking for that one thing. Wanting to know what was up, I walked up to him and we started talking. He asked,
"Hey man, you see the map anywhere? I can't seem to find it." "Where's Jerry? I gave him the map last night so he could map out a little detour on the trip so we could visit a spring. Why don't you ask him? He probably knows."
It was then that Ian said something that changed everything.
"Jerry? Who are you talking about? Do you mean Oliver? Don't tell me you thought his name was..." "No, I'm talking about Jerry. Tall guy, kind of lanky. You're joking, right?"
He looked confused for a few seconds and made a questioning sound like a really old computer trying to process something moments before it catches on fire. The pieces clicked into place and Ian shouted,
"Who the hell is Jerry?"
getting the attention of everyone in the area.
Some guy asked you for a map in the middle of the night and you just gave it to him? You handed our stuff to some random stranger you met in the woods?
I tried to explain myself and tell him that I knew Jerry and that he did too, since I remember hiking with him the day before, but I couldn't find the words to convey that point. It was here that Jessica stepped in and asked what was going on. Ian vented vitriol.
"How fucking stupid are you, Evan? Some random guy named Jerry comes up to you in the middle of the night asking for our shit and you just give it to him? Jesus Christ. We need that map to get around smoothly since the trails out here haven't been cleared."
Ian shouted for about 15 minutes while everyone became aware of our situation. Jessica managed to calm him down enough so we could figure out our next move. While we weren't completely screwed, as Ian had memorized a large portion of the trail markers, it was going to be a lot harder to navigate the necessary junctions to bring us back around to our car. Packed up all our stuff, making sure that the guy hadn't taken anything else, and we left. The entire hike, I could feel Ian's eyes drilling into me. The last time I had seen him this furious was just before he got into a fight with Aaron Fredlinger and beat him to a pulp. He got suspended for a week, and Aaron got a black eye, busted lip, and never said anything about our mother again. Each time we came across a break in the path, we spent a few minutes while Ian tried to remember where to go. The fact that the trails had been closed and the paths were overgrown only served to make everything more difficult. I think that's how we made a wrong turn and began wandering on the faint trail. I don't actually know if that's where it went wrong since we didn't have the map at the time, but that's my best guess. Further away from home and safety. Towards midday, tensions had reached a critical point. Ian frequently mumbled things that would make a sailor blush, while Jessica tried to hide the fact that she was close to crying. Oliver attempted to lighten the situation by telling everyone that we just had to follow the compass and we would get home safe and sound. Oliver's girlfriend didn't say much. She just stared quietly at her feet as she walked. I think she had the right idea, since Lucas was constantly misplacing his footing and slipping. He looked like he had downed a fifth of vodka and was now trying to walk home on a tightrope while being randomly shocked with a cattle prod. The realization twisted something deep down inside, made me want to throw up. I stopped walking and began talking to Lucas.
What's going on with you, man?
Ian, still pissed at me, took this opportunity to vent a bit.
Huh? What are you talking about now? Lucas is bumbling and twitching all over the place. Don't be a dick, man. You know he has a late-stage multiple sclerosis. We told you before the hike started We told you before the hike started. Oh my God! We told you about whatever. You got it. We told you before the hike started about his condition. There it is. Jesus fucking Christ. I hate myself. Such a fucking idiot.
Whatever's so funny, like, they'll get it.
I just fucking put me down. God damn, dude.
They've heard it enough times, they'll know what it says.
Worthless dog. That's all I got. God damn, dude.
So, no, you're not. I love you. We love you. It's okay. It seems like Jerry last night, for some reason, Evan thought that he was a part of the group. Maybe it tricked him into that. Maybe that's what it means by I couldn't find the words at the time. Like, when the quote unquote Jerry walked up to him, it gave this, it like filled in his memories to be like, oh yeah, Jerry, we know that guy, long enough for him to get the map. But when he's gone, it's like, who was that? I can't figure out why I gave that guy the map, you know?
Yeah. Well, I mean, that would be fucking horrifying, first off. Yeah, the guy.
That is
like, what are you talking about? Like, that'd be insane. I also like that the story, which I'm getting kind of sucked in, but I do like that the story's kind of taking this like Blair Witch, stuck in the woods, you know, don't know really how to get your way out kind of vibe. I always love that. Trapped in a maze that's a forest is just super fun. Also, just so scary. So it's so easy to do, you know.
Yeah, this is also very Goatman. You know, kids in the woods, like some strange person. Like you know who that guy is, right? You recognize him, right?
Well, I do like the difference, at least with Goatman. It's like it's kind of cabin in the woodsy, you know, like it kind of reminded me of like an Evil Dead kind of vibe of stuck in the woods, imposing force, trying to break its way in. But you know, a story like this out in the open, you've already interacted with something you don't know, that kind of vibe.
Yeah,
which
I
the similarities
like
there are fun.
The supernatural element a lot.
Yeah, I do like the similarities of how the Goatman did that too. Of like, that was the kind of big reveal in the Goatman where it's like, you know, there was 8 people here before, but now there's only 7. Like that kind of.
Yeah.
You know, those little fun twists are fun. So I'm curious to see how it kind of develops here.
As soon as he said it, the events came rushing back to me clear as day. I recalled Ian pulling me to the side and telling me about his friend's diagnosis and how this was likely going to be his last opportunity to undertake a long hike like this, so he had to help him and move slowly. I remembered watching him scramble up the trail and thinking about our own mom and her illness. It brought back bittersweet memories of birthday wishes given to us from hospital beds, infusions with disease-modifying therapeutics. You know what? Someone smarter than me can read that.
They got it. Put it up. Flash up on screen.
Alimtuzumab lemtrada.
And hearing her sob quietly to herself in the middle of the night when she thought we were asleep. Guilt flooded over me, and I stepped forward to apologize to Lucas when it happened. Lucas growled at me the instant I took a step forward, and he dropped to a hunched position on his hands and feet. It almost looked like his skin was bristling at a possible threat, and I could see his broken and decaying teeth as he hissed at all of us before taking off at a hopping stride into the woods. He moved like one of those CGI monstrosities from the last Planet of the Apes movie. His shaky and unstable balance was replaced by a more natural and animalistic gait as he loped into the distance and disappeared amongst the trees. The last thing I saw was what I assumed were its clothes, sloughing off of its body, revealing that they weren't actually clothes, but gray folds of skin. Oliver was the first to talk.
What the fuck?
As soon as Oliver said those words, it was like a switch had flipped that set everyone to panic mode. We began to run along the trail as if it would do us any good. The only thought in my head was to put as much distance as possible between me and that thing. I think it took a good 15 minutes for us to run out of energy with our heavy packs and the disorienting nature of the woods. As we tried to catch our breaths, I surveyed the area around us and came to a terrible realization. In our panic, we had run off the path and were now even deeper in the woods.
Yeah, shit.
We tried to make sense of what we saw. I just remember Ian mumbling the same phrase over and over.
What the hell was that? What the hell was that?
Short answer is that it was Lucas. The long of it is this. There was no Lucas. Not really. Sorry for interrupting the story in the middle like this, but I think now is the best time to try and explain everything. I know how confusing this all seems with Jerry and Lucas. The truth is, I did that because I don't think I could have appropriately explained it to you without you first experiencing it from my eyes. I don't know what to call those things, but they do something to your mind. They insinuate themselves into your memories. They wrap themselves up in a wall of your recollections, and even though you know something is wrong, you can't quite put your finger on it. Your group of 4 friends could grow to 5 and you wouldn't be any the wiser. Part of you will stupidly admonish you for ever wondering how many there were. You look at it and you recognize the face. You remember events. You can recall getting drunk at a bar together. You have memories of them crying on your shoulder after a rough breakup. You can recollect everything that happened between you, but none of it's true. I don't know how it does it. It crawls into your head somehow and makes you see things in a way that benefits them. It can mold memories, but can't mimic human movement. It walks on 4 claws, not 2 feet. It growls, hisses, and snarls. It doesn't talk. It infiltrates, observes, and waits. It was hunting us and trying to drive us deeper into the woods. It was succeeding. Man, that's so cool. That is such a terrifying... Like, I've seen the mimic concept, you know, like Skinwalker or whatever.
Sure.
Done so many times. But the idea that it implants itself into your memories is horrifying.
Yeah, it makes me think of the SCP, the Cousin Johnny one, where it's it makes you just think it's like he's a member of your family. But also, I like how it's doing something super weird, and it's like somehow putting itself into your memories to where it's like, you know, I told you this and that, you know, and it makes you think that you have seen him before. But I love also the animalistic nature of like driving you off and like kind of like making it easier to pick you off one by one by driving you into the woods. Like, I just like that mix of like supernatural with like actual like predatory animal behavior is kind of sick.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. I like in the beginning, it's like, oh, Jerry, we know Jerry. Here's the map, Jerry. And then now being like, this, like the person's been there walking all day, and it's like, oh, you remember he had multiple sclerosis. This was his last hike. Like all these fake memories, but it's like countered by him walking, like the way a dog when it's up on 2 legs tries to walk, where it's leaning side to side and doesn't know what it's doing. That's such a freaky image. That's awesome. We never really reached much of a conclusion about what that thing was, but we did reach a consensus that we had to get out of here as soon as possible. I watched Ian as he looked around the forest and came to the same realization that I did. We were lost. He didn't tell the others. I think he realized that panicking would only get us in more trouble. Instead, he told us to follow him. With the shock of our encounter setting in, we could do nothing but follow his lead and hope it all worked out. As we walked, we could hear the sounds of distant animals yelling and calling out to each other. The terror of our situation deepened as the others whispered that those were the same noises they had heard the first night out in the woods. Whatever this thing was, it was following us and calling out to other things in the area. At the time, I couldn't stop thinking about one of them barreling out of the underbrush and sinking its black and rotting teeth into my neck before the rest of the group could react. I remember brushing the thought off and mentally reassuring myself that there were 6 of us here, and we had only actually encountered one of those creatures. If violence was needed, we outnumbered them. Wait, didn't he say there were 5? Yeah, he's the 5th wheel.
Yeah.
I mentally reassured myself, don't worry, there's just 6 of us. Ruh-roh.
Yep.
As the day pressed on and we seemingly wandered south in an attempt to pick up another trail that would lead us back to the parking lot, I couldn't help but shake a nagging feeling in the back of my mind. It felt like I had forgotten some important fact that I should have never forgotten about. It wasn't until Oliver mentioned his wish of being back in the car that Jessica stopped dead in her tracks. We all turned towards her, but knew what was coming the second she asked.
We only took 1 car down, right?
Ian snapped, more fearful than frustrated.
Of course we did. Remember how cramped everyone was in that tiny-ass Prius with all our camping gear smashed in the trunk and on our laps? What about it?
Jessica went white, as if this were the first time that Ian had ever raised his voice to her. He paused for a moment before asking,
How many of us are here right now, and how many does your car seat?
Ian's car sat 4 people comfortably, 5 uncomfortably, and there were 6 of us out in the woods at that moment. Everything happened at once. Ian swore. Oliver's girlfriend gave a half shriek and a half gasp, while I looked wide-eyed from person to person, trying to figure out which one of us didn't belong there. Sarah was the only one who managed to say something, and that was... She hadn't finished her words before her jaw popped open. I don't mean that it dropped open like she was astonished at something. It popped open as it dislocated from her face. The space between her lips was a massive, sickly pink void of inflamed gums that was at least half a foot wide. She looked at us with dead and dull eyes as she slowly raised a twitching hand up to her jaw and tried to lock it back into a more human-esque appearance. She popped it back into place with a hollow-sounding squelch of meat and bone shifting as if nothing was wrong about what had just happened before she tried to speak again. Ian was the first to react. He stepped towards the failed facsimile of human and swung his walking stick at her face while bellowing,
"Get out of here!"
She hopped back from the attack in a sloppy motion and landed on all fours. Her body shuddered as if an electrical jolt had passed through her as she slowly backed away from all of us while facing Jessica the entire time. She hissed at us one last time before retreating deeper into the woods with a convulsing lope. It took a moment for all of us to regain our composure before we continued walking while trying to look in every direction at once. I remember Oliver rambling as we walked. He kept asking, although no one was responding to him.
Did you see how it moved? You ever see one of those documentaries about mad cow disease? That thing was twitching and moving like one of those infected cows. What the hell was that thing? Was it a person? What kind of person could do that to their body? I tried to talk to it.
He rambled for hours before we had to stop. We had to tell him to shut up because we were worried about that thing hearing us, though that really wasn't the case. Wham stopped talking because it only served to scare us further. Besides stopping for the night, none of us actually slept. We sat around a campfire and listened to the sound of high-pitched whining and yelping coming from all around us. It seemed like any time I actually got close to falling asleep, the call would start up and jolt me awake. We spoke in hushed whispers and tried to figure out what they wanted with us, even though none of us really wanted the answer to that question. The hours dragged on almost endlessly before dawn broke and we continued our hike. We spent Sunday hiking around and trying to find a familiar sight. Without any real sense of where we were and where we were going, our only hope was to stumble across another hiker or find an area with a high enough vantage point that we could survey the entire area. Fortunately, any elevations we climbed didn't afford a good view of the area, and it was extremely unlikely we could find another hiker due to the fact that the trail had been closed and wasn't cleared. Even if we did, what were the chances that we would trust them and could be certain that it wasn't one of those things? Midday through the day, Ian whispered to me,
"Count the people wearing backpacks. One of them is with us again."
I casually looked over my shoulder and noticed that one of our group was walking without any gear. They trailed behind us, but were still in our vicinity. They moved slowly, but didn't show any of the jerky movements of the previous two. The thought that it was learning to mimic our movements unsettled me. Without really thinking, I shucked off my backpack and approached the imposter. Before they knew what was happening, I shoved them as hard as I could. The instant my hands pressed into their shirt, I felt something slick and warm give way like the outer layer falling off of a rotten mango. Their shirt slid off their body into my hands, and I quickly realized it was their skin. The thing was actually naked, but gave the appearance of clothes by altering the color of its almost translucent skin. I dropped the swath of tissue that had sloughed off it and impacted the ground with a wet slap. The creature toppled backwards and began yelping. I can only describe the sound like this. Imagine getting out of your bed in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom. As you're feeling your way through the darkness to get out of your room, you step on your dog's tail. Imagine the startled yelp of pain and the shock that comes along with it. Now focus on that emotion you felt when you heard that noise, that sudden surprise and guilt. In reality, the sound it made was nothing like a hurt dog. It just reminded me so much of a wounded pet that I can't differentiate the sounds. Here's the worst part. I shouldn't have felt bad. Those things were stalking and tormenting us. They were likely hunting us, and I felt bad for harming it. I shouldn't have felt bad about it, but it wanted me to, and so I did. That's freaky.
Yeah, that's a weird. That's like for a creature being able to put that mind fuck on you is crazy. Almost like it instantly gives you like a Stockholm syndrome kind of thing. Well, yeah. Why did I do that? You know, that kind of like weird. It's like you're already kind of loving, almost loving to it. Like you care about it. It's so fucked.
Mm-hmm. You're being attacked by a monster in the woods, but you feel bad because the monster wants you to feel bad for it.
Exactly.
That's freaky. The thing writhed on the ground on its back for a few seconds, making a pitiable noise. It reached back with its arms and pushed itself upright on its hands and on the balls of its feet. Its joints popped wetly and its muscles and bones adjusted to fit this new position. It crab crawled away while shrieking the entire time as Ian pursued it with his walking stick, hoping to catch up to it and cave its head in. It wasn't until the thing and Ian disappeared from sight that I realized that the shrieking wasn't coming from the monster, but from Jessica as well. It was trying to mimic her response. With Ian gone and Jessica's screams possibly drawing more of those things to us, I decided that I had to do something. I stepped forward and wrapped her up in my arms. She was shaking like a leaf in the wind. I stroked her hair and whispered that it was over. Well, this is a little too intimate. And whispered that it was over. She managed to choke out something about its face. All I could make out was that something was terribly wrong with its face. She calmed down as I told her that everything was going to be all right. I didn't believe that myself, but it was the only thing I could think of that might bring her comfort. Ian returned fuming that the monster escaped, and I awkwardly broke off the hug. Ian didn't say anything. He just started walking after, motioning us wordlessly to follow. We continued following him, hoping that he would find the way, but knowing that he probably wouldn't. 6 hours later, we settled down for the night. It felt like we had been going in circles all day and made absolutely no progress. For all we knew, the thing could have been tinkering around with our memories and convincing us that familiar landmarks were new and luring us deeper into the woods. I didn't tell the others, but I think I knew what those things wanted with us. They wanted to lead us deeper into the woods. They were trying to force us to exhaustion, and when we were too weak to defend ourselves, they would descend upon us and eat us. Oliver was right about that. If that thing is similar to us in any way, then those twitching spasms were likely some sort of prion disorder that came from eating humans. After eating some jerky, since we decided against having to fire and drawing more of them to us, we reached the conclusion that we would have to sleep in shifts. I volunteered for the first watch because my insight into the monster's behavior had robbed me of any desire to sleep. The others went off without so much as another word. You always put 2 people on fire watch, by the way. In a situation like this, you never have it be one guy. That's a horrible idea. They were exhausted, and it wasn't until an hour into my watch that I realized that I was too. Even given the monster's grotesque appearance, everyone needs to sleep. Jessica joined me about 2 hours into my watch. She admitted that she couldn't sleep after our encounter with the creature. I nodded in agreement. Both of us had seen something terrible that the others hadn't. We talked for a good 30 minutes about what we thought was going on and how everyone was handling it. She was worried about Ian. She confessed that he was acting erratic and that he was scaring her. I wrapped my arm around her for a moment and told her that we were all scared. She looked in my eyes and told me she was glad I was here, and I felt something twist deep down inside me that I had buried a long time ago when I first met her. The longer she stayed with me on watch, the more personal our conversation became. She confessed that she and Ian had been fighting a lot recently and that she was wondering if they were going to work it all out. At the start of their relationship, they were great together. He made her feel wonderful and comfortable, but now there was something that didn't feel right, like there was something missing. I listened to her talk about everything that was going on in her life, and I knew I had to do something. I knew that if I didn't do it now, I would regret it. I had to tell her about the door. She listened quietly as I told her everything. It was the event that precipitated my breakdown at work, my social anxiety disorder diagnosis at the therapist office. Everything started off simply enough one Friday at work. I was in the lunchroom eating my sandwich and reading a book as per my usual while co-workers talked about their plans for the weekend. One of them was having a housewarming party and they were inviting everyone at work. I figured that the invitation was only extended to the people he was talking to till he asked me if I'd be able to make it on Saturday. As it was the first time I'd been invited to hang out after work, I chose to go. Planning what were interesting topics to bring up in case there was a lull in conversation, and the bottle of wine I was planning to give as a housewarming gift. After psyching myself up, I left to go to the party with the bottle in hand and my spirits high. I convinced myself that I was going to be the life of the party and that maybe if I played my cards right, I could finally find a friend at work that would make the time fly by instead of dragging on. It wasn't until I reached the house that the false bravado began to crumble apart. I stopped in front of the neighbor's house as everywhere else already had a car parked there. It was then that I felt my heart beating like I had just run a mile. I began heading up the driveway with the wine bottle slick in my hands from my palms sweating. It wasn't until I reached the front door that I realized that something was terribly wrong. I was breathing faster. All that excitement that had been building up since Friday afternoon was now replaced with something else. Apprehension. All those topics I had thought up seemed boring, and all the reassurances I had given myself seemed hollow. I didn't feel prepared for this at all. At this point, a small part of me whispered something that was stuck with me to this very day. The voice intimated that they never really wanted me to come out. They had only given that invitation as a courtesy and didn't actually expect me to come to their house. It said that if I knocked on the door, that I would be making a fool out of myself. It told me that I wasn't even comfortable in my own skin, so how could I even dare to imagine that they would enjoy my company? They wanted to celebrate with their friends. They didn't want to listen to me fumble or something to talk about. All those fears flashed in front of me, taunting me, demanding that I knock on the door and make myself look like an idiot. The part of me told me that I was better off alone, and I listened. I turned around without even knocking on the door and I left. No one had come in, and the music was playing loudly, so I doubt that they would have heard me anyways. I shouldn't have been there in the first place. Maybe I saw them watching me from the window, maybe I didn't. Maybe they were laughing at me as I drove away, flustered and embarrassed. Maybe they went back to the party and joked about the social recluse who had seemingly freaked out and run away from their house while I went home and cried in the shower. Maybe. Jessica listened as I told her the story. She smiled sadly as I started to cry into her shoulder. All those feelings I'd experienced outside of my coworker's house came rushing back. All the fear, foolishness, and fatalistic failure smashed into me like waves on the shore. She whispered soothing words into my ear and waited for me to collect myself. Once I did, she pulled away and told me that it wasn't my fault. It was there under the moonlight with her face inches away from mine that I did the worst thing I have ever done in my life. I kissed her. It was slow, hesitant, perfect. I looked into her eyes and I saw her beautiful face. She pulled me towards her as she leaned back. Lost in the moment, I held her against me while telling her all the things I should have said when I first met her and realized that I loved her. I held her like that for a few moments, prayed that if I let her go, I would lose this perfect moment. She was warm. She smelled like wildflowers. She smelled like happiness. For the first time in what felt like a lifetime, I felt comfortable and content.
I think he might be kissing a creature.
Might be kissing a creature. At the very least, he's kissing his brother's girlfriend, which is a no-go, right?
Well, of course, but I
could
think
also
I
be
think
a creature.
It smells like wildflowers. Made me think that, you know, the foresty kind of vibe. But then also too, I think tongue punching an old creature, you know, they're getting good. I don't know. Also, he's a turtle man, so I think he's like, it was perfect, and it's like she's like melting on the ground and stuff. You're beautiful. I think I love you.
Her face is upside down, and he's like, wow.
Yeah, exactly. She's like, your shell is so beautiful. He's like, oh my God, thank you so much. I think I love you.
Did you do something with your hair?
Yeah, your hair looks great. Her like eyeballs like popping out of her face, and her teeth are falling out.
Wow, just like my first time. I don't know when I drifted off, but I do remember waking up in the love-drunk excitement of the previous night. I didn't think once about Ian or the consequences of my decision. I only thought about Jessica and the feelings that I had tried to keep buried for so long. What I did last night was a beautiful mistake. I convinced her to cheat on him with me. I needed to tell him before the truth came out. I needed him to understand how I felt. I needed to apologize. I got up from the ground and stretched. Jessica was gone. I said, yeah, you're so right. I assumed she had gone back to her sleeping role in the middle of the night. I walked over to Ian, who was just waking up. He rubbed the sleep out of his eyes and asked me if I stayed up all night. The words bled out of me, and once they started, I couldn't stop.
I don't know what happened, man. We were just talking one moment, and then the next. Oh, Jesus. I didn't mean for it to happen. You know I love you, man. I wouldn't do anything to hurt you. It just happened, and now I can't take it back.
Jessica's cry of surprise cut me off before I could go any further. Both me and Ian turned to the sound of her distress, and we knew instantly what had happened. The backpacks with our compass, food, and water had been stolen.
Damn, dude.
It knew.
Yeah. Blinded. I was just say blinded by some monster pussies. Crazy.
Mm-hmm. And then the others like stole everything.
Feels so real. He's like
Yeah.
rubbing her boob, and it just like it like cracks like an egg. Like
It's like
falls
falling off.
Exactly.
It's like, wow.
He's like, whoa, naturals finally.
This is just like the movies I watch.
This is just like the turtle girls that Mom told me about.
It knew. Don't you see it, damn it? It knew that we could identify it without a backpack. And it couldn't shape its skin to take the appearance of one, so it stole them away from us. Now the next time it wormed its way into our group, we wouldn't be any the wiser. Jessica and I never talked that night. Jessica had never left my brother's side that night. They had zipped their sleeping rolls together. She didn't open up to me about her worries, and I never actually kissed her. I poured my heart out to a thing wearing Jessica's skin while it was in my arms, as it implanted memories of conversations never shared into my mind. I confessed my truest feelings to an ersatz entity masquerading as a person. I felt sick.
Yeah. Do you think that
that's
the monster? Do you think the monster was like kind of like smooth talking a bit?
Oh, for sure. 100%. It's trying to buy time, so it's going to say whatever it wants to hear.
Is that a banana? Is that a banana in your pocket, or are you just happy to see me?
I think turtles are cool, actually.
Oh, Jessica. Yeah, I think I might just be happy to see you.
Oh, that's awesome. That's so sick that you have a big old dong.
And he's like, my turtly senses are tingling.
I don't think it's weird that you're a turtle at all. As a matter of fact, I think it's cool.
I think it's cool that you paint your boner green.
Have I told the turtle story on this podcast before?
I don't know. You're following this up after I just said you painted your boner green. Just
well, that's kind of relevant. That's kind of relevant.
Oh my god! How the fuck is that relevant?
Okay,
go ahead.
so my wife's a vet, right?
Wow.
So she a vet that she worked with in a clinic for a while was working at a clinic in downtown New Orleans.
Right.
And she was sitting at the front desk, just whatever, slow day. And as she's sitting there is a giant window on the front of the storefront, and at the right side is the door to come in. And then from around the left side of the building, she sees a homeless man who is carrying a visibly dead turtle. Like it's like rotted, like the bones and stuff like that. And he's very slow, but he's holding it with both hands. And he's walking like along the window. So that means there's a really long time before he gets to the door. So the whole time the woman's sitting there like, please don't come in. Please don't come in. And then sure enough, when he gets to the right side, he opens the door and comes in. And she's like, hi, can we help you? And he goes, he's like, I found this turtle. And then she's like, okay. And he's like, it's sick. And she looks at it and it's like, there's a little bit of bone in there, but it's just like a turtle shell.
Yeah.
And she was like, I don't think we can do anything for it. And the whole time, by the way, she assumes he's wearing shorts because he's wearing like, he has like a long trench coat down to his knees.
Isaiah, please don't tell me that this man is fucking the turtle.
And then she's like, I don't think we can do anything for that. And then he goes, okay. And he turns around and he drops it. So he bends down to pick it up. And when he bends down, he is completely naked from the waist down. So when he bends over, it's everything on display. And he picks up the turtle and he walks out. So me being terrible.
Sorry if you saw my dick and balls. They're in the wash.
Well, okay, me being terrible, right? Because this is clearly a mentally ill man who, was probably in his mind trying to help a turtle. But I took this story when it was first told to me as he was just trying to find a way to expose himself to like the women in the vet clinic. So I just started coming up with bits in my head. Where like, okay, well, the next time I tell the story, it's about like he's painted green.
Oh, I see.
Just add a layer to it, right? And then, and then the next time I tell it, he's not walking to the door; he's crawling on all fours.
Yeah, the turtle's on his back.
The turtle's on his back. It eventually got to the point where I told this story to someone, and he was completely naked with a cardboard box around him, painted like a turtle. And he just walks in, and he's like, "I'm very sick." Like rolls over on his back, just completely naked. Yeah.
God.
Yeah, that's it. That's the whole thing.
Yeah. Well, I didn't know that me saying that would trigger such a visceral.
It did.
Also weird. It's weird that you manipulate the story in such a way. I hope the people that you've told all these different versions of the story to are like, wait, what? That was a lie? Or like, you know what I mean? Like, they're like, wait, what do you mean? He said it so sincerely. Hopefully you said it so sincerely that it doesn't read like a joke either. Yeah, I don't know. I'm really afraid.
I think everyone I told it to was a close friend who, like, I told the actual truth later, but maybe I didn't. Maybe someone out there has the wrong version of the turtle story.
It's just all intimate members of your family. You told one to your dad, your mom, and all kinds of stuff.
The original one's completely true about him being naked, bending over, stuff like that. Yeah. But me making him into a turtle, where the bit is he is the sick turtle, so that women at vet clinics touch him. That was me adding that to it. So yes,
that's sick. You're disgusting, man.
I know. I'm terrible. Anyway, the story. The others woke up quickly after hearing Jessica screaming. We quickly searched around the area, hoping to find some scrap of food or some indication of where our stuff had been taken to. We found nothing. It was long gone. We had no food, no water, and no hope. We had no way of telling when one of those things was hijacking our heads and pretending to be part of our group so it could distract us. With our compass gone, we had no means of following a set direction and hoping to pick the trail back up. In short, we were screwed with a capital S. Oliver demanded to know what I was doing last night. He wanted to know how I could be so careless as to fall asleep when I should have been watching over them and our gear. I lied and told him that someone had come around in the middle of the night to relieve me from my shift. I didn't mention that it was one of those things impersonating Jessica. I couldn't bear to look either my brother or his girlfriend in the eyes at that point. Oliver started to yell, but stopped when he saw I was on the verge of tears. I don't know if it was mercy or disgust that caused him to stop. At this point, it doesn't matter. Gathered up the only thing that they had taken in the night, our sleeping rolls, and continued walking. The hike without water or the prospect of food was unbearable. We were already exhausted, and the realization that we were soon going to be starving and dehydration only served to sap more of our energy. Within a few hours of our march, my mouth felt gummy and dry. While we were still under the canopy of leaves, the temperature was still in the high 80s and low 90s. It didn't take long for dehydration to set in. I kept licking my lips in an attempt to keep them moist, but I could feel them beginning to crack as my saliva began to dry up. As we walked, Oliver picked up his pace and caught up with me. I looked over at him and knew, without him saying anything, that another one of those things had joined our group. He whispered,
"Don't look directly at it. Just keep in the corner of your eyes. I think that messes with your mind. It would explain why you remember that guy that night, but the rest of us can't. You saw what the rest of us didn't. Don't get close. Just keep in the corner of your eyes. It's been trailing us for about half an hour now. I think it just wants to watch and follow us."
I pretended to be cracking my neck and looked at the tag along in my peripheral vision. It trailed behind us by about a dozen feet. In its resting state, its facial features appeared staticky. I could make out eyes and a nose, but it was constantly shifting and rippling like bubbling plastic. At this point, we were too tired to even bother with chasing it off. We just kept walking and hoped that it wouldn't try to join the group. It seemed content to keep its distance and keep us in its line of sight. It followed us for about 2 miles before it broke off towards the trees with a shambling, awkward gait. We were too tired to even try and set up a shift system. We just huddled together in an attempt to convince ourselves that we were safer when we were closer together. But every time one of us got comfortable enough to drift off, those things would start making noise. The noises started off as a high-pitched yips whose sounds seemed to travel for miles. As the night drew on, they grew more aggressive. I remember one time as I was drifting off hearing the grating rasp of my name. Things weren't just following us, they were learning. they were perfecting their mimicry. The thought disturbed me more than the idea of them out there watching us in the darkness. How long would it take them to become more human than human? What would they do once they were capable of walking amongst people again? I drifted off to sleep with that thought beating around in my head like a man trapped in a wall. We got up Wednesday morning and left without a word. A small part of my brain nagged at me and told me that it should actually be Tuesday morning, but I knew it was Wednesday. Why didn't I have any memories of the day before? At this point, there was nothing left to say. I don't think anyone wanted to theorize on the missing day from all our recollection. Some of us had been awake all night without any food or water. The constant stress had completely worn us down. It was just that, nothing else. We continued hiking in the same direction we had been going in with the false hope that we would come across someone. In the end, our hike looked more like a death march. My feet were covered in blisters that had ruptured and plastered the soles of my feet to my socks. Every step felt like I was tearing open the sores a bit more. In an attempt to take my mind off the discomfort, I focused on my brother who was walking in front of me. He wasn't as much walking as he was limping forward. He stopped using his walking stick and was dragging it behind him like it was a broken limb. I watched as he stepped over a rock and the walking stick slipped out of his hands. He kept dragging himself forward as if nothing had happened. He didn't even register it falling out of his hands. It was at that point that I knew something was wrong. I knew that my brother wasn't my brother anymore. The evidence of the entire missing memories of the day, the fact that we were going deeper into the woods, and his awkward gait was enough to tell me that. I just knew he wasn't my brother. Not anymore, my brain told me. I quietly picked up his stick as I passed it. Amy went to call out to him to ask if he was alright, but I shushed her. I was so sure that one of those things had replaced him and was now leading us deeper into the woods. I realized that I would only have one chance at this. The instant it knew what we knew, it would try and run away. All it would take was one good swing to the back of its head, and we would be able to take one of those things. The sturdy stick had a bit of weight to it, about 5 or 6 pounds, enough to crack open a skull if it was swung hard enough. I began walking faster while trying to avoid the underbrush that might give away my approach. The thing wearing my brother's skin continued lipping forward as I drew closer. I waited until I was within swinging distance before raising the walking stick above my head. My heart was beating in my chest and my palms were so sweaty that it felt like the stick would slide right out of my hands. I kept on moving forwards, completely unaware of what I was about to do to it. I whispered, "I'm sorry," just before I swung the walking stick down with all my strength. Ian turned to face me as he mumbled groggily,
"Sorry for what?"
My muscles locked and I stopped mid-swing and the stick stopped just inches away from his face. He blinked in surprise before muttering,
"Evan, what's wrong?"
His voice sounded distant and empty, like he was in between a waking and sleep state. It was then that I knew the extent of his condition. He was pale and looked like the slightest breeze would blow him over. He wasn't one of those things. He was delirious from dehydration, sleep deprivation, and starvation. The walking stick fell out of my hands and bounced on the ground next to us. I dragged my tongue across my lips and I felt I was licking sandpaper. I whimpered,
"Jesus, Ian. I thought you were one of those things. I almost... Oh, God. I'm so sorry."
He didn't react to my apology. He just turned around, continued walking in the direction we were going. Amy just watched everything unfold numbly before she started following him. Amy's a new character, right?
100%.
I think Amy's just a made-up name.
Yeah, because there should just be 3 of them now, right?
No, because I still have the other 2.
I thought it was Evan, Oliver, or Evan, Ian, and Sarah. Or Jessica.
No, Jessica. Sarah was one of the monsters, and then there's Oliver and his girl.
Okay.
But I don't know if her name's Amy. I can't remember what her name is. Anyway, Oliver shook his head sadly, but he didn't look any better. His eyes were glazed and his lips were cracked and red from rubbing at them. I watched my brother shambling forward, and it reminded me of one of those old voodoo movies where someone is put in a trance and forced to walk until they die from exhaustion. His mouth hung open and he moved like he was being dragged along on puppet strings. I picked up the walking stick and began to follow them. I wondered how long he had left in him and what any of us could do if he just fell over and stopped walking. I wondered how much longer any of us had. I don't know how long we walked. Everything melted together in a muddled malaise at the time. I remember the sun setting and rising, but I can't recall how many times, though I tried. I remembered a muddled melange of sleepless nights and wakeless days. I remember losing my footing and tripping a few times, but I barely felt it. The third time, I didn't even realize I was laying on the ground until Jessica stepped on me as she was passing by. There was no apology. She was too far gone to recognize what she had stepped on. I dragged myself to my feet and felt lightheaded, but continued putting one foot in front of the other. Fifth time I fell, I wondered if it would have been better to just lay down and wait to die. An excited yawp behind me from one of those things drove me to my feet. It wasn't until we bumped into the sign for Little Bear Canyon that I realized how close we were to salvation. The post for Little Bear Canyon also had a branching sign that pointed in the direction for TJ Corral, which was only a few miles from where we started at the Gila Cliffs dwellings if we walked along Route 15. Ian was heading in the right direction and we were almost home free. In my excitement, I began calling to the others to let them know that the end was near. I looked around me and shouted,
Jessica, Ian, Oliver, Heather, Amy, I know where we need to.
The words died on my lips as I counted the names and realized it wasn't over yet. The others kept moving as if they hadn't heard me talking. The imposters shuffled alongside us. For once, it was easy to identify them. I don't know whether or not they had let down their guard after seeing our conditions, but this one was obvious. She moved slowly, but her movements didn't convey her exhaustion. Everyone else was sweating and looked like the Walking Dead, but she was fine. I waited for her to get close enough to follow the trail the others were going down before I raised Ian's walking stick and growled.
Turn around right fucking now. I can see you.
She turned around slowly. I felt my heart skip a beat. She looked almost exactly like Jessica, except for a brown tinge to her hair. She could have been her twin. I knew what it was planning before it even opened its mouth and asked,
What are you doing, Evan? Don't call me that. What are you rambling about? Please move out of the way. We're almost safe from those things.
I know what you are.
Heather turned white at the realization. She began speaking quickly.
I'm not one of those things. Please, Evan, you have to remember, there were 6 of us. Those things want us to think that there was only 5 so they can take one of us without the others caring. Those things don't want us all. They only want the weakest one. Please, let's go before they catch.
Shut up!
I raised the walking stick in my hand and brandished it at her.
Think about it, Evan. Do I move like one of those things? Do I speak like them? That should be enough to prove I'm human.
No. Ian's my brother. Jessica's his girlfriend.
I'm your girlfriend. I sat on your lap in the car ride. Please don't kill me, Evan. I love you. Don't you remember? Evan, I love you. I love you.
I lowered the stick that was in my hand as memories bombarded me. I had met her one night when my brother forced me to go to a club with him. Heather had been sitting at the bar all night drinking after a particularly bad week. It wasn't until she tried to stand up and fell into my arms that we actually talked. I remembered lazy Sundays in bed watching cheesy B sci-fi movies. I remembered holding her close to me after making love and hearing her whisper sweet nothings into my ear. I remembered our life together. I rasped,
Heather, I'm so sorry. I didn't know.
She cooed.
Evan, it's not your fault.
She went to touch me and I sprang back like I'd been bitten by a snake. The instant I heard those words, I knocked. The stick caught her unaware in the side of her face. Okay, there we go. Yeah, started swinging. Man, that's so scary that it just like floods your mind like you don't know anything. Man, I felt her jaw give way under the sudden force of my attack. She burbled through broken teeth. The second strike dented her temple as the temporal bone shattered. She kept trying to talk, but it was too late. Too much damage had been done. That door was shut to me now. I kept swinging the walking stick down her head until it splintered and snapped. I looked up from her twitching body and saw my brother watching me in horror.
Heather, oh my God.
I spoke through gritted teeth and regarded him with red-rimmed eyes.
Come on, we have to go.
He went to keep talking, but I walked past him. I didn't want to explain it to him. He eventually ran ahead, invigorated with the prospect of finding rescue on the road. I looked behind me one last time. Last thing I saw was one of those things dragging away Heather's corpse. It looked emaciated and half mad with starvation. At that very moment, I wasn't afraid of the thing. I just felt pity. Whether or not it forced that emotion on me, I'll never know. I turned away and caught up with the others on Route 15. We were on the road for 15 minutes before we managed to flag down a car and an ambulance was called for us. The doctor said that our prolonged exposure to the elements, combined with our starvation and dehydration, triggered the auditory and visual hallucinations we experienced. It's a typical response you'd be given after hearing our half-dead ramblings about creatures warping their flesh and our memories to drive us to the brink of death so they could prey on us when we were at our weakest. We spent almost a week there while receiving treatments, recounting our horrific experiences, and then subsequent psych evaluations before we were released. At our discharge, the doctors told us how lucky we'd been. Most people don't spend almost 10 days lost in the woods and live to tell the tale. I wanted to talk to the others about it. I know for a fact that I can only recall about 7 of those 10 days. Why do I have these massive gaps in my memory? Why do I sometimes remember things that never happened? Could never have happened? Why do I remember smelling wildflowers in my muddled memories? I tried to broach the topic with the others. Ian and Jessica refused to talk with me about it. They insist that this was all a byproduct of the trauma, malnourishment, and sleep deprivation. It's not. I don't really know Oliver or Amy, so that's off the table too. I just want to forget. I refuse to forget. Here's the thing. I still remember Nadia asking me to help. I still remember Nadia asking me to help her find her lighter. I recall staying up late and talking with her by the campfire while she smoked like a chimney. I can recite Jerry's terrible puns that he'd make about almost everything, and Lucas's determination at hiking this trail while slowly succumbing to the effects of his multiple sclerosis. I can recall whispering sweet nothings to Jessica under the glow of the full moon. I can still envision that moment clear as day, even months later. I know the conversation we had word for word. I can remember the feeling of her skin against mine and the smell of her hair as I pressed myself against her when I reached that one true moment, connectivity. I remember Heather pleading and begging me not to kill her. Despite writing this all months later, I can see all of those things clearly. Sometimes, late at night, I can even remember driving up to Gila National Park with Heather sitting in my lap, playfully grinding against me and telling me how fun our hike was going to be. Sometimes I think about that memory more than I should. Since I can't talk to my brother or Jessica about this, I had to find some other outlet. I guess I'm writing all this for that one reason. Catharsis. In the end, I keep wondering if what I did was right. Did I make the right choice? I want you to read this and tell me that I had no other option, that the risk of one of them escaping into the city forced my hand. I know that's not the case. Could have walked away or tried to scare her off, but I didn't. What kind of person can look into someone's eyes, remember all the things they did and the life they had, and do what I did? Who can have all those memories, still beat someone to death? It doesn't matter if none of it was real, because in that moment, it was to me. Who can look at someone and feel such love for them before you kill them? The answer to that question is simple, now that I ask myself aloud. I just don't like the answer. Evan.
What a nice ending. It's interesting.
That
That's
was
the
fun.
End.
That was dope.
That's the end of Fleshgate, a classic. That was fun.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting how similar it was to the Goat Man. Like earlier when you were talking about, people making diagrams to differentiate these stories and stuff. If you read all these at the same time, it would be easy to be like, to mix them. Because there was even, even in the Goat Man, I don't know if they were probably all playing on each other, the same way that like, all the Jeff the Killer stuff, how all those have like similar tropes and stuff. So it's interesting to think that in one part of time there was like weird, cheesy serial killer stuff, but then there was also this weird like new age cryptid, the Rake kind of skinwalker trend that was going on as well. And that's I wonder, do you think that kind of monster is just like dated to this point, or do you think that something like this could be made to an effect this day? Because I feel like right now the hot thing is like uncanny kind of like Uncanny Valley, kind of thing, versus like monster skinwalker thing. I wonder if someone could write a new age skinwalker story that would be as effective or be as alluring as it was back in the day.
I think you could, and I kind of got the idea for how you would do that while reading this one. You would just make it, you would make the interactions non-consequential on first read. So you would have, like, the most effective part of the story to me was Jerry walked up to me and I handed him the map. And then later it's like there was no Jerry. Like, the level of casualness he delivered that Jerry part with made you feel so comfortable with it that it kind of robs you of what you expected going in.
It makes you second take even your own reading. The effectiveness of this is that when you're reading, you're like, oh shit, was there? You know, was there a Heather or, you know, this kind of thing? Like, it kind of makes you focus on that. I'd be curious to see 1, 2 that wasn't based in the woods or something. Like, if there was any other setting that you could put them in where, you know, does a skinwalker move in to like a house next door? Is there something like in an apartment complex? Like something where there's a large group of people, but then also like a large group of people that you probably have never met. Like, I was thinking about that too while we were reading this. Like, if you had a skinwalker that lived in an apartment complex, you probably don't know everybody in your apartment building. You know what I mean? So that'd be a fun, effective way of like, can you trust the people that are around you that go in and out of your building every day? Who knows? Stuff like that, I think, would be.
It's also what I really like about the story. I do have to say, out of like the Goat Man stuff like that, this is much better written. Just like with the actual language it's used and stuff like that, way better. And way better than a lot of the early like Rake stories and stuff like that, I think.
No, definitely. I mean,
the ending is he's great. He's a great author. The ending is great because I was questioning myself at the end. It's like, well, how do we know he went with his brother Ian? And like, how do we know? Because if it's all memories implanted and he's describing it, how do we know that Oliver and Amy were the ones?
It also plants a realistic. It does a couple things effective for me. It plants the idea too that was all of this just sleep deprivation, like starvation, dehydration, all that kind of stuff. It does plant that realistic thing where your mind is so fragile that it could have played these tricks on you. But then also, I like the idea of almost like if something doesn't happen but it's so real to you, is it actually not real? Or, you know, is it a reality? Like, there's just something interesting about like I experienced all these things that felt real, and I don't think you move on from that. I think that it's like sticks with you, and to me that's really, really powerful too. Of like, something could have never happened, but because it, you know, happened in your version of reality, that truth is going to stay with you more than probably the actual reality of what happened. And to me, that's like the biggest mind fuck. That's like the scariest thing. Awesome memories being formed that never happened, and you have to like almost come to terms with that, like it's fake, but it's like it's the horrible truth that you don't want to accept. To me, that psychologically is the scariest part of the story for sure.
Yeah, I like the, it's like, regardless if it was real or not, that was my girlfriend. For every sense of, you know, my mind, that was my girlfriend, and I beat her to death on the side of a trail. So what does that say about me? Like, even if that was the technically correct move to do, because that was a mimic, we think. That was a mimic that he had to stop. It's like, I still had those memories, and I still did that. So what's that do to me? It like makes you, it takes like the kind of mimicry monster angle and makes you ask questions about yourself, like, well, would I have the capability, even if I knew something was fake, to do that to it?
Yeah, could I kill if I believe? Do I really trust myself enough? And that's another thing too, is self-trust. Do I trust myself enough to make the decision to hit what I think is not my brother and kill him? You know, do I trust myself enough? Do I, like, there's a lot of just, I don't know, what's introspective kind of ideas in the story, which really it's kind of interesting because this is clearly the best written one of these like skinwalker stories. And then I would say Goatman and then the Rake, but you could tell that the Rake had just such a simple premise that like allowed so many other people to kind of like run with this and have fun. And I like that, you know, you get stuff like the Goatman, which feels more like a cryptid. It's definitely a skinwalker, but I would say it feels more of like that kind of, you know, Mothman cryptid kind of feeling, versus this does feel like an actual, if someone's like read the original Rake and they're like, I want more, this would be that story that I would show them. This is the thing I'd be like, this is a more realized fun thing. And even this was a pretty short story. Like you could have gone way more you know, you could have gone deeper and deeper. Usually whenever stories end in this way where it's like, you know, we did find the road and yeah, the doctors say this, I almost usually read that as the author's just kind of like, and it's done. Like, I just don't know we're just ending it like this, you know? But it doesn't feel unsatisfying to me. You still get that nice question of him at the end, like Evan basically asking, you know, are these things I experienced, you know, are they real? Or, you know, even if they're not real, I remember it as clear as day. And that's like something that I'm going to have to live with. It's such a fun and haunting ending to that character's story. Just the psyche. I feel like this character is definitely just broken by the end, you know?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he was already, like, the whole thing about the door, he already had, like, social anxiety. And now it's like, on top of that, I can't trust anyone ever for anything. And I have distinct memories of beating my girlfriend to death. So
yeah, and that's I think that it does a good job in terms of full circle moments at the beginning of the story. I'm awkward. I really don't even want to go on this deal, but I'm just going to go to get out of my comfort zone. And by the end, it's just a full thing of I'm awkward. I don't even know who I am anymore. I don't even know the memories I have. It's kind of like you establish a nice relationship to find out that it's totally not real, and that these you know, conceptions that you had about yourself at the beginning are true. It's like a vicious cycle of just kind of rinse and repeat, you know? Like, I feel like this is going to be that guy's fucking story forever. He's going to go out. He's going to feel like he makes an establishing connection with someone, even if there's not like a fucking weird paranormal aspect to it. It'd be like, oh, I met this person. Let's just say a girl, met this girl. But then he gets too in his head about it. And then he's just like, she'll never be able to like me the way that I like her. Rinse and repeat. You know what I mean? It's just kind of like, it's just a vicious cycle. So yeah, I don't know. Anytime you get into like those weird things of a character being introspective, it's always just another layer to a character that's just a lot of fun, you know, versus like the goat man thing. It's just like, yeah, I don't know. The shit was kind of spooky up there in the woods. So hope me and my friends can get it. It just doesn't, like, you don't get a feel for the characters in the same way. Not to discredit Goat Man, because I like that one too, but yeah. It was a fun story. I would recommend Imperial. As always, he's a home run hitter here on the podcast. Always happy to read his stuff. Thank you guys for whoever was listening to this on Spotify or Apple Podcasts, all that jazz. And thank you for our Patreon supporters. Thank you so much.
Of course.
Be sure to sign up if you want extra stories, extra content. You know, we've been planning a lot of fun stuff there, so be sure to check it out. Other than that, I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. Don't get lost in the woods, and you know, bring plenty of water, or just don't go camping, don't go hiking, you know, stay in your apartment, play video games. They won't hurt you, I swear.
You'll be fine, trust me, it'll be okay. Thank you guys so much for the support. Again, check out Travis Imperial Incentive. Oh, I keep saying incentive, I think it's invective, but I'm gonna keep saying incentive because I'm wrong. Travis at the link in the description. All of his stuff's awesome. If you enjoyed this, he's got a ton of good stuff. This is also one of his earlier stories, so the guy's insane. So check him out. Thank you to everyone on the Patreon. Thank you for the support. It means the world, and we hope you guys enjoy. Thank you. Don't you say we will see you in the next one now? Okay, you already stopped recording. Hold on, I can do a Hunter impression. We will see you in the next one. And then I make some quip about the episode. Don't beat your girlfriend to death, haha. And then I say bye. So bye.
Welcome back to Creepcast. Today we are doing something that is a first for this channel, and it is going to be reading fan-made stories. We made a shout out a while ago, basically telling people that, you know, work on r/NoSleep gets deleted all the time. I know that the rules are really strict there. We read a lot from No Sleep. We read creepypastas, but we were like, you know, our subreddit at r/Creepcast, we want people to just feel like they can write stuff there. And there's even, you know, there's been a nice big backlog of stuff using the tag, of people using the tag fan-made story. And there's even been, our moderators have collected threads of stories as well. But we were going through today, we were kind of like, you know, we had some ideas of what we wanted to record, but then we started looking at some of the stories here, and we just thought that we would do our own grab bag of viewer stories to see what is the talent in our little pool of listeners here, you know? Maybe there's some gems just waiting to be uncovered. You know, but why can't this be the new why can't this be the new No Sleep, where you know, new awesome horror stories are made? And I think it's going to happen.
Yep. Well, maybe some of them, you know, are actually worth something. You know, they bring some value to the earth. It'd be surprising out of our audience, but you know, maybe there's something there. No, so there was a bunch of them we read Ensorcelled in the Earth a while back, which we knew the author of that previously from It Breathes, It Bleeds. And he had gotten that story, Ensorcelled in the Earth, I believe it was, taken down off of No Sleep. So he's like, I'm going to put it in Creepcast because they liked the previous thing I did. So that's technically the first thing we've read from there, but we knew the author going in. But there are, honestly, scrolling through, close to 100 stories you guys have posted in our subreddit. So we went through, we found some titles that look interesting, and we are going to be reading those today. And also, as mentioned, we assume if you put it in r/Creepcast, it's fair game.
It is free. It is free games, and this isn't
free real estate for us.
There's going to be probably a wide variety of stories. As with anything, you know, this is to encourage people, even if it's, you know, we're laughing, we're memeing along and all that kind of stuff. You should be creative and write, and submit it and share it with people, because that's the only way that fucking humankind keeps going, is by sharing stories. All right, so that's how.
Even if one of these stories we read today makes Jeff the Killer look like Crime and Punishment, like it's just brutal.
If we read a story today that makes Jeff the Killer look like Crime and Punishment, we will be reading this every week, because that will only that has to be absolute gold. Then literally we're sifting through literal gold at this moment.
we're drowning in this stuff.
I'm really excited. Also, the reception so far on the Patreon has been awesome. By this time, we should have already our first episode up. It is a bit of a crash out episode, if I'm being honest. Glad that we didn't put that one on the main channel.
We just kept reading, even though we probably shouldn't have.
So that was, I was gonna say, I remember the whole time it was like, this is the first story on our Patreon. So if you want to check that out, be sure to check out our Patreon. You can go to find new episodes there. I think we're gonna be trying to play this game called what was it called again? No,
I'm Not Human.
No, I'm Not Human. It's like a little demo that looks really cool. Gonna be trying doing that, just doing some stuff, but we got a lot of cool stuff planned there. And as always, if you're watching this on YouTube and you're driving or you're heading to work, consider listening on Spotify or Apple Podcasts. It really does help us out. And without further ado, let's get into some of these stories. And I think the first one, when I was scrolling through, there was a lot to unpackage. All right, there's a lot. The stories we're covering today are The Missing Person I'm Looking For No Longer Exists, which I think is a strong title. I like that one.
Yes.
And then the next one is I've Discovered a Book That Does Not End, The Nursing Home at the Edge of the World. And then the last one that I want to read first, because it's the shortest, is called Loss of Innocence. All right, which I don't know why that tickled me in a way, because here's the thing: loss of innocence, and the user, the profile's gone. They've deleted their profile since then. So I want you to know that if you're watching this and you're the luxurious author of this short story, and it is very short, come back to us. I have to know. But I'm. This is going to be Loss of Innocence is the first fan story we're going to read, and I legitimately think it's going to kick us off into a good direction.
I just have to say, by the way,
yeah,
the number of stories scrolling through our own subreddit, and maybe we've cultivated this. Okay, I'm not going to act like I'm innocent, but the number of stories that were titled something to the effect of "My dad wasn't nice to me," or "The thing from my childhood," and they all had "not safe for work" post on them.
There was an exorbitant amount of not safe for work stuff, to the point where I was like, I feel like we've just cultivated a smut, like a smut like subreddit or whatever. So here's just a thing to throw out there: don't write porn on the subreddit, please. And I don't know, try to be scary. I don't know. And,
or I'll go further and say, do not write thinly veiled porn.
Thinly,
like
yeah, they'll never know what this is. Yeah.
One barrier of like, oh, but he had glowing eyes, and then just back into them.
And then just back into immediate heavy back shots.
Yeah.
That's pretty much what the stories are.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. We'll see. I don't think any of the ones we're reading today have the not safe for work. I don't think we're brave enough to venture there yet.
I mean, the title "Loss of Innocence" combined with the deleted account.
The loss of innocence with the deleted account made me think that this is, if we're going to start off with something nice and short, we're starting with the literal cherry on top, I think. So, Isaiah, without further ado, why don't you get us into this redacted profiles story?
Yeah. So normally I like to be like, oh, this was written by, you could support them here, but this guy's dead.
Yeah. We will also, we'll leave links to all of,
they'll all be in the description. Yes.
Yeah. So that way you can go support them, comment on them, all that kind of stuff. And be sure to, show some interaction, show some love to these people, because they did put themselves out there and fucking,
Also, by the way, and I know this hasn't happened yet because we haven't done one of these yet, but if you're scrolling through the Creepcast subreddit and see a story you like, be sure to upvote it, because when I was looking through trying to pick out stories for us to read, a lot of them, even ones that people in the comments seem to like, didn't have that many upvotes, probably because just not a ton of people are going through and checking them out.
Yeah.
But if something gets a bunch of upvotes, we are more likely to check it out.
Yeah,
like,
I think
if the community likes it, we'll read it.
Yeah, that's people going in and being like, hey, I support this one. They should read this. That's kind of how we are looking at that. Which, now that you know, go support it. Isaiah, dive us in.
Dive us in. All right. Loss of Innocence by Redacted. A few months ago, I was in an accident. My friend and I were driving home. My friend and I were driving home from work when a young woman on a bicycle came out of nowhere and smashed into my friend's car at 80 miles an hour.
Okay, pause. Okay, time out real quick. Now, Isaiah, are they saying that the bicycle was going 80 miles an hour?
That's what I was.
Or was the friend's car going 80 miles an hour? What if they were both? If they were both going 80 miles an hour, does a neutron star just form? In life as we know it ceases to be.
I think she just gets atomized across.
Yeah. It's like the submersible going down the Titanic. They just implode and turn to a fine dust.
That little the submarine that imploded. Yeah. What made me laughing is I was reading, my friend and I were driving, and underneath, like, I can see the line beneath it. I just see 80 miles per hour.
All right, so we don't know. We don't know for a fact if it's. I'm gonna assume the young woman on the bicycle was going at 80 miles an hour. All right, Tour de France, downhill, Lance Armstrong. Okay. Let's go.
80 miles an hour on a bicycle is like light speed.
Yes, and that's what she was doing.
Free falling down a cliff. Okay.
She had a beautiful summer dress flowing. She was perfectly up straight. She wasn't even like in a speed pose. She was perfectly up straight. Legs outstretched. No, her legs weren't even on the pedals. She was just barreling down this hill.
This is gonna be really rough. If at the end this is just like an actual confession the author is making.
Maybe it is
of someone that
Maybe
really
it
died.
Is. That's
and
beautiful.
Me and you were joking about like how brutal it was. Yeah. All right. We got out as soon as we realized what happened. Called an ambulance, but unfortunately,
Pause. Sorry, I'm not gonna keep stopping. But what do you mean we got out as soon as we realized?
Because
as soon as
she was going.
Hold on a second.
Hunter,
because car over. Aaron, pull the car over. I think we hit something.
No. Dude, she was going 80 miles an hour.
Well, it would
have looked like a flash.
Yeah, it looked like a fly hitting the window for a moment. They're like, what was that?
And then they see like a meteor.
Yeah, then they see a fucking woman on like a 1950s bicycle just like flinging through the air. All right, sorry. That's the last time I'm going to stop it. Okay.
All right. The woman died choking on her own blood at the scene. The investigators analyzed the scene and cleared my friend of any wrongdoing and ruled it a freak accident. My friend wouldn't listen to reason, though. His guilt consumed him entirely ever since. I understood how he felt to an extent, but I couldn't help him accept that it wasn't his fault. He was utterly destroyed by what had happened and felt that he would never be able to be forgiven for what he had done. Over the next few weeks, he got worse and worse. He would often talk about wanting to travel back in time, so he would have never been driving the car that day. Try to convince him that he needed to seek professional help because he needs to accept that it wasn't his fault. He wouldn't listen though, and over the coming weeks, he came to work less and less, and whenever he did come, he looked awful, like he wasn't sleeping. The last time I saw him at work, he told me he wished he never grew up because humans are bound to harm others no matter how hard they try not to as adults.
What are you talking about? I wish I was never fucking born. I wish I was never born because adults are too. They always harm each other. Fuck, I'm a ticking time bomb, Jared. I'm a fucking ticking time bomb. You should kill yourself, Jared, because you're gonna hurt someone too. That's what's gonna happen. Is Jared? There's no names in this story. I'm just saying Jared, but
Hunter, a woman lost her life.
Choking on her own blood, not from being
choking on her own blood.
From blunt force trauma, from being struck by a car while she was going 80 miles an hour on a bike. She somehow landed, the pool of blood collected in her mouth, and she was like, yo, I didn't even see you. I shouldn't have been driving. Yeah, I'm an adult.
That's what humans do, Hunter.
Well, I'm an adult, so I shouldn't have been driving behind the wheel. I should have known this would have happened. If it wasn't you,
to hurt each other.
If it wasn't you, I would have driven up on the side of a sidewalk and crushed into another human being. Because it's my adult urge. Okay, go ahead, sir.
I urged him to see a doctor because he was clearly mentally unstable and beating himself up for something out of his control. He wouldn't listen and just said,
I know what I need to do now.
That was the last time I saw him until tonight. It had been 2 weeks. I don't know why you said that as if you were reading something really quickly. Like you said that the way people that can't read well read.
I'll reread it.
No, the way you went, I know what I need to do now.
I know what I need to do now. I know what I need to do now. There you go.
No, I like the first one better.
That was the last time I saw him until tonight.
Yes, until tonight. It had been 2 weeks since that day at work. He hasn't come in again, and our manager told me he had to let him go for good this time. I understood. After my shift, I went over to my friend's place to check up on him. The lights were on, and I could hear the TV on, so I knew he was here. I knocked and called out, but there was no answer. I twisted the handle. Luckily, or unluckily, the door was unlocked. I stepped into his apartment, which was lit up only by the TV playing kids' cartoons in the living room, and a dim light coming from this bedroom door, which was slightly cracked at the end of the hall.
Is he going to be a giant fucking baby? He's going to be a giant fucking baby.
That would be something a viewer of this show would write. Because last time we saw a man become a baby, we enjoyed it a lot.
Well, exactly. Well, I'm just saying he's putting emphasis on like, oh, that's why I wish I was never an adult, and then be like, I know what I have. Also, they never just said what his job is, so I like to think that he's a deep sea diver. So they're like on a boat, and he's like, I know what I have to do, and he hasn't seen him. And he goes to his house, and there's just like SpongeBob playing on the TV. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Why a deep sea diver?
Because I don't know. I mean, like at first I was thinking a pizza shop, but I think that's just because he was driving. You know, so I'm like, oh, he's like a pizza delivery driver is what I was thinking. But then I was like, well, it could be nothing. And then I was like going around, I'm like, it'd be really funny if his job was like super eccentric for no reason. Because it's like, it doesn't make a difference. But now I got in my head too much about it. And now I think that he's a deep sea diver.
All right.
So, yeah.
That makes perfect sense to me, I guess.
Okay, good.
I called out again, no answer. I looked around closer at the apartment. It was disgusting. Cans of baby food. Oh, Hunter.
Oh, goddamn, dude.
You might be right. Cans of baby food littered the floor, and rags covered in shit and piss were lining the narrow hallway. The smell was horrible and made me gag. I heard some movement from my friend's bedroom. I called out again and heard a strange moan answer. As I got closer to his bedroom, the smell got stronger and more vile. I announced I was coming in before gently pushing the door open. What I seen in his room still haunts me. My friend was on all fours, wearing nothing but a shit-filled rag that was damp and leaking. His head shaved all over, except for a small patch of wispy hair like a newborn's on the top of his head. On the floor, his teeth lay in a small scattered pile surrounded by dried up blood. When he saw me and looked into my eyes and began crying a deep and horrible cry like an overgrown baby, his mouth dripped blood from his bloody gums. I could barely process what I was seeing. I couldn't help but back away out of fear, but this seemed to anger him. He began crawling towards me clumsily, but with surprising speed. I turned to run out as he grabbed my leg as I fled, making me trip and slam to the floor. I frantically crawled away, but he was on top of me. He flipped me over on my back and wrapped his strong hands around my throat. As he choked me, I stared deeply in his eyes and saw nothing over the pain and a desperate desire to be forgiven. Instead of fighting him, I gently touched his face, gave him a look to communicate that I forgave him and just wanted to help. He seemed to understand and let go of my neck. He began bawling again, crawled into the corner of the hallway and curled up in a ball. I sat there with my friend as he cried until he fell asleep. I'm sitting outside his apartment waiting for paramedics as I write this. I just hope when they get here, my friend's able to get the help he clearly needs. And that is the end of Loss of Innocence.
Loss of Innocence is such a good title. Okay.
I will say, I like the teeth thing. Like he wants to be a baby, so he rips his own teeth out. That's fun.
Listen,
that's fun.
The idea of a guy turning into a baby, which I wonder if the guy wrote this because he's like, my husband's taking our role play too far. Wonder if he thought that was interesting. The idea of a guy like reverting back to a baby is funny. Him colliding into a woman at astronomical speeds being the thing to trigger it is very funny. Also, the justification of him being like, this is why I never wanted to get old, is because something like this would happen, is pretty funny. If this was a little longer, it had more dialogue, this probably would have been like just a really funny thing. It's short, compact. I wish there was more. I love it. It's absurd. I love also that I don't know anything about these characters. They don't know what their names are, don't know where they worked. It's just a thing of one day they were driving together, they were buddies. I think they were working, and he basically killed someone. His deep sea diver was like, you're fired. It's a tragic tale of a deep sea diving man. What'd you think? Out of 5 creeps, what would you give Loss of Innocence?
5 creep. I mean, for fun, I'd give it 3. I mean, if we're talking about the horror, 1 would be nothing. So I would say 2, because I do like the idea of like a grown man that's just like wearing these diapers and rags and smells disgusting, and he's ripping his own teeth out. That's a fun visual.
Why do you think? Why do you think the baby version?
I think it was way too short for the concept, and that's why it kind of comes off as comedic. Because what otherwise could have been like long and like mental deterioration was just adults hurt people. I can't be an adult, so he goes and does that. So I feel like the shortness plays against it a lot, but it is a fun concept.
This could have been 700 pages long, Isaiah. It could have been as long as Infinite Jest. And if the man reverts back to a baby because he killed somebody and he was like, never wanted to grow up, it's gonna be funny. All right, there's no way to get around that. Those things. I mean, to be fair, it truly was a loss of innocence, wasn't it?
Yeah. It was in fact a loss of innocence. I'm glad we read it. I think there's stuff there. I think it was fun. I think whoever that author is, even though they deleted their account and are now gone from the earth, yeah, keep writing.
Come back to us, because I love this. Wait! This episode is sponsored by Rich Wallet! When's the last time you updated your wallet? Does it have holes, rips, and gives you back pain?
You don't want to hear this, but it's time to move on. And with Ridge, you can choose from over 50 colors and styles from aluminum, titanium, and carbon fiber. Their modern sleek design holds up to 12 cards plus cash and has a lifetime warranty, so it's quite literally the last wallet you'll ever need to buy. Plus, you can ditch the fear and anxiety of losing your wallet because of Ridge's AirTag attachment. You will always know exactly where your wallet is, giving you safety and security. For a limited time, our listeners get 10% off at Ridge by using code CREEPCAST at checkout. Just head to ridge.com and use code CREEPCAST, and you're all set. After your purchase, they will ask you where you heard about them. Please support our show and tell them we sent you. Thank you so much, Ridge, for sponsoring the show. Now let's get back to the story.
There's a couple questions I had. One, it seems like the baby knew that the guy was coming in there, right? Because he was sitting there and he was like, where's the deal at? I called out, I called it again and heard a strange moan answer, which made me think of the peanut butter baby. is what I was thinking. So right, he's sitting there and he's like, hey, Carl, are you there? He's like, in the other room. So it's like he knew that he was coming in. So I'm wondering, what I'm wondering is, why the hell did he strangle this son of a bitch? He gave him a peanut butter baby answer. And I'm like, he's still mad. What the fuck is up with that? Or is it because
the baby choked him?
No, that's what I'm saying. The baby gave him the peanut butter baby answer with the strange bone. Right? Carl, are you here? So he knows he's there. So to me, I'm like, is it just the pure loss of innocence that's what made this baby? Would the baby have killed anyone? I guess is the answer I want to know. If anyone would have walked through that door.
Maybe, I don't know. Again, the story's so short, it doesn't really
Isaiah, humor me with speculation.
Yes, the baby would have killed anyone who came through the door.
All right. Okay. Well, then would you say that his strange moan was that of the peanut butter baby?
Sure.
Well, there you go. My questions, I guess, have been answered.
Okay. Can we go to the next story?
Moving on! Cool. That was Loss of Innocence by Redacted. Please come back to us, Redacted. Peanut butter baby, a deep sea diver turning into the peanut butter baby is pretty funny. And I like that. Also, too, naming your story Loss of Innocence is awesome. Really funny. I'm going to get that tattooed on my chest. All right, next story we're doing is the missing person I'm looking for no longer exists. I actually think that's a really sick title.
It's a good title. It's also, we have an author this time. So the author,
they weren't, I guess, bullied or, felt embarrassed and deleted. I'd say come back to us redacted.
I do. I agree. I agree with that. So the author of this one, their name is Raymond on their Reddit profile. And their username is Consequence Level 7877. I will say that they created their account on June the 8th, and then they made this post and never done anything else again.
Okay,
so
what the hell is with the authors writing stuff here on our deal? It's like, I feel like we have a bunch of authors that are just serial killers that are like, this is it. This is the only this is like the only thing that you'll know of me is this thing right here. I don't want to be known. Yes. This is my pen name.
Their Reddit account's cute though. They have like a little guinea pig thing. So maybe they're not a serial killer. Who knows? But this is the only thing they've ever posted. So I guess this will determine everything about them. This is our only understanding of them as a person. So
Consequence Level 7877. Hopefully you had no loss of innocence, and hopefully the story is good. Isaiah, let's run it.
Let's run it. All right. The missing person I'm looking for no longer exists. I'm an investigator working on a contract-to-contract basis in the Pacific Northwest of the United States. Around 4 months ago, a string of house fires sprang up across Oregon. Initially, I had no involvement in the investigations revolving around these fires. I'd kept up with information about them to have on file for future contracts. Otherwise, all I knew up until a few weeks ago was that there were rumors of a serial arsonist because the points of origin of the fires were fairly unusual. 3 weeks ago, however, I was contacted by both the local police department and a private client to participate in the investigation of a missing persons case. Now, usually, I would not post information about a client publicly, but due to the nature of what I am about to explain, I don't think it matters at this point. The missing person in question is a 29-year-old female named Millie. From the documentation and summaries given to me by my client and the police, she was born and raised in Oregon, has an interest in classics, works for a number of historical education foundations, and is not someone who would be suspected of disappearing without warning. All this information was true and verifiable until yesterday morning. To be totally honest, I am completely lost on what to do. The situation goes beyond anything I've ever experienced in my life before, let alone as an investigator. Following is my recount of the events leading up to today. Any advice is appreciated. 3 weeks back, when I first was contacted by my client, who is a close relation to Millie, I was told that she had not contacted any of her family in almost a month. This was apparently highly unusual for her. When visiting her home, nobody answered the door. Her car was still in the driveway, but all the blinds of the windows were shut and the doors were all locked. I initially approached this contract somewhat casually, since a lot of these cases end up being misunderstandings or runaway spouses. Then, about a week later, I got a call from a local police department. Apparently, a fire has started in another home. This was no issue for the department or for their arson investigators. What was a problem was the fact that all of the previous homeowners had been reported as missing many months prior, and this case was no different. This information was withheld from the public to stop any potential suspects from going into hiding. As it so happens, the missing person in both of my clients' case and the arson investigation was none other than Millie. Investigators had already been assigned to the previous missing persons case, so they needed to outsource this one in order to keep diligent on the others. I had previously worked with the police department, so I suppose I was the first on their list of investigators. I was given briefs on her background, missing person reports, family relations, etc., which was far more information than I had gotten from my other client. In the week prior to the police contacting me, I had found almost nothing that could be considered a lead, so I was very thankful to have data to work with. Previously, I didn't have access to her home, any record, and since she barely had an online presence, I was unable to track down information about her other than through her friends and family. The only other information I was able to gather was by contacting the educational foundations and museums she'd been working with. All of them said they hadn't heard from her in almost 2 months. I was brought in to investigate the house fire along with the arson team the day after I was contacted. The team had already swept over the house the day of the fire, but were returning to explain the strange nature of this case and assist me in whatever way they could. It was explained to me that the point of the origin of the fire was around the fireplace. This would have been normal enough if it weren't for the fact that the fireplace itself and the carpet around it were completely untouched. The fire started around the fireplace, especially focused on the ceiling. Not only that, but the carpeted floor of the living room was unaffected, other than being covered from the ash that had fallen from the surrounding walls and the ceiling. It was as though an incredibly hot flame had been floating in mid-air just above the floor. Entering the home, this is exactly what it looked like. Clean, dark red carpeted floor surrounded by pitch black scorched walls and a half-burnt ceiling. The structural integrity of the home seemed to be intact enough to be safe to enter. There was a burnt couch, some chairs, tables, and a wall of burnt bookshelves that had toppled next to a fireplace. I took my time to look around the home, starting with the second-story bedroom. Tried to turn on a light, but the power had been shut off in case the problem stemmed from an electrical fire. When I tried to put up the window blinds to get light into the room, they wouldn't budge. Looking closely with a dim flashlight, the blinds of all the windows to the room had been nailed down to the wood of their window frames. I asked the arson team about this, and they said there's no concrete explanation as to why. It was across every window of the house. If she had been stalked, this might make sense, but that would likely not apply to the second-story windows. No history of mental instability or paranoia, this was fairly unusual. I checked the master bedroom and the bathrooms upstairs and got almost nothing. Everything looked fairly clean and like a relatively normal lived-in home. Even in the office, there was almost nothing unusual to find. I searched lightly for journals or documents that might assist in figuring out what happened, but much of the evidence had been taken in already, so I would need to request access to it. Back in the living room, I noticed that none of the burnt books had been moved. I checked with the arson team, who cleared me to look through the books scattered all around the fireplace among the toppled bookshelves. Many of the books were unreadable and reduced to a block of ash. As I was sifting through the pile directly in front of the fireplace, I came across one that was surprisingly intact. It was covered in ash, but quickly flipping through the pages, it was completely unburnt. I was ecstatic to see that it looked to be a journal of some kind. Usually I would turn this into evidence and request access to it after it had been gone over the core investigative team. My other client had put high urgency on finding Millie, so I instead decided I would do some work with it at home and then turn it in as evidence the next time I came to Millie's property so I could bypass the weeks it might take to get access to it. I'll summarize my room-to-room search by saying I found absolutely nothing else in that home that could lead to any potential avenues to explain her disappearance. The only thing out of place was the fire and the blinds being nailed shut. When asking, the department said her passport and more personal documents were all in a fireproof lockbox upstairs. Otherwise, all the potentially useful contents of her office were really just historical papers and drawings of ancient Greek architecture and mythology. It may seem like I am not being very thorough with this search for her, but I cannot stress enough how little information there was to go off of in trying to find her. She was a relatively private, family-oriented history buff who lived by working minor jobs with a large variety of non-profit historical foundations. I checked every source I could find. After getting home late, I set the notebook on my desk, on top of a clean towel, sat down to start reading it, with gloves on. It was dark outside, so I had to turn on the nearby lamp. Since I was going to be turning the book in, I was hoping to avoid any of my own potentially traceable DNA or fingerprints getting anywhere on the book. The front of the journal was a rough red fabric that, on top of being covered with ash, looked pretty tattered. At first glance, it looked like the bottom right corner, that parts of the hardback shell had been burnt like the other books. But feeling them, I realized they simply had been covered with bits of dark, smoky black ash that had worked its way in between the fibers of the cover. For one, if he brought this thing all the way back to his house, he's got so much DNA. There's no way.
Yeah.
He is 100% getting asked a bunch of questions by the police, no question.
Yeah, why would you remove that? It's my job.
I wanted to know. I needed to also contact Hades, just as she had, and get sucked through the fireplace portal. The spine of the book had 15 indented black notches that looked like hash marks, equally spaced from top of the spine to the bottom. Opening it, some pages had stuck together from moisture and weathering, and needed to be carefully pulled apart. The paper was old and very coarse. Yellowing had spread over the corners of the inner hardcover. In the bottom left, there also seemed to be an egg-sized, deep reddish black blotch. I initially thought someone must have spilled ink on the cover. Upon closer inspection, the sprawling pattern of lines inside the inky mark seemed more like fingerprint of a giant. I remember exclaiming, "What?" in confusion. It was very clearly a fingerprint of some kind, but it was truly about the size of an egg. I thought somebody had to have made a stamp of their fingerprint as a clever way to sign personal items without giving their identity away to the average person if it was found. Unfortunately, Millie had no fingerprint on file, even with international travel, so I couldn't compare to see if it was hers. This piqued a sort of morbid curiosity in me. Journals are personal, but that was going a step beyond. I had to understand why someone, especially if it was Millie, would go to such lengths to hide their identity for a journal. It could even help explain her disappearance. Turning to the next page, it was hard to avoid ripping the paper when trying to get the two pieces unstuck from each other. The first page surprised me. It was filled with a wall of text in a language I did not recognize. Some letters looked familiar, but slightly off when compared to English counterparts. Y's and O's with strikes through them neatly written in what looked to be charcoal were sprawled across the page. Seeing as Millie had associations with classical studies, I had to assume it was some alternate Greek alphabet that I obviously could not read. This continued in a few pages until it suddenly cut off midway through on the left side of the third page. On the right-hand page, there looked to be only two words written. One was neatly put in the top left corner and was written in ink, and the other was off the side, written in some charcoal as before. The pages following were written semi-sporadically. Some had what looked to be full sentences, others had one word in large letters. The writings alternated between the ink and the charcoal, but both looked to be in the same handwriting. After a while, flipping through, I came across a set of pages that were drawings of scenes. These were written in charcoal and had been so badly smudged that I could not tell what they'd depicted. It looked like an interior of some kind, but all the details were smeared and smudged until incomprehensible. The pages following the drawings were blank. Flipping through, I was scared that was the end of my potential lead. My fears were quelled when, after about 10 pages of flipping, I came across more writing. It was the same script, but looked like a new author, as the writing was smaller and softer than the previous text. Flipping through this, similar. Blocks of text diminishing into smaller text, eventually leading to smudged images and charcoal. I continued to flip through these pages, looking for any semblance of recognizable language until I eventually came across something different. This page looked to be in a new language, something closer to French, written in ink. Some words were slightly recognizable. Comment and what looked like approacher were the two that I could more directly pick up on, but most of it I could not make any sense of. Same pattern came up again. Wall of text, short sentences, and some charcoal drawings. I wish I'd stopped there. If I had stopped there, everything would have been fine. Turning pages and attempting to decipher yielded no better understanding. It wasn't until I turned to a new blank section. Flipping through, I was again worried I'd come to the end of this fascinating and potentially useful book. Saw a blotch of ink in between the pages I'd flipped through, which I quickly turned back to. The top left corner, the right-hand page, there was a clear as day English word.
Hello?
Sort of shocked my brain back into what I was doing. Up until this point, nothing had been decipherable, though it didn't feel like I was doing anything wrong. Reading that one word made me realize I could be doing something I shouldn't be. This was someone's private property. Someone missing, no less. My brain had to come up with reasons to keep reading, even though I might be prying into something that could have been of little use to the case that came from a crime scene. Maybe I'd find evidence and progress the missing person's case, or perhaps a family member might appreciate the memories within. No matter the reason, I turned the page. The next page was not much more verbose.
Do you have a name?
Okay, this is fun. Because the whole time it's like, all right, where are we getting to with the writing? And clearly she was like interested in some kind of ancient religion or spell or something like that. But now we're seeing her interactions like she was talking through the page. Just
yeah,
cool.
I thought it was leading into like a Necronomicon kind of thing, but yeah, it's cool. It's like this weird supernatural text that she's like talking to spirits through or something.
Yeah, that's fun. That's fun.
Also, all the old text, it's something that's obviously been passed around for God knows how long.
This book, he establishes as the red cover. It's old. There's a thumbprint of something like a demon or like some ancient being passed it on, and like several different people from different cultures have pushed this through each other. And her being a history major, she came across it somehow and tried it for herself. It seems. That was interesting to me. Someone had written on this page, but not the text, and it was a question, no less. Turning the page, there was more text on the left page.
Nice to meet you.
And again, right-hand page was blank. The next, oh, that's cool. It's like whatever answer it gave her,
it probably shows up. Yeah.
Yeah, that's neat. The next page simply read,
unimportant.
Something clicked in my head at that moment. This wasn't a journal. It was a sort of book filled with a pre-planned half of a conversation with the previous owner. It must have been passed down from person to person or left for more people to find. This would explain what I saw before, at least somewhat. Maybe they were all conversations between previous owners. This was incredibly unprofessional of me. I don't know what came over me. Something about this book was so intriguing up to this point that I wasn't really thinking about the situation I was in. That same morbid curiosity was brought about again. Potentially conversing with a missing person drove me to want to see what conversation might be in store if I followed along. Going back, I took my closest pen. Next to the first English page, I wrote,
hello?
I mean, you got to be curious, right?
You do, but it's just God, like rule number. It's just like in movies when it's like, you know, someone it's like, what is this? What is this weird language? Ba la cool. It's like why read it? You know what I mean? That kind of shit.
Turning the page, next to the question about a name, I wrote,
yes, my name is Isaac.
I turned the page again. My blood stood still for a moment as I read the response.
Nice to meet you, Isaac.
So, hold on. He's writing next to the person that previously wrote.
Well, he's writing
on what's your name?
Yeah,
and he writes, yes, my name is Isaac.
Yeah, he's following along with the stuff before, and now on the blank pages, he's seeing the response.
I see, okay.
Today's episode is sponsored by Tushy. Over 2 million butts love Tushy, and yours will too. Tushy is the luxury bidet that your bath...
If it had said my name before, written there. But here it was, plain as day. I tried to explain it away as being me hastily reading over the pages, my heart pounding out of my chest. I wrote my own question.
Do you have a name?
Turning the page, I remembered what it had said before, which was still written there.
Unimportant.
So it knew what he was going to say.
No.
That wasn't the previous owner.
I'm thinking that was the previous question she wrote as well, and it's been left there. Is what I believe it to be. Where she saw this thing, what's your name? Who are you? And then the thing probably just put unimportant.
I see. Okay. Something about this made me slam the book shut. Even though I knew what was written there, even though I had just read it moments ago, I still wrote a question. And had written the answer before I even knew I would ask. It felt like my own thoughts had been peered into a personal and violating way. It took a few minutes to calm down, try to rationalize what was going on. Up until this point, I thought I'd been conversing with Millie. Even the handwriting looked comparable to notes I had seen written by her in her documentation. Nothing could explain what was happening, other than me misremembering what was written. This was a rabbit hole I did not want to go down anymore. After sitting for a few moments, I decided I should just read on and stop being frightened of something that could be rationally explained. It had to be rationally explained. Isaac was already written there, and I'd missed it. In my hysteria, I had to have unconsciously responded to the answer I'd read on the next page. I opened the book again, flipped back to the page I left on.
Oh, you idiot.
Flipping forward to check the next page did nothing to help my paranoia.
Where are you?
Pushing past my anxiety, I wrote,
Hello. Why is your name unimportant?
I flipped the next page.
That's good. Where's Camille?
This settled my stomach a little. This was entirely indirect and seemed completely disconnected from my question. I've been paranoid about nothing. I decided to keep moving with this.
I don't know, Camille. Who is she?
Turning the page, the next was blank. This surprised me. I thought there'd be something written with how this book had been filled up until now, so I turned again.
How has your day been?
At this point, I was feeling a little less anxious about everything. This was a far simpler and more disconnected from the previous contact. It was more along the lines of what I'd expect from a gimmick like this. So, I wrote.
My day was fine. I'm an investigator. I found this journal in a burnt house earlier. Arson plus a missing person. A very unusual situation.
Turning the page, I was puzzled for a moment.
So, you do know Camille.
Interesting. Then I froze. My heart started pounding again. This time, it was pounding so hard it began to hurt. The weight behind that name felt like someone was pouring cement over every inch of my body. On the next page, I wrote a question.
Millie?
Turning the page, I stumbled, trying to get out of my chair away from the book. Written on the next page in the top left-hand corner were the following words.
A very unusual situation.
So yeah, now he's completely convinced that whatever this is on the other side of the book is talking to him.
Yeah.
Or that it's already written the answers and he's asking the questions to whoever wrote in the book knew he would ask in the future or something. Adrenaline surged through my body like I never experienced before. Nothing previously in my life, even remotely, compared to the confusion and dread I felt in that moment. I could barely get air into my lungs. Reading just a few words, the situation had become much bigger than I previously could have imagined. I thought long and hard about whether I should continue. Other than what this book was, my first question was why I had not heard from anyone up until this point that Millie's name was actually Mill. Even in documents, her first name was recorded as Millie, hence why I hadn't connected the dots the first time it came up. I was petrified. Every part of my body was screaming at me to stop this and run, and yet, something in the back of my psyche was screaming the opposite, that if I stopped, something horrible would happen, that I needed to approach this very cautiously and leave it very carefully. I sat back down and reread the sentence a few more times, trying to convince myself there was a logical explanation. Unfortunately, this was more direct than any coincidence could explain. I began to run through the possible responses in my mind. Somehow I got the feeling that I needed to get back out of this unexpectedly present conversation in a way that did not let on anything about how I was feeling. Lightheaded, I wrote.
Where are you from?
Using all my will to keep my hand from shaking.
Somewhere close.
I don't like
that is oddly threatening, isn't it?
Yeah, somewhere close. Ooh.
It's a funner way than just being like, I'm here with you, because that feels too like somewhere close just feels so oddly threatening.
It's like, what do you mean by that? Do you mean somewhere close, like as opposed compared to Earth, or as compared to my bedroom?
It's
that
just
I'm in?
vague. Yeah. It's just vague enough to be unsettling.
This is a really fun concept, an investigator finding a book that he's talking to effectively. I also like, we clown on stories sometimes for like having their characters be too dramatic in scenarios. Like I stood up, I jumped, I freaked out and stuff. But I feel like with how grounded the story was in its intro of him being an investigator, I feel like this is a logical, like him jumping up and like pushing himself against the wall and stuff. I feel like that is a thing you would do if you realized a book was talking to you.
Well, there's a difference between overacting and simply acting. The story has prepped up this thing now to where the story feels, the character feels lived in, and then now we're getting to like get these visual representations of his like physical state along with his mental state. Because it's one thing to just be like, I was petrified, but then to have it be able to explain a character like getting up and pacing around a room, like you can hear his footsteps in your head as you're reading this. You know, those things add to the story and the like kind of bravado and the tension that's happening. You know, because you need to. It's also padding it like it is. It'd be different if it was back to back to back, all these different quotes, but these little descriptors give us a nice breather between them, and it's just building anticipation, which is really fun.
Something about these words felt more threatening than before.
What did Camille say to you before she left?
If I could use this situation to help Millie somehow, then maybe something good come of everything going on.
The wrong question.
That's fun. That's cool. I shuddered slightly. What did that mean? What constitutes a wrong question? I worried I'd make the same mistake if I asked. Between each response, I had to think deeply about the consequences of what I was asking. I thought it would make sense to ask something completely unrelated to anything that had been mentioned so far.
What is the date today?
Flipping the page gave a response that ate away at my curiosity again. The next page was filled with what looked to be a series of shapes, to lines being made up of the same characters at the start of the book in a language I did not understand.
Buddy, that's the wrong question.
That's the wrong question. You ask a question and it's just like,
if you fucking ask a question and then the stupid ass Pokemon that are like weird hieroglyphics whatever start floating around, you know you're fucked, dude. Yeah, well, I better ask him something straight up, and he just responds back with like,
that's such a funny way to describe like non-Euclidean geometry. Like, oh no, the Pokemon again.
You know which Pokemon I'm talking about? What the fuck were those called?
Oregon? Is that what you're talking about? One that's like made up of shapes, the digital one. I thought you were just referring to like the demon was drawing in like ununderstood hieroglyphics and like geometry, and you're like, oh yeah, the Pokemon.
No. It's this. Look here, I'm posting it in the. I'll send it to you on. I don't know Pokemon enough to know, but I remember when I was younger, these guys were in there. I'm saying these little motherfuckers.
Oh, are those Pokemon? Yeah. The ones that are just shaped. I mean, we'll show a picture, but I don't know what you call those.
I don't know what they're fucking called.
They do kind of look like that, don't they? That's not a bad guess.
Are they just called unknown? They might just be called unknown.
Uh-oh, that's the wrong question. Bad decision, Mark. Oh. You ask what's the date and it starts, because it's not going by like the Gregorian calendar or the Julian calendar or whatever. It's just like pulling you straight back from time. It was poorly sketched in charcoal, and even if I could read the language, the characters were so smudged that it seemed unlikely to be legible.
I don't understand whatever you wrote there. Could you write it in English?
As long as I kept the conversation moving in a mundane direction, I figured I could end it after a while as though I had enjoyed the chat and had to go. Turning the page, I was slightly confused by the answer.
Where are you from?
question itself was fairly clear. The confusing part was that this response was in my handwriting. What?
Weird.
It's stealing his handwriting to be like, this is what you're supposed to ask. Is that what it's doing?
I'm not sure.
I decided to lie. Given whatever this was, any information about myself was definitely not in my best interest.
I'm from Europe. What about you?
Then I realized I had just effectively asked the same question from earlier. Seeing as asking these questions seemed to agitate it, my anxiety spiked immensely. Turning the page, my breath left my lungs.
I know who you are.
So earlier, he asked it, where are you from? And it said somewhere near. And he's like, I don't like that. So he tries to take it somewhere else. Then it like copy paste his question again, where are you from? And in responding to himself, he accidentally once again says, what about you? He asks once again, where are you from, basically? And it responds with, I know who you are. Again, like a vaguely threatening answer.
Do you think that it's like a version of himself? You know what I mean? Like, is the thing slowly become like, not that it's becoming him, but could he be talking to an alternate reality version of himself or something that's taking the shape of him? Like somewhere close to me is.
I think this feels more like a demon or entity because it's historic, right? It's like some.
Well, sure, but I still think something could be taking his likeness or something. Because the whole idea too that Millie is gone or something, it could.
Pipelines can now be optimized with valves to limit and balance their throughput. These were initially left out because Fixit did not want to overwhelm pioneers with complex pipeline management, but they have since been re-added after my impassioned defense of your capabilities.
The handwriting thing threw me off. Of like it was in his handwriting. I don't know.
Well, that's because that's the exact same thing he asked earlier. So it's just like taking it and then pasting it on a page later. Yeah. What little calm I had begun to experience in this situation immediately left me. Asking anything relating to whatever I was talking with seemed to bring about a sense that it did not want me digging any deeper. Maybe that's what happened to Millie. Maybe she asked too many questions about whatever this was. I decided not to respond to this. If I left it blank, maybe it would move on. Fortunately, it's very wrong. On the next page, there was not handwriting, but rather a drawing. Charcoal sketch, similar to the ones I'd seen earlier in the book. This time it was not smudged like the others. It was a clear sketch of a street lined with houses. Turning the page again, there was another sketch. The sketch was just a single house. Not just any house, though. It was my house. Oh no. In a panic, I turned the page again. The next sketch was a close-up of the right side of my front lawn, where you could see my office window.
No goddamn.
The office I was in. I did not want to turn the page again. My mind was screaming at me to stop here. My body moved so it were acting on its own. I turned the page again. I screamed as I heard what sounded like something heavy and wet hit the window behind me so hard, I'm surprised the glass didn't shatter. I turned to the window. By the grace of God, I had my curtains shut. It took all of my willpower to look away, but I turned back to the book. This time, the sketch was from the perspective of just outside my office window. You could clearly see a crude drawing of me, turned towards the reader. As if looking over my shoulder at the window. Something was there, and it could see me. I did not know what to do. At this point, I felt as though my sanity was leaving me. I quietly rolled out of my chair. Some deep, unrecognizable voice within my mind began to call me towards the window. Feeling wasn't just a pull, it was a lustful desire. Like I had to go towards the window, as though it had some untold pleasure ready for me when I got there. I walked towards it slowly, each half of my brain fighting the other so avidly my head began to pound with an indescribable pain. I felt like my mind was going to be torn apart. Once I got to the window, I sat there. The fear had gotten strong enough that I was able to at least stop myself from opening the curtains. Now that I was right in front of the window, I could hear a faint, continuous hum coming from the glass, as though a steady tone was vibrating it. I could also feel a warmth like I never felt before. The only thing I could compare it to would be a combination of as if I had been embraced by my soulmate for the first time and simultaneously had scalding desert sand thrown across the front of my body, wherever the warmth touched, all at once. Pain brought me to my senses. I began to cry. I was so frightened. Tears running down my eyes, I backed away from the window. I backed up, not taking my eyes off it until I got back to my desk. I mustered up the courage to look away, saw that the drawing had changed. It was the same in position, but it depicted me in front of the window as I was just moments ago. I don't know what struck my instincts into action, but after a moment of contemplation, I took the left-hand page and turned back to the previous page. As I did so, I heard the hum die away and the tingling, painful warmth fade. I dared not turn to look. Instead, I continued to turn back the pages. One by one, I watched the sketches zoom further from my house until I got to a page with text. It was not the page that was there originally.
Where are you?
This was written across both pages in large, sprawling charcoal text. At this point, I had determined that, by continuing, I would be in more danger than anything that could happen to me if I closed the book. So I did just that. I closed it. Immediately, the headache, anxiety, and adrenaline that had been pumping through every vein in my body disappeared. My body relaxed as though it knew it had just narrowly escaped some unknown horror. I waited in my chair, silently, watching the windows and doors of my room for what I have to assume was hours. Because by the time I left my room, it was light again outside. I very cautiously wrapped the book in the towel I had set under it earlier, and headed to my front door. After stepping outside, nervously approached the window to my office to see what was there. On the window, there was what looked to be dried, dark, chunky blood and burnt skin left behind from whatever was pressed against it. It resembled the imprint of a face with skin hanging off of it, pressed up against the glass. Sagging and misshapen. Just thinking about what would have happened if I'd opened that window made me feel ill. I had a shovel in my car already, which is an unfortunate necessity in more unsavory missing persons cases. I drove for a very, very long time. Strangely, I encountered nothing strange the whole time. I drove from the town I was in to one of the deepest rural hikes I know in Oregon. I spent an hour digging a deep hole, my heart racing the entire time, and I buried the book there. Now, some of you might be wondering why I didn't just burn the book. I have a good reason. Under what circumstances had Millie gone missing? What string of events preceded her disappearance? A string of fires and a string of disappearances. I believe I'm not the first one to have this experience. I fear that if I try to burn the book, I will become another missing persons case. I instead successfully buried that book somewhere nobody will ever find it, and I do not plan on trying to remember where I chose. This wasn't already strange enough. Just yesterday, some new information came to light. I tried continuing to find Millie, despite all that had happened. This is a human being we're talking about. I tried to set the past few weeks without involving myself any further. I just couldn't sit knowing she could be alive somewhere, along with the rest of those people. So I decided to involve myself in the case again, even without the book, yesterday morning. When I called the police department, however, I was shocked to learn that nobody knew what I was talking about. There's no missing persons case. In fact, there were no missing person cases at all. I was told the fires had been in vacant houses and were determined to be electrical issues across the board. Even stranger still, I called the private client who was supposedly close family to Millie. They asked how I got their number and, even worse, stated that their younger sister, Camille, had died at a very young age from an illness. They went as far as to hang up on me when I tried to ask further. I don't know what's going on. If anyone has any advice, I'll take it. I don't believe Millie died as a young girl, and I believe she and others might still be suffering somewhere out there. Something about the warmth keeps replaying in my dreams. The lust and pain I felt just being near whatever that thing was at the window can only lead me to wonder what horrible experiences they might be going through right now. Like a twisted version of being drowned after following a siren's call. For now, though, I'm going to sleep. I'm done with journals, and I'm hoping I can put all of this behind me.
Man, bravo.
That was awesome. That was great. Wow.
What a great story. First off, too, well, let's get into question time. Do you think that the whatever entity this was, could that have been Millie on the other side of some sort?
No, I think what it is there is a demon or some. It said she was reading like old Greek mythology, so like some ancient demon or god or whatever that's tied to this book that you can communicate with. There might actually, I'm not that familiar with Greek mythology. There might be a like myth in Greek tradition about like something you talk through a book, for all I know. But whatever it was is something that people can communicate with by writing on the page, and it gives them an answer, and it eventually beckons them to it. Like he said, it was on the other side of the window, and even though he was terrified, he felt drawn, he felt compelled to go open it. And if you do open it, I think it takes you away, potentially, or you just see the previous victim of it or something like that. And it erases you from history. That would also explain why all of the answers are like erased. Like in the same way, everyone who's interacted with it's gone, and there was a string of house fires. So perhaps, as he implies at the end, people tried to burn it, and then instead everything around it burned besides the book, and maybe the person burned with it. But it seems that whoever interacts with it is ripped out of history, and that's why I don't know why he would have got the name Millie wrong. Maybe Millie is like
well, I thought that Millie was the thing that was a part of well, he said that was the name that was on the report.
Yeah.
And then Camille was the actual name, but he's like, I never thought to connect them because on the actual report, Millie was the one written, if that's what you mean.
Yeah, I wonder what that could mean. Maybe Millie is like the name the demon uses or something like that, and it just picked him to be its next victim. And then the reason it was asking about Camille is Camille was the last person in line who had the book. Yeah, he's speaking to some ancient entity.
Well, I think Camille is Millie.
Well, it is, but I'm saying, like, why would it use the name Millie if every other instance its name's Camille? Because he sees that, like, Millie is the name of, like, oh, this is the missing person, but he says it's on all the official documentation, but then after this experience with the book's over, they don't know a Millie, they know a Camille. It seems that Millie was just an alias for some reason that was written on everything.
Oh, yeah.
So I don't know where that connection comes from, but
the story did a lot of really good things. One thing it did very well was I think it set up a very fun, like I like the idea of like an arson, like a guy basically trying to solve a mystery case and this weird arson, basically like this weird arson case where he finds this book. It's very weird. He kind of takes it even though he shouldn't. And then he is tempted by it the same way that all the other victims have. It also does a good job by like, because in movies, people do dumb things because that's conflict, and you need conflict for story. If there is no conflict, there is no story. So that's why people do it. But I do think for like a Reddit post horror story where someone's like talking to us as if it's like an r/no sleep, it's fun that the guy rejects that like temptation at the end. Like it's a very satisfying thing for the character to be smart. But I think the most effective thing the story did was building anticipation in just so many great ways. Like,
milestone reached. Fix-It has granted you the power of flight, provided you have a jetpack and the appropriate fuels. The jetpack refuels automatically while you are standing on a surface, and different fuel types will affect the jetpack's functionality. With this increased versatility, you will no doubt achieve efficiency levels previously unheard of.
pacing around. It really took its time with all of the things because it had a new fun way of like basically combining like that fucking book and Harry Potter mixed with like a Necronomicon. Like it kind of like had like it's a new fun take on that onto this like kind of stereotypical trope of like evil book with, you know, ancient text in it that summons an evil spirit of some kind. I think that it played with that really well, but also too just like the subtlety of how it was, you know, it didn't go overboard on like, you know, because the creature could have said something like, yeah, the creature, the thing could have like, you know, been saying all this horrible shit or like horrifying stuff, but it was all very subtle and simple, and that within itself
somewhere nearby, and that did enough.
It built that dread, and then the charcoal drawing was really fun too. Of like, you like see these sketches being made of someone outside your house and stuff. Just a lot of fun. Like I really enjoyed this one, man. And I think too, great length. Like it wasn't too short, it wasn't too long. It was just this nice, solid story, and I lost a little of my innocence in it as well. So I think that's fantastic.
Okay, I'm glad that you're still incorporating that title.
Love loss of innocence. Love it. That was awesome though. We'll be sure, like I said, we have all the stories in the description of this as well, but that was a fucking awesome
very
story.
Well done. Raymond, come back. That was your only post ever. Keep doing that.
Keep writing, Raymond. We miss you. We need you. Consequence level 7877. The next story is by Only a Blur, and it's called "I've Discovered a Book That Does Not End." Two book stories.
Two book stories. I'll also say, so go ahead.
Let's say, to be fair, we did not know that the missing person story was going to be primarily a book story, but here we are.
Yes, that was convenient. So the author, Only a Blur, goes by Brandon, and they post in r/Creepcast a lot. We were their number 2 most listened to podcast last year. I don't know why we weren't number 1, but that's okay, I guess.
A bit awkward. What's the first?
But to counter that, the first is the official podcast with, you know, the gang. So, and number 3 was Red Thread, which was the show I was on. So, yeah, I don't know why Creepcast and
he's a big fan of yours then.
It seems, yeah. So he bought our merch. He bought the last Creepcast drop, according to this picture of him. He posted in r/Creepcast a lot, so he seems to be a fan. And he also posts r/BoJack Horseman, so, you know, peak recognized. Very cool of you. So it seems he started writing this previous year. So he started posting in r/Creepcast, and then after that he started posting short stories. He's posted a couple to No Sleep and r/Horror Stories. One called "The Regular at My Bar Won't Stop Coming In." And he also posted that one to Creepcast as well. That one seems to be doing well, but the one we're reading, "I Discovered a Book That Does Not End," it seems he posted to No Sleep, and then it got taken off of No Sleep. So, classic No Sleep fashion. So we are going to be reading. So after that one got deleted from No Sleep, he then posted his stories over to r/Creepcast. And so now the story we're reading today was taken off of No Sleep, probably because it, you know, doesn't. It gives like the full name of a fictional character or something like that. So, but yes, posted by Brandon only a month ago. So it seems that he's got a thing for writing, getting into it. So hopefully,
I love
this is good, and we don't make too much fun of it, and you continue writing.
I love it. Nice new author. Let's see what he has here, dude. Also, I want to say that I like the name of the title. It's a nice hook. So let's see if the hook has a little bit of bait on it for Daddy.
Yeah, well, I didn't like the way that you worded that follow-up.
I didn't like it. It was unpleasant after.
I think calling fans of the show or referring to yourself as Daddy when talking to them seems a little.
Okay, well, I meant that was a bit. I didn't mean to. That was a bit of an overstep. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, as long as you know that. All right. I've discovered a book that does not end by Brandon, also known as Only a Blur. Most of my life, I have been considered a bookworm by the people around me in my life. Always loved reading ever since my 11th grade English teacher assigned us to read Blood Meridian by Cormac McCarthy. Okay. All right. Well, I feel like I'm... All right.
I wonder if he's a fan of yours.
Well, I've talked multiple times that my 11th grade English teacher assigned The Road by Cormac McCarthy.
Did you see
I've given that story multiple times, and I know for a fact that English teacher was not assigning Blood Meridian. That's for sure.
I like the Did you? I saw you responded to that tweet that was like, yeah, I mean, it's not that I dislike Wendigoon, but I hate that this character's like a creepy, that he's like a what is it, a
creepypasta character.
Yeah, he's like a creepy people Judge Holden, whatever.
Character. Yeah.
As if that's your fault in any way or whatever.
So that's kind of not to go on too much of a tangent, but I almost see both sides of it, because has there ever been something you've been really nichely interested in that gets popular really quick and the tone around it kind of changes, you know?
Yeah. Well, I think, like, to be fair, because you used that image, right? That was kind of a popular image, but I just think that it's
the
just
image of Judge Holden, you mean? Like that picture of
the
him?
painting.
Yeah,
I
used that in the video. Yeah.
So like that's also just a prime meme kind of image. You know what I mean? Like it almost.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like you have an image like that, it's gonna take shape and it's gonna like breathe new life, especially because your video
that's
did so well too. So like that's. It's less about even people understanding and more so that it's just a great simple image that you can like kind of repurpose, because it's not that it's too detailed. You can kind of like redraw it. You know, it's almost like fucking when, what is it, Pepe the Frog got taken over.
Yeah.
It just evolves and transforms into whatever the fuck people are gonna run with it, you know? So
yeah, and I think there's a balance with it, because like for Judge Holden's a good example. So a lot of people maybe seen that image before and stuff like that, but they hadn't, and maybe they heard of Blood Meridian, but they weren't familiar with the story, they weren't familiar with the concepts. And I read the book, really liked it, wanted to talk about it. So I talk about it, and I don't think I'm the sole reason that Blood Meridian got more popular online. I think Cormac McCarthy's death also led to a bunch of people checking it out and stuff like that. But I certainly was a piece in the puzzle of Blood Meridian gaining popularity. And or at least in online spaces. It was obviously a popular book beforehand. Just a lot of, younger audiences weren't familiar with it.
Sure.
And I think when that happened, a lot of people kind of started to perceive it the way they do other stories, like, oh, creepy character, heavy, intense moments, all the, kind of like dramatic, bloody moments from the book. And they started to kind of not dumb down, but summarize a lot of Judge Holden's actions as big, scary, evil man in the Old West, right? And
versus
because
being a
of
representation of, greed and all that other kind of shit that it's commenting on.
When you read Blood Meridian, it's almost like Judge Holden is a spirit of sort. I mean, obviously he's real in the book, but the way it's described is you have this bloody gang of like headhunters. And there's this one figure in them that completely stands in contrast of everything else in the desert. Like there are all these, the book goes to great lengths to describe how hairy and like dirty the guys are, but he's pristine and hairless, towering above the rest of them. It's almost like having the Grim Reaper in camp with you. And a lot of the symbolism around him is drawn from like Lucifer and like figures of death and Greek mythology and stuff like that. So he's almost otherworldly. Like he's too terrible to exist. And when you distill that character down to creepy, scary man who, is like a pedophile or whatever, you lose a lot of the weight of what that character is.
Yeah.
And I understand that by me making the video, it became more popular, so people start to talk about it. That's frustrating, and that's fair criticism. But some people take that further and say that my presentation or the way I talked about Judge Holden was the dumbing it down, and I disagree with that. I think in a lot of my stuff, or like in that video, I talked at length about the stuff I just said about his, determination of being evil, but also like kind of the greater cultural context surrounding it. Like I saw one, not to just like get one guide, but I saw one person talking about my stuff, and it's like, well, I don't think Wendigoon did a good job talking about like how the story is a big piece about like the evils that were done to natives in, during this time in history. But I talked in my video that if Judge Holden is like this agent of death, or if he's the devil himself, then he has seated himself in the most violent place on earth, which is the headhunters of the early American West. And I think in that statement, like, I feel like in my video presentation, I did an honest effort at making Judge Holden, the personification of him, legitimate to the way he is in the book. And if people took that and dumbed it down, I understand the frustration, but also in the most careful way I can say this, it's not my fault that people, took the character and then made it into sort of a meme or something like that. But at the same time, I understand being upset that because of my video, the character got dumbed down, if that makes sense. This has nothing to do with the video or the podcast or anything. I just thoughts have been in my head. I haven't had a place to talk about them yet. But
no. I mean, I think that it's justifiable. Also, at the same time, you made a video about a subject you're passionate about. I think you did a good job covering it. The video also went stupid viral. And you're going to have people that saw that, who share that interest as well across the internet, and it gets filtered time and time again through these conversations to where there probably are people who use that image or imagery or do whatever and have no idea where it comes from. You know, that's just also meme culture. That's just the way that shit evolves and stuff like that. It is what it is. I do think though that like the descriptors of death, because every time that I saw the original painting of it, it always made me think of the Grim Reaper from a Seventh Seal.
Yeah, he didn't.
Yeah.
Just that kind of like, you know, just the pale face kind of thing. But anyways, it's just prime also because it's perfect for that meme edit of like creepy, weird smile. It's kind of funny.
Yeah.
But it's also unsettling and odd, you know. It's simple and it's like lowbrow in its approach. It's a fucking awesome painting. It just rules. So yeah, I don't know. It is what it is. I just thought it was funny, you know, or I just thought it was. It's always interesting, the conversations people bring up and the discourse it causes. It's always it's interesting what people decide to I guess talk about, or you know, some people get I say upset, but who knows? I mean, it's over text, but it's just something where it's like who cares? I don't know. It just seems I
think. I mean, like, I agree with you for the most part, you know, the who cares thing. But I also understand having, like, it honestly, after seeing, like, the judge get dumbed down to, you know, as the tweet said, creepypasta characters, that is frustrating. That does annoy me because I think he's so much more than the story I think he represents. So
of course.
But at the same time, I'm not going to stop covering stuff like that because, for one, I'm passionate about it. I enjoy stories and I enjoy when they're done well, talking about how they're done well. But also because I feel like one of the biggest issues that cause characters like that to be perceived in a dumbed down way is because we often just hand people dumbed down stories, right? Like, not just YouTube, but in, like, you know, the way kids are talked to in school, in high school and stuff like that. They're given the most milquetoast interpretation of things. They're not really encouraged to dig into art. One of the reasons I love stories so much is, as this guy referenced, in the 11th grade, my English teacher taught us The Road, and he taught it with passion. And I heard that and I was like, wow, I want to learn more stories like that. So at the same time, when, you know, people take the judge and then they kind of dumb it down, we have this guy who started writing short stories after he read r/Creepcast. And he makes a reference to Blood Meridian in there, and now he's writing his own story. So for every negative way people interpret stories or take them and then spread them across their internet, there's other people who hear it, learn about it, and then are impressed to go about with their own things. So yeah, I don't regret making that video to any regard, because for any amount of damage it did, a bunch of people learned about Blood Meridian and they learned about the judge in earnest, and I think that's invaluable to teach people. To help show people about art and about what's out there.
I don't think that there's any real damage to have. Also, to say to who cares, that's a misrepresentation of that's not the correct thing to say. What I said, I think more so what I mean is it's unavoidable to try and you know.
Welcome to Satisfactory 1.0. My name is Nick.
To try and please everybody, you can't do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And also, it would be different too if the video was Judge Holton the first creepy? Was he the first SCP? That's something that's different. You know what I mean? Because then you're also completely lambasting the character. I guess that's what I mean is like, if somebody you can't help it. It is what it is.
Yeah.
You know. Also, too, I think people go in with things, and I think that people go in guns blazing because they're just like. It's also very much. That's also why I mean, keep this or not, I fucking hate Twitter because it's nothing but hive mind, tweet bullshit. Where there's no discussion. It's people just being like, "I'm pissed. Are you pissed too?" And it's that, you know. So it is what it is. Anyways, I mean, we have a story.
Yeah, we have a story. Sorry, I didn't mean to get so sidetracked with it, but
I think it's fascinating hearing it come from that person, because a lot of things that you do have a cultural online impact and stuff. And I do think that, like, you know, if there's one thing that's to be said, even with these fan-made stories, is getting people excited about things and having interest in stuff. So much of what people decide to do with their time is be pissed off or demean shit, which I'm no better. You know, I definitely am a fucking little annoying rat when it comes to things, but all you can do is be excited about stuff and try to contribute back in some meaningful way. And that's like the best thing. Yeah. Most positive thing you can do with your time versus dwelling on why things are different or popular for some reason. You know, it's just like, if you just don't like something, move on. And if you love something, contribute to it and like try to be a part of the conversation.
Yeah. Yeah, that's well said. And I think like this guy here, this is really encouraging because, you know, you tell 100 people about something, 50 people are going to take it the wrong way, 50 people take it the right way. I think it's worth telling 100 for the 50 that take it the right way, is my outlook. But like, we got this guy here, Only a Blur, Brandon. I scrolled through because I was trying to find, you know, what all he's written. He's had a Reddit account for years, and then he's never posted any stories he's written. And then he starts posting an r/creepcast, and then he writes 2 stories in the past couple months. To me, that is worth 100 people dumbing down a character, right? That maybe this one guy started listening to the podcast or listening to our channels and was like, I want to start telling stories. That's worth all the other junk that comes with it, right? That's encouraging. It's really cool to see. And then in the first part, there's what I assume to be kind of a reference towards myself. That means a lot. Makes me feel good.
I'm glad, man.
So anyway, with the story.
Do you just want to start from the top?
Yeah, I'll just start from the top. Most of my life, I've been considered a bookworm by the people around me in my life. I've always loved reading ever since my 11th grade English teacher assigned us to read Blood Meridian by Cormac McCarthy. That novel opened my eyes not only to how powerful stories are and their impact on human emotion, but also the depravity of human beings, their unrelenting nature. After an experience like that, I was hooked. I would search through bookstores, libraries, garage, and estate sales. Wherever there was a book to be found, I was at the foreground. Once I had exhausted all of those means to find new and exciting reads, I turned to the internet. I have a fascination with banned and lost books. Something about the mystery surrounding them excites me and makes me want to consume them. About 3 months ago, I came across a listing on some secondhand book website for a novel titled World's History from Beginning to End. This immediately piqued my interest because I noticed there was no author listed, which is not unusual when authors want to remain anonymous. What made it strange was that there was no publisher or identity of anybody that made this book. It was also very difficult to tell exactly what time period this book was from. The hardcover looked as if it was almost brand new, as it was just pulled off the printing press. The pages, on the other hand, looked like they were made of papyrus, which hasn't been used to make books in centuries. I figured I must have stumbled upon a piece of lost media that I could hopefully use to impress the other eccentrics I knew online. I messaged the lister immediately, asking if it was still available for sale. They responded about 10 minutes later with a location pin about 250 miles away from where I was. I asked if we could meet halfway, but they just sent the same pin. Knowing how these sellers usually are, they won't budge when they have a meeting place set in stone. Picking up the book was uneventful. Drove to the guy's place, parked right outside his modest middle-class home in the suburbs, sent him a message, letting him know I was there. He sent it back saying the book was in the mailbox and I have to leave the money in there. Aside from feeling like I was buying weed in high school again, I didn't have any off feelings about the interaction. When I got home, it was nearly 11:30 at night, and I put the book on my nightstand, then fell asleep. Once I woke up the next morning, the first thing I did was crack that book open and begin reading. The novel was not as long as I had imagined for a full history of the world, only about 800 pages from looking at it. The first chapter opened up on a singularity and a vastless space of emptiness seeking growth. Over the next 50 pages, it discussed the beginning of our universe through the Big Bang. The second chapter was around 30 pages and talked about how organisms began to attach themselves to Earth, creating a multitude of different species. After a few more chapters, I learned about the dinosaurs, evolution of man, the Stone Ages, and evolution of tools, development in language, art, culture. Now I was about 600 pages in. We have not even broken into the first empires of the world. At the 10th chapter, and about 720 pages into the book, it finally began discussing the start of civilization in Mesopotamia. Once I read through that, I was nearly at the end of the novel with only an initial history of the world. I thought the book might be part of a series, but since I couldn't even find a trace of this book anywhere, I doubt I'd find others. The final page of the novel was on page 817, edited with a chapter talking about the rise of the Babylonian Empire. As I flipped the final page to see the back cover, I was surprised to see a new page, a new chapter title on it, Persian and Roman Empires. I was shocked that they would add just one page of another chapter at the end of the book, but I read it anyway. Once I flipped that page, another one was after it. I swear I did not see or feel another page on the other side of the one I had just read. This kept going for the next 11 hours. Every time I would flip a page, a new one would be there in its place to continue the story. Although the book seemed to go on indefinitely, the size of the book never changed. After all that time, I had made it to around the year 1997 with the death of Princess Diana. It was nearly 3 in the morning at this point, and I had to process to some degree what I was experiencing, so I did my best to go to sleep. All night, I could not stop thinking about the seemingly unending book. Was it an optical illusion? Was I somehow miscounting the pages? I had to figure out what was going on. That's funny to imagine a guy who, like, he's literally at the back of the book and new pages keep coming and he's like, oh, must have missed that one. Oh,
yeah,
must have missed that one.
It's very like goosebumpy, isn't it? It's just like this thing of also the compelling nature of being like, well, I guess I'll just keep reading, because it is an anomaly, you know. It is because the size of the book never changing, but you still keep flipping and there's more pages. That would be such a weird mind fuck, but it almost seems like he's like hypnotized in some weird way to keep reading and keep continuing into this like weird fucking never-ending book.
Yeah. It's also threatening how it's like beginning to end. I waited for the sun to rise before I began reading again. Every new chapter at this point spanned over 100 pages each and only depicted about 6 months to a year of history at a time. After another 9 hours of reading, I made it to modern day. They were discussing various airplane crashes that happened in DC, Philadelphia, and Scottsdale. I read about the death of my favorite director, David Lynch, and all the other major events that have happened so far this year. I don't know how a book can be published mere hours after these events were being discussed. I kept turning the pages and kept reading when I realized it had listed an event that happened yesterday. This is impossible since I bought the book 2 days ago. What could possibly have an event in it that happened yesterday? My curiosity piqued, I kept reading. The novel continued into how the rest of the year will play out. I figured whoever wrote it had a bountiful imagination to insert their own predictions into a book about world history. Once I wrapped up the 2025 years, I decided it was a good time to go to bed, so I did. I must not have slept much in the last couple of days because I had slept through the entirety of the next one. I woke up 32 hours later in my bed. I did my usual morning routine of going to the bathroom, brushing my teeth, shower, shave, make breakfast, and put on the news. I found out I was sleeping through a whole day when I saw the date on the news. The story they were showing was about a sex scandal that happened with a very prolific celebrity. I felt a sense of deja vu come over me because I felt like I heard about that before. Figured maybe I dreamed it, or maybe I saw an article minutes after the scandal dropped. I know that was wishful thinking because for the 2 days prior to my sleep, the only media I consumed was that book. I went to my nightstand and picked up the book, flipped it to the end to find the chapter on this year. Just as I thought, there was a page that discussed the very same celebrity in the sex scandal with every single detail painfully accurate. The book even discussed details that were not present in any news footage or article online. The book had a police evidence-like description of the crime and gave way to information a regular civilian should not have access to. I've been a Christian all my life and believe that this book is divine. It has access to information that no person has any right to know. I wish I didn't know it myself, but it is the curse I bestowed upon myself. Whether this book is from God or the devil, I do not know, but I wish I had the willpower to stop myself from reading after I found its prophecy. Once I began reading, I also like that, because normally it'd be like, oh, this book's like evil, or like this is some forbidden knowledge or whatever, but it's just like, I think this is divine. Like he's immediately...
Yeah, it's a gift.
He's not getting it away. Yeah, like I have to treasure this thing. It's beautiful, yeah. Once I began reading for the rest of the decade, I became more and more frightened about what I was going to learn. In the year 2027, it said there would be an event that altered the course of human history. This was the popularization of easily accessible bioweapons in underground markets. Many private terrorist organizations, drug cartels, and even individual criminals hoarded as much as they could to either threaten or dispose of individuals or large groups of people. One of the first attacks used was on the White House. For the federal agents watching, this is a joke. I do not agree with the statements that are being made. One of the first attacks used was on the White House. A disgruntled voter had gained access to a lung cancer synthetic. The attacker mailed 30 small samples on different days in envelopes that would carry the disease airborne when opened. 6 months later, nearly half the White House staff, including the president, were either infected or had passed away from lung cancer. Other groups would have different tactics, like in 2029 when a domestic terrorist organization took a crop duster filled with a synthetic HIV virus and flew it over San Francisco as a homophobic attack. Or in 2032 when we see the largest death toll from any bioweapon ever made. Russia began experimenting with the new synthetic disease that would almost immediately kill the person affected by it. They call it Smertverku, and it was used to fill the heads of atomic missiles to eviscerate the remaining people who survived after bombs were dropped. Russia launched 3 missiles towards Ukraine, but had not tested the scale of the airborne illness. They hit 3 different cities in Ukraine and wiped out every person in each one, along with the rest of the country. Russia had not foreseen that the virus would spread so wide enough to destroy every person in the southern region of both Belarus and Russia. I became obsessed with this book. It encumbered every waking moment of my being. I learned all about the future that our world and universe has to offer. I had to keep reading to understand what will happen within my lifetime and beyond. I wish I had just put the book down. Soon after Russia held an accidental extinction of a country, the entire world fell into an arms race to see who had the most powerful and destructive bioweapon. The 3 countries with the largest quantity and highest mortality rate were going from third to first: Russia, America, and Ireland. Ireland posed a major threat to the rest of the world because it owned as many bioweapons as both America and Russia combined. The countries entered into a stalemate to see who would act first. That's really funny to imagine Ireland.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say, I'm like, fucking the Ireland? Really?
Don't you dare fucking don't mess with us, man, for real. I'm totally serious. I don't want you to mess with me. We have all the weapons of mass destruction over here.
I've got the weapon. I'll send it. I'll do it in a moment's notice.
I've got the weapon. I'll send it. I'll fuck you off with it. All right?
I'll put it in a car bomb. You'll see.
You'll see me right here. I'll tell you something right now. We have all of the bioweapons. I'll tell you that much.
So fun to think Ireland would have that. You're darn tootin'.
America were the ones to send the official declaration of war after a high-ranking official was assassinated by an individual who was a part of the Irish Radical Party. They dropped bombs filled with large amounts of radiation on top of Ireland's government bases. Little did they know that America's declaration would also be its end. The bombs were targeted at where the highest concentration of Ireland's bioweapons were to eliminate them from the arms race entirely. The outcome of that decision was a worldwide spread of almost every type of disease known to mankind. Even diseases that were thought to be extinct were brought into the light of day. The Black Plague, smallpox, and even guinea worm disease. Millions were killed upon the initial destruction, followed by nearly the rest of the human population within the next 12 hours. Months and years go by without anything eventful taking place, just small segments for each chapter discussing how the terrain of the world was changed and the various mutated creatures that rose because of it. After about 3 years worth of text, was there any event involving a human occurring? Roughly 10,000 people across the world had a bomb shelter built in their home for the purpose of a global disaster. These individuals were the first to come to the surface after years of no human involvement in their environment. Around 8,000 of these people died minutes after reaching the surface because the air still lingered with a multitude of plagues. The other roughly 2,000 people that saw the ones that left the shelter never returned, so they assumed what was true in that surface was still dangerous. Many of them died in their shelter years later or until they ran out of nutrients. Few also ventured to the surface later to make a life for themselves, but with the same fate as their predecessors. The year 2089 was the last year that humans existed. After that, plant life and animals took over the world. Within the next 15 years, plant life grew rapidly due to their mutation from the viruses. Except instead of growing into a green oasis, it turned into a mix of deep crimson and brown plants that covered every surface it could latch onto. The animals that survived lurked around the earth and became extremely aggressive towards each other. This caused all life on Earth besides botanical life to cease existence by the year 2140. Centuries of text flows by in roughly 30 pages. One thing that never got mentioned, even in the passing of the novel, was the presence of God, any God for that matter. No religion was discussed beyond the Crusades and other religious endeavors that did not directly involve faith. This book that seemingly knows everything the world has to offer had no answers. What would be the point of living a devout life free from sin? But it won't aid me in a peaceful afterlife. I decide with whatever life I have left, I want to live it like Biff Tannen from Back to the Future Part 2.
Wow.
I do not want to think about any of the knowledge I have consumed beyond what will give me a financial or spiritual gain. I have no faith left in humanity. I'll make the quickest buck that I can before the major bombs drop. After that, I'll build the most comfortable bomb shelter with enough supplies and entertainment to last me through the end of days. This post is not a warning on what's to come. That much is inevitable. I simply cannot be the only person who carries the burden of knowing what I have learned.
Well, there's the end of that story, and I'm sitting here with a fucking panic attack. Feels so real with the kind of stuff going on in the world right now. It feels so like I was just like, this all makes sense to me. This all seems to line up.
Ireland getting the weapons.
Ireland was that's the most fabricated thing I've heard for sure. But still, it's one of those the idea of like nuclear fallout, just the kind of like a lot of like existential stuff coming in the end there. You know, a lot of stories could, you know, I feel like this could have also been a story where it goes the direction of like, Mom, read me a bedtime story. Okay. And she's reading the story and it gets more fucked up and she just like won't stop reading or something, you know? You could go so many different routes with that, but taking it into like that existential kind of, you know, knowledge of all the world and stuff is pretty cool. And I like the idea too of, that was one thing I thought was kind of relatable at the beginning was you get into a book, you start collecting, you know, because I have a couple, like I like collecting old books and stuff too. And the idea too that you just stumble across this thing, it has no author, it's just kind of this like text. And you just kind of keep flipping, but it's like the morbid curiosity of having to know, and it, like Earth turns into like almost like a Fallout kind of fucking situation, and all this kind of stuff. But I love the idea that the book doesn't get bigger. He just kind of keeps turning the page to the last page. The pages keeps reading,
showing up. Yeah,
you know,
it's like a treadmill almost. Just keeps like cycling over. Also, it's a fun idea that at the end he's like, well. Yeah, because earlier he said he was a Christian. Then he's like, this book that knows everything says nothing of God. So I guess there's no reason to live at all. So I'm going to make enough money to build a bomb shelter. And I guess I'll just live out my days in needless enjoyment because the world's coming to an end. So it's like this prophecy has changed him. That's fascinating. That was a fun story. That was a fun little like the earth is going to end this way. So here's what I'm doing because of it. Very short and sweet.
I always get fucked up by like weird existential stuff like that, to where like you're like, I did not think I wanted to think about that today, you know. And that's what I feel like right now. I'm like really kind of bummed that I still have a lot of work I have to do, and I'm like, for what? Why even do it? It truly was a loss of innocence.
The reason you do it is so you can build your bunker and put a bunch of Nintendo Wii games down there for the end of the world.
If anybody comes across a neon sign that says loss of innocence, know that's my bunker, and you're totally welcome to stay with me in the end of days.
Naming a bunker loss of innocence, it's like, well, I'm not going in there.
Yeah, exactly. Well, see, that's the ultimate distraction. And then that way you're like, oh no, that's actually super fucking cool.
It's like, I'll just get the plague. That's fine. I'll just keep walking.
The nursing home at the edge of the world. This looks like part 1. You said that part 2 got deleted, but we could at least read part 1.
So if you go to their page, for one, the author of this is Phoenix Heat, and Phoenix Heat seems to do some writing in for several years. He's done writing in r/scary stories, r/no sleep, and then they dropped a veteran of the genre. They posted part 1 and then said they've been sitting on this for a few weeks now. They posted it in no sleep, didn't know what to do, so they're like, I'll throw it up in Creepcast. But then, for some reason, I don't know what happened, Okay, so they post that, and then they post part 2 on r/scary stories. And they posted r/2 on no sleep, but it got taken. Wait. Yes, yeah. They post part 2 on r/no sleep. I think no sleep took down all the parts, but then they posted part 2 on r/creepcast, but then it got taken down off creepcast. I have no idea why.
We're becoming no sleep already.
We're becoming no sleep.
Immediately no sleep. Hey guys, upload here so we can delete your stories. Thanks.
Upload here so we can also censor it and delete it. I have no idea why it got taken down. But then they post and said that. So they posted this in reply to the June fan-made story thread and said they give a brief summary of the story and then says part 1, 2, and 3. Parts 1 and 2 are out. Part 3 is already written. I just need to reread it over for clarity one last time, and it'll be posted soon. And then that was posted 26 days ago. I don't see they've posted part 3 anywhere. So parts 1 and 2 are up. And they posted both of those to r/creepcast, but we deleted the part 2, I guess. I don't know why.
We're horrible people.
But that part 2 is up on r/scary stories, I think.
Well, why don't we do this? Let's read part 1, and then we'll fucking we'll be like, hey, submit it again, and we'll have to talk to whoever the fucking mods are. I don't know
we'll
who the
figure
mods
out what it
are
was
for this shit, and then be like, well, let the poor bastard post the second part.
Yeah, but then we see that like part 2 goes up and it's like a direct threat on our lives. It's like they listed your address. They were gonna drive to your house.
All right, well then that will need to be made clear so we know. All right, but for
we'll
now,
get to the bottom of this. For now, we'll read part 1.
For now, let's at least touch part 1 of The Nursing Home at the Edge of the World, which I will say is a fun little title. Kind of has the same kind of title. It has the same vibe as like I worked at a voodoo shop or like Tales from the Gas Station kind of vibe. Is the vibe I get.
It's very fun, and also like we're gonna leave a link to it in the description so you can go check out part 2 and then 3 whenever they post it for yourself. Hopefully by then part 2 will be in the subreddit. We'll figure that one out.
No promises. No promises.
No promises. No promises. Nursing Home at the Edge of the World Part 1 by Phoenix O. Heat.
Phoenix O. Heat.
The woman had long, greasy hair that framed her crooked face. The left half was pulled taut against her skull as if her skin was painted onto it. The right half was sloped down, one eye barely open, and the edge of her mouth unable to close. A small drop of saliva wormed its way down her chest, shifting from her side onto the bed she lay on. One of her hands was curled into an unnatural claw, reminiscent of a spider's legs, long after its final moments. On this bed was the most beautiful woman in the world.
God, does not seem like it.
Well, the next line is, my mother had her first stroke 7 years ago. So it's their mother. So now do you feel bad about saying
my great grandma had arthritis so bad that like her toes were all fucking, they're all basically like capital L's and shit, you know what I mean? She had these big ass marble knuckles, and her hands were all like bent up as well. And she'd always go over and she's just like, how are you? Like that. And then she would like try to like pinch my cheeks, and I was repulsed. I was repulsed by her hands. Whenever I'd go, I'd be like, okay. And I'd like run to the bathroom and like wash my face. It was just, I don't know, it scared me. It did. She's like, are you okay in there? I'm like, I just got in here. I was like, okay. Yeah, I'm fine. Okay. She watched Happy Gilmore all the time. It's all she watched.
What? Why were you repulsed by her? She had a disability.
Her fucking hands, man. I'm a child. Her hands they were like, seriously, her fingers were crooked. One was like basically like permanently over her other one, and they were all like this, and she could barely grab stuff. She'd say, "Can't you hand me the spoon?" And so I said, "Okay." And then she would like hold it all weird, and I felt bad. I'm like, "Do you want me to do it for you?" She said, "Oh, please." And I was feeding her one time, and she fucking fell asleep while I was feeding her, and she was like not choking on the soup, but it was in her mouth, and she was like, and I didn't know how to wake her up, so I like slapped her leg, and she was like, ah, like that, and freaked out, and the soup went everywhere. And it doesn't matter, whatever. I was a child.
Was there any member of your any elderly member of your family that you do not have a traumatic story or were terrified of?
Plenty.
Plenty. I had a lot of good grandparents.
Okay.
I had a couple weird ones, sure.
One that tried to kill you. And
that one, that's not totally confirmed. But I will say the other one was literally she just had arthritis and it scared
Your
me.
mother, who was an adult at the time, said, I think he was trying to kill you. No.
That's neither here nor there.
Most people do not. Well, look, I've let this go too long. Most people do not have a grandfather that tried to kill them. Okay? That's not normal at all.
Hunting accident. And I will say that the great grandma, she just literally had arthritis and it scared me when I was younger. I was young. Okay. And if you see that, you're going to be horrified. She was a nice enough lady.
How often do you hate people with disabilities like that?
Okay, don't hate her. Once again, young and frightened, scared, horrified. Really, to be completely fair. I remember I'd look at my hands in the bathroom and stuff, and I would just like. I would sit there and I would squeeze my fingers and stuff to make sure that they were I asked my dad too. I was like, my hands aren't going to end up like that. And he was like, oh, probably. That's what he told me when I was younger.
Okay, so would you say you were repulsed by her then?
No, I was not. Well, yes, but it was just because I was afraid.
Okay, so how often are you repulsed by people with disabilities?
Almost never. Because honestly, and I'll tell you something right now, because everyone's God's little angel.
Okay. All right. As long as that's on the record, I guess. Anyway. My mother had her first stroke 7 years ago. Bruh. Just last week, she had her 32nd.
Bruh.
I still remember the weeks after her first stroke. I was in college in New York and didn't have a car. I spent almost all of my savings going from taxi to see her, just for her to get angry at me for wasting my money. Nothing in heaven or hell, surely nothing in between, stop her from seeing me graduate. She told me that, and promptly sent me back to school, paying for my trip out of her own pockets. Back then, she still seemed so strong. If the stroke had affected her, she didn't let me see it. As the years went on, I watched her deteriorate, both body and mind. By the third stroke, she could barely use one of her hands. She began to forget what she was saying partway through her sentences. By the fifth stroke, she could no longer walk, and every word took a great strain on her mind. When my graduation came, she was still alive. 5 strokes were more than enough to kill someone, I knew that. But my mother defied all odds and held on for me. Both my grandparents and one of my aunts were there with me during the graduation. There was an atmosphere of discomfort in the air, but I didn't care. Made the most of it with my mother. After her 10th stroke, she didn't seem to remember much of that day. But that was okay. I showed her the photos, and without fail, they brought a smile to her face. But day by day, month by month, the smile was fainter and fainter. I was sitting in her nursing home room, trying to decide which movie she would want to watch. I held up an old cartoon I used to watch with my brother in the hospital and asked her if she wanted to watch it. Her lips didn't move much, but she managed to grunt out a response. Took it as a yes. I put the movie into the old Xbox I gave her to use as a DVD player. She had a whole stack of DVDs, even taller than I was. People used to give them to her as gifts to keep her happy. She couldn't get up to put them in herself, though. But I would come as often as I could and do it for her. Turned the volume up to a tune out the loud machine hooked up to her. It wasn't a long movie, but we enjoyed it together. I could see it in her eyes. It didn't matter which movie I played as long as we got to enjoy it together. For whatever time we both had left. Man, I'm getting sad. This is rough. After it was over, I decided I'd go get something to drink. My mom drifted off to sleep sometime during the movie. She usually had a hard time staying awake any more than a few hours at once. From outside her room, out of earshot of the loud machine, I heard the soft music playing in the hallways. Same station was always playing, not one I recognized. It was in some foreign language that was shockingly similar to English. There weren't any discernible words.
Hello, Mrs. Dawson.
I said cheerfully to the old lady along my path.
Oh, hello, dear. What a nice young man you are. Do you happen to work here? I'm looking for help.
Her words were strong, despite her shaking body. Her skin was as pale as a ghost and thinner than paper.
No, but you can go to your room, Mrs. Dawson, and I'll make sure help is there for you as soon as they can. They might have trouble finding you if you're walking around. You know that.
I do? My room?
She looked confused, so I held her shoulders gently as I could and pointed her down the hallway.
If you go down this hallway, ma'am, turn left at the end. The first room is yours. Room 211.
Oh, I see. What a nice young man you are. Do you have family here?
She made eye contact, but it felt more like looking at a clay sculpture than it did a person. There was little consciousness left behind her eyes.
Yeah, I do.
I responded with a smile. She nods and turns around to begin walking away, murmuring something about how nice I was.
Nice young man.
She was walking in the wrong direction, of course, but I was sure a nurse would find her later and help. I loved my talks with Mrs. Dawson. She was always so sweet.
I wouldn't have helped either. I'm like, what the fuck? I did what I could. You know what I mean?
So if you directed
All right,
the lady,
here I go.
Yeah, well, she goes the opposite fucking direction. I'm like, she'll find it. She'll be all right.
No, she won't.
Yeah, she will. She'll find it.
Direction.
She's probably going for a quick little brisk walk, a little pep talk to herself to get back in the groove.
Okay.
How Stella got a groove back. That's how I'd say. And she's sitting there murmuring to herself. I'm like, all right, well, I did my best. I'm not gonna mess with that old fucking beehive walking around, dude.
The help shows up eventually, and it's like, why does she keep walking? And Hunter's been like, I've been pointing her to the wrong wings on purpose.
He's gonna see her again, and her fucking. She's gonna have great calves, big calves.
Hunter, if this was you, you would like point out the front door of the nursing home to the highway, and it's like it's right across the street, ma'am.
Yeah.
Just
if I was in a nursing home and some woman was like, "Hello, where am I going?" I would say, "Don't ever talk to me and don't touch me, you old fucking kook." Is what I'd say. And I say, "You touch me again, I'll knock your fucking lights out. You hear me, you old bitch?" And she'd say, "What? Oh my god!" And if I was, let's say I'm the old man in the situation, I look at a guy, I'd grab him real tight by his wrist, real tight, and I'd say, "Kill me! Kill me!"
Push me into the road, please.
Throw me. Take me to my room. A guy would take me to my room, and I'd be like, "Turn on put the bath, fill up the bath." And he's like, "Okay, you want hot water?" I'm like, scalding hot. And he'd fill it up. It's fucking steaming as hell in there. And I'd be like, "Put me in." He'd put me in, and then I would grab his hand, and I'd put his hand on my face, and I'd say, "Drown me." And I'd have him put his hand on my face until I was totally submerged. And I'm like, and then he'd be like, "I can't." And I'd do it, pussy, kill me. Is what I'd do it. I'd want him to drown me. I'd want him to fucking drown me. Or I would say, "Give me those pills." I'd say, "Hey, give me those pills." And I'd take a big thing of the pills, and I would just like slowly drip my shoulders down, and I would just slowly fall asleep in the tub and fucking drown to death.
I like how you had all of that ready.
I think I'll think about it every day. If anybody drops me off at a fucking nursing home, I'm gonna just tell anybody. Here, I'll give you $200. I'll leave $200. Hey, the tooth fairy left you $200 to hit me in the head with a hammer until I die. And I have $200 underneath my pillow. The tooth fairy left something for you.
Here's the question. Yeah. Would you return the favor if you were the young man in that scenario?
No, I don't think I'd kill anybody. But I would, like, maybe, I'm not saying I would, but maybe if I was like, "Oh, it's kind of hot in here," and I like fucking propped open the back door and I just left it open. I'm like, let's see whatever happens in nature. I'm like,
for him to for the old geriatric man to wander outside.
"Oh, here I go." And I'd be like, "Well, I didn't see that." And I'd just walk off, and I'd be like, "Well, if he comes back raised by wolves, then he's worth, staying alive. If not, then that's just what nature wanted," is what I would say.
Raised by wolves at 85 years old.
Exactly. Ho! Ho! Or maybe what happens is wolves come into the nursing home and start terrorizing. Oh my God! There's like tons of wolves in there. Who let these wolves in? You just hear my car skid off. Gotta drive the fuck out of there. I ain't staying that.
You leave the door open.
My grandma has her
pack of wolves.
Exactly, a giant pack of wolves. I'm driving away, speeding away. I look back and I see my grandma's face in the window, and she's like, ah! And she's being fucking torn apart by three young, and I mean hungry pups. You can see their ribs. Their fucking eyes have been eaten out by flies and shit. She's like, dear God, no! That kind of thing.
You feed your grandmother to the wolves.
Okay, no. I didn't feed him. I propped the back door open. Nature took its course. Yeah. Nature took its course. That's what was supposed to happen.
Yeah.
Come back! But I'm gone. I don't even hear that. Right? I'm driving. I'm driving away
with an old woman.
I'm driving away. I have to block that out because I saw the wolves come in. I definitely know something bad's going to happen. But I immediately get my mind off of it by blasting
so now
electric.
You've seen the wolves come in?
No. Well, yeah. So in this situation, back door is left open. And I just to throw it a little, let's see what nature says. I say that right before I get ready to leave. I fucking steal I go up to an old man. I fucking grab his pudding out of his hand. I said, "It's mine now." He's like, "My snack pack," and I fucking slap him in the face. And I'm eating his chocolate snack pack. I leave open the door. I'm like, let's see what nature has to say, right? And as I'm getting ready to go, I bump my ass in the door to open it because I have my snack pack, and I look, and I'm like, oh shit! And there's 5 visceral, young, hungry pups that come in with 1 alpha, and I do zoinks, and I get the fuck out of there. That's what I'm saying. So I see it as I'm going out, but I'm like, nature's acted so quickly.
Yeah, but the nature only acted because you left the door open.
No. Nature acted on it. No. Nature acted on its own, and I'm able to, and I have to block out the screams of my grandmother, and I'm blasting Electric Avenue in my car. You know what I mean? We're gonna rock down to Electric Avenue. And I'm driving away and I'm speeding. I'm going like 85 in a residential neighborhood.
Right, of course.
Because I can see my grandma out the window. Hand hitting the fucking window and stuff. She's never been so strong. She almost cracks the window. And I'm like, where was that strength? Well, help me here and there. I'm like, okay, well, what the fuck? That was hiding somewhere. Good luck with that. So.
And for you to witness all this too, you have to be like 4 feet from the window, not moving, just witnessing it.
My car stalled out front. Wow, so I was sitting there trying to start it.
So you could easily, because the door's open. We've established that you could easily walk around.
Well, I'm not being challenged. I'm not being challenged by nature. All right. Once again, I just want to say nature's taking its course.
Right.
I'm not going to interfere with nature.
Women at the nursing home being fed to the pack of wolves that for some reason are right outside the nursing home.
Exactly.
Ready to go.
Exactly. Everyone that is supposed to survive nature will survive, and they'll be better off for it. And nature will be happy too. Those young pups will go, probably bellies full. That's not for me to decide. That's not my fault. That is nature. I'm not going to interfere, right? If you saw a cheetah get grabbed by an alligator, would you dive in to save the cheetah? No, you'd probably say, well, that's nature.
Okay, so all right. Do you think that maybe
would I, if my grandma was calling me, if my grandma was calling me, hello? She's on CarPlay. She interrupted my song. I'm fucking pissed. Electric Avenue.
Right.
I'm pissed. And then in the CarPlay, I'm sitting there, and she's like,
Hunter, you need to come back because there's wolves. There's wolves in the nursing home.
And I'm like, huh? I say, what?
There's no...
In the background, you hear,
They're getting close. I think they're outside my door.
I'm like, Grandma, I'm in a really, really bad intercept. The reception is horrible. I'll be back Tuesday, okay?
She can see you take your medicine. Though.
Yeah, well, actually, now in this version, I'm standing at her, looking at her through the window. We're making eye contact through the glass.
Are you there, or am I imagining it?
I'm like, I left hours ago, and that's just me actually just watching it. I'm like, it's probably those pills because you took your funny pills, right?
Yeah, I did.
Because you remember you said that they're funny looking.
Oh yeah.
And I'm like, all right, well, I love you, Grandma. Have a safe sleep.
Okay.
Maybe she just sleeps and she gets eaten that way. The wolves come in, rip out her feet. Oh, she's
so, so here's my thoughts, right?
Yeah.
So you in life had an experience with a grandfather, a traumatic experience that involved dogs, right?
Yeah.
And now in this fantasy that you've put together for yourself of an adjacent
not fantasy, not that's
grandmother.
that's a wrong word. Fantasy is not right.
And
scenario.
Daydream. We'll call
scenario.
In this daydream of yours, you see an adjacent grandparent, a grandmother, in a position of helplessness, where she is at a nursing home, one that we know from your mother's own story. Your grandfather was placed in the real world. You imagine a grandmother in that same scenario, and in this scenario, you cause a circumstance that allows them to be consumed by wolves, which are really just adjacent to dogs.
I don't think that is. Am I really to blame?
Do you think that in this fiction you've put together, having a grandparent be mauled by wolves, by something that is not your fault, as you were arguing, but certainly your contribution, leads to them being killed by dogs, could contribute to your actual grandfather
I'm not going to take
a dog
I'm not
next
going to take this line down. It's nature. Natural order is what it is.
In the same way, you could argue that perhaps your grandfather, in his move to kill you, naturally you were barely saved, although still seeing the thing. Almost as if it would be an accident for you to leave the door open, would it not?
Well, no, because it was stuffy in there, and I was doing a good thing. If I would have left a window open, the same thing could have happened.
But you accidentally, because you didn't mean for it to, led to the wolves coming in and killing your grandmother.
Well,
right?
that's nature.
That's nature. So, but that is an accident then on your part, leaving the door open.
No, because that was intentional, because there was drafty in there. Because as I said before,
it's funny how even though
there was a group of old people who said, "Oh God!" Just let me finish. There was a group of old people, as I said before. I said this in the beginning. A group of old people said,
"Oh God, Hunter, would you be there? And could you leave the door open because it's so stuffy?"
I said, "Sure thing, Mrs. Dickinson." And then she gave me her snack pack, and she said, "Here you go, here's your treat." And I was like, "Oh, thanks, that's nice." And I grabbed the snack pack, I'm eating it, I prop it open, because they do that sometimes. Even the workers like, "Yeah, no problem." And that's what happened.
So so anyone else could say that was an accident then, what you were doing. But
they shouldn't have suggested it. I'm not putting the blame on them, but they should have suggested it.
You won't detail it as an accident, because then you have to acknowledge there's a connection between what you also claim to be an accident, your grandfather almost killing you, and instead killing your dog, because then that would draw the parallel too closely. I think that the trauma you experienced with your grandfather shooting your dog next to you is leading you to a scenario, a fantasy, in which you, by no fault of your own, cause dogs to murder a grandparent. I think that's important, and I think you should talk to someone about that.
If it helps get the conversation moving to where we can get back to this beautiful story that someone in our community, by the way, Isaiah, not that you care, someone crafted for us to read here, that you just seem to be wanting to make this tangent as long as possible.
And I like how now that I've risen a good point, you now deflect the onus onto me, that I don't care about this.
I just want to say I'm completely lost. I'm lost. I don't even know if I can be found.
We're now pulling another non sequitur. We're now reaching somewhere else for you to have a different point. At first, it was me not caring about whoever wrote this story or the story itself. Now it's you saying that you cannot be found with it. I think you're dodging the point.
You talk to me. You say these things. You say, "Hunter, what do you think of this scenario? I deeply appreciate your opinion." I give you them, and then you just take it and you run wild with it.
Right. So now it's my fault. Now you're turning the gun on me.
At a point, it just gets tiring, doesn't it?
Right. I'm sure. Okay. Well, I think the audience, the point's been made very clear to them. I think they will elaborate with that further. I just think that's an interesting parallel that when your mind's given a chance to run, it runs back to that recurring trauma. And I care about you because you're my friend, and I think you should talk to someone. That's all I'm saying. After another minute or two of walking down the hall, I made my way into the employee lounge. I didn't think they'd mind me using it, so long as I never took anything that didn't belong to me. There was a small kitchen in it that the staff used to use to heat meals they brought in for lunch. The sink was overflowing with dirty dishes, and flies were buzzing fiercely around it. The marble countertop surrounding the sink was caked in a thick layer of grease and dried sauces. I can't remember the last time the janitor worked. I'd have to bring him in for it later. The cups were kept in a low-down cabinet that I always had to get down on my knees for. Mostly, this was so the people in wheelchairs could come in and grab a cup when they wanted, but the residents weren't allowed in here anymore. Inside the cabinet, there are only a few clean cups in the back, which were hard to reach. I ducked down even lower and used one hand to support myself as the other reached for a cup and managed to grab it just by the fingertips. Without warning, my eardrums were suddenly assaulted by the deafening sound of a horn, impossibly loud and coming from all around me at once. Uncontrollably, my body jolted up and my head cracked into the lip of the marble counter above me. I dropped the cup and rolled back onto the floor, pressing both my hands against my ears to try to block out the noise, but it did no good. It was as if a train was traveling the distance between my ears and blaring its horn the whole way through. I lay there on the ground with my knees tucked into my chest and my head tucked between them for God knows how long. Eventually, after enough time, the horn began to grow quiet inside of my head. Not all at once, but in odd fragments and segments. I was able to hear it all around me at first, but I couldn't hear it as much from behind me. Then I could only hear it from either side of me. Then I couldn't hear it at all. The blessing of silence was waylaid with a thrumming pain behind my eyes. I didn't get up at first. I stayed down to collect myself a bit. My knees shook a little, but I managed to get onto my feet and saw a few clear drops of blood where my head had begun. Sure enough, I reached up to where I cracked my head and my fingers came away wet. I figured I could just get my glass of water later, and while trying not to freak out, I left the lounge to make my way to the first floor. The building has 3 floors. The first being the floor with all the activity rooms, the reception area with all the offices, and the main kitchen. Second and third floors are full of residents and a few smaller miscellaneous rooms. I'd only been up to the 3rd floor once or twice when I accidentally hit the wrong elevator button and didn't realize it. I never saw a need to go up there otherwise, so I didn't. It was where most of the hospice patients and students at the local medical school would reside. The hallway I walked down was full of wheelchairs and walkers, most of them empty. Spare one with a fat old man sitting in it. He looked like a cherub, but with a full beard, his skin pale and his cheeks chubby. His hair was sparse and wispy against his scalp, and his head was tilted to lean on his shoulder, like a pillow. I knew it would be hard to wake him up, but I tiptoed around him anyway just to be polite. A few yards past, did the rapture happen? Is that what the train horn sound and now like this one guy left in his chair is?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
A few yards past him was the main desk for the 2nd floor. It was where the nurses and assistants on the floor worked to maintain comfort and safety for the residents. As I walked past it, I could see Mrs. Dawson down a perpendicular hallway. Her head was on a swivel as if she was trying to find something that wasn't there. I'd let the nurse take care of her after me. After the desk, inside a large room just off the side, was the elevator and stairs to go down. Well, the stairs at least. The elevator had been broken for some time. The doors were permanently jammed open to reveal the long, dark drop underneath. It wasn't a big deal, though. I just made sure the door to this room was shut tight so the residents would be safe, made my way down the stairs. The sun shone brighter down here thanks to the floor-to-ceiling windows to the left and right of the front desk. Stairs led me to the main reception area just past the front doors. The only noise heard here, away from the residents, was the music, that odd and incomprehensible music. I made my way over and leaned down over the guest sign-in sheet and signed myself out as a visitor. I walked past the desk after signing my signature and opened a door into a back office, then walked over to a computer, booted it up, and began to write. Something I took up recently, keeping a log of my days here. I've been thinking about posting them somewhere where I could talk to someone like me, but I haven't decided yet. I guess if you're reading this, then you already know my decision. I'm not sure why I decided to write. I think makes me feel more sure of myself. Comforts me in some strange way. Like I'm assuring myself that I am real, that I exist. It means I'll have something to look back at and organize my thoughts with. Sounds stupid, but it's been working as a sort of therapy for me. I hit save on my document and turned the computer off. Half of my day's log was done, yet another half of the day still unlived, right about. 2 rooms over from the first office was a storage room with some uniforms and tools for the workers I had set aside. I began to strip off all my clothes and hang them from the hooks on the back of the door. Even my socks and underwear came off. I was as bare as the day I was born. One by one, I perused the uniforms I had gathered in this room. There's a dark purple male's nurse's outfit on a shelf in a neatly folded pile that I decided on. The underwear was on top, then the socks, the pants, the shirt after that. I made sure they were all in place as I found them the first time, making sure to tighten the drawstring on the pants tightly. They were 2 sizes too big for me, but I made do as best as I could. Hold on, so, what? The clothes he's found, he's been stealing and putting back here?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna keep reading. With a few antiseptic wipes and some ointment in hand, I made my way out into the quiet hall. My footsteps on the linoleum floor went tap, 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 almost in time to the song, playing as they carried me towards the bathroom. I had to clean some dust off the mirror first, before I could see myself clearly, but I managed to twist my head in a way I could see the cut on my scalp and clean it up properly. One task was completed. Now Mrs. Dawson needed attention. My mother would probably be awake by then. I could give her some water and maybe cook some food after that too. As I opened the door to the bathroom, something caught my attention. A smell. One that surprisingly enticed me at first, albeit confusingly. It smelled like toasting fresh bread. When I was a kid, my mother used to bake her own bread. It's a hobby of hers. Coming home from school, only to open the door and smell that incredible scent of bread fresh out of the oven was bliss. Even more than that, sometimes when I had a bad day, she would make me a grilled cheese to cheer me up. The smell I was smelling was just like I remembered it. Someone nearby was making grilled cheese. I'm not sure who could be doing it, but almost cartoonishly, I followed the smell down the hallways. Granted, the smell didn't seem any stronger or weaker as I walked, but it must be coming from the kitchen. There's no other explanation. So towards the kitchen I walked, and as I did, the smell changed. The bread began to burn. I picked up the pace. The smell of lush, fluffy, warm bread turning acrid and borderline noxious. But the kitchen seemed so far away. Every step of mine drew me closer. I knew it had to. But as I looked around, I found myself still in the doorway to the bathroom. The door hadn't even closed yet. It was leaning against my shoulder. Somehow, even after what felt like at least 60 seconds of walking, I was standing totally still. I was exactly where I first smelled the bread. It didn't make sense. I had to be imagining it. There was no one in the kitchen, no one was cooking grilled cheese, and my legs most definitely still worked. I took a step forward, then another, then a third. The first step shifted my left arm, the second turned my head, and the third flexed my core. Something had gone horribly wrong with me. Panic began to set in as I realized my own body was outside of my control, and that's when the world around me began to change. It was as if I had stepped into my own blurry memory. If I unfocused my eyes, I could see the familiar shape of the lobby around me, but if I tried to look any closer, all the details began to blur together. None of the objects I could see had any outline, blending into each other to form new shapes I never even dreamed of, yet each one looked so familiar. Objects in the background linked and intertwined with objects in the foreground, and the difference between the two became indecipherable to me. I know this place, where I am and where to go, but it felt like this place did not know me. The one constant in this lobby was the song. Still, the music played, but as my senses warped and my mind muddled, the noise swam around me, wiggling into my brain and injecting itself into my nerves. The words in the song seemed so close to understandable. I know I had heard them before, but the more I tried to place them, the further away my thoughts ran from me. I tried to close my eyes and block out the side of my world slipping away, but my eyes did not listen. Instead, my legs began to move, to carry me to a place I could not know because I could not tell the difference. Logically, I know I was still in the lobby, maybe in the kitchen or the bathroom, but for all I could tell, it might have been the other side of the world. In that moment, I couldn't form a real thought. My inner monologue sounded like it was speaking in a foreign language. Words came in the wrong order, the wrong parts were emphasized, or some words just seemed entirely made up. It was getting worse by the minute, so I decided I needed something to latch onto. Bit by bit, I tried to move myself, to take some amount of control. Tried to shift my shoulder, my toe wriggled, tried to move my toe and my knee bent. I tried to move my knees and my jaw clenched down hard. Through brute force and with an incredible amount of luck, I managed to close my hand. I felt something in my palm, something I had felt before, but just couldn't remember what. I squeezed it hard, trying to use it to anchor my body in place and stop me from moving. I'm not sure if it was just my eyes playing tricks on me, or if I actually was moving, but the walls and colors around me continued to shift and meld. Something did change that I never could have imagined. Someone would begin to scream. It was shrill and pierced my ears. If I could have willed my arms to, I would have checked if they were bleeding. Deafened any noise around me except that godforsaken song. It still played. I have no idea how, but even through the otherworldly scream, I managed to hear it. The lyrics seemed to speak to me. Through all things around me, they alone connected. I could not see what was around me. I could not feel the ground beneath my feet, and my mind was in more pieces than I could hope to reassemble. But I began to understand.
And give us this day our daily bread.
My grip tightened and my body began to seize.
And forgive us our trespasses.
Everything in front of me began to swirl, twist.
As we forgive those who trespass against us.
My jaw was still clenched, muscles tightening and relaxing against my will, and finally, my eyelids began to close. Every thought in my head, like sand running through my fingers, began to slip away. I lay there for some amount of time, I'm not sure how long, until my body relaxed. Whatever my hand was gripping slipped away, a scream easing into a gentle, meek sob. The music, as always, persisted, but I could no longer make out the words. And what I could only describe as the first moment of bliss in the whole ordeal, my consciousness faded away. Interesting. So I made the joke about the rapture earlier. This might actually be the rapture, considering he's hearing the Lord's Prayer, and there's people missing out of wheelchairs, like they were raptured up, and then there's a singing coming. And it seems that the description of, I may need to reread that, but that description of, I was walking through the hospital and I'd collected clothes I had found, that almost makes it sound like people were raptured out of their clothes and the clothes left behind. And he's been living in here for some time, maybe taking care of the elderly patients and keeping clothes. I don't know. But yeah, I feel it's obviously religious because the song he keeps hearing is the Lord's Prayer. So maybe that is what's going on. I don't know. It took hours for me to wake up. I'm not sure how many, but when I woke, I was greeted with pale moonlight. It was 3 p.m. when I finished the movie with my mom. Now it was the middle of the night. Okay, so all that was a dream. Right. I think.
Well, yeah, with him saying it took hours for me to wake up. So I'm guessing that this just felt like some like super long feeling. You know what I mean? Like whenever a dream feels like it's almost years or something. Like
yeah, like
I imagine it felt like a full night. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. My mouth was dry as a desert, and my entire body was sore as if I had just had the workout of my life. I was lying flat on my back on some hard surface, but I didn't need to look around to know where I was. Just hang in there, the poster said. A little cat was hanging from a branch in the caption photo. It was the poster that I got for my mom when she first moved into the nursing home, back when the doctor said there was a chance she could get better. It was taped to her ceiling, and she thought it was hilarious, even when the rest of the family thought it was odd. Against my aching body's wishes, I shifted myself into a sitting position and looked around me. The Xbox had long since gone into sleep mode, and the smell permeated the air, let me know I needed to change her diaper. Dragged myself to my feet and looked at her, our eyes meeting immediately, and I, like usual, forced a big smile on my face. For the first time since she had her first stroke, I didn't know what to say. What had she seen? What did I get here? What happened to me downstairs? Whether or not she knew, the answers didn't matter. She couldn't tell me even if I asked. A growing familiar suspicion grew in my gut, but I decided to focus on what she needed first. I could take care of myself, but she couldn't.
You thirsty, Mom? I'm sorry it's so late. I'll make some food in a bit. I'm sure I can find something to cook up for us.
Her good eyes stared into my soul. It was puffy and red. She'd been crying. I reached down to the bin next to her bed, grabbing her communication sheet, held it up for her. She shakily reached out her good arm, pointed a slack finger at yes. I adjusted my smile and began to speak, but her arm began to shift, pointing to something else on the sheet. She pointed at help. Then, slowly and steadily, she raised her arm and pointed outside the room.
Help? Outside? Does someone else need help? No.
The day is over, and I haven't had food or taken care of any of the residents yet. My mom has always been the kind of person who puts other people's well-being in front of her own, so when she said help outside, it just seemed obvious to me.
Okay, Mom, I'll make sure everyone is okay, but don't you fall asleep in that diaper again. I'll throw a movie on for you, and I'll be back before it's over, okay?
I threw on a Christmas movie we used to watch together when I was a kid and told her I loved her before walking out. As I left, I heard her let out a little groan that told me she had hit the morphine button. I needed to check her machine later. She seemed to be going through more morphine every week lately. I'm not sure what I'll do when I run out. Okay, so he keeps saying stuff like that. What I'll do when I run out. The outfits I found. It's like he's been the only one here for a while. Because normally you would wait on the nurses to refill the morphine machine, right? But he's like, what I'll do when I run out. So has he been here for a while? Just the two of them, maybe?
It's hard to say, because that's what I'm wondering too, is was it not a dream and he just woke up, like he went to bed, woke up, and then he's still in this kind of like reality, you know what I mean? Like it wasn't a dream. He's
that also explains why he went and started writing all this on a computer in the nursing home.
Yeah.
Because he's just been here by himself, almost taking care of all the patients on his own. What few are left. Outside of her, this also explains why he needs to be the one to go help outside instead of, you know, the rest of the people that work there. Outside of her room, on the rest of the second floor, all the lights were still brightly lit. I went from room to room and made a list of what each resident needed. Yes, okay. So he's definitely... The clothes he talked about finding, the ones that are too big, is because he's just wearing the clothes. He's taking care of everyone in the nursing home because he's the only person left.
Yeah.
I even checked the empty rooms just to check that someone hadn't made their way inside. There were 9 residents in their rooms, not including my mom, but unfortunately, one had passed away while I was unconscious. It looked like her breathing apparatus had come undone and she suffocated. Found her on the ground halfway across the floor of the room, presumably trying to crawl to it for some hope of fresh oxygen. The ground by her hands was scuffed and her nails were all filed down to her fingertips. A desperate attempt to pull herself forward. With a deep sigh, I walked out of the room, closed the door, locked it with a master key, and walked away. There were 8 residents in their rooms, not including my mom. Some residents weren't happy to be woken up by me, but I was sure waking up hungry or sick tomorrow would be much worse. 2 of them asked me about some horrendous noise they heard, some kind of yelling. I reassured them everything was okay and everyone was happy, moved on to the next room. Eventually, I had a list of everyone's needs, from diaper changes to food, especially the nighttime medicine that some needed. Only one person was missing from my list. Mrs. Dawson. She wasn't in her room, like usual, and I didn't see her walking around the hallways either. I bit down on my gut feeling that something was wrong and just assumed she was in a staff room, or perhaps the floor's main bathroom. She didn't turn up in either. I realized something then. I had come upstairs in my stupor, which means I made it past the door, revealing the elevator shaft. Feeling similar to a rock sinking in my stomach hit me as I turned my walk into a run down the hallway. I could already see the door to the elevator and stair room just past the nurse's desk, which was halfway open. Panic set in once more, and as I ran, I almost missed it. The sound of someone crying. I practically tripped trying to slow down my run so suddenly. It was a miracle I heard it all over my footsteps and the sound of the music playing. Sound was coming from the nurse's desk. It was a large circular desk with 4 computers facing each hallway and an island in the middle that served to hold paperwork for the whole floor. I opened one of the flip-up countertops and stepped into the desk to see the source of the crying. Curled up underneath the desk, doing her best job of being invisible, was Mrs. Dawson. She looked at me with fear in her eyes, but I don't think she was afraid of me, just afraid of the world around her. Her eyes were puffy, like she had been crying for a long time, and her cane was nowhere in sight.
Mrs. Dawson, are you okay? Do you need help up?
Every word I spoke made her twitch.
Yes, please, it hurts. I need you to help me.
I took her hand and lifted her to her feet, letting her lean as much weight as she needed on me. She was so light I considered carrying her, but it felt disrespectful.
Is he gone?
Is who gone, ma'am?
So I lifted her into the light. Couldn't take my eyes away from her arm. Her upper arm, just above her elbow, was a mess of purples, yellows, and pinks. It was a large bruise, and I couldn't help but notice it was about as wide as my hand was.
That man who was here earlier, I thought he worked here, but then something happened.
Her words dragged, each one taking a conscious effort on her part.
What happened? Do you know how you got this bruise?
I asked, hoping to at least get some fragments of what happened. Fortunately, her broken mind worked against her, just like it had for years now.
Bruce? What bruise, dear?
I decided not to press the matter more. She may not remember it, but I had a growing suspicion in my gut about how she got it. Like a root catching the soil, the gnawing feeling that I did something very wrong grew inside of me. I took her to her room and set her down on her bed gently, helping her get onto it to lie down. Her arm needed medical attention, she needed medicine. Her body needed food to begin to heal itself, and before she tried to get up in the morning, I needed to get her a cane. My head spun with all the work I needed to do. My body was sore and fatigued, and my mind was foggy and full of holes. I'm here in the office now, typing this up. I'm going to include this in the same daily log as the previous one. It doesn't make sense to me to make it a new one, even if it's technically after midnight now. I'm not sure what happened to me, and I don't think the people living here will be any help to me anyway. I think that's why I made the decision I did, to post this online somewhere. I had a stroke today, sure of it. If my mother's life was anything to go by, who knows how soon the next one would come. I think I know for sure that another one would come. I'm not sure if there's anyone left for this to even reach, but I don't see the harm in posting it. I had to type it out real quick while I was still fresh in my memory, so all the grainy details still fit together. But now I need to go take care of my residents. I'm not good at goodbyes, so I'll just say that I hope to hear something, anything. And if I do, thank you. Note to self, delete any mention of Johnny.
That's a fun, nice little beginning to a series.
Interesting. This is cool. Okay, so it sounds like maybe I misread the beginning of the story. Maybe from the beginning, he's been here by himself. Like the story opens there. Or maybe it's whenever he hears that large train horn or something. But at some point, everyone else disappears, and he says at the end, I don't even know if there's anyone out there to read this. So maybe it is like the Rapture. Everyone disappeared and like just their clothes are left behind, and he doesn't know what's coming. He doesn't know if it's the end of the world or what, but he's just here with a few old people and he's decided to take care of them. But he has this weird foggy vision that reminds him of his childhood and all the shapes, and nothing looks right. Then he wakes up years later. He might have hurt Mrs. Dawson. And there's also the mention to delete any mention of Johnny. So this Johnny character showed up somewhere in the story but was supposedly deleted. So what does he have to do with any of this? And who is Johnny? There's so many interesting questions. This is such a fun scenario. The nursing home at the end of the world, just a guy taking care of everyone by himself. What an awesome setup.
Yeah, I like the Rapture part of it as well. Like just him having to basically almost be this like I'm wondering if he's gonna start trying to help people pass on. You know what I mean?
Oh, that'd be dark. He's trying to take them to the next world.
Yeah, like prepping them up to do that as well. And that's why I'm wondering too, like if he like starts carrying on this responsibility. What's the ferryman of the dead? Is it Chiron or something like that?
I think that's right. I think it's different. Well,
yes, it's probably different per culture or whatever. But that just makes you think of something like that. It's a fun
Sharon.
It's a fun beginning to something of like a little series, and I do think that we need part 2 up on the subreddit, and we need to know why. I want to know why the second one's.
We need to know why part 2 got taken down, because part 2's still on theirs, like their personal. I think they just posted it to their own page because it looks like it's just they just posted it. I didn't know you could do that on Reddit, but you don't have to post it to a sub. They just posted it themselves, and then they also posted it to r/Deep Night Society, which is another scary story thing, and r/Scary Stories, and it didn't get taken down from there. So I don't know why it got. Getting cut off of No Sleep makes sense. Stuff gets cut off there all the time. Why did it get taken off of Creepcast? I want to know. I need to know this. We need to have an internal investigation.
How cool is it though? So many different kinds of stories from viewers here. I definitely, we need to read more viewer submissions. So please take time, and if you have written something, share it with us on the subreddit. Use the tag fan-made story. We got some fun stuff of like, obviously somebody's like, redacted, please come back, redacted, we need you for the loss of innocence. That was just, it was a fun day of reading. I don't know. This was a nice, also too, almost 3 hours. I feel like it flew by.
I really liked the third story was good. I really loved this last one. I want to see the rest of it.
Yeah.
Loss of innocence, fine. It's fun. And then The third one we read, which was The Book That Doesn't End. Fun, awesome story. Thank you very much. I think. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that stuff was in reference to my stuff. It means a lot to see someone writing cool stories after being inspired by us. That's cool. But also that second story,
very good.
The woman I'm missing for doesn't exist. That one actually scared me.
Yeah,
that one actually got me spooked a little bit.
That had a lot of, like I said, the buildup of the anticipation of the story was so effective, so simple too. It's just a guy sitting down reading a book, but it's told in a way where it feels, once again, refreshing. It feels like you're on the edge of your seat reading it. I'm really curious to see how people like that one. Also, let us know which one you like the most down there. And be sure, like I said, we're leaving links to all of this stuff in the YouTube description as well. So if you're listening to this on Spotify or Apple Podcasts or anything like that, if you want to know more about the stories, the links are in the YouTube description. So please be sure to go support them. Leave a nice comment on them, upvote it, leave thoughts, criticisms, anything. That's what it's all about. It's awesome, man. So sick. So thank you guys so much for listening today. Thank you so much to the viewers who wrote these awesome stories. This is definitely a new series we're going to be doing. Can't wait to just keep diving in to more and more of this awesome fucking storytelling in our community, man. So cool. Definitely.
It's really cool to see this out of you guys.
We have
awesome.
we have the coolest community on the internet, I swear to God.
Yeah, everyone here, everyone's funny, everyone writes cool stuff. This is just like, we just scrolled through today and we're like, here's a few that look fun. And these were awesome. These were so well done. They're better than a lot of other places I read stories online.
And this is just people who watch the podcast. You all are great. Thank you all so much for doing this. Thank you for posting it there. Thank you for some reason, taking your insane talent and incorporating us into it in some small way by posting on the subreddit. Y'all are awesome. We don't deserve you. Thank you guys for being so cool.
We'll see you in the next one, guys. Also, like I said, be sure to check out the Patreon if you want some more bonus content. New episode will be up. It's probably already up by now whenever this video comes out. So, guys, thank you so much. We will see you next week. Bye-bye.
See you in the next one. And time for the internal affairs investigation of the Creepcast mod team. Bye.
Welcome back to Creepcast. Today we are diving into a very, very, very notorious online story, complex story, one that is, to some of you, it'll get a lot of bells ringing in your head, or it might fall on deaf ears to others. It is Mother Horse Eyes, aka the Interface series.
Yes, so Mother Horse Eyes, this is a classic internet horror story. I've heard it talked about a ton. Never actually read it myself, though. I remember I watched Frederick Knudson's Down the Rabbit Hole about it several years back. But if I recall right, that was before the series had finished, I think. And I've forgotten most of that video anyway. So I'm mostly new to this, but I know it's a huge deal. People talk about the story in very high regards all the time. The way the story was structured is a user who went by 9M, 9H, 9E9, or Mother Horse Eyes, as most people know him, began to post in replies to various Reddit threads all around Reddit. So in like r/funny, r/true detective, like the first post seems to be posted in r/mildly interesting. So just random post where people were talking about unrelated things. He would go to the comments and start typing out this story. And in individual parts, it seems disconnected, just like incoherent ramblings. But when you combine all of those replies together, we get a story that involves MK Ultra and concentration camps and weird, like, changed unhistory from the past and future prophecies and stuff like that. And people talk about the story in high regard, so we're going to tackle it today.
Yeah, well, we were doing some research before this, and it seems like no one actually really knows the author. It's just possibly somebody that was under the influence of LSD, which I do think which I think is just under the guise of the subject matter of the story as well.
Right. There was so this story actually got popular enough that it was picked up by a bunch of mainstream publications.
Yeah, I remember
like
seeing back in the day
Vice.
like a Vice deal about it.
Yeah, because people like it attract attention really quick. Got a lot of people on from the jump. And Vice and like those publications said they reached out to the author, and all that seems to be common between them is that the author was at the time of writing a 30-something male in the United States who had previous experience with hallucinogenic psychoactive drugs. And that's it. That's all that we know for sure. So, which I imagine from what I know about the writing is also who our protagonist is of sorts. So the entire series is sort of like an ARG in that it is the writer of the story putting himself in the place of the script. But because, you know, the author also has a history with psychoactives, as does our character in the story, or at least talks about them, then it's like maybe some of this is from their real, you know, hallucinations that they've had, or like weird psychogenic experiences they've had and stuff like that. So who knows? But it certainly makes it interesting, like borderline between like fiction and like maybe they have some real effects they brought into it.
Yeah, it's an evolution of the, which I don't want to say it's the evolution. I guess it's just whenever we read a lot of these stories from like r/no sleep, it's always in the first person as if to give the illusion that what the poster is posting is real, versus this goes just so many levels above by commenting on random like subreddits, and you have to know the user to piece the things together in chronological order. It's just very interesting, and I don't really know where the story's going to go, you know, but I will say that just the description at the top of the subreddit that just says, "Do you hear the screams and laughter calling you? The interface is waiting." So sick. So I'm hoping that
pretty cool.
This turns into just some kind of weird trivia nightmare.
That's actually what you said to me the first time we met.
Did you hear the screams and laughter calling you? You're like, all right, I gotta go. Sorry.
Mom?
Yeah. I was like, yeah.
Oh, I'm scared.
Help. Yeah. Well, first, so it's 100 posts. This is going to be probably a bit of a long one, so buckle in, and we will get to the first post, which was posted on 4/21/2016. What is that? May? March? June?
March
21st, 2016. First post, and it's titled
before
Unite.
Yeah, hold on before we do that. So do you want to talk about what the thumbnail was to the Sugar Daddy episode?
What's up? What do you mean?
So for those that don't know, Hunter, you know, he's got the team. He's got like cool people who do it. The same guy that does his thumbnails for Creepcast is the guy that does his thumbnails for like Papa Meat and stuff like that. Right. So, you know, he does his thumbnails. So he talks to that guy. I don't see any of it. Most of the time I don't see it until, you know, the episode's up. And then yesterday on Father's Day, I'm out with my family at church. I'm like, oh, did the episode go up? And I pull up my phone in the house of God to see the thumbnail of me naked, collared by a geriatric man performing sexual favors.
Well, a sugar daddy.
Sugar daddy. So, I don't know. Do you want to talk about what your thought process was there, where you had the audacity, why you thought that was okay?
Yeah, I can kind of give into some thoughts of that. You're a little whore, so I thought that I would, you know, present you like the little pay piggy you are, and it just felt right. Also, too, it's funny. Is mostly why I was just kind of chortling to myself, because at first they had you in your normal, like in the whenever he came out, he's taking pictures with like, you know, his shirt on and stuff, and I was like, yeah, no, right. I was like, yeah, no, take that off, make him shirtless. And then they're like, okay, that's cool. And I was like, yeah, he's okay. I was like, let's throw a dog collar and a leash on him. And they had, I think they had me at first, like holding it, and then with the money. And then I was like, now just put like a random guy, like a random stock photo guy, and get me out of there. I'm pretty sure is the was the
so you're not even willing to say that you're present in this scenario.
Yeah,
like it, because you know, that's actually that is now I think the first thumbnail that both of us aren't on.
Yeah,
I required yourself from the only one on the channel.
Yeah, and I think that it may be in my situation creatively. I was thinking, well, maybe I'm taking the picture. right? Maybe I'm in the room, but I'm just behind the camera. Is kind of the idea.
Right, you're shooting the snuff film that's about to take place.
Exactly.
Right.
So
right.
interesting. Yeah, it's a cute thumbnail. I had a nice chortle out of it, and I think people got a good kick out of it as well. There was a lot of concerned people, though. There's a lot of people that were, I think, moved by it in a negative or positive way. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I was one of them. I'm for sure. I just can't describe what that's like. Being like, I wonder if the episode. Oh,
well, dude, that's that's the creative liberties that I like to take, and I think it works in our favor.
Yeah, liberty's all right.
Check us out on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. Be sure to check us out on the audio platforms. It helps us out and give us a nice rating there. All right, are you ready to jump in this?
Why not, Hunter? Why not? Okay. First post. A unite, a stage, a coup, a revolution, a bring, a genocide, a new world, In the MK Ultra experiments, the CIA dosed unwitting subjects with LSD to see how they would react. What has not yet come to light is that MK Ultra was an intra-agency project. The CIA created new departments within the CIA and fed them steady doses of LSD and other psychoactives to see how the departments would diverge and mutate away from normal departments. Whole projects and hierarchies were created, with everybody involved being more or less unwittingly under the influence of LSD. This is how the restraint bed portals and flesh interfaces were first created, i.e. from a heavily psycho-mutated hierarchy. The entire thing had to be eliminated, but the technology it created has been revolutionary. Whoa. Restraint bed portals and flesh interfaces? Dude.
Yeah, I mean, talk about some big keywords there. Also, first, for people that don't know MK Ultra, because I'm not going to act like I even know what it is, it's a form of mind control, right?
Well, so MK Ultra was an experiment that got declassified years later, that back around the 70s, maybe late 60s. No, 60s into 70s. The CIA was trying to understand the effects of things like psychoactive, psychedelics, stuff like that. So they began administering them to people, some knowingly, like people would come in for an amount of money, take drugs. Other times people were effectively dosed or like spiked with it to see what would happen. And there were a bunch of experiments related to MK Ultra to see if new pathways of the mind, stuff like that, could be opened up through the effects of psychedelic drugs. So it was a real CIA experiment to see what these drugs were capable of. But people tied into like conspiracy theories. Sirhan, the guy that assassinated RFK, claims to this day that he was a victim, that he was dosed with it and made to shoot RFK. The Manson cult, there's a bunch of stuff around Charles Manson being an MK Ultra test subject, and that the cult that came about it and them wanting to start a race war was all through the CIA's request after he was dosed and all of his subjects drugged. There's ties that a lot of the hippie culture of the 70s was like a psyop in that sense, stuff like that.
Okay.
Also, just it is funny because the original post that was in reply to was just someone talking about, the cover of this book's kind of weird.
Yeah.
And then the reply's just a unite, a stage.
I'd feel really fucked up being the poster, being like, huh?
What? Dad? Huh? Oh. Anyway, yeah, second post was made same day. This one, second post was made same day, and it says, in Vietnam, the U.S. government tried to pacify the country village by village using the Strategic Hamlet program, basically creating villages where there was no or little Viet Cong influence. Is that true?
It links to a fucking Wikipedia page. And it says
this is a real thing.
Yeah, it says the Strategic Hamlet program was implemented in 1962 by the government of South Vietnam with advice and financing from the United States during the Vietnam War to combat the communist insurgency. The strategy was to isolate rural population from contact with the influence of National Liberation Front. So basically, it just seems like it was trying to stop them from getting influenced by communism, is what it feels like.
Yeah, but if it required them to set up like fake village, anyway, we'll keep reading. But yeah, that is a real thing. Interesting. They tried more extreme experiments where they completely isolated villages or groups of villages, allowing absolutely nobody to enter or exit for periods of up to 4 years.
Jesus.
Some of the villages, people simply starved to death. In others, more self-sufficient villages, the people managed to scrape by. It was noted that in many of the villages where this technique was tried, Messianic or millenarian movements sprang up. What is a millenarian? Is a fundamental transformation of society. Okay, so like Messianic, like people think that they're God or they're going to bring about a new world order, stuff like. Okay, yeah. Or like
basically, it seems almost like cults or new religions were forming.
Yeah.
New religions were almost forming inside these like uncontacted villages.
Yeah. Man, I am not beating the 5th grade reading level accusations today, but I'll keep pushing through. In 16 separate incidents, villages were able to independently invent flesh interfaces and non-electrical portals, and it was surmised that these villages were being collectively dosed with LSD for long periods of time, and their intellectual mutations allowed for these advances. Flesh interfaces were eventually destroyed by the North Vietnamese army at a terrible cost in lives.
Flesh interfaces.
Oh gosh,
that's so crazy.
That goes so hard.
I still don't know. So cool. We're still kind of lost in what they are. I mean, I imagine we'll keep getting into it. But so, are they saying that the flesh interfaces or these portals were created by the people that were hit with the LSD, or they were created so people could come in and give them these things and experiment on them and then leave?
To me, it sounds like the implication from these first two is that people were given LSD or psychoactives in order to turn them into flesh interfaces.
I see. So the people living in them are I see. Okay. So the people living in the villages are the flesh interfaces.
Yes, and he also talks about restraint bed portals, which sounds like people being held down and turned into a portal.
Yeah.
So people in the villages are forced to become these interfaces to bring about whatever means other dimensional being, whatever. All right, third post, once again, same day, says, I'm surprised they used nuclear subs in the Falklands, considering the battle's proximity to the undersea incident zone surrounding the so-called Artemis portals. As I understand it, the portal was opened because of experiments taking place in the CIA's Antarctic station in the early 80s, and Falklands quickly became a center for portal research. Being underwater, the portal had an enormous incident zone. Segmented whales and other undersea debris would regularly wash up on the island shores. They found one well that had been segmented cleanly in half by an incident zone disturbance, proving a perfect cross-section of the creature. They also found hundreds of the chitinous cruciform creatures, certainly non-terrestrial in origin. Anyways, if a nuclear sub had wandered into the incident zone, it could have been disastrous, but I guess they considered the risk acceptable.
Wow. So they're saying that the sea life is like
cruciform creatures.
Yeah, cruciform creatures is insane, like weird. So it's almost like the portals have like are they trying to say that there's like some kind of like religious angle to this, or it's like a spiritual angle? You know what I mean?
Well, so one of the things that's common with these, I don't want to say, well, I guess conspiracy theory, but like some of these theories around true hidden facts or whatever. Yeah, I guess conspiracy theories. I talked about a lot of stuff similar. This is a conspiracy theory iceberg I did a while back, but it's the idea that everything's connected, right? It's like, yeah, well, these things look like religious symbols because religious symbols are tied back to the true beings that are out there that understand this. It's the idea that there's like this hidden narrative that connects everything beneath the surface of reality.
Pretty much that conspiracy theory that you're always being controlled, or it's like, you know, like these things like not that. Well, I guess it just mean that like everything is connected in some kind of weird way. There's something in play or in power, right? Is that kind of the idea?
Yeah, it's kind of like the idea that there's this one hidden narrative or truth that dictates everything else in society. Like are these flesh gates and militaries and stuff like that run into things that look like crosses because crosses come from this hidden like past knowledge we know not of and stuff like that.
Yeah.
That connects to aliens and you know,
yeah, it's almost like the ancient aliens things where it's like, you know, the pyramids look this way because of like this white, like, yeah, basically like visitors came and did X, Y, and Z. So, but just to also clarify, I don't want to get bogged down too much because there's so much we have to read, but I was just going to say, Is it literally portals are opening though and like slicing whales in half? Is that what's happening?
I think that's the implication because it's talking about. So Arcticus is a CIA base in Antarctica.
Yeah.
But it's saying that there is a portal there. So like they've opened a portal down there. And it says it's incident zone, which I imagine is the opening of it. Yeah, it cuts whales in half. And then through these portals are where the chitinous cruciform creatures are. So chitinous is in like a natural shell, like what insects have. But they're like cruciform shaped. They're in like the shape of a cross, effectively, which is interesting. It's so unique. It's such a. It's like so far it's like not really narrative. It's just like kind of establishing this strange.
Well, yeah, it's almost like weird factoids.
Theory.
It's like weird conspiracy factoids right now, or like weird like weird obscure history facts.
Yeah, I think it's like these portals are causing to be opened up around areas where the CIA is doing operations, and these creatures are coming out of it. Next post, once again, same day. Also, by the way, that whole thing about chitinous creatures, cruciform, and like CIA Antarctica puzzles is in the reply of someone talking about Winston Churchill. Like, hey, here's a cool little history factoid. The chitinous cruciforms are coming from Antarctica. They're coming from... The Soviets designated large portions of the Ukraine countryside as harvest populations. Basically, their food and water supplies were dosed with LSD until they had achieved what the Soviets called integration. This meant that the local populations had independently invented flesh interfaces. The Soviet army would then quarantine the area and try to remove the flesh interfaces for their own use. This was usually without success and with great loss of life. Many of the soldiers and scientists were segmented, as often happens in an incident zone, so they ended up with people missing limbs, cut in half, etc. What's interesting is that people would live for quite some time despite segmentation. This is what led the Soviets to believe that their missing body parts still existed, albeit in some unknown place. So one of the leading theories of the time was interdimensionality. Quite mistaken. Man, what the... every post is like...
Well, you know what's kind of interesting, and we should just keep pushing for. I mean, it's just first off, it's like getting hit with a fucking bat every post. But this also reminds me of like the schizophrenic ramblings of like the Temple OS guy as well. It's like something because the thing too, which the Temple OS guy was insane, but the guy was like a genius, like an amazing software operations software engineer, whatever. And the idea too that this guy is like hyperlinking these things to where you're getting like actual cases and places and stuff like that, to where it's almost like he's backing up everything he's saying. You know, like I mean, this is here it is. It is like a conspiracy board. You know, like it's like when you see a conspiracy and you're like, oh shit, that is kind of weird. But now we're getting into like some fun stuff of like now like portals are opening up and cutting people off. But not only are they like they get cut in half, but they're living like way longer than they should be, even though they're missing half of their body or something.
There's a lot of overlap between, or not overlap, like we're starting to get through lines that we can piece stuff together. So it's like, okay, people in Ukraine took enough LSD that they themselves were integrated, so they willingly turned themselves into flesh interfaces. So it's like, okay, people take LSD, they become integrated. That's where the flesh interfaces come from. And then it says that the soldiers and scientists were segmented, as often happens in incident zones. So in incident zones, I assume where flesh interfaces, which are people who take LSD, are, they can open up these portals that cause people to be segmented when they're in the incident zone, or in other words, like you said, cut in half as the portals opened. But then people would live some time despite segmentation. So at least of the theory that maybe they're not segmented, half of their body is just in a different reality or some unknown place. So you can just walk around like in half because the other half of your body is just somewhere else. Fifth post, once again, same day. Dubai probably has the highest rate of free-floating non-interface incidents of any major metropolitan area in the world. In one incident, a large group of migrant workers was segmented in an underground facility. Perfect cross-sectional segmentation along the frontal plane. You could see their lungs working, food being digested, blood pumping on the inside of the heart, everything. They lived for almost 5 months in this condition.
Well,
absolutely fascinating to see in person. There was also a group of school children who were very slightly segmented, just ends of fingers and bits of the calves and such. Hardly fatal wounds, yet they all died within 2 months. Some showed signs of intellectual mutation. There are no known flesh interfaces in Dubai. However, it is surmised that the architecture is actually based on interface geometry and carries some latent interface-like power. Mass segmentations remain one of the most mysterious aspects of the interfaces. They seem to show that the interfaces do indeed concentrate on flesh, living up to their name. Interesting. Man, this is get me in all the good way. Interface geometry. Oh, because all of these have like roots in, I won't say real, but like commonly held, like I guess conspiracy theories or like hidden secrets of the world and stuff like that, like sacred geometry, like there's certain shapes that can elicit or summon creatures or like ideas or spirits of sorts. So tying that into like science and stuff, it's really cool. If it fits right in the whole conspiracy theory niche. I do like the idea of people being cut in half frontally. So like, you know, they're split in half long ways, but they still exist like that for several months. But it's like in other cases where people just lose the tip of their fingers, they die because maybe just coming into contact with the interface or this being segmented can be like poison to the body of sorts.
Look, we talk about claustrophobia, being eaten alive, decapitated, even Hunter's bathroom experiences. And sure, all those things are terrifying, but what's even more terrifying is trying to figure out how to split the bill when you're on a road trip with friends. Well, thankfully, today's sponsor, Cash App, has got me covered. Cash App is straightforward and gives you all of the tools you need to help you cash in, or in this case, cash out. It's a fast, safe, easy, and personalized way to share money between friends or businesses. Doesn't matter if you're sending money to a friend to cover a gas station run or you're trying to buy something online. Cash App is always secure, and if there's a transaction that feels sketchy or might be a scammer, the app will warn you before you hit send. Which, as someone who has had some very negative experiences with scammers in the past, I certainly appreciate. And if you don't already have Cash App, then there's never been a better time to get started. Because right now you can download it from the App Store on your phone and enter our code CREEPCAST into your profile. And you send $5 to a friend within 14 days, you'll get $10 dropped right into your account. That's the easiest $5 you'll ever make. Again, to do it, simply download the app, use our referral code CREEPCAST, of course terms apply. That's money, that's Cash App. Get in on this incredible offer today. Thank you all for watching the ad, and thank you to Cash App for sponsoring the channel. We are now back to the episode.
Sixth post, same day. We look at Elizabeth Bathory as an example of pre-LSD enlightenment. I know that name. Who is that?
She's the murderer who like rumored to bathe in other people's blood. She's like a woman who killed like hundreds of other women and would bathe in their blood, rumor wise, but she was like an infamous serial killer.
Yeah,
in like the 1590s to 1500s to 1600s, whatever.
Yeah, accused of torturing and killing hundreds of girls. Yeah, she was said to bathe in blood, right?
Yeah, that was like the folklore thing. It got because it was like to
keep
stop
her young.
her aging. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. We look at Elizabeth Bathory as an example of pre-LSD enlightenment, i.e. somebody seeming to attempt to build a flesh interface before the invention of LSD. How can this be explained? Perhaps she ingested some ergo or some other naturally occurring psychotropic chemical. Or perhaps her mind was simply attuned to whatever intellectual process need to occur to invent a flesh interface. The Book of Revelations is all the themes in this are Hunter, thank you for finding this. You treat me so well. The Book of Revelations is also considered to be a description of a flesh interface. Whoa, that sentence is insane. Especially the description of New Jerusalem. Oh, okay, so New Jerusalem, the Book of Revelations is the last book of the Bible that's like prophecy of the end times and stuff like that. And at the end it talks about how after the rapture or the end times there will be a new heaven and a new earth created, and it talks about there will be a New Jerusalem, as it's called, for the souls within heaven to preside in. And there's very specific directions for how long it's supposed to be, how wide it's supposed to be. I think it's like it says there'll be like so many cubits that up, so many cubits to the side. I can't remember the exact dimensions, but yeah, it's effectively like a giant building or a giant city structure that we think of as being in heaven that is meant for souls after the rapture to go into. So it's saying that sentence as well. The book of Revelation is considered to be a description of a flesh interface. So that description of New Jerusalem is what a flesh interface is. But there's also the mention earlier that perhaps Elizabeth Bathory attempted to build a flesh interface before the invention of LSD. And we know that she's a serial killer that would bathe in blood and, you know, supposedly kill people and stuff like that. So is a flesh interface a physical structure? When it's talking about the CIA building flesh interfaces, or like they were built in Vietnam, or like the Ukrainians do it naturally because they're dosed with LSD, does that mean they're killing people and building structures out of their blood and bones? That looks like the New Jerusalem of Revelations.
God, I mean, I don't know. It's just, I mean, that would be sick. It kind of does seem like it's made of people's bodies. Everybody's like severed bodies through these portals are like propping up this like utopia or whatever.
Yeah. It's like what's the house that Jack built at the end? How he has a physical house made out of the corpses. It's like that, but there's like a portal to Agartha in the middle of it. Oh man. My problem with this is that it is all speculative. Yeah, yeah, that's your problem with it. That there's no way to know this. It's like when modern psychologists diagnose historical figures. I'm uncomfortable with this level of speculation. I will always regard the first instance of a flesh interface to have occurred in Treblinka, 1944. The geologic disturbances, partial tunnels, so-called interdimensionality, and wealth of clearly segmented bodies leave no doubt of its existence. Soviets have documented this. Treblinka was a prisoner camp, I thought, in Russia, but I mean, it's the second deadliest. Oh, sorry, no, it was the Nazis. It was the second deadliest extermination camp to be built and operated by Nazi Germany and occupied Poland. Okay, so it was a concentration extermination camp. But now they're saying that this was according to the author, Mother Horseyes, which, by the way, that name is insane on its own.
Yeah.
This is the first, Mother Horseyes believes, location that a flesh portal was created. Anyway, 7th post, same day. Basically, when you look at stories of Elizabeth Bathory's behavior, it seems like she is trying to build a flesh interface. But it is known that in order to invent a flesh interface, one must be under the influence of LSD for extended periods. As LSD hadn't been invented during her life, it's probably just a coincidence. Still a tantalizing theory, though. Which, again, that is such a funny post to just be on its own in the comments of r/funny, where someone is discussing a cameo of Prince on Animaniacs.
It's kind of interesting that possibly what he's getting at too is that it's like a form of enlightenment and whatever, but LSD is like literally a gateway or key gateway to actually unlocking like this kind of enlightenment or this revelation, you know? It's like a cheat code to be able to get there.
It unlocks the mind, so to speak. Yeah. Okay, post 8, same day. Obviously, I can't define a flesh interface in terms of purpose or composition or mechanism. I can only list the various phenomena which are related to them. Chief among these is the creation of an incident zone wherein objects are spontaneously segmented. In other words, parts of the object simply disappear, yet the objects continue to behave as if the missing parts are still present. Okay, that makes sense. Like what they were talking about earlier with people surviving for a long time after being segmented. It's not that you're getting cut off, it's that piece of you is now in a different dimension. Also, you see complex tunnels created in the earth. These have been termed ant farms. In undersea interfaces, you get chitinous cruciform organisms. These sui generis organisms are thought to be the result on evolutionary processes which took place in an environment other than Earth. Sui generis is a Latin phrase which means of its own kind or in a class by itself. It denotes an exclusion to a larger system. So basically things that don't have near relatives in their evolutionary tree. This is speculation, but in this case, I agree with it. Then there have been the giant metallic cylinders which appear and experience continuous spontaneous segmentation. These are usually at least 10 meters in diameter and can get much larger, and only occur in very large interfaces, in other words, portals. Beyond this, the phenomena are too various to mention and different for each interface.
So also,
next, which by the way, the link on the giant metal cylinders takes you to a page that is now gone, but it was talking about weird shapes appearing in Death Valley. So that's what that was in reference to.
Oh, okay. They keep bringing up the chitinous cruciforms, like these bugs, even undersea, like kind of like creatures. Just kind of interesting. That's just the second or third time they've brought that up.
It's like a natural, like when they do these undersea portals, it's like the thing that comes out of it. It's an evolved creature from a world we can't experience. It's very similar to that book, All Tomorrows, where it's talking about like in, millions of years, what evolution would look like on different planets to fully adapt creatures to different environments and stuff like that. Like how different and strange things could look. It's also reminiscent of, actually, it's not reminiscent. The image that's coming to mind when I think of it is Ween's Ocean Man album cover, the mollusk.
Yeah. Ocean Man. But yeah, no, I know what you mean. Like the weird kind of like bug, shrimp, or like whatever.
It's made up of all the different fish of the sea and like the lobsters and stuff like that. Yeah, I think it's called the mollusk is the name of that album. Yeah,
it is. It's a fucking creepy album cover.
It is, and the music's great. I love that album, but there's such a weird, not to say liminal because that's overused, but there's a weird strangeness to some of it, combined with the album cover and the music and stuff like that. It's great, but it's very unique. 9th post, same day. Many people think that a portal is simply a large flesh interface. This is true. A portal is a large flesh interface, but it is also more than that. A portal is, as the name implies, a way of sending objects between the portal site and wherever the various locations that have been found beyond the portals are located. In other words, the so-called alien sister cities. Whoa. Portals are usually, but not always, accompanied by the large, fluctuating metallic cylinders. The largest above-water portal that I know of occurred in Novaya Zemlya, and existed for several weeks before it was destroyed by the Russian so-called Tsar bombs. In this case, the metallic cylinders were miles high and covered with features rarely seen on other cylinders. Blinking lights, nodules, so-called antennae. They took on a very artifactual appearance. They seemed to be constructed technology rather than naturally occurring phenomena. Are the cylinders themselves artifacts being sent through the portals, or are they phenomena created by the flesh interfaces in the way a mushroom cloud is created by a nuclear explosion? This is unclear. I wish I could show you guys pictures of the Nova Zemlya cylinders. They truly were beautiful, rising miles into the clear Arctic air, like great alien towers, tinged blue by the vastness of the distances involved. Though it was certainly necessary to destroy them, and we owe the Soviets a great debt for their tireless efforts to collapse the interface, I sometimes wish they were still there. At least then, there would be something, some evidence. It is funny too how this like goes back and forth between like this, fictional extra worlds history to like the things the guy outside of the subway say coming out of an overdose,
Well, yeah. I mean, I love the idea of the visual of an organic matter growing like a nuclear explosion, like starting up and like just kind of like quickly ascending, whatever being built. That's such a sick idea.
Yeah, all the visuals for this are great. It feels like excellent like science fiction material.
Oh, the 10th post is finally the next day. This is our first post outside of the 21st.
And only technically, because this is at 12:46. So in other words, midnight 12. But technically, yes, the next day. In response to what the CIA had accomplished with their Antarctic station in Arctigas, the Soviets built a larger station in Novaya Zemlya in the Arctic. 30,000 prisoners and an exceptionally pure gas concentration created a flesh interface which went through all 7 stages in less than 13 minutes and became a full-fledged portal.
God.
Within a day, the typical fluctuating metallic cylinders were visible, and within 3 days, they were extending miles into the sky. The Soviets quickly realized that the portal was growing out of control. In previous instances, they had simply bombed the site from the air, but in this case, the enormous cylinders and attendant incident zone extending to the edge of space prevented this as well as missile strikes. There were also an exceptionally large lateral incident zone around the portal, with segmentation occurring miles out from the site. Alarmed by the zone's uncontrolled growth and the growing underground tunnels, aka ant farms, the Soviets worked feverishly to construct a hydrogen bomb of unprecedented power which could be detonated from outside the incident zone and still collapse the portal. Steady rate of growth in the incident zone provided them with an exact deadline, which they managed to meet with only 2 hours to spare. Any later, and the bomb could not have been placed so as to collapse the interface. In short, the world came within 2 hours of being subjected to an uncontrolled flesh interface, and perhaps the end of civilization as we know it. Before the portal was collapsed, however, Soviets had gained first-hand knowledge of one of the so-called sister cities. In other words, somebody had gone into the portal and come back.
Oh.
And the idea, it grew to space, and like they had to take 30,000 prisoners and fill them with a gas that made them become these things quickly. And like the larger the portal, the more stuff that can come out of it. Oh, man.
Well, yeah, too, that the portal gets so big that pretty much what he's saying too is like it would like sever the earth. It's kind of sick.
Yeah. Man, that's so cool. It's so cool. Anyway, okay. 11th post, same day as the last. I've always found Lisa's dream to be a good starting place when trying to understand the psychological effects of travel. Lisa was a 9-year-old girl sent through the Groom Lake interface in 1975. The Groom Lake interface connects to the so-called sister city, technically persistent locus, known as the Hanging Temples. Interesting, okay. So Groom Lake is Area 51, basically. And then the Hanging Temples sound like Hanging Temples out in like Southeast Asia.
Yeah.
Or just Eastern Asia.
Yeah. Literally just hanging temples off the side of like an yeah, pretty much right outside China, or it's in China.
But that is the nickname for the sister city, or in other words, the alien city the portal connects to. She stayed there for 5 days of normal time, but only 48 seconds of beyond time, a marked discrepancy. Upon returning, she did not recall anything beyond becoming drowsy for a moment. She slept well that night, and in the morning she recounted a dream to the doctors before dying later in the day. A direct transcript of the audio from the interview.
It was spring and it had been raining all day, but the rain stopped just before it was going to be sunset. So all the clouds were purpley and the sky was really orange. And the grass was all wet with rain, and there were fireflies around, like all in the sky, way up in the sky, big ones. Me and my grandma went out to these hills, way out past the edge of town, and under the hills, there were people sleeping. Not in caves, they were buried under the hills. The people were asleep, but they were hugging each other. Families, like moms and dads and little kids, just packed together, a few thousand. The hills were just blown up like balloons because they were so full of people, like a pregnant woman's stomach. My grandma told me to lie down, but I didn't want to. She laid down and got sucked into the ground, and I heard her voice coming out of the ground telling me to come inside.
Oh, man. Jesus Christ. That was fucking awesome. First, I just want to say, like, the idea of, like, basically the interface impregnating the ground with people. You're just like, it's kind of like a fun parallel, too, with, like, when you die and you're literally, like, laid to rest. These people are just like hugging each other, sleeping forever in the ground. Fuck that. And then, yeah, basically the ground being like, come inside. Come here. Pretty crazy.
It's also like, because this is in an alien world. This is wherever the, what did he call it up there? Beyond time. This is in beyond time. It's like wherever the portal leads you to. And this little girl was with her grandma, probably just one of the people who accidentally got segmented, as it's called, or went through the portal in the course of, it says she got sent through the interface. My bad. For a second, I was thinking we were still talking about the Russian experiment. Yeah, this was a girl that was sent through the interface.
Yeah, she was only gone she was only gone in the portal time for 48 seconds, but it was for 5 days in our time.
Yeah. But it's like whatever's through the portals, like it takes these families, like they said, and they're hugging each other and they're packed together. It's like, as she describes it, like a pregnant woman's stomach, like it's feeding off of them, or it's like gestating them. Like,
yeah, I did too that she died later that day. She was gone for 48 seconds our time. She comes back and then she dies later in the day. I'm wondering why if you like when you go into that side and come back, or when you go into that side, what's so, I guess, poisonous about it?
Yeah. This is also really fun, by the way, how it incorporates so many like real conspiracies into it, like Groom Lake and just weird history. It's so sick. Okay, next post, same day. It would be easy to say that the Soviets discovered the secret of survivable travel because they were more ruthless, more willing to sacrifice innocent lives. But there was really no lack of ruthlessness on the part of the CIA. It was really just a matter of approach. The Soviets approached the mystery of the flesh interface the same way they approached their space program. The first humans in space, so-called lost cosmonauts who were never officially acknowledged, were just ordinary people, culled from the gulags. No more control over their mission than Leica the dog. Aw, Leica. That's so sweet. My wife has a Leica tattoo thing.
Cool.
The Americans, on the other hand, started with professional men, usually from the military. Likewise, when it was discovered that objects and even animals which entered the flesh interfaces occasionally returned unharmed, the Americans began training men to enter the interfaces. Because they culled their men from certain military ranks, they were all of similar age. Soviets, however, used prisoners who had a much wider age range, and so they were able to discover the essential correlation. The younger a person was, the more likely they were to survive travel, and the longer they would survive after travel. They discovered that 20-somethings were much more likely to survive, albeit in a horribly altered state, than older people. They discovered that people in their early 20s fared better than those in their late 20s. Teenagers fared even better. So, despite all moral compunction, it was really a matter of time before they sent a child through. And it was only after the first round of children went through that they gained any idea of what was on the other side. Oh, man, that's that's so cool. I also love how it says they would come back altered. Like, what do we mean by that? I get the idea where it said that there's these chitinous cruciforms that are found that are believed to be evolved from like another Earth. I feel like those are altered people.
Yeah.
Like, say someone spends too long over there. Like, that's what they come back.
Well, it's kind of cool if it is like almost like a crust over bug or something. Almost like, I like to think that it's almost like, you know, there's that disease that people have where it's their bones don't stop growing, or if like they break their bones, they like regenerate and it just like mangles their body, you know?
Yeah.
Almost in some kind of way. It's like whenever you go through the portal and when you come back and you're like re-put together, or like after that transfer, you just like you don't get put back in the correct order, or things get added from whatever parallel side, if like, you know what I mean, almost like two instances coming together.
I think certainly those things are like people in some way, or if that's not them, people are being turned into something else. Okay, so the next post was made a day after the previous one. 13th post for those at home keeping score. Until we found the village, we had suspected that the detectors were just props, just toys given to us by the CIA guys to reassure us. Nobody trusted spooks. 3 days through the jungle, and these detectors had not detected a thing. But before we even saw the first hut, the needles on all the detectors started moving in unison. If they were phony toys, it was a cool little special effect. The needles swayed back and forth, and all the little metal boxes let out this spooky ooh sound, all in unison, like a school choir. Very weird. Turn them off. As instructed, we treated every Vietnamese as combatants and killed them all. There wasn't any resistance, though. Few had weapons, most were unarmed. None fought back. They didn't even run. They were just sitting around, blazing in the sun, and we shot them where we found them. Grim work, very weird. That probably spooked us out more than the detectors. It was like they were waiting to die. After clearing the village, we didn't know what to do, so we turned one of the detectors on and wandered around to see what was up. The detector started going nuts around one of the bigger huts in the middle of the village. We'd already cleared it, but we went in again. There was a big altar inside, with candles and Buddhas and gold signs with dink writing and shit. We figured maybe one of the Buddha statues was setting the detectors off, but no. Hut was very hot, muggy. Even by the incredibly humid standards of Vietnam, it was incredibly humid in there. Even the Buddha statues were sweating. Their faces were literally coated with drops of moisture. Everybody noticed that there was something weird going with the air. There was something off about the pressure. So we just tossed everything. Picked all the shit up and tossed it out of the hut. Sure enough, we picked up the big platform that held the altar. There was something under it. It was a pit made of flesh. Oh gosh. Maybe 5 feet across and going down about 20 feet before curving out of sight. When I say made of flesh, I mean it looked like the inside of somebody's throat. wet, reddish, flesh-looking stuff. We had heard of them building tunnels, but we really couldn't even understand what we were looking at. It was breathing. Flesh kind of rippled and this hot air came out, and it felt and smelled just like somebody breathing right in your face, enough to make you sick. They told us we would know it when we saw it. Well, we saw it, we knowed it. Radioed the coordinates and got out of there. Oh my gosh, dude.
Is this also the first time that the author has referred as like we, you know?
Yeah.
Like a personal account?
Well, it makes it sound like whoever's writing all this, the reason he knows this is because he was
a part of the extraction team, or like a part of the American team that would go and find the stuff.
Like he was a Vietnam soldier who stumbled across this, and it opened up like his discovery of it. Dude, oh gosh, I can see it in my mind. It's so cool. A team of like dudes in Vietnam, like they kill a village because they're ordered to, and then they find like a throat compiled of flesh underneath the temple, and the people there were like worshiping it or in like ecstasy over it. Oh, it's so cool. Oh, it's so good. Okay, 14th post. Encasement was certainly not something we were expecting. It really changed our whole perspective on what exactly was occurring. We thought that the flesh interfaces were just like pipes that went from one location to another, perhaps extra dimensionally or by some other magic. But when the first subject came back encased, we realized that, well, I'm not sure what we realized. We realized for the thousandth time in our dealings with the flesh interfaces that we were dealing with something really beyond us. That's why I call it magic. They were so far beyond our understanding. It was basically like meddling with some kind of black magic. The first subjects to come back encased was an 8-year-old girl we had named Jingles. We started naming the kids' dogs' names to try to depersonalize them, to assuage the guilt. This was done by the recommendation of CIA psychiatrist, but it didn't work very well. We all still felt like shit. But what choice did we have? Can we just ignore the flesh interfaces and not study them? Perhaps, but you must realize that the Soviets were also studying them. That changed the whole equation. If they... the ethical issues have been debated to death. What's done is done. We dropped the bomb on Hiroshima. We gave those blankets to the Indians, and we sent those kids through those portals. Now it's all just part of history. Anyway, we sent Jingles into flesh interface with an object returned 2 minutes later, which is a pretty long time for an interface. There's a large organic sac lined with veins, vaguely resembling a human lung, about 4 feet long. We x-rayed it and saw the skeleton inside and cut it open. Sure enough, Jingles was inside, naked and covered with blood, with no hair on her head. There was an umbilical cord attached to her belly button, which was attached to a sort of placenta. Oh. Hunter.
Fucking brutal, man.
Hunter, baby
so
girl.
Metal. Also, how fucked up is that as like using random children as scapegoats for this experiment?
Just shoving them through. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's like they found out that, they
live
have a better chance of surviving if they're young. So guess what we got to do?
Operation Baby happened.
She goes in, and then 2 minutes later, later comes out in a uterus, in a womb, effectively. Oh gosh. We had a problem with the surgeons trying to harm her. It was later realized that her blood, the blood from the sac, had high concentrations of an exotic LSD analog. It was getting absorbed through the skin. The placenta was like an LSD factory, pumping out millions of doses. This particular blend made people pretty violent, so we had to put on containment suits. Jingle's skin was flawless, like a newborn's. No wrinkles on the back of her neck, no wrinkles on her palms except the major ones. She had the form of an 8-year-old girl, but seemed a lot newer. We did MRIs on her bone plates and found they were still highly undeveloped, as if she was newborn. We wondered, is this really Jingles or some kind of clone? What sort of apparatus could have possibly produced this clone, and why? After a day of observation, she awoke. We weren't sure if her mind was still there. Perhaps she had been wiped clean, so we waited, asking her questions. At first, her behavior was like that of an infant, just smiling and gurgling and clasping her hands. It was pretty eerie seeing that kind of behavior from an 8-year-old. Really, it was pretty eerie looking at her at all. Her skin was so pure and glowing, she looked like an absolute angel. Anyways. After a while, she started babbling, saying little phrases. In a matter of hours, she seemed to progress through the various stages of development, her sentence structure and awareness becoming more and more sophisticated.
Milestone reached. It is my honor and privilege to inform you that the fuel-powered generator, as well as the industrial fluid buffer, are now available. Due to a lack of gold in your sector, Caterium will serve as a suitable replacement to construct the fuel-powered generator. Your research into this element was valuable. In fact, you in particular are my most valuable pioneer, but don't tell the others I said that, it would be bad for morale.
More and more sophisticated. As soon as she could understand sentences, we started questioning her again. Who was she? She said her name, she knew her past. This wasn't just a blank clone. This may or may not have been the original girl, but she seemed to have the same mind as the original. So then we asked her the questions that we wanted to know. The question that had plagued us for years. The question that had led us, in the face of all humanity and morality, to send a child into a living apparatus of death. What did you see? What's on the other side? Her expression grew thoughtful. She was such a thoughtful, bright girl. We chose her for her intelligence. So young and bright, and we just threw her. Anyway, she thought about the question, and it seemed then that we would finally get an answer, a real answer. I remember the sense of anticipation in the room. It was like nothing I've ever felt before or since. Remember, I quit the program that day, so I was never able to question another subject. Anyway, she said to us,
"Inside the chamber, I started to feel drowsy. Everything changed, and I knew what I saw. I had seen it before. I said to myself, this is like the room in my Grammy's house, the quiet room."
We asked her what she meant by this. She replied with these words, her final words before she simply stopped living and sat there dead with her eyes still on us. She said,
"Come unto these yellow sands."
Oh,
man.
Oh.
The idea of her like just dying there with her eyes open, probably smiling or something, is just so crazy. Come unto these yellow sands. What do you think that means?
That's Shakespeare, I think. Hold on. I think I've heard that before. Let me look it up. Oh gosh, that's so cool. The child going through. And I love that build-up when he's like, the thing we sent children into it for, the thing we wanted to know, what did you see? Just having to know what it is. Ah!
Yeah, you're right. Shakespeare. Good call.
Yeah, it's from the Shakespeare play The Tempest.
Ariel's song is what it says.
The poem goes, "Come unto these yellow sands and then take hands, curtsied when you have, and kiss the wild waves whist. Foot if featly here and there, and sweet sprites the burthen bear. Full fathom 5 thy father lies, of his bones and coral made. Those are pearls that were his eyes, nothing of him that doth fade. It sounds like
not as good as Hard in the Paint by Waka Flocka, but Shakespeare did a good try there.
Could you imagine that little girl?
Yeah, I go hard in the motherfucking paint. She starts dropping the N-bombs too. Whoa! What you thinking? What you stankin'? That'd be so sick.
It sounds okay. So the poem sounds like I don't know the context and the tempest for what's going on here, but it sounds like the character Ariel is singing for like them to join her to follow, like kind of come with me down the rabbit hole, so to speak. It says, "Come to these other hands and then take hands, curtsied when you have, and kiss the wild waves whist." So. Yeah, it sounds to me like there's this whole... Because the last thing she says is, I was there. Or the last coherent things he says, I felt drowsy, everything changed. So it's like she fell asleep. That's when she started to be wrapped inside of the womb and then the LSD given to her. And she's back in her grandma's room, or grandma's house, the quiet room, which that has so many implications. But she's back in the quiet room. And then... when they're like, what do you mean? She says, come unto these yellow sands. And that sounds like what I've seen, I can't explain. Or like, it may not even be the girl talking. It's like the LSD that's pumping through her talking. Like this higher mind she's reached. But whatever entity or voice is speaking within her is like, you're going to have to see it for yourself. These are beyond things that you're supposed to know.
Yeah. She's got that.
Gosh, this is so cool.
Got that Waka Flocka possession going on. I really wish that out of her trance she would have said, Flocka, Waka, 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 Flocka, like at the end of that deal. Waka, 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 Flocka.
They shoot her.
Yeah, riding real slow, bending corners. No!
Stop her quick! She's gonna say it.
She deserves it. She went through hell and back.
It's funny again to look at these because like that whole thing is in reply to r/movies. China officially says that The Martian shows America's want space cooperation. Just the comments you get that. Someone talking about like the guilt they have over a child that died in this experiment. They're sent through a flesh.
Yeah, is Matt Damon good in The Martian? And then they get hit with that. And you know what's kind of cool with this too is that somebody sees it and they're like, "What the fuck?" And then it makes you want to click on the profile and be like, "Yeah, this guy's crazy." And that's kind of how people discover the story, though.
That's why it works.
Yeah,
that's why it works. Yeah. It's also the equivalent of like showing a pilgrim an iPhone. Like
their mind just melts.
Yeah, they were like, la la la, I really like Matt Damon in The Martian, and then just wah 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 wah.
Wah, wah, wah.
You remember in The Sun Vanished, the blue line,
yeah, exactly,
with the dubstep. Yeah, that's what these comments are doing to people, asking like, do you like Captain America or are you Team Iron Man? And then just, I was in the jungles of Da Nang. I felt the breath of the village we slaughtered. Just dropping these bombs on people. Anyway, next one, 15th post, same day. And which, by the way, this author, whoever he is, I don't care if he's like out of his mind on LSD or what, he is great at setting up this world, this tension. It's awesome. Post 15. In explaining our cruelty, which I admit was quite beyond scope of all humanity, I feel I must remind you of how we lost the war. Oh, what a great opening to a comment. Gosh. We lost the war in the cruelest way imaginable. Island after island fell, and enemy drew closer and closer. More and more bombs fell in our cities. Food grew more and more scarce. People starved. House burned, people burned, children burned. We were punished by our own sense of dignity, by our own inability to admit inevitable and total defeat. It was like watching a sword slowly being sunk into your chest, millimeter by millimeter, but you refused to cry out, refused to whimper, beg for mercy. There's nothing you can do but watch the metal disappear into your weeping flesh. By the end of 1944, it was clear that both Japan and Germany were doomed, barring some divine intervention. Yet the stories we knew from childhood told us that we had been saved by divine intervention before. When the fleets of Kublai Khan were on our shores, moving from island to island, conquering and raping, till a miraculous typhoon sent their ships to the bottom of the ocean. Though we were modern men and trained in Western science, we still believed that there was some sacred destiny in store for the Japanese people, and we kept an eye out for something, anything which hinted of the divine. Two intriguing pieces of news had come to us through Germany. Developments which suggested that perhaps the tide of the war could turn suddenly. Both, however, were ominous. One was that America was developing a superweapon, a bomb which could level entire cities, which used the latent power of the atom, unleashing very forces which held existence together. We assured ourselves that this was American propaganda, that no such weapon actually existed, but our scientists acknowledged that it was theoretically possible. The second piece of news was more puzzling. It was said that a Swiss scientist had synthesized a chemical which, like the American nuclear technology, could unleash latent forces. This time, forces of the mind. This chemical was said to fuse the various disparate areas of the mind and allow for incredible insights. Apparently, teams working under the influence of this chemical for long periods of time were capable of inventing techniques and devices previously unheard of. By the end of 1944, various high-ranking Germans were slipping out of Germany, like rats from a sinking ship, often trying to fund their escapes by selling various pieces of artwork, technology, intelligence, etc. It was from one of these that we obtained an enormous supply of this wonderful chemical, LSD, which was supposed to be secret even from Germany's allies. Along with the chemical, we were given a piece of news which was positively tantalizing, given the position we were in. According to our contact, experiments with LSD had been conducted at the Treblinka extermination camp. A group of prisoners was given the drug for a period of several months, and the results were so impressive that somehow the prisoners were able to convince the camp leaders to take the drug as well. Soon, the entire camp hierarchy was taking the drug and working together on a new device that was some sort of destructive radar which could bring down planes as easily as ordinary radar found them. It was said to be powerful enough to slice bombers right in half. Of course, we found this piece of news hard to believe. Nazi death camp commanders worked side by side with Jewish prisoners to invent a magical radar? It was utterly fantastical. Our good sense told us to ignore it. And yet, how could we? The Americans had already taken back the Philippines. Soon they would take Iwo Jima and Okinawa and all the home islands. We were facing the end of the Japanese as a free race. Perhaps the end of all Japanese existence. The Germans would have it easy compared to us. Many Americans were German in origin. There was a blood affinity between the countries. This did not exist for us. The Americans would burn our cities and rape our women and enslave us, make us servants, like their... that word. We would be crossbred with the whites until we had become self-degenerate half-castes. Japanese culture would crumble. Stories of our childhoods would be forgotten. We were watching a sword disappear into our hearts, and we were desperate for some kind of divine intervention. So in late 1944, a glass jar of LSD crystals, enough for several million doses, was taken aboard a submarine, slipped under the cover of the sea back to the home islands. We were looking for divine grace. What we found was a hell beyond our darkest dreams of destruction. Oh my gosh, dude. Every entry I read, I'm like, gosh, that was so good. As just like its own little vignette, something by itself talking about it. And that one's no different. Oh my, how we lost the war. Oh man. The LSD was passed around at like Treblinka. Everyone took it, and like it's like they forgot all the war they were fighting for, why they were there, and it's like they became directed towards this new objective. And so the Japanese want to get their hands on it, so in their desperation they do, and then things get much worse. What's interesting is the use of we, because the use of we's come up a few times. There was the one mentioned earlier, is the Vietnam guy, and then there was the mention of the experimenter when Jingles came out in the womb, which I now think are two different people, and now there's this one of a Japanese soldier scientist during World War II. So it sounds like the we, either this account, the Mother Horse Eyes account, is multiple different accounts that are being shared and posted, or it's the Mother Horse Eyes or whatever is like a sort of hive mind. Almost, you know?
Hive mind, yeah. It's just interesting, yeah.
Like everyone who's involved with it or everyone who's had experience with it is now speaking from a first-person perspective, or at least whatever entity who knows of these accounts is turning it into a first-person perspective.
Right.
Interesting. Anyway. All right, so all those things that we have read thus far have been replies left again on random Reddit threads. The next post is a actual post that was made by the author, Mother Horse Eyes. It was a self-post in a subreddit that's now locked. So this was actually like for the first time Mother Horse Eyes sort of, or the user 9 Mother Horse Eyes addressing the people who are reading the stories. Hello, friends. Thank you for your interest in my post. I want to apologize to the community at large for posting them to threads whose relationship to their content is at best tangential. I simply had nowhere else to post my information where anybody could read it. Previously, I was operating a website wherein my information laid out in a rather straightforward manner. I was quite convinced that the undeniable truth of this information would attract attention on its own accord. I was quite sure that somehow this grand truth would shine out as a beacon and resonate with receptive people and quickly become widespread. As I recall, my best month brought about 400 visitors and a total of 4 non-spam comments. 75% of these recommended psychiatric intervention. So here we find ourselves. I'm attempting to use the techniques of fiction and suspense to hopefully generate interest in this information. Your subreddit furthers this aim, and I sincerely thank you for creating it. Yeah, so the r/Mother Horse Eyes was created by people who found the previous post and were discussing it. So then Mother Horse Eyes made an appearance and posted this message I'm reading now. I should clarify that this information is not fiction, nor is it true. It is a mix of things which happened and things which almost happened. I like that. Things which were and things which could have been. You must understand that the present moment in which we exist is simply a nexus from which trillions of possible past and possible futures branch out. The important thing to realize is that these unreal past and unrealized futures are related to each other. By examining what might have been, we can come to understand what might come to be. I am writing about what has never been and what must never be. Unfortunately, our generation has been given a special burden. We are doomed, as the apocryphal Chinese curse has it, to live in interesting times. Soon, technological advances in the field of information technology and bioengineering will fundamentally reshape human existence. There are a number of possible outcomes, and I believe that most of them will result in the human race entering an unending era of absolute slavery. As a free species, we have seen totalitarianism before, and we have destroyed it. But when it arises again, aided by advanced information and biological technology, it will have a new and unprecedented ability to envelop the entire Earth and place humanity in an unalterable state of total mental and physical slavery that will last for uncounted millennia until the Earth becomes uninhabitable. Not only do I believe that this outcome is possible, I believe that it's overwhelmingly likely. Out of all the trillions of possible futures arrayed before us, 99.999% of them results in this outcome. As Christ said, "Wide is the gate, broad is the road that leads to destruction, and many enter through it. But narrow is the gate, and narrow the road that leads to life, and only a few find it." We must find and enter the narrow gate, but it will not be easy. In order to find it, we must sort through the many possible paths to find the possible futures which result in a humanity free to live and die as humans, and not as an unholy agglomeration of mindless flesh. Fortunately, as we fight against the forces of slavery and death, it will precisely be our instincts towards the preservation of freedom and life that will lead us to destruction. In short, we live in precarious times. I want to make clear that while this post shows clear and appalling signs of megalomania, I am actually aware that I am not a prophet or an expert. I am a 30-something American male without the benefit of a college education or a stable job. Sadly, I have spent most of my life drunk. My post will contain a number of historical errors, both intentional and unintentional, as well as bad spelling, bad grammar, and laughably overwrought prose. Readers with the proper education will easily see through my attempts at erudition. In short, I have no proper formal qualifications for the task I have set out for myself. But I have personally experienced the intellectual mutations of which I write. Through repeated self-experimentation, I have fractured the time state of my brain, and now it exists in an ever-shifting state between various pasts which didn't happen. As such, I have been given what I believe special insight into our possible futures. They are dark. The shadows of past atrocities pass and overlap with the shadows of future atrocities. Time is short. Recently, I have been beset with a persistent creativity that seems to grow stronger as the days go by. I fear this state is unsustainable. Perhaps eventually this productive mania will turn into an unproductive psychosis, and soon, on a larger scale, mankind's productivity will turn into its own sort of psychosis. Billions of years ago, the so-called primordial soup arranged itself into a self-replicating form which multiplied and flourished and divaricated into countless species. From our vantage point in the present, this singular moment of origin has become lost in the midst of time. Equally obscure to us is the future singularity towards which we are heading, the end point in which all countless species are once again reintegrated to a new and singular form, a new abomination. We are on the verge, all of us. Times are dire. We are about to be gathered again into the arms of the mother to become one flesh with her. The mother who gathers lost children. The mother I have seen in dark spaces since I was a little child. Back when I called her the mother with horse eyes. We are about to meet her again. We are about to be unborn.
God damn. God damn, dude. I'm like, that was me honestly just being like, yeah, dude, I guess times are pretty bleak. I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ.
We are about to meet her again. Mother I saw in dark spaces as I was a child, back when I called her the mother with horse eyes. Oh gosh, dude. This is so gas. This is so good.
Yeah,
man. Okay,
it's very eerie too. Like it's weird because the beginning of it really throws off your. You're like, oh, okay. So you're like, oh, well, you get a break about being like, oh, this isn't really fiction, or is it not fiction, whatever. And then it kind of like, I don't know, like around the halfway mark, it really starts divulging back into him, like, just like, I mean, it's just so threatening, or it's just like scary. The ominous like dread, the never-ending dread is just it's pretty crazy.
This captures what to me I think, because a lot of people are like, oh, conspiracy theories are dumb or stuff, they're not that interesting. I think what is so interesting to me about, not like was JFK assassinated, stuff like that. I'm talking conspiracy theories about like, was this ancient civilization real, stuff like that. One of the reasons they interest me so much is because they all point back to this unified theory that there is a secret out there, and if we can find that one secret, it will rewrite our understanding of religion, of culture, of society, all of it. And there is something so haunting about that. The implication that there is a narrative we're not aware of that has shaped everything, every interaction, every societal structure. There's one thing that has dictated it and has convinced us it was our own decision, that it was our own free will. But there is something behind the curtain that has puppeted us this whole time. There's something so menacing, it's overwhelming fear, and it evokes the same fear that this story is evoking right now, and they use the same themes of conspiracies, of lost history, of unhistory, and stuff like that. It is a conspiracy theory horror story, and that is awesome.
Yeah, it's sick.
Also just the mother with horse eyes, like, oh man, to become one flesh. So he's talking about, it sounds like our author of the story, or at least, our self-insert author protagonist of the story, has taken enough LSD that he has started to, as he said, fractured his mind, and now he sees all the previous pasts that haven't happened, but he's not sure which one's real yet. So he's talking about them, and that explains why he always uses we. Because he is like fractured across these different consciousness, seeing the past, so he's speaking from their perspectives as he's relaying this history that never came to be. So he's like the nexus point that all these stories are coming through.
His hyper obsession on LSD and stuff too makes it seem like is he a reliable narrator,
Yeah.
or is he? It's one of those things where it's just I don't know. It's when you go into thought patterns like that, it really questions like, well, who is this person? How are they affected? You know, is this a person that's mind has just gone completely crazed? You know what I mean? But they're very well spoken, and that's what throws it for a loop. You're like, fuck. It's not rambling. Yeah. It's like very concentrated, well thought out sentences.
There's a cohesion to the stuff he's talking about, even if on the whole it doesn't make sense, it makes sense to him, right? But I love that, like, we have to know what wasn't, so we will know the things that can never be. And it's like we're all being unborn, which ties back to the, you know, jingles coming out and like the sack. It's like, and the girl with the Russians who was sent, or not the Russians, the one at Groom Lake who saw their grandmother go beneath the ground and like everyone was curled up like a pregnant woman's belly. It's like people are being reverted into previous states of existence. Yeah, maternal, exactly. Mother horse eyes, right? Like it's wanting to drag people into it to make them into like infants again, into embryos. The mother with horse eyes. It's like the void. It reminds me of Ensorcelled in the Earth.
Yeah.
The talk of like the mother, the darkness that our character leads itself into till it becomes part of it again. It's very familiar with that.
I will say too, when our narrator here is talking about Mother Horse Eyes, it doesn't seem like he's trying to reject it either. I think he's very much in the eyes of like, it's time, you know? Which also, I think it's just the level of confidence in which he's speaking of like the certainty of everything is what also gives the story such a hit. Like it just hits you in the stomach really hard.
Yeah. So I think a lot of these comments we're going to see, because I'll call him the narrator who put that last post together is seeing all these different futures and like memories of past that never were. So I think each one of these individual posts where it's talking from a first person perspective is completely different people. So that's probably why the language shifts some between different ones. Some are more personal, some are more impersonal, stuff like that.
Right.
Some swear, some don't, you know. All right, so now, next post, 16, this looks like the next day. Yeah, 16th post. When you're hanging out with the tribe of Nazi acid heads, magical space pussy doesn't even register on the weirdo meter. Okay, immediately what I said about different, you know, different accounts have different ways of speaking and stuff like that. I mean, they talked about so much weird shit, and so much of it was total bullshit that I didn't pay any attention to it. It was the 60s. Talking about magical space pussies was like asking somebody how their day went. It was just conversation to me. But to them, it wasn't. That was a strange time in my life. I'd spent the last 6 months going from commune to commune, just checking them out. They were all bullshit. Every one of them just some guy on a power trip and a bunch of women, grown up with bad fathers, hanging on his every word, hoping he would solve all their problems. That's the only way the commune system worked. The guy got control of the women, and the women attracted a few guys to do the manual labor, but in the end, it was basically just a new system of pimping. I mean, I'm from Brooklyn. I've seen pimping. These chicks had tried to escape society and just gotten themselves pimped out. It was tragic, but too tragic for me to give a shit about. So I went out to Death Valley. Why did I go there? Why does anybody? Because it has a cool name. If it was called some scorpions and a bunch of rocks, which is what it actually is, nobody would go. I had decided I was done with counterculture. I was done with the regular culture. I was done with it all. I would go where nobody would bother me and just try to figure myself out. Get a little peace and quiet. A month later, the Manson family moved in next door. Yes. Oh my gosh. What I said earlier about the Mansons. Yes. Let's go. For a while, it was just a nice little guy named Paul and some girls living a few miles from my little shack. Seemed harmless. Then the whole family came in. Charlie too. They had already committed the murders at this point. It was big news, but nobody knew who did it. I surely didn't connect it to this band of weirdos next door. They seemed too stupid to pull off anything newsworthy. Just another bullshit commune. Once Charlie got there, the family seemed to spend most of their time driving their doom buggies around, pretending to be the Africa Corps. I mean, Charlie would put on a helmet with a SWAT stick and lead them in maneuvers. I never met racist Nazi hippies before, but there's a first time for everything. Some of them even talked about Uncle Adolf and how he knew the score, how he should have won the war. I was a mechanic in the army, So I helped them out with the buggies and got to know them a little. Slowly, their little philosophy trickled down to me. They thought America was on the verge of an apocalyptic race war. Blacks on white, helter-skelter, the Watts riots in every city. That part actually seemed pretty plausible. I mean, you gotta understand. In 1969, the country had been getting weirder and weirder, more and more violent every year. Nobody was quite sure if it would end. Nobody knew that in the 70s, counterculture would just kind of peter out into a bunch of James Taylor albums. They said they had come to the desert to find a hideout so they would be safe while the helter-skelter race war was going on. They said that somewhere out in the desert there was a bottomless pit full of wonders and treasures. In the Bible, Revelation speaks... In the Bible, Revelation speaks of the tree of life, which bears 12 kinds of fruit, one for every month. They said this tree was growing inside the bottomless pit and would give them all the food they wanted while they waited out the war. When it was over, they said, they would emerge, Charlie would rule the world as the new Christ. So that part was a little less plausible. And then I started hearing about the magical space vagina. I'd become friends with Paul, who was actually a nice guy who just wanted to screw the girls and get stoned and didn't really get into the whole Nazi thing. He said they were searching for the entrance to the bottomless pit. He said that entrance would be made of flesh growing out of rocks, like a giant vagina so big you could just stroll right in. I told him he thought about pussy way too much, but he was serious. He said that the technology to turn rocks into flesh was from outer space, and its secrets had been taught Charlie by Uncle Adolf. Till then, I had thought that Uncle Adolf was their name for Hitler. Slowly, as I learned more, I started to realize that they weren't talking about somebody who was still alive, somebody they actually knew. They told me he was coming
Milestone
soon.
Reached.
So
the transportation of
the implication
resources
here
can reach
is
new
that
heights of efficiency. With the Mark IV belts and lifts, the truck, but even more importantly, your effort. Handling a large and complicated vehicle like the truck should come easy to a well-trained pioneer such as you. They are an obvious improvement over tractors concerning industrial purposes. Improvements for personal use were not measured.
They got on LSD, and then that's what wanted them to bring about the whole race war and stuff like that to end the world. And then they became obsessed with finding one of these flesh portals, like the one that was mentioned in Vietnam earlier. And then our author, who's being, diminishing of the idea, refers to it as like a giant vagina, but it is a flesh portal through the ground that we've heard about before. And Charles Manson, then we're trying to find a way to it.
Yeah, I was almost wondering if it's like Tree of Life kind of a allegory too, or not.
Well, see, bottomless pit is also a thing in the book of Revelation, but that's normally in reference to hell. It talks about that after the rapture and stuff like that. Like, hell's more of a holding place, so to speak, depending on how you look at it. And then after the battle of the end times, the devil will be thrown into the bottomless pit and locked away. So that's like a hellish place. But then that they believe in there will be the tree of life, which is a good thing that's involved with like heaven and like the New Jerusalem, as it's mentioned in the Bible and stuff like that. So it's like walking into hell because there's a good thing of heaven there, or like they have their symbolism of it mixed up. But this Uncle Adolf is a real person who's coming very soon. Interesting. Again, the world building's great and how it drip feeds information. Next post, 17th post, same day. This kind of psychological mirroring was exploited in the design of the flesh interfaces. When a human body, hold on, that might be, because he said sometimes these replies are in comments. Okay, yeah, so this is a reply to a post in r/GIFs, which is now deleted. Or the thing that was linked is now deleted, but it's talking about soldiers running drills on LSD in the 1960s. So then in reply to that, Mother Horseye says, this kind of psychological mirroring was exploited in the design of the flesh interfaces. When a human body is embedded in an interface, the independent, in other words, non-human interface glands produce massive amounts of LSD, which cause intellectual mutations, in other words, time fracturing along several dozen axes. Meanwhile, the independent hormone regulators produce an emotional oscillation between two states, euphoria and terror. Thus, we have the typical sound of an interface, alternating waves of giggling and screaming that move through the interface population, running along the length of the interface as the hormones travel along the independent conduits. These successive waves of giggling and screaming create a steady rhythm that washes over the traveler as they move through the interface. Natural empathetic responses, mirroring, prepare the traveler's body for the process of embrace.
Yo. God, imagine being shot through a portal and you just hear people screaming in pain and laughing.
But yeah, it goes between euphoria and terror. So it sounds like, okay, so it says in the construction of the flesh interfaces, there is human glands, like human stuff, that is being pumped with this LSD material from the non-human stuff, and it's causing them to time fracture, and the regulators throw them between terror and euphoria. So that is the tunnel, I believe, right? The flesh interface from everything we've established, made out of people. So as people pass through, it oscillates between the laughter and the terror, and it creates these waves of it creates a rhythm, as it says, that washes over the traveler and prepares them for embrace, which I imagine embrace is, it's using the word embrace because it's like a mother, right? Mother horse eyes that's embracing them. But the embrace is probably the process that turns them back into the womb, that turns them back into an infant just in their own body. That one's out of the way. 18th post. When I was little, they took mommy away and put me with a new mommy in a smelly dark house. They said she was a real person, but I knew she wasn't. They had made her. Her face was made from pieces of animal. Pig cheeks, hairy goat jaw, old horse eyes. They sewed her together badly, and the seams were crusty. I hated her. Real mommy called me from underground. I opened the attic window at sundown and let the spring breeze flow in. I heard her song floating in on the cool air, soft singing from the grave.
God. God. I want to see right now. My fucking mind is just getting fucked. Like I'm just getting raw dog.
It's just like, yeah, 1957. There was a group of people in Indonesia that didn't. You're like, okay. And all of a sudden, it's just like, I see her from the ground. I hear her crying and singing. I miss mommy. I'm like, what the fuck is happening, dude? I'm
gonna be honest.
I'm having a panic attack.
I'm gonna be honest, that one. So I like I said earlier, there's kind of this uneasiness about, ooh, what if there's this great secret that contains humanity and stuff. That entry, I immediately became aware of the open door to my right. Like that of one course freaked me out a little bit. Oh, what did it say? She had pig cheeks, goat jaw,
a hairy goat jaw,
and old horse eyes. They sewed her together badly. I hated her. But they're trying to, okay, so they took mommy away and put me in the smelly dark house with new mommy. This sounds so much like the little girl earlier saying she was in the quiet room at Grammy's house, right?
Yes.
Said she was a real person. I knew she wasn't.
It almost made me think it was like a body made of all the parts that have been cut off from portals and shit is what I was thinking.
Oh, that's actually a really good idea. I didn't even think of that. Yeah, you're probably right. All the what they call it, segmenting.
Yeah.
All the segmented stuff.
Wherever the things are going, it's like because also they always sound like it's from a child's perspective. So to me, it's always like this is the perspective of the kid in the portal or in the flesh interface.
Yeah, what they see. And that's what the girl said at not Groom Lake. The other experiment they did with Jingles.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, the experiment with Jingles where she was like, they asked what she saw when she went through the portal, and she was like, I was back in the quiet room at Grammy's house after I got really tired. So this sounds like the same thing. There is these, she goes to a house and whoever they.
Milestone reached. Avoid the embarrassment of placing liquids in your pockets only for them to spread across your suit. Package and unpackage them with the packager. Packaging fluids allows them to be transported in your inventory, on conveyor belts, and by vehicles. For increased, non-pocket related fluid storage, you can now use the industrial fluid buffer. Dimensional upload speed increased. Every particle now has encoded potential reconstruction memory for when any part using that particle is recalled, enabling instancing on the fundamental particle level.
You've shifted the body chord flow cycle song of the 6th layer. Harmonious. Your cycle songs will only deepen the layers.
I'm always working on myself. The time will come.
house, and whoever they is tries to convince her it's her mom, but it's not. It's just pieces of living things. And then real mom called out to me from underground. So that sounds like the Grammy that sunk below the ground. So this sounds like it's in the other plane. It's on the other side of the portal. And they're trying to, whatever they is, the aliens or whatever, is trying to convince this little girl that this is her mother. These pieces. Gosh, that's good. But then, hold on. If that's the case, then maybe our author, the one who's made this whole story, also went through that. Because he said, I saw the mother in dark spaces when I was a child. I called her the mother with horse eyes, which, you know, she just described that this thing had horse eyes, so we can assume that's the same one. But if that's the case, then that means he went through the portal too, probably when he was younger. Interesting. Okay. Or he just saw memories of kids that had gone through the portal, like this little girl, for instance. Okay. All right, ready? Number 19. Post made a day later. Watching the flesh interface process known as embrace is kind of like watching those Japanese subway groping videos. Well, that's a crazy intro. That was honestly the first thing I thought of when I watched it, but of course I wasn't going to put that in the official report. You ever seen those videos? Well, you wouldn't admit it if you had, right? It's a whole genre over there. Not the most progressive stuff in terms of gender equality, but compelling nonetheless. Hunter, do you have any idea what he's talking about?
No. What is it? I don't think of
Japanese groping videos on subways.
I think it's literally like smut videos where people go and they'll like grab women, or they're like basically peeping Tom. I'm guessing it's also stuff too where it's like, you know, I mean, grope videos, grabbing girls' tits, ass, that kind of stuff is what I would assume. That or I would also assume if it's like subway stuff, if it's also like people like hidden footage, or, you know, they don't know they're being recorded.
Probably.
Blah, blah, blah.
The videos start with a woman's. Oh, we're about to get a description. Well, I'm glad I took the time to do that. The video starts with a woman standing in the subway, minding her own business, when some guy starts feeling her up. She protests demurely and attempts to deflect his roaming hands. He persists. Other men on the subway, perhaps sensing her weakness, join in with the groping. Oh gosh, a sort of group madness takes over the subway occupants. The men are transformed from ordinary travelers into an agglomerated mass of arms and hands and fingers, grabbing every part of the woman's body. The woman's attempts at protecting her personal space are always absurdly ineffectual, and soon she is divested of her clothing.
God damn.
Depending on the video's subgenre, a variety of acts ensue, most of which surely violate local transportation statutes. So hold on, is that this is saying it's a genre of porn then?
Yes. Well, I'm also wondering, I think it might be an illegal thing too. Yeah. I don't know. Or unless it's just a bunch of people, like actors that go and it's like a fantasy thing, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, yeah. Man, anyway. Embrace is kind of like that. That combined with a school of piranha stripping a live cow of its flesh. Oh.
Interesting. Oh, so it's like a bunch of things like tearing the skin off of you.
Maybe the you know, the whole, well, maybe embrace is just the process of getting put in the womb. Maybe it's worse than that. Unless they rebuild you. Yeah, so the way he describes it, where it's like someone goes through, because it says in the previous one that embrace comes at the end of the tunnel, right? After you go through the flesh gateway. And then you get to the end of it, and then embrace happens. And this person is describing embrace as someone like at first like demurely, like they're not really trying. It's kind of like half awake, like trying to push stuff off. But it's these hands and pieces and stuff ripping the flesh off of people in the same way as described here. Man, okay. All right, 20th post. The island made the next day. Lying in the hold, listening to the bombardment, there's no sleep. The booming of the guns travels through the shivering metal of the ship. Hour after hour, without end, the arsenal of democracy rains down on the tiny island. What could it be like for the Japs huddled in their bunkers, surrounded, doomed? Do they know they have no hope? Do they expect death? Do they wish?
Milestone reached. Manufacturers can receive up to 4 inputs for the production of complex parts, such as computers and heavy modular frames, but most importantly the 2 new project parts. The modular engine and adaptive control unit are essential for the development of Phase 3 of Project Assembly. You are making good progress. The future is starting to look bright.
they wish for it. Death. The island is death, waiting for them. Ancient. Waiting since before they were born. Thousands of young men have crossed vast oceans to come here, following paths they can never have seen. Thousands of young lives will converge on her shores, converge and end. After 3 days of round-the-clock bombardment, a clear and bright morning. Whispers through the hold about problems with the shells, many of them never exploding, disappeared in the air. There have been stories of bombers being cut in half, of bomb crews emerging limbless from their planes. What is on the island? Some new kind of weapon? Something the Japanese have been saving until now? Just talk. The men feel the death out there, waiting on the island. Okay, so I know I'm in the middle of this. Before we continue, this seems like the ending of the story we got from the Japanese scientist earlier, that they were desperate and they looked for any weapons, so they start to incorporate these portals or instances.
Yeah, they're weaponizing
and now they're being
them.
used against America. They're weaponizing them, yeah. The landing vehicles ride through the waves, and the Marines climb out onto the beaches of ash, an alien surface, crumbling under their boots. There's no fire. No sound but the motors and the clinking of gear and the sergeant shouting, urging them on. No movement from the interior. Then screams. Bloody stumps. Men cut in half, but still no fire. How is there no fire? More men screaming. Groups of men on the ground, howling. Bright red lumps where limbs had been. How? No sign of the Japs, no fire, no shells. More vehicles land. The beaches become a crowded, screaming nightmare. There is something here, something beyond their understanding, invisible, killing at will. Is it the island itself? A few men manage to advance up the steep beaches and across the rocks, but soon they're cut apart as well. Other men follow and advance farther. They've been trained to advance. Take the beach, forward, always forward. Slowly, the men find their way farther and farther into the island interior. Through horrible trial and error, they begin to understand. They don't speak of their discovery, they don't believe it, but their overwhelming will to go forward and their overwhelming fear of death teach them that their minds cannot accept, teach them a lesson about the island. They notice tracks through the ash and rock where there is no grass. These tracks are not foot trails, but deep tracks carved at strange angles, striated like dry streams, places where it seems the ground is simply missing. They realize they must avoid these tracks. If they step onto them or let any part of themselves pass over them, that part will disappear. Whether it is their fingers or feet or limbs or even their heads. Sometimes parts of their bodies disappear even when they don't cross the tracks, and they realize there are unseen tracks through the air, invisible boundaries they must not cross. If they lose a part of their bodies, the blood does not flow, but there is pain, pain beyond flames or knives or bullets, pain unbearable. Unholy, inhuman. There are screams all around them of men who have accidentally run afoul of the invisible power. There's no time to understand this, to reason it out, simply adapt. Moving carefully, holding out blades of wild grass or shirts or gear, probing, waiting for part of the object to disappear, and stopping, testing for a way forward. Sometimes they find it, sometimes they're forced to turn back. Less than an hour. They've forgotten entirely about the artillery and snipers and bayonets. There's no soldiers, only entrances to empty bunkers, abandoned pieces of artillery, some cut in half, but no enemy. They're playing a new game now, taught to them by some unseen teacher, playing it with total concentration. Playing and winning. The Marine wounded with their strange unbleeding wounds are taken away. Their screams fade. Orders from command are unchanged. Take the island. So they move forward, up, towards Mount Suribachi. The mountain is shaped like a bowl, a dead volcano. They approach by various paths, each man following another, taking a narrow path of safety. Makeshift markers are set up to show their boundaries. Our Marine turns and sees, floating like a butterfly, a severed human arm. It turns and floats away and disappears altogether. Minutes later, a disembodied pair of legs scrambles past. The Marines curse and speculate and even giggle, but keep moving forward. There's no time to understand. They expect to spend weeks taking the island. Now it seems that they could have it in a couple hours. A shot rings out. The first shot since the confusion of the landing. A Marine is firing at the mountain. Others peer through their binoculars and spy a man sitting on the rim of the mountain. Simply sitting. Alone. Just a vague shape. Snipers are called in and they fire on him, but the island's air seems to swallow the bullets. The man's untouched. They press forward. Deadly tracks wind around them, growing more numerous. Some of the men find themselves at dead ends. One Marine slips and disappears entirely without so much as a shout. Come to the foot of the mountain. It's small but rugged and steep. The lone man sits over them, looking down on them. They hear sounds now, coming from the other side of the ridge, coming from within the giant bowl of the mountain. Human voices, many of them, thousands. Sounds of laughter, giggling and cackling and howling laughter. Like a wonderful party where somebody is telling a hilarious story. The Marines listen to it dumbfounded. Slowly the laughter fades and there is a new sound. A strange rushing roar that quickly breaks apart into discrete sounds. Screams, shouts, gasps, weeping, terror. The sound rises and rises and the Marines shudder. This too fades and the laughter returns, and so these two sounds trade places over and over, fading in and out above the sound of the waves. A Marine trains his binoculars on the mountain again. The man is still sitting there, Japanese, wearing a uniform. His head is floating several feet above his body. The body is in several pieces with lines of sunshine between them. His face, sweat dripping over the smooth eyelids, shows no emotion. Slowly, he raises his hand as if to wave to them, and his fingers float away from his palm.
That is so sick. That was wonderful.
Bro, that's its own story. That's so just all.
The idea too of like looking into a tunnel, you're standing outside and you just hear, like really picture 1,000 people laughing and then 1,000 people weeping and like, you know, screaming. Like that would just be so fucking crazy. Also, it seems like the entire army is down there. You know, where they're like, where is everybody?
It's so cool. It's so cool. It's so cool. It's almost unfair because that's just entry 20 of this whole story. Oh my gosh, dude. Okay, so it sounds like the Japanese were given LSD to try to construct these portals, you know, when the Swiss scientists made the drug, and then they set about building a flesh portal. They set about building a flesh interface, and they did. And then this Japanese soldier is one of the guys that fell to it. And that further goes with the idea that if your body pieces are cut off, they're still alive just somewhere else. Hence the floating arms, the legs running by, stuff like that. The Japanese soldier with his head removed from him. Oh, bro, that was so cool. I mean, I really don't know what to say about it beyond that was so cool. Like the idea of like they hit the beaches and men are screaming like they're being shot, but there's no gunfire. And then they never fire a bullet the entire time. And then when they finally get to the end, there's a Japanese soldier who turns to wave at him and he floats away. He's
I love that he looks to wave at him and then his fingers pop off of his hand and they just start floating.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm, yeah. That was just, yeah. Man, okay. All right. I really don't know what else to say about it. That was so cool, but I feel like it needs more said about it. But yeah, you get the point, everyone. That was dope. Okay. All right. I'm ready to keep going. This is quickly working its way into one of the most memorable things we've talked about on the show, for me at least.
Yeah, I would agree.
Okay. All right. Entry 21. And we're only a fifth of the way through. Entry 21. So this is actually a post that Mother Horse Eyes, the actual account, made on r/crippling alcoholism, which is funny. Title is the Simple Nemesis. When novelist Philip K. Dick was 42 years old, his fourth wife left him. Lonely and devastated, he opened his home to whoever wanted to stay there. This being San Francisco in 1971, the house quickly became filled with drug users. Dick himself was heavily abusing amphetamines, eating pills by the literal handful and foregoing sleep for days. The mood in the house quickly became paranoid, and at one point, multiple occupants were sleeping with guns under their pillows. The house was broken into, and Dick suspected government involvement, thinking he had gotten too close to some kind of secret in one of his novels. He moved away shortly after. But his time at the house hadn't been all paranoia and firearms. There were also many good times. Dick was a mesmerizing conversationalist with an easy command of facts and theories about art, religion, philosophy, and numerous esoteric subjects. He and his new friends, usually kids in their early 20s, would rap for hours and days about everything under the sun. He grew close to many of them. Many of them were runaways or otherwise clinging to the margins of society. After the break-in, Dick went to rehab and quit speed, but as time went on, many of his friends fell victim to the drugs. In the epilogue to A Scanner Darkly, a fictionalized account of this time, he wrote,
"This has been a novel about some people who were punished entirely too much for what they did. They wanted to have a good time, but they were like children playing in the street. They could see one after another of them being killed, run over, maimed, destroyed, but they continued to play anyhow. We really are all very happy for a while, sitting around not toiling but just bullshitting and playing. But it was for such a terrible brief time, and then the punishment was beyond belief. Even when we could see it, we could not believe it. For a while, I myself was one of these children playing in the street. I was like the rest of them, trying to play instead of being grown up, and I was punished. We were forced to stop by things dreadful."
In the grip of withdrawal, I read that epilogue many times, read it and wept. I remember, after a week-long binge, lying in my bed and weeping, nightmares crowding my mind, my hands shaking, the mental suffering unbearable, thinking to myself, should I really be punished like this? What have I done that was so horrible? Was it so wrong to drink, to want to feel comfortable, to want to feel okay, to want to forget about things for a while? Was it so horribly wrong, such a crime that I should go through this mind-crucifying torment? But it wasn't really a matter of right and wrong. It was simply a matter of cause and effect. My brain had adapted to the inhibitory effects of alcohol. Once the alcohol had been removed, it had entered a state of hyperactivity. Adaptation had become a maladaptation. That was all. There was nothing out there administering this suffering as a punishment. My only crime had been knowing that this would happen and drinking anyways. I've been a child playing in the street. Dick wrote in his epilogue,
"In Greek drama, they were beginning as a society to discover science, which means casual law. Here is this novel, there is nemesis, not fate, because any of us could have chosen to stop playing in the street."
There is no magical fate causing my suffering, just the impersonal cruelty of casual law. That was my only nemesis. Perhaps one day they will invent a substance which prevents the neuroadaptation to alcohol, and we will be able to drink forever, like the Greek god Dionysus. We will drink and dance and laugh, and there will be no nightmares. We will be made children again. We will play forever on a street where there are no cars. Till then, there will be suffering beyond belief. Okay. Man, the writing's so good in this. These segments. So that one, I assume, is the same author because it was a post made by Mother Horse Eyes. That is the same one who was talking earlier about being the nexus point for all these different things. So the same one who saw the mother who says we're all going to fall into it. And then he's, like you said earlier, almost resigned to it by saying we will be children playing in a street where there are no cars. It's so, man, gosh, it's so good. But the suffering beyond belief, he's talking about we have to go through this process where Mother will take us, embrace us, turn us into something new, and then we can all be happy. Then we won't have to worry about all the bad in the world. All right, so let's go on. 21st post made same day. Yeah, same day. They crawl up the mountain, bare hands on the sharp volcanic rocks. Sun beats down on them. It's a grueling test. Yalin has a secret that it doesn't want to reveal. They draw close to the man at the top of the mountain. Oh, sick. Okay, we're back there. Cool. They draw close to the man at the top of the mountain, keeping their guns trained on him. He has no weapon. His body is fragmented like an image in a broken mirror, various pieces floating without connection, the brightness of the sky shining between them, and the blood of his insides bright red. His head's like a balloon, floating several feet over the rest of him.
Hello, America.
The head calls, breaking into a sickly smile. The whites of the eyes are clustered with red hemorrhages. Sweat rolls down the face. The Marines don't know how to respond. They ask if he's armed. The question strikes one of them as funny, and he giggles. A tide of giggling comes from the other side of the ridge, behind the fragmented man. Giggling turns to screaming.
What's going on here? You alone?
A Marine asks. The man doesn't seem to understand. One of the Marines tries his basic Japanese. The man makes a sour face.
No Nippon. Korea. Korea person.
The man says, and a disembodied hand points to a nearby fragment of his chest.
I, Christian.
The man says, pulls a necklace out of his shirt. On the end of it is a small metal cross. A tiny, suffering Jesus gleams in the sun. The Marine tries English.
What's happening here?
The devil came here.
What?
The soldiers had built a gate. The child's with the command.
I don't understand.
Oh, what? Gosh, the devil came here. Oh. A wide smile splits the Korean man's face, and he lets out a loud laugh. And the smile flees, and suddenly he is weeping. His emotions seem to follow the giggles and screams that come from inside the mountain. The Marines feel it too. Strange urge to laugh, followed by a harrowing fear. The sound beyond the ridge rises, the screams becoming higher and louder. A wave of manic giggling joins the screams so that both sounds fill the air at once. An electric feeling touches the skin of the Marines' arms. They find their minds filling with strange, dark thoughts. Somewhere in a castle in Japan lies a mad god emperor who has sent his men across the ocean to defend his glorious empire with their blood. On the other side of the world lies the great humming factory called America, the heart of an empire of commerce, which once forced Japan to join the world in trade. Machines and flesh now flow along tendril-like courses, delivering goods and death, ensnaring the globe. The sun goes dark, like a light switch turning off. The Marines instinctively duck, they look up and gasp. Above them, extending miles into the sky, is an enormous metallic cylinder, filling the sky, blocking out the sun. It spins slowly above them, pieces of it flickering and disappearing like the image in a broken movie projector. In a day filled with madness, they find themselves confronted with something wholly beyond their capacity for surprise. They simply mutter soft curses and get closer to the ground. The earth seems to tremble with the sound of the screaming and laughing, which swirls like a storm all around them. Somewhere near the beach, a Marine pats another Marine on the back, interrupting his stunned gawking, shouts something into his ear. The second Marine pats the man in front of him, and the message goes up the line like this until it reaches the Marines talking to the fractured man. Hold back. They're to withdraw from the island. The men do not question the order for a moment. They turn and crawl away from the Korean. Below them, the ashen island flashes with pieces of sunlight that manage to slip through the flickering cylinder. They're almost at the foot of the mountain again. The man stands up and shouts something over the hideous screaming. The Marines cannot hear it and would not understand it anyways.
The devil took Jesus and went to the mountain to show him all the kingdoms of the world glory. If you fall down and worship me, saying, I will give it all to you.
Bro.
Also all the things there, I just want to say all the things I read, there is a Korean manuscript there as well. So just let you know. It's just a translation of him speaking Korean.
Yeah.
Oh, but I don't speak no Korean, so I can't.
Bro, every piece of that, my word. They walk up and they're talking to him and he says the devil came here, and then they all get the same ideas in their head of like the world's connected by these dark forces and these tendrils that pull economy and governments and stuff like that. And then the giant pillar, the same one that was seen in Russia, goes up to the sky. And when it's saying it's flickering, is it saying it's spinning, or is it like visibly flickering?
I'm wondering if it's flickering because of the light that's like passing by it, but it feels like there's some kind of movement. Like spinning would make it seem like it's the flickering is the
slowly.
Dancing.
It spins slowly. Yeah. It's like like you said, like a broken movie projector, like it's glitching in and out of existence. So they all get ordered to turn back. But then the Korean man shouts, the devil took Jesus, went to the mountain to show him all the kings of the world, which is a story in the Bible. It's in the book of Matthew, but it's in a couple of the other gospels as well, that the devil tempted Jesus for, the 40 days in the wilderness. And he took Jesus to the mountaintop and said that if Jesus would fall down and worship him, the devil would give him all, the kingdoms, the glories of the world. And it says, if you fall down and worship me, I will give it all to you. So he is equating what they have done to that they were the figurative Jesus in the story, that the devil offered the treasures of the world and they took it.
and now this is what it's got them. And we never see it, but we know that behind him on the other side of the mountain is a massive flesh gate, a massive, you know, flesh portal made up of the Japanese army.
Jesus Christ.
Bro,
Just a lot.
Is this not
it's a lot to take
insane? This is insane. This is great. How is everyone not talking about this all the time? It's so unique. All right, next one, 22. Many people believe that Michael Jackson died due to propofol. Not so. He was murdered. He had actually been taking propofol nightly since around 1980, not in order to make himself sleep, but to suppress REM sleep. After several months of REM sleep suppression, the user becomes receptive. In other words, they enter the same state achieved by prolonged continuous immersion in aerosol LSD. The brain can physically restructure itself simply through thought. By reordering thought, one can physically reorder the brain. LSD or long-term propofol use makes the brain's neurostructure malleable. High energy rays from outer space are able to penetrate the body, and these can lead to random mutations and cancers, and sometimes they lead to changes that are not random at all. Changes which have been intentionally programmed, changes designed to bring about civilization-level transformations. Michael Jackson was unaware of this. He merely knew that propofol allowed him to enter sort of waking dream state of heightened creativity. The side effects were horrifying paranoia and obsession, but he felt that he was strong enough to endure these side effects. The success of Thriller seemed to vindicate his theories about propofol, and unfortunately, he was damned by his own success. So how did he die? Through the lyrics of Another Part of Me and the vegetable part of Wanna Be Startin' Something, it was quite clear that he had become receptive and neuro-altered in line with Master Design 9. But he was considered to be a minimal threat and even perhaps an asset until his mounting financial problems had made him a liability. He was terminated, though I'm not sure of the exact means. That is so funny to be like, well, Michael Jackson was actually one of the agents in this thing. Michael Jackson, super soldier for the collective consciousness of Mother Horse Eyes.
She was wrong like a beauty queen on the moon.
There's just the goat's head mother behind him.
Yeah, exactly.
Ow! All right, 23rd post. I suppose it's time to tell you what was inside the magical space pussy. Okay,
please.
This is the same guy from before.
Yeah, where the Manson family stuff.
Yes, the Manson family stuff. I'm also going to say vagina because that feels gross to say a lot for me.
No, dude, say pussy.
That's gross.
Magical space Zaza, dude.
Can I say Zaza? That's good. That one doesn't feel as bad.
I don't see why not. You could also say,
all right.
Yeah.
Were you gonna go anywhere with that?
No, never mind. I gave up.
You can also say, yeah,
never mind.
You can say,
I had one, but it's gonna be unfavorable, so I'm not gonna say it.
You can say, yeah. You can say, yeah. You can say, yeah. That's what you sound like. What were you gonna say?
No.
I can't hear what.
No.
What are you gonna say?
No, I'm not gonna tell you.
You're really gonna do this? You're really gonna do the whole I'm not telling you thing?
I'm holding on to it because one day I'm gonna hit you with it, and you're gonna chortle.
Okay.
All right. But not now. Not on a recording.
All right, 23rd entry. I suppose it's time to tell you what was inside the magical space Zaza. You can believe me or not. What do I care? I'm the guy who's been inside the magical space Zaza. My life has been pretty much downhill since then. I mean, screw Neil Armstrong. What did he see? Bunch of gray rocks? Big deal. I saw a cooch growing out of the side of a canyon. Top that, NASA, you tang drinking cocksuckers.
God damn, dude. Jesus Christ. Old boy's got some malice towards NASA.
He's upset. Anyways, where was
Also, I just want to say, love Tang.
Good.
I love Tang.
Is that? I don't think I've heard that. Is that another word for it?
No. Well, there's Pootie Tang. I think that also means pussy. But I mean, there's like a drink called Tang. It was like you put in water.
Interesting. You know, I actually feel like. Do you want to read this entry? I feel like this is like your kind of character.
Sure, I can. Anyways, where was I? Oh yeah, Uncle Adolf. So I was living in Death Valley, hanging out with the Manson family, and Charlie kept mentioning this guy, Uncle Adolf. And I figured he was talking about Hitler because he's sort of into the white supremacy thing. But then I started realizing that he's talking about a guy who's still alive. Then one day, the guy showed up. They asked me to come over to their cabin, and this old guy was sitting there. White hair, deep tan, lined face, pale eyes. He introduced himself as Adolf. And he's got a German accent. If they say this is going to be Adolf Hitler's still alive, I'm going to laugh really hard. He's got a German accent, and he made no secret of the fact that he was an ex-Nazi. This made me nervous. It's kind of something you keep under your hat. He said he found Charlie at Berkeley, and Charlie was perfect for my purpose. I asked what his purpose was, and he said, testing. I kind of shrugged because I didn't really give a shit about this little coy answer, and I got up to leave, and this mongoloid motherfucker they called Klim punched me straight in the face, and I suddenly was on my ass. There was a couple of girls there, and they jumped on me and held me down and tied my hands behind my back. And if I had known what they had done to Sharon Tate, then I would have been unspeakably terrified. But as it was, I was merely really just scared. They tossed me to the back of the dune buggy and drove out into the desert. It was midday and the sky was just one giant glare. We drove for over an hour, and eventually they got me out and hauled me down into this deep sandy arroyo, and they started marching me down it. They had to put wooden stakes in the ground in various points, and when we came to them, they seemed to be really careful as to stay between the stakes. Later, they had chains tied between the stakes, and we all had to go under the chains with some kind of obstacle course. I didn't know what to make of it. I had a lot to process at the time. I started to notice that the rock walls of the arroyo were abnormal. There were strange striations to the rock and what looked like the cross sections of a giant insect tunnels. I'd never seen rocks like that. The whole thing was just, I don't know, very alien. And I started to hear the screaming. Up ahead, I could hear people's voices. Thousands of voices. All of them screaming and howling at once. Slowly, incredibly, the screaming changed into kind of a laughter. An insane laughter. Giggles and chuckles and titters. I wonder if this was in my head. If I was scared in my mind and cracked. Or if they had dosed me with LSD or something. Finally, we were on the bend in the arroyo, and well, there it was. They said it would be a pussy, and I guess it kind of looked like one. Maybe after some kind of drastic dildo mishap. It was just flesh, wrinkled, lobed, flabby flesh, growing out of the rock like mold or something. It had hairs and pores and freckles. Some of it was pale, some of it was black. It was taller than me, and in the center there was an opening, pink and wet. Like a pussy. The Kraut told me he wanted to see its level of development. He took a revolver from one of the girls and pointed at my face and told me to walk inside. It was either get shot or go into the big mangled pussy. It was honestly a tough choice. There was something completely fucked up and completely not right about that thing. Something in my bones told me not to go into it. Not to go near it. To just take the bullet in the head. But I figured maybe I could go in for a little bit and then wait for them to leave and get the hell out of there. Not a great plan, but the best I could come up with. So I went in. The entrance was barely wide enough for me to slip into, and all I could see was this glistening pink flesh ahead. There was this sound like laughter, and then screaming, and then laughter, and then that was coming from deep inside. The walls were blood warm on my shoulders, and the smell was, well, what you might expect. Not great. Let's just say it was not great. I pushed forward, and the walls kind of gave way and found myself through the slimy, suffocating flesh. And I'm starting to panic because my hands are still tied behind my back, and I'm feeling like I'm about to choke on the stuff. And the walls are moving, like pulsating. I feel like I'm being digested. Then suddenly, I'm pushed through into this kind of chamber. Talk about out of the frying pan and into the fire. The chamber was just a nightmare. I mean, I've just never seen anything like that. It was unholy. There were faces and heads and legs all kind of fused together. The walls were just all these crawling limbs and these terrified faces and fusions of teeth and cheeks and hair and fingers coming out of knees and just all those people. Were they still people?
Had they ever been people? Had they been made a part of that thing? I started to scream. Everything around me was screaming. All the mounds on the walls were screaming, and I was screaming too. And I was laughing. And I felt hands and mouths all over my body, and they were tickling me and touching me all over. Then I was screaming again. I had to get out of there. I had to get out of this nightmare. I started pushing back towards the entrance, but the hands were all over me. I felt something bite into my lip. My mouth was biting me. And I screamed at the sharp pain and moved away from it. I started to think that maybe I could get one of the mouths to bite through my ropes. Then I would at least have my hands free. I struggled to turn around and move the ropes towards the mouth, but just when I got into position, the mouth bit right into my finger instead. The pain was incredible, but I was giggling, just laughing and laughing. The mouth pulled the flesh from my finger like it was chicken wing. Another mouth bit into my shoulder. I was chuckling away at this point. The hands were grabbing me, pulling on me, pulling me apart, tearing my arms right out of their sockets. Fingers were digging into my ribs. I was slathered with blood and screaming as the fingers dug into my eyes. Well, I guess at this point you're probably wondering how your intrepid narrator managed to escape the bottomless pit. How I managed to survive to tell you this tale. I simply didn't. I never escaped the bottomless pit. I am the bottomless pit. I am the tree of life. Bruh. That's the appropriate answer. Bruh.
Bruh, this is a certified bruh. Okay, so he's forced to go in by the Manson cult. His Uncle Adolf figure needs a test subject, so they force him in, and then he's killed by this is the embrace thing that was spoken about earlier, where it's like piranha. They describe it as like piranha eating a cow, but like the way the groping videos that was talked about, where it slowly pulls you to pieces. But then he's become a part of it. So does that mean that if like you die or you're torn apart inside one of these flesh portals, you become a part of it, or you become something else? I'm guessing so.
It's kind of the thing you said earlier. It's like a hive mind. That's what I think. Yeah. So when he's like, I became part of it, it makes me think that he's a part of that like collective conscious now.
Man, a giant room of flesh. There's also obvious imagery to maternity, femininity, right? Like, I mean, they here literally, but the image of the flesh portal several times has been equated with like a uterus, right? Like you walk into it, you open up, and you're torn apart, and then you're made back into a womb, and then passed back through, you know, reborn, so to speak. Yeah. Which ties into Mother Horse Eyes, the mother that, you know, they want to convince is real. But every piece of this is so cool. Every instance, every conspiracy we see attached to it. Like, how does that connect to the portals that open and the, you know, visible? Like, somehow this connects to the spaces that are created. The striations in the rock appear around it. The same thing we heard from the Marines working their way up the Japanese island in the Pacific. That there's these striations in the rock where these portals appear, and then anything that falls into them is cut into pieces. It appears around wherever these gates are made. Gosh, that's cool. Okay. All right. 24th post. Next day, I think. Pretty sure, yeah. Is that right? No, same day. Man, he was cranking these out, wasn't he?
Yeah, well, I mean, multiple times a day for this year.
And they're so I'm sure he had the whole thing thought out before he started, but man, the North Korean situation, 1980s, was unique, as most North Korean situations are. They built something we haven't seen before or since, an independent flesh interface of enormous size and power, but within it contained incident zone and no metallic cylinders. We detected it via the cosmic ray information signature, which was concentrated on a secure shielded facility outside of the Hwasong prison camp. I will mention that thing earlier where it talks about, this was early on, but in Death Valley, there's these cylinders that appear and disappear. We now know those cylinders were probably the ones created by the Manson cult in Death Valley. Like that flesh portal opened it up, or that flesh interface opened it up. This was a huge underground facility which they had been constructing for over a decade. We anticipated that they would construct a portal level interface and were fully prepared to bomb it before it became uncontained.
What we didn't expect is that it would achieve level 7 cosmic transmission rates without all the other normal signs of full-fledged portal. We considered bombing it anyways, or using our Brilliant Pebbles kinetic orbital strike system, but instead we managed to get 2 agents into the facility to take a look at it. They achieved high-level security clearance and found that the Koreans were using the Flesh interface as an information processing facility. This was quite novel, as we had always considered it to be a potential weapon system. Our curiosity had truly piqued. Clearly, the Norks knew something we didn't. Unfortunately, our agents weren't able to access the enormous mainframe chamber, which actually housed the interface. All they knew was that it was in a huge chamber full of temperature-regulated water. We instructed them to breach the chamber to get a look at it. They send us the data by satellite. We knew full well that it would probably cost them their lives, but we pumped them up with a lot of do-it-for-the-planet rhetoric. So one night they put on a dive suits and went into the chamber. It was basically like a huge lake contained within a massive, darkened steel box. Imagine a flooded warehouse with endless rows of dim ceiling lights shining down on rippling black water. They jumped into the water, and pretty quickly they picked up some pretty interesting audio signals with varying frequencies, kind of squeaking, mewling sound. They recognized the sound for what it was right away, but had a hard time believing it. Whale songs. The chamber contained several adult humpback whales. So does that mean that whales have something to do with it specifically, or are these the whales that are showing up from being segmented earlier by the Americans in Antarctica? Or is this like, maybe if you open the portal or you open the interface underwater, it has less adverse effects. Like it doesn't cause the little pockets to form that cause people to get segmented, and it doesn't cause the giant cylinders to form. Maybe it just, I don't know, makes whales or something.
Yeah, it just makes whales.
Yeah, it just spontaneously creates whales everywhere it goes. 25th post. How do I explain Mother? What was she? And then there is a text that is in Greek that translated reads, Great Babylon, the mother of prostitutes and the abominations of the earth. Okay, that's once again Revelations, the horror of, or Revelation, the horror of Babylon, used a symbolism of like the mother of evil, of wickedness, of sin in the world, stuff like that.
So they're saying that the mother of horse eyes is that embodiment?
I think that's what's like. Well, it goes back to that idea that everything's connected. Like, sure, right. The Bible may call it the whore of Babylon, but that's just the same name for this different entity, this different creature. Refers to the symbolic female figure, and a place of evil is mentioned in the book of Revelations of the New Testament, known as the mother of harlots and the abominations of the earth. Yeah, so just indicative of like a symbol of evil. That's what whoever this author is equating the mother to.
Right.
I used to lie in my bed, the blinds pulled against the summer sunlight, listening to the sounds of other kids playing outside. I lay there for hours, not sleeping, wondering who had made Mother. She was made from all different sorts of animal parts. One of her feet was big, heavy hoof. The other was a tiny little kitty cat paw. I could hear her clumping around downstairs. Her smell of cigarettes and disease, was everywhere in the house, pooling in the darkness. Slowly, night would come, and I would imagine floating out of my window, floating up into the deep starry blue, looking down at all the houses shrinking into tiny boxes, the clean breeze blowing on my face. Oh, how I would cry in my little bed. I was very young when Mother first came. I had another mommy before her, a good one, who wore pearls and had a voice like music. And one day I got sick, fever. I was crying all day, and it went on for weeks. I guess my first mommy couldn't take it anymore. One night she left forever. I came down for breakfast the next morning, this new thing waiting for me in the kitchen. At least I think that's what happened. Mother never talked. She just snorted, made horse sounds. Awful. Her parts were sewn together with yarn, and there were patches of wet burlap. I didn't see her eyes until she had been there almost a year. Have you ever seen a horse's eyes up close? They're like goat's eyes.
have a sideways pupil. Come home after school, there'd be kids sitting at the breakfast table. She gave them medicine, so they did whatever she wanted them to. It made them just sit there, staring and shaking. Then she would take them down to the basement and make them into things. She tried to make me do it too, but I didn't want to. I realized she was afraid of the Bible. I realized it had power, blood power. When I read it to her, her different pieces would shudder and pull apart, and she would howl like a wolf. Blood would run from her segments. The Bible brought transmissions from the cross that floated in the red summer sky. Everything in time is arranged around the epicenter wherein the nail drove into Christ's hand. Lines of possibilities radiate outward from it. Kingdoms rise and fall, men grow and die, like flowers in a field. A hunter.
So I'm wondering, do you think that the mother horse eyes? I mean, like it almost feels like a Satan parallel, right?
Oh yeah. Well, that's the idea that not literally Satan like Lucifer, but Satan is like what the prophets would write about when describing this thing, right? Like again, this is the truth. This is what the Bible is getting at, and all the stuff in it. I think that's a Bible verse too. Kingdoms rise and fall, men grow and die like flowers in a field. Hold on.
Yeah, it looks like it was almost. Oh, and then also there's Greek to English. The beast you saw was in CDR Estin and future Anavanian. What?
Oh, you can click on the link. Oh, I'm stupid. Okay, yeah, it is a Bible verse. Isaiah 48, which the King James version. Hey, it's me.
That's me.
Named after the prophet Isaiah. Which the King James version is: the grass withereth, the flower fadeth, but the word of our God shall stand forever. So
also Revelation 17:8. The beast that you saw was and is not, and is about to come up out of the abyss and go to destruction.
The beast of Revelation. So it's saying that all the stuff in the Bible, all those symbols are the same as Mother Horse Eyes, that her power is lost. But it sounds to me like, so the first time we hear like, oh, I was in the scary room and stuff, I was there and whatnot, that sounds like the visions that are seen when you go through the flesh port, when these kids are sent through, right? Like I was very sick, and then one day Mother Horse Eyes was there, and like maybe it's the kids that like the America is shoving through the interfaces, and then they wake up in this world that's similar to theirs, because the one girl remembered it as her Grammy's house, and this kid remembers it as his mother's house. So it's a house they're familiar in, but Mother Horse Eyes is there, and it's like the entity that controls you as you go through the embrace process, the rebirth process, whatever. It's like this house with the mother is a state of mind they're pushed into by the LSD and by passing through an interface.
Yeah, all the religious undertones of it all is just really sick.
Yeah.
Without being too heavy-handed either. Like,
yeah, it's not explicitly religious. It's like, well, this thing is so awful that we've been talking about it in our religious texts for centuries, right? Like, this is what we've been afraid of. Man. All right, 26, next day, post 26, or same day. So two of our agents had breached the underwater chamber. Oh, thank God. I was for a bit, I'm like, I hope we get some clarification on the humpback whale thing.
Well, that's one thing I like too, is that he doesn't just like, it kind of hops back and forth between different stories and perspectives, you know what I mean?
Yeah, like the Japanese one, like we got the end of that, we got the end of the Manson one. So it's like we're not left in the dust about like why were there humpback whales in a North Korean facility. So two of our agents had breached the underwater chamber containing the North Korean flesh interface and found nothing but several humpback whales. Now this was a head scratcher. We knew it was a flesh interface because it was receiving information-rich rays coming from outer space, yet how could it have been taken the form of humpback whales? All previous interfaces had taken on decidedly less conventional form. Well, our agents decided to get a closer look. There were 3 whales, 2 adults and a calf. They appeared normal in every aspect, though it was difficult to get a close look at them.
They seemed to be in quite a bit of distress, though the agents were not biologists and had a limited understanding of what whale distress looks like. The agents noticed some very loud, low-frequency percussion sounds coming from the bottom of the chamber, which was entirely hidden in darkness. So they headed towards the bottom, a distance of several stories. There, they shined their lights around and made a fairly alarming discovery. Bones. Enormous, curving rib bones and jaw bones and vertebrae. They were apparently whale bones. They also noticed a large, circular gate on the floor of the chamber, which was closed at the time. At this point, one of the agents began to panic. He had come to the conclusion that the whales were not the interface itself, but were merely food for the interface, which was perhaps being held in another chamber below this one. There were some problems with this theory. Why use whales, a fairly rare and very difficult animal to corral, when they could just use a large amount of smaller fish? Well, it's all just speculation. Yeah, which, by the way, my theory, not to stop the story, but my theory is that whatever is fed to these gates has to experience empathy, because that's the whole point, right? The screaming and the laughing and stuff like that. They have to experience emotions, and whales are one of the only complex creatures of the ocean, you know, enough to feel those things.
That's actually probably a really good call.
That's my bear trap. I'm playing it.
I think it's a good bear trap to lie.
I'm lying it right there. The agents quickly swam out of the chamber and never found out what was behind the gate, if anything. Later, gave us some very valuable information on the facility's information processing capabilities, which were staggering and quite appalling to imagine in the hands of a regime such as the DPRK. Since there was no incident zone and segmentation wasn't an issue, we were able to solve the problem quite neatly by releasing a nerve agent into the water chamber. Cosmic ray downloads stopped shortly thereafter, indicating success, though it did result in the loss of both agents and a major loss of life in the facility overall. Anyways, that was our first encounter with a MBIS, Massive Biological Information System, and a near encounter with what we could later come to call a skin ship. Oh.
Sick.
Oh, brother.
Skin ship is so sick.
Dude, let's go. Oh my gosh. Its destruction has allowed for the continued validity of prime number-based encryption systems, though some of the secrets uncovered by the DPRK during that time have forced us into the unpleasant position of supporting the regime. Blackmail, basically. Man, that's so cool that all of these, like, you know, geopolitical issues and stuff are because of these secret games that are being played regarding information from space and flesh portals and whatnot. That's so cool. All right, 27, same day. Last night, I dreamt I was a dog. Uh-oh, Hunter.
Preach.
Let's hope Grandpa's not around. I lived on a small family farm somewhere on the American frontier. Uh-oh. Back in the time of plow mules and butter churns. That's when you were a kid, right? Around that time?
That sounds about right.
Yeah. It was one of those long dreams. It feels like an entire lifetime. I remember the end of the dream with an awful clarity, but the beginning seems like something that happened many years ago. The first images are vivid but disjointed. I recall the shape of my master walking against the sunlight overhead, the smell of his leather boots, the shadows at the edge of the forest, a little pigtailed girl hugging me, fresh mud in the spring, warm floorboards in the winter. Everything had a peaceful storybook quality to it. Except one thing. Sometimes, late at night, I heard singing. It came from outside, out there in the far distance, from somewhere in the deep forest beyond the boundaries of my world. Some nights it was one voice, but usually it was many, singing a strange, aching song. It sounded like a haunted cry. When I was little, I had whimpered and cried like this to my mother, but who was crying out there in the night? What kind of dark mother was listening? When I first heard the singing, I was filled with a blood dread. The hair on my back bristled, and I growled and barked at the darkness. Even after the night finally went silent, I trotted around for hours in vigilant anger. Later, as I heard it more often, I learned to accept it was a sullen unease. Of course, the singing was the sound of wolves howling, but I didn't know this in the dream. In the dream, I'd never seen a wolf in my life. One winter,
I began to see them prowling in the woods. To me, they were ghost dogs, shadows sneaking between trees, eyes glinting in the twilight. I growled and barked at them, but didn't pursue. For several months, they never encroached on my world. It finally came on a late winter's evening. The sun had sunk into an orange glow beyond the edge of the world. The family was in the cabin, and I was out trotting through the snow, anxious to get back to them because I knew food would be coming soon. Then, atop a small hill by the apple tree, an apparition. My body snapped to attention and I growled, the hairs on my back standing on end. It was a wolf, just a stone's throw from me, a silvery coat half lit in the dying light of day. It came towards me in a sleek, soundless jaunt. I barked and snapped at the air. It slowed and stopped just before my lunging distance. Now, crazed with fear and anger, I saw that it was a large female, healthy, well-fed, with a gorgeous coat, misty gray, the color of snow seen at a winter's distance. Its smell was alien, confusing, but laced with a clear and potent confidence, supreme assuredness. Indeed, it did not seem to be afraid of me at all, or did it threaten. Its mouth hung slack, and steam issued from its muzzle in steady, happy puffs. This calmed me for a moment, and in the next moment redoubled my anger. I growled from the deepest, most murderous part of my dog self. It spoke to me. Its mouth didn't move, there was no sound, but by logic of the dream, it spoke to me in a clear, dignified voice.
Hello, child.
I snarled at it, took another step forward, and its eyes caught the last of the sunlight, glowing in a fantastic array of yellows. Those eyes, rimmed in jet black like mascara, produced a powerful allure, otherworldly glamour.
You bark and snarl, but look at my face. Am I not your kind?
I could not answer. I could only growl softly.
Is my face not like your mother's? Do you remember her?
The sudden sense of distant memory came to me, and I felt a pang of loneliness. I had not seen my mother or any other dog since I was small. Since I had come to the farm, my only family had been the people I lived with and a few of the more tolerant pigs. I searched now for dim, fragrant memories of my mother. I felt her huge, bristled muzzle licking at my face. I saw her giant, sweeping legs as I followed them through high fields. She had seemed taller than a horse then. I remembered the softness of her teats, feeding from them with my brothers and sisters. What had become of my family? I had spent every day with them, and then one day, all gone. The wolf paced back and forth now, keeping a small distance from me, its eyes ranging over the farm. Again, I saw some strange, haunting glamour in them, something that glittered with secret, distant power.
The people in that house, they're not your family. We are. We share ancient blood.
Its voice deep and resounding with the rhythm of wisdom. My master had a voice like this, but it didn't have the total authority of this alpha female's. I saw with alarm two dark shapes come over the hill by the apple tree. More wolves, moving silent with heads lowered. I barked at them.
You hate us and love them. But do they love you? What are you to them? Aren't you the lowest of the low? Always getting the last of the food, the smallest scraps. Imagine living differently. Imagine taking your own food, killing, drinking lifeblood, being masters over others.
Two other wolves slunk down the hill. The skin on my back tightened again, but the strange hypnotic power of the alpha wolf held me still.
You could leave this house and come with us. We ranged the forest. We've seen rivers wider than this whole valley, mountains that go up into the clouds, lakes with no end but the end of the world, places with no houses or men at all. You could be with us. We could be your brothers and sisters.
The other two wolves came closer. They were unmistakably females, both young and well-muscled. Their confidence was not as absolute as the alpha wolves, but they showed no fear as they came to me. I smelled on them a strange longing, a deep winter's desire for warmth. The alpha wolf stepped closer, close enough that her steaming breath tickled my nose. Her eyes danced with cold, burning light. She spoke in a voice that made my blood hum.
Outside your life waits everything you've never known. There are worlds, child. There are ecstasies.
I then recognized the allure that lit her eyes, the unspeakable longing that glimmered in their depths. It had seemed this whole time to be some fantastic alien desire reaching out to me from a distant world. Perhaps it truly was, but more simply than this, it was hunger. Plain hunger. That ancient, unsleeping hunger, older than the first furred thing that ever gave rise to the races of dogs and wolves and men. Hunger had brought this wolf across rivers and mountains and endless frozen plains to meet me in that moment. I can still see her face. The final image of the dream before the other wolves tore into me and I died and I awoke. Her face with eyes that spoke of open loneliness. Her face so noble and gentle and motherly. Her face as beautiful and ancient as the stars.
I've never been so moved by being into like a furry fantasy, pretty much.
I was over here about to gas it up for how good it was.
No, it's awesome. It's so good. I'm just saying, like, it's literally, you're like a wolf right there.
Oh, dude. The idea that Mother Horse Eyes comes to you in your dreams of different areas when you're in different places. Sometimes you're a dog, sometimes you're a child, sometimes you're a person, and she whispers to you. But she's also the whore of Babylon. She's also the devil. She also gives men. She's like Lucifer and the angels coming to earth and teaching men gunpowder, teaching them how to, fight wars with each other. They've given us Pandora's box and we've opened it. And that they speak to us about possible things, a hunger that's deep within us. It's the two other wolves, the female wolves that came to him and he felt wanting to be their wars. It was like succubus. It was like, it was like the reference the Korean man gave when the American soldiers were on the Japanese island, that it was like Jesus being tempted by the devil, that he could have all the pleasures of the world if he just bows down and worships him. It's like in the creation of LSD and organizations like the CIA and stuff like that, looking for what was really out there, trying to find aliens or unexplored worlds. They opened the gates of hell, and now the devil has come out to tempt us. Oh man. It's such a unique take on it's so many unique ways to tie in different stories, different lores, from conspiracy theory to religion to, and it's so poetic too. Like, man. Oh, okay. And I keep being like, well, that was great. It's going to go downhill, but it keeps proving me wrong.
Do you feel this?
Right,
is that your fear that it's going to dip in quality?
Well, I mean, I just like everything we've read, I've been like, it can't maintain this. There's no way it can pull out another, like after the Pacific story or the World War II one, I was like, well, they can't, there's no way this author's good enough for a Reddit comment series of stories to throw out another short vignette that's going to be just as impressive. And then the dog one was about being a dog missing its mother, and then like a motherly figure comes to fill the void and stuff like that. Like,
only to kill him.
Do what?
Only to kill him, then to like rip him apart.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of the idea, right? It's similar to the flesh interfaces.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it makes you want to walk into it. It makes you want to be a part of it. Like with the laughter and the sorrow, you feel empathy for it, and then once you're in, you're torn to pieces, and you resist, but you don't resist enough to stop it. It's the embrace laid out.
I think that the story helps so far too by being, it isn't just focusing on one person. It's like all these different vignettes and stuff, and how it kind of circles back within each other. It gives it. It's just like it's constantly refreshing, Yeah.
Yeah. It's like it doesn't stick around in one place. It's like, yeah, something like this would change the world. So rather than having a single, perspective, it gives you several. It gives you a bunch of different ways this affects people. It reminds me a lot. I've thought about this at a few points, especially with like authors kind of commenting on their own story and stuff. It reminds me a lot of House of Leaves. How that story had like 5 different authors talking about different effects of the house in different places, or like the thing the house came from. It feels very familiar to that, I think. All right. 28th post, next day. What do you do when a child who bleeds and sweats and pees LSD suddenly goes missing? We conducted a massive search, as massive as we could manage. Almost every mentally elevated CIA department was involved.
We didn't trust anybody else. We never trusted anybody else. Shit, we didn't even trust ourselves, considering that it was one of our own who had taken the child. We searched for about 2 months, but never really turned up any leads, since every other returned child had died within a few days of being freed from their amniotic sac. We scaled the search down pretty quickly. It's one thing to search for somebody like Bin Laden, when everybody knows you're looking for him. It's another thing to search for somebody you had just worked quite hard to erase from official existence so you would be free to perform tests on her. We felt that the search itself was more of a security risk than the missing child, since she was almost certainly dead. There was also a feeling that maybe it was for the best. Maybe she would survive. Maybe she would have a happy life. Maybe it was best not to know her fate. But then, about 7 years later, we learned what happened. If you'll allow me to wax philosophical for a moment, I'd like to quote a poem by Aeschylus that I've actually never read. Quote, "Even in our sleep, pain which cannot forget falls drop by drop upon the heart, until in our own despair, against our will, comes wisdom through the awful grace of God." End quote. While I'm no literary scholar, I believe this means learning can hurt sometimes. So she had survived. Her genes came up in our program to collect a global genetic snapshot. Total boondoggle, by the way. So where was she? In some Russian laboratory? Living out in the jungle, being worshipped as a god by some doomsday cult like Johnny's 2? Floating through space in a bubble to Jupiter and beyond? Estonia. She was found in Estonia in a Swedish-speaking village on the island of Huma. She was living a normal life. Apparently the issue with the bio-LSD had resolved itself after the detachment from the placenta. Otherwise, anybody who got a kiss from her would have found themselves going on a very strange journey. She's about 13 years old at this point and had survived travel far longer than any other child. This meant she was an asset we absolutely had to obtain. She contained the secret to survivable travel, something that had eluded us for years. Would have been convenient. She was living a life of abuse and drudgery in some orphanage somewhere. We could have simply considered her a victim of fortune. But she was actually living in a quaint little village on the edge of a beautiful forest with an old couple who had been given some phony story by her former agent. It was a nice life. Quiet. Maybe a little boring, but a nice one. We took her in the middle of the night back to our facility in Colorado. In the end, she wasn't a victim of fortune. She was a victim of us. All right, so that are these children being passed through the same flesh interface that like has the hands and teeth that rip you to shreds, and they're just letting these children pass through?
Well, that's what I'm wondering too. Is there multiple, or like, because it reads sometimes like it's growing, right?
Yeah,
like there's different variants of them.
There's several of them that can do different things. But whatever way it is, the children are passed back out in an amniotic sac, like they're being born.
Or
right?
they're being reborn, yeah.
Okay, so the next post the same day, but this is a post by the author back onto the r/Mother Horse Eye subreddit, and it's a link to the song "Fairy Queen" by Tammy Stronach. Some of the lyrics: "If I could be a fairy queen, and I would hold a magic key to reveal the hidden secrets of the mind.
Oh,
and
sing
I can
it,
see
dude.
the darkest blue, the mystery." You go ahead. You're the singer.
If I could be a fairy queen, I would hold a magic key to reveal the hidden secrets of the mind. Then I could see the darkest blue, the mystery that's part of you. And I'd weave a spell to take away your sorrow. Fairy queen, changing teardrops to a smile, holding daydreams for a while.
Fairy queen, she shall shelter in the night, the guardian angel by your side. Fairy queen, if I could be a fairy queen, I'd find the long forgotten dream that is deep inside the memory of a child. If I could hear that words don't tell from way down in the wishing well, then reality would turn into illusion. Fairy queen, changing teardrops to a smile, holding daydreams for a while. Fairy queen, she's your shelter in the night, the guardian angel by your side. Fairy queen, if I could be a fairy queen, I'd take a walk behind the scene where the puppets acting plays that never ends. I'd pull the strings to set them free. They'd play the parts most perfectly, and my magic harp would make them laugh forever. Fairy queen, changing teardrops to a smile, holding daydreams for a while. Fairy queen, she's your shelter in the night, the guardian angel by your side. Fairy queen. Did you like that? Fairy queen. You there?
At what point in that did you realize you were going to do the whole song?
Well, I thought you said do the whole thing. Fairy queen, changing teardrops in the night. Dude, I kind of had a good flow there for a bit, though, huh?
I was going to read some of the lyrics that I thought maybe related to our narrative, but no, I'm glad we used 4.5 minutes of airtime for that. That was great.
Changing teardrops in the night.
Have you ever heard this song before?
No.
Okay, so you have
this
no
is
concept.
that was you know what? I think that I was probably pretty close.
So here's what I want you to do now. I want you to go to the top where they link the song,
Yeah.
and I want you to listen to it.
Were you listening to it?
Before you started singing, I was.
Also, this beat already, I like it.
You were not singing it right.
That
I like
was
how you just made up a rhythm.
Pretty much identical, but I will say this is a bop and a half. Unironically, this is on Spotify. I'm putting this shit into my playlist. Boom, 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 boo. Fairy queen. I think mine's a little better, but fairy queen, changing teardrops to a smile, holding daydreams for a while. Fairy queen, she's your shelter in the night.
Okay,
the guardian
we get
angel
it.
by your side.
I can't do this anymore.
Fairy queen.
Okay, look. Okay. The purpose.
Fairy queen.
Okay.
Very
So the lyrics in here that I can't work under these conditions, I swear.
Go ahead, dude. What?
You'd like that, wouldn't you? You'd like that, wouldn't you? Being free of me so you can just do this by yourself all the time. Just scream lyrics to songs you don't know. Okay. Where I was going is some of the lyrics in here seem indicative of like Mother Horse Eyes, reveal secrets of your mind. The second verse particularly where it says, she's your shelter in the night, the guardian angel by your side. And then I'd find the long forgotten dream that's deep inside the memory of a child if I could hear what words don't tell. Way down in the wishing well, then reality would turn into illusion. And then at the end it says, I take a walk behind the scene where the puppet acting plays that never ends. I'd pull their strings to set them free. They'd play their parts most perfectly, and my magic heart would make them live forever. So that's like, speaking back to, you know, world events, everything, like the visions people are getting, they're starting to see clues of what reality truly is.
Fairy Queen.
Okay, all right.
Fairy
All right.
Queen.
Okay, all right. Next post. 29th, same day. Hold on, that's it's in reply. It starts in. You can't make up a song and get it stuck in your head.
Fairy Queen.
All right, so this is in the it was in response to a post on Today I Learned where someone said there's no historical evidence for a pirate having ever owned a parrot. So then Mother Horse Eyes replies and says, that's interesting. When I was working for the CIA, we found that animals could often survive travel through the flesh interfaces.
That's interesting. The guy's like, huh? I thought you talking about parrot. What is this? Yeah, Fairy Queen. Fairy Queen. That's what happened. Probably thinking.
This entire story is so incomprehensible if you come to it midway through. Just any level of it is like, what? Huh? The flesh interface? Oh, okay. When I was working for the CIA, we found that animals could often survive travel through the flesh interfaces, much better than humans could. We regularly had success sending dogs and cats through. Somebody hit upon the idea of sending some Gracula religiosa, which is a type of bird, a common hill myna birds, okay, through the interface because they are adept at imitating sounds. Oh, okay, so they do mimic. That's cool. This was the next best thing to sending a tape recorder. The interfaces did not accept non-living objects. We worked on grafting a tape recorder to a turtle, but this was unsuccessful on several levels. That's so funny. They tried to hook a tape recorder up to a turtle. That was unsuccessful on several levels. We sent the birds through. They returned unencased, but covered with the typical fluids. Those of us who subscribed to the alien theory had high hopes that they would record alien speech. Instead, or indeed, they came back imitating a strange flute-like speech music. The music was quite interesting, though having all the birds sing at once created a distinctly unpleasant effect. Somebody in the department ended up killing all the birds, though we never found out who. Okay, speech music? Click on that link.
Fucking creepy.
Bro, that freaks me out so hard. It's like haunted mall music, you know? Flute-like speech music. So it's like the things they recorded on the other side were like speech but being made through music. Well, then that ties back into the whole Mother Horse Eyes theory of her being like there from the foundations of the earth, because it's like music is just what she sounds like. Is like, you know, the noises she makes or the noises that play around her.
Also very angelic. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. All right, next day, 4 a.m., 30th post. After, hold on, just because it was funny last time, let's see if it's funny this time. In reply to, today I learned that the red liquid in a rare steak isn't blood, it's actually water and a protein called myoglobin. In reply. After the orbital arrays incinerated the city, they dropped our platoon into After the orbital arrays incinerated the city, they dropped our platoon in to take a look around. We had seen it before, an endless graveyard. Everything ashes, ash buildings, ash people. For 6 days, we drudged through the dead city before finding the first sign of life. On the edge of the blast zone, 4 frozen winter fields, a small flowering bush. Perhaps the heat of the bombardment had tricked it into blooming early. We all looked at it for a silent moment and quickly moved on. We were young and tired and just miles from the rendezvous. And sometimes at night,
That silent moment returns. And I see them fluttering again. The cold, uncaring wind. Doomed flowers. Soft and pale. Interesting. So this, remember how he said that these are a past of what is not and futures that cannot be, right?
Yeah.
This sounds like a future war that hasn't happened yet. Orbital arrays incinerated the city. They dropped our platoon in to take a look around. Ash people. So this is either the powers that be, because they're talking about North Korea getting access to the interface stuff and they don't like it, so a war starts there in different parts. So maybe this is in the future, like a war on Earth, or it could be a war on another planet. If it was a war on another planet, I don't think he'd talk about Ash people. But yeah, this sounds like a war that will come if, you know, courses aren't changed. So this next one's unique. So all the previous ones were on Reddit, right?
Yeah, and I will say this seems like the longest gap between posts, by the way, right here.
Posted at motherboard.vice, which the past couple weeks. Yes, okay. So Vice, as we talked about earlier, Vice did an article about mother horse eyes, right? And then on May the 5th, after the article came out, this was posted in reply to that article, I think. Or on the board discussion for the article at Vice, on vice.com effectively. So that's where this one comes from. Okay, so with that context, terraform. I'm not sure who came up with the idea of sending a dead body through the portal. Such a simple idea. And yet at the time, it made no more sense than buckling a dead body into a space capsule and sending it up into space. We wanted to find out what was on the other side of the portal, beyond the event horizon. We had been studying the so-called flesh interface for years, and of all the mysteries that surround them, the portal phenomena, the apparent teleportation of objects which occurred within the fleshy tunnel, was the greatest mystery of all. So sending a dead body made little sense. Remember, this is what we knew at the time. 1. If an inanimate object went into the portal, it returned a short time, less than 3 seconds later, at a random location within the interior zone. Cameras and sensors picked up nothing of interest. 2. If an animal went into the portal, it sometimes returned, either alive or dead. Most returned altered. 3. If an adult human went into the portal, the person was likely to return, but would either be dead or too altered to describe the other side. Those who returned alive died shortly after. And 3, if a child went into the portal, the child was likely to return alive, but was invariably altered. However, the altering was relatively mild, and some even remained cognizant. Fortunately, information gleaned from them was cryptic and seemed to generate more questions than answers. They all died shortly after. Okay, so portal being used here is not the flesh tunnel, right? It is the random portals that appear and segment people, correct?
No, I thought that the portals were taking and putting people into those flesh pits, but not all of them were the flesh pits themselves, you know? But I could be wrong.
Yeah, maybe, but those are always referred to as interfaces. And we know that portals appear dramatically and like segment things, cut them in half. So maybe that's what portals are, because we know there's the interfaces, which is the flesh tunnels. And we know those cause like those little pockets of air to form that if people fall into, they get segmented, and like it segments the ground and anything that goes into them. So maybe the portals it's talking about are the segments, or are those instances, you know? I don't know. Like you build one, like you take LSD and it compels you to build one flesh interface, and then portals pop up around it. Basically, I think. Because there's the one that's an invisible pocket of air you fall into and disappear, and then there's the other one that you walk into the flesh tunnel and get ripped to pieces, right? I'm not sure which one is considered the portal. Anyway, sending children through the portal was distasteful to us for obvious reasons, and we were searching for an alternative. One day during an experiment, somebody was about to send a group of genetically altered mice through when they noticed that one of the mice was dead. Perhaps out of curiosity, they sent it with the others anyways. All the mice came back alive. This was obviously of great interest. Now we were not only dealing with teleportation, but resurrection. Of course, we immediately started sending all manner of dead animals through the portal. We joked that if the portal was actually some kind of alien office mailing tube, they'd probably be pretty pissed about all the dead rodents.
Most of the animals were rejected in the manner of inanimate objects, but occasionally they were quite freshly dead. They would come back alive. Not only that, but none of the returned animals seemed altered at all. This was exciting. Naturally, we progressed to people. We wanted very fresh, very intact corpses, so we had to face the question of how to kill a person with the least harm, as the official recommendation absurdly phrased it. We settled on a method of stopping the heart with electricity. Very neat. First 16 subjects were rejected by the portal. We felt pretty low. In our attempts at resurrection, we had racked up quite the body count. Finally, the 17th subject came back to us. Not only that, he was cognizant and seemed entirely unaltered. Now, finally, after decades, we are about to find out the secret of the other side. In 1963, the Roman general, okay, I made the joke earlier about this being like House of Leaves. That was a House of Leaves transition. You have the line, and then you have more stuff about like unrelated parts in history or something that connects back to the story. But the symbolism of the story we're getting ties into what we're reading. Gosh, that's great. Okay, anyway. So they send a dead guy through, and the dead guy comes back alive. So he's not only seeing the other side of death, but he's seeing the other side of the portal. In 63 BC, the Roman general Gnaeus Pompeius Magnus marched his soldiers across the kingdom of Judea and laid siege to Jerusalem, its heavily fortified capital city. Known to history as Pompey the Great, he was 43 years old at the time and one of the most powerful men in the world, an ascendant general tasked with expanding the mightiest empire on earth. In his dealings with the occupants of the obscure kingdom of Judea, he surely had become aware of their peculiar devotion to a mysterious god. Oh my gosh, this is it's tying back in the religious themes to it. This story is like crack to me. It's conspiracy theories and Christianity.
I feel like you literally have cum in your pants right now. Some of these reactions,
dude, like going between conspiracies and like Antarctic bases and hell portals and these glowing flesh gates that people walk into and sending children, and there's something called Mother Horse Eyes on the other end that's symbolic of the devil, and it's using Christian themes to tie it back in. I feel like if I did acid for like a decade straight and then like woke up and wrote something down, it would be this. This is awesome. Only my writing wouldn't be as good. It'd be much more screaming and incoherent, but he surely had become aware of their peculiar devotion to a mysterious god, which they worshipped to the exclusion of all others. Strange notion for a cosmopolitan Roman accustomed to a bustling marketplace of competing gods and cults. He also knew that at the heart of Jerusalem there stood a great temple, even more well fortified than the rest of the city, where this curious god resided amongst angelic statues of gold and other symbols of occult majesty. This temple was the holiest site in a holy kingdom and contained within its walls a small sanctuary chamber, known as the Kodesh Hagadashim, or Holy of Holies, where the very presence of this god was said to dwell in the darkness. Nobody in the kingdom was allowed into the Kodesh Hagadashim except the high priest, and then only once a year on the Day of Atonement to sprinkle animal blood on the ground as an offering. The Kodesh Hagadashim was separated from the rest of the temple by an elaborate curtain, and the high priest was required to ritually cleanse himself before entering. It was said that any unclean person who entered the Kodesh would be met with death, and legend has it that the high priest only entered the sanctuary with a rope tied around his ankles, so if he did die therein, he could be pulled back out. Not only that, but he was said to wear bells around his waist, so if the bells ever stopped ringing, that meant he was dead. How much did this Pompey the Great know on the day the city finally fell after a 3-month siege? On that day, he and his soldiers slaughtered 12,000 Jews who were defending the sanctuary, and he strode through the entrance of the imposing temple as a conquering hero to the Romans and a murdering intruder to the Jews. Inside the temple, he saw the glittering wealth acquired from the faithful Jews throughout the region, but rather than wealth, it seemed that he was more interested in finally laying eyes on this reclusive god he had heard so much about. Ancient historians record that he did not relieve the temple of its treasures, but instead went to the Kodesh Hagadashim. Maybe he wanted to see what sort of magical creature could maintain such a peculiar hold over its faithful
they would not abandon the temple even after it was hopelessly overrun, that they would stay and die by thousands, sacrificing their own blood on its grounds. Perhaps he was unaware of the tales of death that surrounded the Kodesh. Perhaps he didn't know that this was a god which had leveled the world with a flood, which had rained fire on cities, which had delivered the Jews from the yoke of the mighty Egyptian empire, which had destroyed armies and kingdoms. Or perhaps he had heard the stories and simply didn't believe them. At any rate, history records that he went to the inner part of the temple and pulled back the curtain which hid the holiest of holies from the world so that he might stand and gaze upon the very presence of God. The man was an illegal immigrant from Honduras. Oh gosh, dude!
My God, dude!
Oh, bro! Oh, that transition! Oh my gosh! Oh!
All right, so we got done with the with the Roman. Now we're back into. I gotta
call someone.
Yeah.
Oh gosh. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So we're to transit. We have the flowing. There's a scene in House of Leaves where the characters are working their way through the house. They have the rope tied. It's right before Holloway, I believe was his name, goes mad and tries to kill him. And they're walking through the house, through the different corridors. And on one part of the page, one of the authors is describing that. And on the lower part of the page, another author is describing the story of the Minotaur in Greek mythology, and how the Minotaur was given this maze to work through, and how men would search the maze in fear of, or like they would go into the maze to slay the Minotaur and never come out. So in one half, you're reading about the men walking through the house, and in the other half, you're reading about Perseus hunting the Minotaur through the maze. And it does the same thing, where we get like one side of the story with like symbolism of another story that the two connect to each other, but otherwise unrelated.
So probably this was slightly inspired by how that narrative structure works then, I would assume.
Even down to the line that separates the two stories as they pop up next to each other.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. So yeah, I think that's right. But gosh, he pulled back the curtain. He left the gold. He wanted to see what god these people would die for. And then the man was an illegal, going back to the dead body they shoved through and then pulled back. The man they resurrected. The man that they are resurrecting to see what god is on the other end of this portal, mixed with Pompey, wanting to see the god behind the curtain. Oh. Okay. The man.
So now I think we're back. So now I think we're back to him basically like going back to our narrator who was talking about the kids earlier, you know, and like his kind of the moral quandary of all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Of putting kids to the portal and stuff. I think we're back to that perspective now.
The man was an illegal immigrant from Honduras. Illegal immigration has always been a great help to us. I mean, why bother to erase people when they can do it themselves? Anyways, he was under the impression that he had been in the custody of immigration enforcement for the last few months while we ran the standard battery of tests. He was 24 years old, 171 centimeters tall, about average intelligence. We stopped his heart with electrodes and put him inside the flesh interface. Okay, so there's your confirmation. The flesh interface and the portal are one and the same.
Oh, okay.
He came back quite jittery and minimally responsive. Posing as doctors and nurses, our technicians took him to a medical room for testing and interviews. We assumed he had been altered, but we tested his blood for the presence of the exotic LSD analogs that accompany alteration, and there were none. Slowly, over a period of several hours, he began to calm down. Then he began to talk. We asked him what he remembered about the last few hours. He was under the impression that his experiences had merely been a dream, that some sort of calamity had happened during his sleep, which left him reeling. He assumed that the part where we dragged him out of bed and stopped his heart was a dream too. He said that after that part of the dream, he suddenly found himself inside something that looked like a giant sausage casing, like a tunnel of meat.
That's got to be the throat that we kind of have been referencing.
That's the throat, before. Yep. With the arms and things that reach out to you. That's the interface.
Yeah. The pussy area basically is what it reminded me of that.
This was very exciting to us because it roughly corresponded to the appearance of the flesh interface, which contained the portal. But given how he was brought into the interface tunnel dead and returned within the interior zone, he couldn't possibly have seen the interface tunnel. Therefore, he surmised, he was describing the interface on the other side of the portal. This was our first concrete knowledge of what was on the other side. What did Pompey expect to find on the other side of the curtain? In many Roman temples, there was an image of the honored god occupying some central place in the structure. It can be assumed that he expected to find one of these, but did he expect to find the actual presence of God? Could he have possibly expected this? For if he had believed in the Jewish lore, wouldn't he have also expected death? Wouldn't he expect to be punished for defiling the temple? Would he have been so cavalier about pulling back the curtain? Perhaps in his polytheistic mindset, he assumed that his gods, which had seen fit to give him yet another glorious victory, were more powerful than this backwater Jewish god. What did we expect to find on the other side of the portal? Some kind of intelligence which could explain the bizarre living technology of the flesh interfaces. If the interfaces were the product of an intelligence, was it really something we wanted to make contact with? Did we expect this intelligence to be kind of benevolent? If so, how could we have sent so many living creatures, so many people, so many children to their deaths? What would a benevolent intelligence possibly make of our ruthless, our rapacious quest for understanding? According to Tacitus, the ancient historian, when Pompey pulled back the curtain and gazed upon the holiest of holies, quote, "It contained no representation of the deity. The sanctuary was empty and the holy of holies untenanted." He found nothing, an empty room, nor was he met with his death. Instead, he strode out of the temple alive and healthy, destined to go on to greater political glory until 15 years later, when he was finally stabbed to death on the shores of the Nile Delta after his defeat to Julius Caesar in the Roman Civil War. As the man spoke of walking through the unearthly, living tunnel of the flesh interface, he said he saw a bluish light ahead and heard what seemed to be music, almost like flutes, but much, much deeper. As he told his story, sitting on the edge of a hospital bed wearing a loose gown, his hand wandered to his chest and he touched the skin above his heart. There he found two slightly singed patches of skin where he had attached the electrodes that ended his life. I still get chills when I recall how his face changed when he realized that it had not been a dream at all. It was a pitiful, almost childish look of terrible, unwanted understanding. Tears quickly flooded his eyes. This man, who had been brought back from death itself by an unimaginable technology, by forces beyond all our understanding, slowly went limp and died for a second time.
And so we were left with disappointment once again. More mystery, more frustration. We had already heard from our child subjects about the strange flute music, but always in cryptic, disjointed terms. We had hoped that this man would give us something more concrete, but the answer had eluded us once again. So we went back to our experiments, selected a new round of subjects to send through the portal. We had already sacrificed so many lives in our quest, and there was no reason to stop then. Knowing what I know now, I sometimes wonder, was Pompey lucky when he pulled back the curtain and found nothing?
So philosophical. I don't know. Really great way of like blending those two things together. It's insane too to be like that these are just on random comment sections, you know? Which granted, you can still click on the guy. You can still click on the guy's profile and read it there, but I think it's just the idea of stumbling across this thing randomly, unprovoked, it's very fascinating.
Why that? Yeah, go ahead.
Just disjointed. You could see that it would almost read like you were saying earlier, like a schizophrenic's posting, but reading them in order like this, it's just interesting seeing how it's not as if the story's really developing, but more so we're just given more information to get a fuller picture of this like kind of crazy idea that you're thrown into. You know what I mean? So it's the same thing where you can enter this story at any point and then you can go back and kind of get the full picture, but it's just kind of interesting how I wonder if some people have just started at like, well, I just started then, I haven't read before, I just read from here until, you know what I mean, when you go.
Dude. Okay, for clarification, for one, the flesh interface, all that stuff we just read, it seems that after Vice did a story about it, they let him post that whole thing there, because that whole thing is just like the Vice article in itself.
Yeah.
But okay, so that segment, you remember earlier how I was like, this, I keep thinking to myself like, well, it can't keep being this cool, right? Like there's no way. Yet it continues to be that cool. That segment was, to me, hands down the coolest part of the story so far. Just to go back between them resurrecting the guy and Pompeii and stuff. That felt just like the feeling of euphoria I got from that is one of the coolest moments I've had on the show.
The horror too of it all, of like the horror of knowledge, is just kind of very subtle, and it just like lingers a bit longer. There's a lot of things in stories that we read so far that are like, ooh, that was creepy, but there's a lot of just kind of interesting questions the author keeps leaving us with, where it's the parallel of like a great war general who has conquered this army and he's getting ready to go see this entity that he has been wanting to see, and then basically it's like the disappointment of finding nothing, but that's also a gift, versus the same kind of thing of these people having this technological thing and finding basically this random gateway, and the more they know about it, or like this kind of like a person that gets to go through died and they get to sit here and suffer before their death, is it's like it's the terror of knowledge, the terror of knowing, you know, peeking into the unknown and revealing secrets that I feel like humans weren't meant to have, is just kind of an interesting concept, you know.
It pushes forward into that idea of like reaching a singularity, right?
Yeah.
Like we reach a point with technology where it's like you've gone too far, you can't come back from this one, and all the consequences that would carry with it. Brother, I'm on cloud 9. Like this is I'm gonna punch something. I'm gonna put a hole in the wall, or the computer or something.
You got a pants full of cum and a big smile on your face.
I'm gonna complete. I've got the smile. I'm gonna ignore the other thing you said, but I certainly got a smile.
Well, some of the reactions, I mean, you have to realize, ladies and gentlemen, I don't see what I can't see him, so I just hear a man bricking on the other end of this call. And I hear him going with him. So I'm just picturing he's leaning back. I mean, he's just caking his pants. And for all I know, he's done 3 pants changes. I haven't seen it while he's reading.
It would be funny if every time I stood up, I had a different pair of shorts on.
Yeah, different khakis or shorts just keep coming on.
I'm just switching through them. Yeah. No, like this story feels almost like if it wasn't good, I would feel mocked.
It's
like with the switch between conspiracy theories and Christianity and like flesh portals and monsters made out of animal parts, you know?
Yeah,
literally a Wendigo, like a Wendigo shaped creature.
I always find that usually in stories, whenever I'm not saying a lot of things, it's just like digesting, is always stories that I feel like linger with me longer, or like it's just a thing where it's posing interesting things that I feel like I'm thinking about internally, and I need to be better about like actually vocalizing some of the stuff. But I do wonder, because obviously there's going to be some people who aren't faring with the story or whatever, but how lost it is, you know, or are people like on this ride as well, and they're kind of like excited piecing it together themselves. Curious to see what people say.
Look, if someone's upset over this story, this is my moment. This is my time.
Yeah, it's about me.
This is about me today. Okay,
it's
this
about
is my
me.
thing. This is like it's definitely probably the coolest story I've read on the show, or one of the coolest stories I've ever read. Just like how much I love the themes, I love the writing style, I love the way it works, the horror, the new, like all of it. If it maintains this, we'll see. See, this is crazy because I thought everyone told me Mother Horse Eyes, like, oh, it's kind of like an ARG, it's posted around. No one grabbed me by the shirt and shook me and was like, before you do anything else with your stupid life, read this story.
I wonder too, you, as we all know, you love like religious themes and, you know, the conspiracy stuff. I mean, that's like such a huge part of like what gets you going. So this feels extremely catered. That's why I was curious too, if people are like, you know, the theme is okay. I'm curious if it hits people the same way. I will say that it's written in a brilliant, really fun, interactive way. Like I think that's undeniable. It's kind of giving me, the more I sit here, it's like, I feel like that's how you see stuff like Midwest Angelica, which I don't know if they reference this at all, but it feels like when we were like, just even the towers and all that kind of stuff. It has that kind of vibe to it. Along with that, I've read this SCP before that's called The Flesh That Hates, I think is what it was. Just the way that these things kind of tie together. But it's interesting that so far, I mean, here's the thing too. We're 3.5 hours in. We're on post fucking 31 of 100, by the way. Gotta be mindful of that. And really, it's just little interactions of people being like, what's a flesh interface? Well, I showed up to this place and did this. I think that the story so far has been most successful and most effective when talking. Like, I like the little vignettes. Like, I really love being like, we were soldiers. We saw this guy sitting on a hill. We would try shooting at it, but the fucking bullets would disappear. It's just like the anomaly built around the actual interface itself, you know? I think that I have the most fun. Like, I love being put in these tiny vignettes that ultimately accumulate into people getting fucked. It's pretty much the vibe.
Another connection to go with the themes of it. So it talks about Pompey, you know, 68 or 63, whenever it was, went and sacked the temple at Jerusalem. This was not long after Jesus' crucifixion, and the story said earlier, like, all parts of history are at the nexus point of Jesus' death, right? And in the Bible, when Jesus is crucified, it says that the temple veil, the veil that it mentions Pompey walked through to go the other side, the veil was torn in half. Because the reason the temple had to exist and all that is because there was not yet the sacrifice for the sin debt. People still had to commit animal offerings. They had to sprinkle blood through the holiest of holies in order to get forgiveness for sin. But when Jesus died, all that was done away with. And in his death, it says an angel tore the temple veil in half, saying we don't need the temple anymore. So by the time Pompey got there, the temple was already done. It was just at that point an empty room. At least within Christianity's belief. Now, Judaism, you know, obviously still holds holiness, but the story specific, like this so far is given specific reference to Jesus Christ's death. So it's like that death that was mentioned earlier is the reason for Pompey's lack of finding a god on the other side. So maybe, which I could be reading in too far, but maybe if that theme ties all the way back around, maybe the reason that they're not getting anything out of these experiments yet, passing dead bodies through the flesh interface, is because they're missing something. Something's been done in the past, or they're going about the wrong way. There is a reason. There is a god on the other side of the veil. They just haven't figured it out yet. There's a step there for getting, so to speak. Or maybe it's too late, like it was for Pompeii, to find the god on the other side of the veil. Man, I've heard that story so many times of like Pompeii destroying the temple in Jerusalem, but I have never thought about that moment when he would have got to the holiest of holies. Like, I know that was there. I know the significance it had in the Old Testament of the Bible. I know Zechariah, you know, didn't believe God when he was speaking to the angel and he was made deaf for it. Like, I know all the great stories around it, and I know Pompey went and, you know, destroyed the temple, but I never thought about the moment when he got to that room, what that would have been. Man. I can feel the story like printing itself onto my brain. Like for the rest of
it's gonna stick with you for sure.
For the rest of my life, I'm gonna be like, this is kind of like Mother Horse Eyes. So like, it's gonna be one of those point of reference things. Which I will say, if you like the way the story's written, like the stuff, I highly recommend House of Leaves. I think this took a lot of inspiration off of that in a good way. Anyway. All right, 31st post made. So this actually came 3 days before the Vice article, but according to the subtext, on which I'm going to trust the people who are the moderators on r/horseeyes because they know the story better than I do, they say that the article would fit into this place in the timeline. So maybe the author wrote this and then gave it to Vice and then it got published a few days after. So we're now technically going 3 days back to May the 2nd when the 31st post showed up. Of all the children who have been returned from the portals, only one survived in the long term, though we didn't even realize it until years later. She'd been stolen or rescued from us by a rogue technician shortly after return and was thus lost to us for many years. Finally found her in Estonia and kidnapped her from her adoptive family in the middle of the night. She was 7 when we lost her and 13 when we would have found her again. So this is good because like we had already seen the story repeats, and when we read that first part I was like, we'll probably come back to this girl, and sure enough we are. We did a preliminary interview and she seemed normal in every aspect. Mind you, this was a girl who entered a massive, possibly alien biological device called a flesh interface, disappeared from existence for several minutes, then returned encased in an amniotic sac. Attached to a placenta via umbilical cord with enough LSD in her bloodstream to turn all of Utah into one massive orgy. Naturally, we expected some sort of mental changes, especially since every child who returned from the portals had shown signs of mental aberration. Why did I say it that way? Aberration. Then again, every other child had died shortly after return, so she was clearly something special. But no, she was normal. Frustratingly normal. So we started prying into her past. She was reticent, but young and fairly trusting, and it wasn't hard to get information out of her. She said she was born in Brazil, which was correct. We had acquired her from a Brazilian orphanage where she had lived since infancy, the daughter of a dead prostitute and an unknown father. She vaguely remembered her time at the orphanage, and they were not very happy memories. She then began telling us about the first day she met her adoptive parents, but we wanted to know about the time in between, when she was in our possession, when she went into the portal and came back. We asked what happened before she met her adoptive parents. She said she remembered a long, boring boat trip to come over to Estonian Islands. We asked her where she had lived before then. At this question, she grew distinctly uncomfortable. She said she didn't really remember. Pressed her. Her face began to twitch and shudder. This was the first time she had showed any sign of abnormality. I kept pressing her on the question.
There was one summer after I moved out of the orphanage, but before I came to Estonia, where I lived with a woman who said she was my mother.
Okay, yep. So every time these kids pass through, they go to the house where Mother Horse, or a house they remember
basically
from their
marked by
childhood.
her. They get they basically get indoctrinated by her there, it feels like.
And it's like while they're, well, all of them come out saying she's awful, that she looks disgusting.
Well,
she
yeah,
looks
she's a
monstrous.
monster.
But at the time, they're okay with it though. You're right. But they all come out born. But it's like while they're in there being pumped of LSD, in their mind they're transported to this place where they're with Mother Horse Eyes. This was news to us. Our files had it that she lived continuously at the orphanage. We asked her about the exact time, but all she knew was that it was for one summer. This was curious because she had been in our possession one summer 7 years ago. Timelines matched well, but the events were entirely different. We asked her to elaborate. She said that one day, a woman had come to the orphanage saying that she was her mother. The Americans who ran the place had made her go with the woman. They had gone to a crummy old house, she lived there for a summer. As she said this, she began to sob. She said that she had forgotten all about this. She hardly remembered it at all. She didn't want to talk about it.
She wasn't my mother. I knew. Her face wasn't right. It wasn't a real face.
Yep. Back to Mother Horse Eyes. Which, by the way, I know we've said it, but I think we've said it before, but what a haunting name for an entity.
It's
Mother
awesome.
Horse Eyes.
It's so good.
Yeah. Gosh. I mean, like, that's one of the reasons I think this had so much success to people who heard about it, because they just hear the name and they're like, the what? Mother what?
Well, it's just so uncanny. It creates such a visceral reaction, in my opinion.
You know what's also frustrating about this? No one knows who the author is outside of user Mother Horse Eyes. So this guy could be writing anything, and I can't find it. Like, I don't care about the rest of you, but me specifically, I can't find it.
I can't dig in there and get
it. Where's it at? I need at it. Somebody let me at him. What's his home address? Where does he live? Okay. Same day. Oh no, this one is real. This was always the first thought when waking up after a blackout. After hours of flitting between different varieties of nightmare, you start to dream that you are lying sick and insane in a stained bed in a shithole apartment that smells like cigarettes and spoiled ham. Your slowly crystallizing consciousness begins to note this particular nightmare is more persistent than the others, that it has a certain uncanny clarity to it. Oh, no, you realize this one is real. You wake to the utter ugliness of your reality. It's too much, too awful. What's the last thing you remember? God, it wasn't even midnight before the madness set in. Your hands, tiny vibration runs through the fingers. Your entire mind feels like the raw, meaty patch that is left after a fingernail is torn off. How many hours were you blacked out? 3, 4? You sit up and look around for evidence of mischief. Smashed plates, bags of takeout food, and a nightstand drawer filled with vomit. All clear. You feel your face for bruises, nothing major. Wallet and phone, present and accounted for. Your phone says it's 2 p.m. Not bad. You check the calls and texts, nothing unusual. No 2-hour conversation with your boss started at 5 a.m. You log into your bank website and take a look. $94.56 spent last night. King's ransom by your standards, but at least you didn't go on a $400 blowout. You sit and wonder why you have this feeling of black guilt in your stomach. Just the hangover, right? Just your poor brain snapping back from all the depressant you gave it last night, entering a hypervigilant state, paranoid state, an intolerable state. God, you need a drink. You deserve a drink for not blowing the rent last night. Medically, you need a drink. Just a little drink, but nothing overboard that will get you drunk at 3 in the afternoon and blacked out again tonight. You go out of your tiny bedroom to the front part of your apartment, and your heart stops. A woman is lying asleep on your couch. Not a young woman, an old woman.
Oh, God.
Tiny old grandma with messy gray hair. God, what have you done? Her eyes slowly open. At least she's alive. She asks if you're okay now. You nod. The question is sinister. Okay now? What had been going on before? You can't deal with this without a drink. Who gives a shit if she sees this old lady in sweatpants? You go to the freezer and get the vodka and take in 2 good belts. Your stomach makes a violent protest, but your brain almost weeps in relief.
Who are you?
You ask the woman directly. She smiles and lets out a shy, grandmotherly little chuckle. She says she didn't expect you to remember last night, that you had repeatedly warned her that you wouldn't. Your demeanor is so warm and kind. You begin to worry that you have screwed this woman, that you have screwed this elderly woman, and now she is in love with you and wants to move her posturepedic bed into your apartment. You ask her with great urgency who she is, and you tip another shot into your mouth. She says that she wants to hear the end of your story. She says that last night you came into the cafe that she owns carrying a bottle of wine. Before she could tell you to leave, you began telling a story, a wonderful story, but you got too drunk and didn't finish it. So she got you into a cab and made sure you got home and slept on the couch because she very much wants to hear the end of your story. You tell her that you don't recall telling any story. She expects this. She says that it's a story about the children in the forest. You must know it. It was too wonderful to have just been made up. You shrug. You don't know any stories about any children in the forest, unless it's Hansel and Gretel. Was it Hansel and Gretel? It was not. Well, that's the only child forest story you know. She tells you that it was a very beautiful story and it made her cry, and she was very much wants to know the end of it. Your mind churns through the possibilities. This woman is crazy. She is about to ask for money. She is going to rob you. She wants to get your information so she can have you arrested. The cops are already on their way and she's stalling. But the pleading look in her eyes is quite convincing. She does just want to hear the story. Vodka's starting to loosen the paranoid script. Take another sip. How many drinks was that? 2? Okay. Don't want to get too drunk too early. No more drinking for the next hour. You take another sip. If you can't drink for the next hour, you'll need that last sip. You sit down on the couch next to her. Sweet relief of the vodka is melting away some of your anxiety, and you let out a big sigh. You ask her to tell you some of the story. Maybe it will jog your memory. She insists that she can't tell it as good as you told it, but brush her protest aside. She begins to tell you the story. In her warm, grandmotherly voice, she begins to tell you about the magical children who lived in the forest, who danced and sang and never died, who fought bravely against the nightmare forces of the ancient queen. It really is a beautiful story, and the woman tells it so well. Lots of nice little touches that make you giggle softly. You see in your mind for a moment sunlight through the fluttering leaves and smell the apple-scented air, so much sweeter and freer than anything your tiny grim shithole apartment full of empty bottles. Once again, your eyes grow damp. You have heard from various people at various times the beginning of this story, but you've never heard the end. Perhaps it has none.
It's beautiful. Also, it feels like it's kind of catering like the children of the forest. Do you think it's referring to the tree of life kind of thing, that the reoccurring theme we have there?
I think absolutely. I think this is also reminiscent of that thing that was mentioned earlier about by the Mother Horse Eyes narrator when he says, what's the phrase? Oh, we'll be children playing in streets with no cars. It sounds like that. Like, after Mother embraces us, after we go through what she wants us to, we're all going to be happy. We won't have to suffer anymore. We're going to have to suffer a lot to get there, but in the end, it'll be okay. Which is so interesting because it's almost an idea of heaven, right? That almost sounds like an afterlife people would describe, but it is from a character who is symbolic of the devil. So it's like the devil trying to tempt you with heaven. It's such a fascinating, not really narrative, but like, I guess, antagonist, if that makes sense, to set up, or threat that these people are facing. This is just like a guy who was afraid he had a one-night stand with an old woman, but then turns out like, oh, she just wanted to hear the story. And like, he gets drunk and tells these stories, but he never knows how they end because they haven't got there. So even subtly in the back of his mind, Mother's calling to him. Like the guy who had the dream of being a dog on the farm. The mother reaches out to people in different ways, and it drags them in with these visions of grandeur, even though, as we know, it always ends with you being ripped apart.
Yeah.
Which is very devilish. That is very like Christian devil oriented. Ties back to the themes. Gosh, it feels so, everything feels so wrapped in on each other. All the themes, all the different, as you know, set aside as they are on their own, it feels so tied in with each other at the same time. That's so cool.
What can we say? We like it.
What can I say? We like it. That entire part, also, not to keep bringing it up, but that entire part felt like a Johnny Truant segment from A House of Leaves, like word for word almost. Not literally word for word. I mean, the way it was written, the way information was given, he's drunk, he's like sad and stuff, feels like apart from that game. Anyway, all right. Part 32, same day. And again, all these the same day. Gosh, man. Okay. Imagine a dead cat wearing an old jockstrap. This is the smell of the bed sores. This is the smell that comes out of the hygiene beds when we open them up. It's not just a smell, but a feeling. Sickly warmth that the masks cannot block out. Even through the filtered, scented air, you know it's there, coming through the filters. In less than 0.1 micrometer sized particles, touching your face, touching your clothes, adhering to you, fouling everything it touches. I think what makes the smell so putrid is that it's a combination of living tissue and dead tissue. Somehow this unnatural intermingling of life and death creates a potent stench that is repellent to basic human sensibility. That is why I'm saying, this is why I am saving up to go to school and become a readjustment specialist. Pulling people out of malfunctioning hygiene beds is no way to make a living. Certainly, it is not the calling of a sensitive, erudite soul such as myself. When a hygiene bed breaks, say the healthy limb system fails or a catheter gets blocked up, it's supposed to cut off the internet feed, forcing the sleeper to go, okay, hold on. Internet feed. It was talked about earlier with the North Korean thing, how the flesh things or the flesh interfaces make there to be a line of communication from space, right?
Right.
That the information feeds itself back into. So it talked about earlier, I can't remember where. I think it may have been talking about Vietnam or Groom Lake or something, but it talked about restraint beds. So maybe some of these people are tied to beds so that it lets them receive information from space, whatever that information is. And that's what it's talking about. When a hygiene bed breaks, say the healthy limb system fails or a catheter gets blocked up. Yeah, healthy limb system. So the other system that's maybe been, I don't know, segregated or whatever they said the word for it was. Segmented, that's it, not segregated. It's supposed to cut off the internet. Oh no. It's supposed to cut off the internet feed, forcing the sleeper to get the bed fixed. But it's easy enough to override this cutoff function. Immersed in their feeds, people often forget that the bed is broken. But eventually, pain or discomfort will force the sleeper to get their bed fixed. The pain of bed sores or the stench of a backed up evacuator is a strong motivator. But if the sleeper has direct sense feeds, they can switch off these smells and discomforts. They can even switch off the worry associated with the broken bed. Actually, nope, I take it back. This is one of the potential futures.
You think so?
How there was that whole thing earlier that technology will lead us to a place of slavery and stuff like that. This is a potential future where people, like, he talks about the smell, or whoever's writing talks about the smell of it, and he says, I think the worst part's the combination of living and dead particles. And they're in hygiene beds, and there's bad limb systems, or a catheter gets blocked up. So it's effectively people like laid out on a bed and kept alive for insanely long amounts of time as they control which emotions they want to feel and get a constant stream of the internet through their brain. At this point, there is only one thing which can impel them to save themselves: basic human dignity. The age-old desire to not spend one's days playing Princess Romance Cafe, lying in one's own shit while one's dick rots off. I'd also say that on occasional fleeting desire to see the outside world could also prove advantageous, but for the sort of people I'm talking about here, this is simply not a factor. Sadly, for some people, this desire is not strong enough, and we come to the very last line of defense: the smell. The smell eventually leaks out of the hygiene bed's encasement. Nearby tenants start to notice. The building manager calls us and we go and pull them out. For the most hardcore sleepers, those who have entirely rejected reality in favor of their feeds, it is the smell and the smell alone that saves their lives before the bacteria devour them alive. It is the stinky hand of salvation that plucks them from the abyss. I don't know what God looks like, but he smells like a dead cat wearing an old jockstrap.
Jesus.
Man, everything bangs. But yeah, the idea of people hooked up to these machines just being in place of internet in a stasis almost, so they don't have to exist. They can just experience pleasure constantly. Gosh,
it feels so true too, just with like the state of media and stuff right now and consumption.
Well, I don't know, man. I don't know what God looks like, but he smells like a dead cat on jockstrap. Man, 34 made the next day at 4 a.m. How quickly they turn to complete animals. They come out of the wagons already quite bestial, crying and lowing for water. Yet there is still the facsimile of humanity about them. They wear clothes, spectacles, wedding rings, and the women have their long hair and jewelry. Strip away all this deceit quite quickly. At the front of the camp, there is a phony train station with a phony name and a phony clock with hands that are painted on. All of it is just as phony as all their posing, their insinuating, they're pretending to be normal folk. As soon as they come down the ramp, the blue prisoner units are screaming at them, beating them, lashing them, drawing blood, and they move through the front gates in huddled, weeping herds. There we separate the men and women and have the women's hair cut to make socks and such. And in a moment, it is complete. Centuries of hiding among us, poisoning and passing, is all erased, exposed, and their nature is plain. Looking at their hideous, gnarled faces, all the varieties of bloodline impurities, the women's sagging udders, the fatty, hanging bellies, the men's mutilated penises and thatches of pubic hair, you see it quite clearly. And you absolutely cannot deny that they are utter beasts. That we allowed them to infest our cities like vermin, to hold power over us while we were tilling the soil and building the fatherland. It absolutely appalls. This will be our great shame in history's eyes. Okay, so this one is either a prison guard, like an SS guard at a concentration camp in World War II, or one in a future that's just adopting the same language. But I think it's literal because it says fatherland, which is what the Germans refer to Germany as. So this sounds like a past of the, like a prison guard at a concentration camp. We moved them through the long tube to the gas chambers. Yeah, okay, well, I think my assumption on the previous line is pretty correct. We moved them through the long tube to the gas chambers. The men can go first, as their hair does not need cutting, and the women. Women panic, screams everywhere. You watch the mottled haunches of the old women shudder and ripple as their legs shake like newborn calves. They realize that we will not be wasting any time, that it will all be immediate. Streams of fresh shit run down their legs. Now the helpers must club them every step of the way or they will turn back. Marchenko carries a sword. Hold on. There is a link to who Marchenko is. Yes. Nicknamed Ivan the Terrible, he was a guard at Treblinka. So this isn't only a Nazi concentration camp, it is the Treblinka camp, which we now know in our story to be where the first flesh interfaces were built. Marchenko carries a sword. He thinks it is an Imperial cavalry sword, but it's just an imitation. Still, it's an actual sword, and in his hands, it's more effective than the clubs. He hacks at the crowd like a jungle explorer in an American film. He makes all sort of sneering, dramatic faces as he works. Whenever he scores a particularly impressive blow, his whole face red with delight. And once he sliced an old woman's breast clean off, picked it up and showed it to me. Inside was made of corn-colored pearls of fat. Ugh. I made him take it to the work camp and have a good chuckle watching a prisoner devour it. Oh man, I had a good chuckle watching Marchenko's face. There are only a couple dozen SS at the camp. Almost everything is run by the Red Army Watchmen and Special Prison Units. And yet, we can process 15...
Dimensional expansion finalized to 500%. Despite further efforts, parts could not be broken down further than their elementary particles, nor could the storage become more dense without the particles spontaneously reacting with one another and losing their deconfined state. Yet somehow more matter can now be stored in the same dimension.
We sang our growth song because we like your shallow efforts. Up and down are a shallow illusion, up and down disappear in the deep.
That is very thoughtful, I think. I appreciate the attempts at sharing scientific knowledge, however perhaps we should wait until we have a more optimal way of exchanging data.
process 15,000 a day. Wonderful. It's because of the way the camp has been built. There is the fake train station, the tails of showers and uniforms and assignments, the narrow tube to funnel people into, the walls to hide the chambers and the pits, and there is the hierarchy. Captured Red Army men, special unit prisoners, all set against each other with proper incentives. Everything in the structure concentrates power on us. Perhaps if the right structure was built, an entire race could eliminate by a single man with an unloaded gun. Dark, haunting, but it's about the situation at the concentration camp, which, yeah, pretty heavy. Man,
that's crazy.
All right.
I've never heard of the Ivan the Terrible thing, or I feel like I have heard of the Ivan the Terrible thing, but just haven't thought about that in a long time. It's crazy.
All right, May 5th. This was the same day the article came out with the Pompeii stuff in it that made me freak out and lose my mind. Consider this case. A woman, 28 years old, lives in a bedrock apartment block in Alabama. She is engaged in heavy feed use since childhood, spending 70 to 80% of her free time connected. Okay, so this sounds like it goes back to the future where people have internet feeds beamed into their head, right? She is engaged in heavy feed use since childhood, spending 70 to 80% of her free time connected. At age 16, she finds global success as Mixed Guide, netting her a considerable sum of money. One day, when she is 19 years old, she connects to her feed. She does not disconnect again for 9 years.
God.
9 years of continuous feed. 9 years without any direct human contact. 9 years alone in a hygiene bed, dreaming. Meanwhile, her feed is a veritable flurry of digital contact. Mixes, life stories, role swaps, rooms, hunts, avatar makers, empathy games, sex play, and on and on. For a while, her mixed tours sell well, and she enjoys her celebrity. Man, it's so cool how they're establishing so many just things, you know? Like so many new pieces of the story to use as like all the new pieces they're creating in order to tell the story the way they want to. And they're so fascinating. Like her mixed tours sell well and she enjoys her celebrity. Like, what does that mean? Oh, man. But over the years, tastes change and her income falls. Try as she might, she cannot revive her popularity. She tries sorting, tutoring, crowd matching, whatever will make her money. But the competition in these markets is harsh, and she has significant debts to several promotion companies. Her money runs out. She manages to credit bounce for a while, but the writing is on the wall. She must disconnect. Man, you stay inside the system. It has its own currency where there's credit and like you can get into trouble. And she knows this, yet she cannot bring herself to do it. Within the feed, she is well liked by her spheres, known as a talented mixer and narrator, reasonable wall mediator, and a sensitive and capable participant in sex play. But she has a direct sense feed with complete safety overrides, and she has been on increasing pain dampening for the last 4 years. She knows she has bed sores and perhaps will need multiple amputations. She has assumed that she will live feed to grave, cannot bring herself to disconnect.
Man,
she wears
so crazy.
So many different angles of horror get introduced in the series too.
Yeah.
Like so many different kinds of fear. Mostly around the idea of like, you know, eventual futures or like inability to stop it, but they're each so unique. She researches cortical suicide methods, but decides against it. She contacts emergency services and arranges for them to remove her from her hygiene bed. One day, shortly after her 28th birthday, she is disconnected after a 9-year dream. She awakes to a world of horrifying pain. Pain dampening has blocked her opioid receptors, and the removal technicians can do nothing for her agony. Her entire body is atrophied, and she has severe calcification around her ports, catheter, and evacuator, as well as numerous sores and abscesses and general muscle atrophy. Think about stuff like that. She has calcification on her ports, so the port she has to plug herself in, her catheter and evacuator, which I assume is a catheter for your bowels, right?
Yeah.
It pulls the crap out of your gut. She is taken to the hospital for physical rehabilitation. After several operations, she is stabilized and her pain has subsided to manageable levels. Thankfully, the limbs are still intact. After eye treatments, she looks at herself in the mirror and finds something she does not recognize. She has aged 9 years, though a lack of sun exposure and facial expressions has left her face smooth and unlined, albeit inhumanly gaunt and pale. Within a few days, the hospital sends her home. She must use a scooter to return to her apartment, which is little more than weatherproof box to contain her hygiene bed. What will become of this woman? Sitting alone in her apartment with no job and no touch friends, without even a bathroom other than the hygiene bed, she will find it, gosh, the amount of detail that goes into this world. She will find it very difficult to resist the lure of the feed. The lack of stimulation will mean that she is often bored. The lack of predictability will mean that she is anxious whenever she's not bored. She will find unmediated socialization torturous. According to our statistics, there will be a 90% chance of her making another long-term connection within a month. There will be a 30% chance of her dying within 1 year. This is the price of long-term connection. It is inescapable. Less than 1% of users connected continuously for more than 3 years are able to go on to lead successful disconnected lives. In America, there are currently over 30 million users on long-term connections. Unless something changes, they will stay connected until they die. This is why we have created Companion 12. Oh, dude. Bro. Just all... That whole setup of how dire straits this is, how terrible this connection is to technology, establishing it is awful. It sounds like it's someone making a case against it. And then at the end, it's just the marketing to sell you another product. Another thing that can... Another band-aid to this new problem that's been created, this new wound that's been induced on society. This is why we have completed Companion 12. Gosh, dude. This story is almost so good that it's too much. It's almost like like if any one of these vignettes we read by itself, we'd be like, wow, great episode, man. All right, that was Creepcast. Thank you all for being here. But there's 100 of them. It's like, how do we... Also, so there was the mention that it's shown up a couple times. There was something of like, we were surprised this girl became a level 7, right? And we don't know what that means. Or it's like they somehow, I think it was the Vietnamese village early on. It's like they had somehow gotten to category 4 on their own. Or maybe it was the North Korean whale chamber. All of these things are insane phrases. Maybe it was the North Korean whale chamber of like, they had got to be a level 8 facility. But there's these numbers connected to everything. And here it's saying there's a Companion 12. And remember how the children that come back out of the flesh interface, how they're attached to the amniotic sac that gives them LSD? Yeah. Well, what if like that stasis that they're inside of is the same technology or the same idea that is allowing people in this alternate future to hook up to this program, to hook up to this feed? Because we know from the North Korea thing mentioned in the 1980s that it was beaming internet from space down to them in North Korea whenever they were hooked up with the interface. So maybe it's the same technology. Like maybe if the governments keep doing their investigations, they'll eventually find out how to synthesize this amniotic sac that gives you LSD. And that's what now the technology that gives you a quote unquote internet feed or this alternate reality to exist in comes from. It beams it down to Earth. You hook up to it, and that's where this... Wait a minute. Yeah, they managed to synthesize it in order to get people to be a part of this greater internet, this greater connected structure. And then once they're in there, it's the same place or the same kind of place that the kids were going with Mother Horse Eyes back to the house, only Mother Horse Eyes isn't there. So what if this Companion 12 that's being introduced is Mother Horse Eyes? What if the company or whatever is writing this, we have created Companion 12, is a way for Mother Horse Eyes to insert herself into the system that they've created, that they have cut her out of in their synthesizing of it, but now she's found a way back in? This is entirely speculation, but...
Yeah, but still, just, you know, the story's lending itself to create theories and stuff.
All right. 36 posts, same day. Our form is our story, the story of all the world. The world does not sleep. Everywhere, 10,000 things are darting, skittering, flitting, scuttling, burrowing. Sleep is righteousness, but the world wakes. We are made in the image of the world. The world is a giant
of our kind, and we live on its back. Its trees and grasses and hills are like the hairs on our backs. Our paws are soft and our ways are subtle and silky, so we are in harmony with the world. But everywhere, 10,000 things are scuttling out of harmony. This causes the world to itch and to suffer, just as the little scuttling things on our backs cause us to itch and suffer. So the world cannot sleep, and everything turns and spins, and we cannot sleep. For we are made in the image of the world. This is why we hunt. It is our duty. To hunt out of all the little scuttling things, to devour them, expel them, and bury them back into the world, leaving no trace. We must hunt night and day. We hunt the 10,000 things on the world's back, just as we hunt and clean the little scuttling things from our own backs. One day, we will destroy all the 10,000 things, and the world will sleep, we will sleep, and everything will sleep forever. This will be a great righteousness. We can feel this righteousness every time we sleep, and we can feel a great injustice every time we are woken. So we hunt, and we must hunt. The truth is in our bones, in our claws, in our form, for we are made in the image of the world, and our form contains all truth. Our form is our story, the story of all the world. But now we are confronted with a great mystery. We do not abide mysteries. They plague our sleep. We must solve them. What is hidden must be uncovered. So we search, sleuth, this mystery eludes, scuttles and slips away time after time. We do not sleep. But it seems there is no message in our form which give us any answer. Is our form incomplete? I, above all others, have become obsessed with the mystery. Mystery, the oily ones. Oh, I bet the oily ones is talking about the people that come through, right? People that
I'm thinking so. That or it's setting up, it's just planning another thing to be uncovered later.
Yeah. All right, this next post was made the next day, 37. One day during the final summer, a team of doctors came in from Berlin. They were in the midst of a grand experiment which they considered to be of the utmost importance and needed access to a large number of prisoners, something beyond what they could acquire in Berlin. We protested that we were not equipped for any sort of medical experiments, that our camp was designed for a single purpose. They insisted, we were forced to accommodate them. I was immediately irritated by their senior doctor, a haughty man in his late 40s named Engel, who always wore a crisp white coat and fine leather shoes. He arrived with his team of doctors and, I could scarcely believe it, a Jew. This was perhaps the ugliest Jew to have ever personally offended my eyes. He was a very tall man, full head, taller than average, with a fury black beard, gnarled, claw-like nose, very prominent eyes. The eyes were something of a source of fascination to me, as they were not the rat-like black color of a normal Jew, but a much lighter shade of brown, almost like bronze. He wore a shabby suit, followed Engel around quite closely, almost as if they were associates, and always his strange, flashing eyes were roaming about in a suspicious way. When I first met Engel, I asked who this Jew was, but my question was brushed aside. They immediately set about converting one of our buildings into a station for their experiments, details of which were kept from me entirely. Engel and his team made no contact with the other staff except to demand various supplies. After a few days of being subjected to Engel's imperious behavior, I could feel that my SS subordinates and even the Ukrainians were smirking at me behind my back. So I decided to give Engel a tour of the other part of the camp which he had not yet seen, the part where we processed prisoners. Of course he refused, but I insisted. Fortunately, a trainload of prisoners was arriving at the moment, and we went out on the platform. The odious Jew with glittering eye followed us, which pleased me all the more. The train arrived with the cries of its passengers blending into the squealing of the metal wheels. The blue units worked themselves into their usual frenzy, pulling the passengers out, shouting and clubbing and herding them towards the main gate. Amidst the crush of passengers, the limp bodies of children occasionally came spilling out onto the platform, and the blue units tossed them into a pile. Engel watched all of this impassively. A woman came out of the train clutching a child of perhaps 3 years. She looked about frantically, screaming for a doctor. Gave her a sympathetic look and held out my arms. She approached me, the handsome, stolid-looking authority figure that I am. Took the child from her, tenderly examined it. It was still alive. Placed it gently on the ground and used my boot to reshape its skull. The woman I shot.
God, crazy.
What a nice little
entry.
It's interesting though to go back, and now we're getting the perspective of like some of the fucking Nazis that saw the gate probably for the first time.
That's what I think it's going to lead to. So we had our first one.
It's going to lead to all them getting fucked up. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, because our first one was him just talking about it, and then it's this one. But then there is the there's the Jew who's with Engel, and they're friends. So I assume both of them are already under the effects of LSD to make the flesh interface, and that's about to happen to the rest of them. Also, Engel could be, it's mentioned down there at the bottom, but Engel sounds a lot like Mingala or Mingle, who was the Angel of Death, you know, the famous concentration camp guy. So maybe it's like the names are almost the same, but without the M. So maybe it's like an alternate universe version of him. Anyway, 38 posted 2 days, 1 day later, I think. 1 day later, yeah.
Rachel does not dream. Rachel does not sleep. Rachel does not wake. Rachel feels all the time. Rachel Head has a direct sense feed with Reinhardt emotive FPS blending for stunning clarity and total sensory presence. With the entire cultural library at her fingertips, Rachel can put herself into any scenario and create precision mixes at speed of mind. Watch as she blends Beethoven's Fifth Symphony with the Asteroid Orbital Catalog, the 2018 World Cup game, and the hot new anal coming video from Angelica Alenia. What mastery! See the subtle crafting and non-stuttering blends. That's because Reinhardt's proprietary technology blends splits 240 visual FPS on the fly to create an eye-popping visual stream of over 1,000 FPS, while simultaneously delivering 60 tactile FPS and 60 olfactory FPS. Now this is salvation. But hey, forget the specs. Check out the feelings. Her Holocaust child victim, Disco Muscle Thumps, have walls around the world shedding tears and making those real feels. You can't fake this stuff. Are you tired of distant, deadened emotions? Reinhardt Emotive FPS blending gives you realistic, immersive feelings without excess rumination or thought lingering. This kind of subtlety just isn't possible at ordinary 2040 FPS. That's the difference for Rachel. That can be the difference for you. Rachel does not dream. Rachel does not sleep. Rachel does not live. Rachel does not die. Rachel feels. Can you?
Yeah, that's funny. That's the advertisement for the product. It's also interesting how they can't create art. You know, they can't be artists and make new things. They just mix things that already were, and people buy and like those.
Yeah, I mean, it's completely it's lack of creation. It's people just ingesting. It also too is kind of an interesting take on you know, I guess it's just a blend of everything. Like the every feel and every sensory is blended together into one, which also I think weakens and like dampens your own experience to it. So it's just numbing you. So you're just a perpetually numb state of like ingesting media, whether it be like sad, happy, sexual, anything.
You can split like two different emotions at the same time. You can have all the experiences and like mental feelings of watching the World Cup game and also porn at the same time, just like constantly dosing.
Yeah, well, that's the thing is that there's no difference between them. They're just things, you know. Like that's the idea. Like the excitement of winning a game is going to be the same as you watching a girl get anally fisted.
There's also the mention in there where it says this is salvation. So it's directly tying themes we've heard before, like religious themes or words like salvation and stuff, into this new way. It's like even in the far distant future, the remnants of like these weird past histories and experiments and stuff like that still take their root just later on. It's just a new face for it.
Yeah, well, you also have the parallels too of like people being like, you know, knowledge is power or knowledge is hell, that kind of thing, to where you've had these people that in past, present, future, to where people have been, you know, asking themselves questions, looking for like this kind of answer to these things. And then the future is the future seems to be the predicament of like, we have everything we want. The salvation is like basically total freedom and total lack of like the human existence from these digital technologies that basically numb your senses, whatever. So the salvation is that thing to where it's like, it kind of goes back to, you know, looking into the temple and finding God. That's like what that's like, that's what feels like the thing is here, you know, versus being like, maybe if without this, we would be happier and be able to like actually exist.
Yeah, maybe this is a bad move. Nah, can't be that. Yeah.
Post 39.
All right. Post 39, same day. Okay, this is back to the concentration camp guard. After a week at the camp, Dr. Engel put in a rather perverse request. He wanted to move his laboratory to the old gas chamber. I had no problem with this. We'd installed new, more efficient gas chambers with the help of an expert on the matter. And although they had a capacity of over 20,000 a day, we were seldom ever able to produce more than 15,000 in a single day, due to the unreliability of the trains, which were often slow enough to preemptively process many of their passengers for us. At this point, we had orders to cremate the bodies, and they burned in open pits day and night, and we warned Dr. Engel that the old gas chamber would be a rather distracting environment to work in, as it was between the smoke of the burning pits and the noise of the new gas chambers. He disregarded this, and his team moved in that day. After that, I rarely saw him, as that part of the camp was somewhat hidden from the rest. My headaches, which were growing more severe, had always made me reluctant to visit. Soon, my men began to tell me strange tales from the new laboratory. Nobody except Engel and his men was allowed inside, but we surmised that he had removed or reduced the chamber's interior walls and sealed up all doors except one. I'm getting weird flashbacks to the Russian sleep experiment.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking too.
He requested his own SS detail, and 2 guards were posted at the door at all times. A steady flow of prisoners went into the laboratory, whom Engel selected with the help of his odious Jew assistant, often to the great irritation of my units, as their fussy selectivity often slowed down our processing activities. Nobody could make any sense of the selection process, as it mainly consisted of the Jew looking at the person over and making various mutterings. It was reported that every few days, an enormous package wrapped in tarpaulin would be removed from the laboratory and carried over to a special burning pit which they had made. These packages tended to bleed, leaving a trail of blood to the burning pit, where they were burned under the watch of Engel's personal guard. This behavior was only extraordinary in that there was no need for secrecy when it came to killing prisoners. Thousands were being killed every day just a few meters away in the new gas chambers. Between this and the inexplicable presence of the Jew assistant, I slowly became curious about their project. My men, however, were unable to get any information about what was occurring inside the laboratory. So I decided to focus a few questions of the matter of the team who presumably had the least sense of loyalty. The Jew. On one of our days off, I found the Jew in our little zoo, admiring the peacocks. He looked very much at peace as he watched the birds strut around, while I was suffering from a vicious headache. I began to talk to him, affecting an offhand, friendly manner. His German was perfect. I asked him about his background. He told me he had been a religious student in Berlin until he was expelled to a ghetto in Krakow. I asked him how he had met Engel. Here, he told me something quite surprising. This was actually his second time coming to Treblinka. On his first visit, he was on the very verge of being shot when somebody had noticed his perfect German. Apparently, there had been a request for prisoners who spoke excellent German, and this earned him a reprieve. He was sent back to Berlin, where Engel performed tests on him. I asked about the nature of these tests. Of this, he became more reticent. He had been instructed to discuss nothing with me. I merely informed him that I would shoot him through the face if he didn't tell me everything. At this, he showed no fear, but looked at me with his odd, brazen eyes, gave me an almost pitying smile. He said that the doctors were testing a new Swiss invention, a kind of chemical which administered orally and caused profound changes in thinking. I asked him about these changes. He said that the chemical allowed him to see the mind of God. Naturally, I asked for elaboration. At this, he launched into a rather overworked simile involving a broken mirror, then switched to another simile using a spider's web, neither of which made any sense to me. I informed him that I was a practical man and had little use for philosophy. He told me that after taking the chemical many times, he had become possessed of 2 minds, his own and that of God. In all his doings, he was conscious of God's intentions, God's plan for all human life. I asked him if he was following God's plan, and he said he was not following it entirely.
I am wrestling with God,
he said cryptically.
How does one wrestle with God? Isn't he all-powerful? When God presses forward, you must yield or be destroyed. And when God yields, you must press forward.
That sounds like dancing. That sounds more like dancing than wrestling or making love.
I said with a sword.
Yes, it is. Except that dancing is not so painful.
Why wrestle at all? If God is God and you know what is planned, then why not simply follow it? Surely this is the best course.
Yes, but I cannot bring myself to.
For the first time, I saw the peaceful expression flee from his face to be replaced by an unsettling dread trembled in his eyes.
God's plan is simply too awful.
So also we have a thing of the past is discovery, the present is like both the past and the present are discovery, and then it feels like the future is the outcome of that discovery. So it feels like the past was people being challenging and trying to basically become enlightened through these things. It also sounds like the Nazis are making like this LSD that will help enlighten them in that way. The people that they're burning are probably subjects that have gone through or transformed or something. And then people in the present are finding the outcomes of that thing and trying to control it. And the future is the price of that enlightenment is what it seems like.
Yeah, it's like, they search for everything. But you also have to keep in mind that we can't trust that the LSD is a good thing, because the LSD is what's making them build the flesh interfaces. Maybe it just possesses their mind. Maybe it's Mother Horsize.
I don't think the LSD
is able to communicate.
I don't think the LSD is a good thing at all.
Yeah.
Well, I also think that's also that's also kind of the thing I think the story is trying to say, is that enlightenment is like kind of the death of humanity is what it reads to me.
Sometimes we don't need total knowledge, total pleasure. Maybe it's better if God's not behind the veil. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it also seems like through enlightenment.
What an excellent symbolism for the whole story, by the way.
Yeah.
But you were going to say it seems like through enlightenment.
Oh, I should say through enlightenment, you kill God. Pretty much is the idea.
This next was made 1 day later, 40th post. Imagine Mother Babylon, Mother Rome, Mother America, the world enslaved, flesh network spanning the globe, the blood of humanity moving through veins thousands of miles long, cavernous curving tubes, biggest superhighways, biological superstructures, bones the size of the Golden Gate Bridge, living engineering. Parts as big as mountains, pumping with tectonic force, chained in relays, moving blood from across continents, exotic neurochemical pestilence flowing from monstrous glandular ridges, flesh case nightmares, farms of non-human tongues babbling blasphemous gibberish, a vast seabed dotted with lonely eyes. This is the great queendom of Babylon, a great blood-drunk whore wearing the crown of the atom, as all around her fleshly carcass float orbital platforms of nuclear death. Scattered in the stars beyond, seeds of Israel weep to gaze upon their new mother, the undying queen, blood and corruption.
I really want to see what the link to the comment was in this. It was on r/gaming. Saw this awesome bumper sticker on the way to Denver, and it just says, "My order car is rocket powered," and it's a Rocket League bumper sticker, and he posted on that one.
Imagine Mother Babylon.
Exactly. Can you imagine a guy just like?
So how does that pertain to Rocket League? Could you tell me?
This I'm surprised none of these got taken down by the mods, being like, please keep discussion to Rocket League and Rocket League.
Yeah, no shit. So actually, this isn't Rocket League, so we're gonna have to delete the comments. Sorry, buddy.
So it's kind of giving the idea of like this flesh conglomerate eventually taking over the Earth, but the other thing it does is this sounds like the vision that the soldiers in World War II had, where they said they saw the world connected by tendrils and tubes, and I thought it was metaphorical, but it may be literal. Maybe in that moment they were all getting a vision of Mother's eventual goal, which is this.
Yeah, where the mountains are becoming these fallopian tubes.
Yeah, and it's so cool that like back then in World War II and with this like futuristic stuff, like in every part of it, Mother Horsize is always there. Different regards, like casting these ideas into men's mind. Man. All right, next one. Same day? Yes, same day. 41. The worst thing a black man can do is go to church on Sunday. We're not supposed to do that. In the old days, before Jesus paid for our sins, we'd be put to death for idolatry. But now, see them all dressed up in their suits. The girls are dresses with their booty all hanging out. They got the...
Go ahead, put a little stank on it.
No, I can't.
I'm joking. Don't. I'm kidding.
This career cannot. My career cannot withstand that right now. don't think it ever can. Yours can. You can do it. They got coochie hanging out of the dress at church. They're going in there like it's a club. That's not what God wants. He wants us to dress modestly because we are God's chosen people. But they don't know this. They eating crabs and shrimp. It's funny because I'm reading it in my Poindexter voice, like, and they.
Yeah, but they don't know this. They eating crab and shrimp.
With they coochie all hanging out.
With they coochie hanging out.
Going to Red Lobster. Shrimp platters, going to Red Lobster. All you can eat shrimp, $9.99. They don't follow the law. Then they go into church and worship this picture of a white Jesus. That's idolatry. That picture of Jesus with the long, soft hair, good hair, it's not Jesus. It's actually a man named Caesar Borgia. The real Jesus had curly hair, black hair, because he was black. He was a Jew. You have to understand what's going on in the world. Right now, they have satellites in space. They have Is this Kanye West? Is this just his Twitter account? Right now, they have satellites in space, and they have weapon systems, atom bombs, everything. And which way they pointed? They pointed down here on Earth. They pointed out into space. Why? Because the nations of the world, America, the UN, they're all waiting for something to come from space. Watch, it's coming. And they're going to destroy it. Battle of Jehoshaphat. See, there's a thread. That's also another biblical reference, by the way. See, there's a thread, a line through history. The Egyptians, the Babylonians, the Romans, America, the slave owners, it's all one. Do you know who the Nephilim are? Oh. Okay. Do you know who the Nephilim are? They're mentioned in the Bible, but only twice. They have to understand the mystery of the Bible to understand what they are. First time they get mentions in the story of the flood. It says in Genesis 6:4, there were giants in the earth in those days. And also after that, when the sons of gods came in unto the daughters of men, they bare children to them. The same became mighty men, which were of old, men of renown. These giants were Nephilim. Nephilim is the original Hebrew word in the Torah. You have to understand Hebrew to know the mystery of the Bible. Nephilim are the children or the sons of God who are fallen angels. Angels came down and had sex with human women, and they gave birth to Nephilim, people who were half man and half angel. The angels looked down, saw the people, the original man, black men, nice bodies, nice booties, thick legs, and they got them a piece of that. I'm serious. They said, we angels, we can do what we want, so they got some. A little later in Genesis 6:12 it says, and God looked upon the earth, and behold, it was corrupt, for all flesh had corrupted his way upon the earth. And God said unto Noah, the end of all flesh is come before me, for the earth is filled with violence through them, and behold, I will destroy them with the earth. That is how the flood came about, all this mixing of flesh. Now what if I told you that the children of the Nephilim are still among us? They are renowned, as the scripture says, that our scientists, our bankers, our leaders, our inventors are Nephilim. Bill Gates, Albert Einstein, Steve Jobs, these men are part fallen angels. And they are corrupting the flesh, like the Bible says, by doing all this gene splicing and mixing chromosomes. Because they're made from mixed flesh between angel and human, so they're all for everybody mixing. Men with men, girls and girls, whatever. Pretty soon you're going to see chicks with two heads walking down the street. We're supposed to say it's cool. I won't say no more because I don't want to get banned. The Nephilim control the internet. I'll just say I've seen it myself, seeing how they mix flesh, experiments, government, making new things. It's out there.
I've probably seen 7 to 10 Instagram comments that sound just like that.
Yeah. Well, I wonder how much of that we're supposed to take away as legitimate. Like the Steve Jobs stuff, we can chalk that up to conspiracy brain. But the thing about the government making new things, we know that's true, right? That in the story they're doing that. And we see that they're talking about, like this guy's saying that like, Jesus didn't look like that and stuff. But then he starts talking about the Nephilim a lot, which, giants, literally the meme that like when I first started my channel. Gosh, this story's so good. I swear I've never read it before. I did not steal from it. But it uses the Nephilim as this device to say they run the internet, they're in the background working. If they're part fallen angel, that could fall into, I don't know how yet, but fall into like a lot of the things we see in the story being like Christian symbolism, or like Christian symbolism is relating back to this true hidden thing, like these half humans. You know, what would the half humans be in the story though?
God, the next one's called finger blasting. Good Lord, we're great. Right, he's on a bit of a tear right now, huh? June's looking pretty crazy in the mother horse house here.
Had a crazy time.
Yeah, God damn, dude.
40-second post made same day. In the training curriculum for becoming a readjustment specialist. Okay, so this is talking about earlier when that person was talking about being a nurse effectively that removes people from their hygiene beds in this future world. He says, I'm going to go become a readjustment specialist. So that's what this is talking about.
Yeah, let's come back to that one.
In the curriculum for becoming a readjustment specialist, they omit finger blasting entirely, which is odd considering what a routine part of the job it is. I can't tell you how many times.
Isn't that the truth, right, buddy?
Being a readjustment, hey, you know what? Whatever job you're talking about, being a YouTuber, so true, King. I definitely know what that is and have definitely done it before.
Finger blasting, bro.
I know.
Routine part of the job.
About being a virgin. Hey, part of the job. Clock in, clock out.
Clock in, clock out. Hey, now that's true, brother.
Hey, that's true. I tell you what, you get these big contracts, you can get a lot of work done. Especially being in the union and all, they can't kick you out once you're in. You know, you gotta stay. If they have any other jobs pop up, it's gotta be you, even if you ain't good at it. Can't tell you how many times I've been in the middle of a conversation with a client only to have her slip her finger into her shorts and start diddling away.
Okay.
Oh, I see what he's talking about. He's talking about people who are trying to readjust after they leave the machines. Like they're so used to having constant dopamine shoved into them.
Yeah.
That they just like, they can't stop.
Well, yeah, they're getting in there. They can't, the sensation, whatever.
Yeah. My clients, long-term session heads, in other words, people who have been connected to a direct sense feed for multi-year spans, are practically feral. Even though the feeds are supposed to be all about empathy and social connection, everything is so mediated that they lose the capacity for normal societal interaction. Their session begins at an early enough age or goes on long enough, shit gets really weird. The readjustment client is a stimulation addict. They crave easy, immediate stimulation. Some turn to drug use, but they usually require near lethal or outright lethal amounts to properly stimulate themselves. Others turn to masturbation. The readjustment client has no patience. They are uncomfortable, they want immediate relief. If that entails an indiscreet bout of onanism, then so be it. Almost all my clients are women. Female clients tend to choose male specialists, and the male clients tend to choose female specialists. In the feeds, they often surround themselves with a coteries of admirers of the opposite sex, so they insist on opposite sex specialists. This is an unhealthy impulse, but we must meet our clients halfway. Our job is to slowly transition them away from being fake adoration sponges into being functioning adults. I'm not a doctor, I'm not a therapist, I am trained to think of myself as a paid big brother. Perhaps there's an inherent contradiction. I must be stern without being overly judgmental. I must be empathetic but effective. I can't coddle them. The feed coddles them. That must end. The work could be described as Sisyphean. Trying to reculture a person after years of all that whiz-bang feed stimulation is like pushing a heavy boulder up a hill. And occasionally, the boulder is masturbating.
It's kind of a fun take on the Sisyphus thing. There's a big jacking off boulder. Oh, I'm falling.
That's kind of like
pick me back up. I'm falling.
That's kind of like me with you. Anytime I go with you anywhere,
that I have to push you up because you're masturbating, or which one? Which part?
No, I'm pushing you because you're the big boulder that's jacking off.
Oh, I see. Am I the big boulder just because I'm just fatter than you are?
Okay. I was gonna say no to be nice, but I feel like if I say no, you're gonna turn that back on me somehow. So I feel like defensively, I should say yes. I should put the shield up or something.
Well, thank you for thinking defensively in this occasion.
Well, I just have my guard up. Like if I be nice, he's gonna use that against me. There's gonna be a turnabout at some point where the bit comes back on me unless I strike first. It's like Hiroshima, Nagasaki. It's like Japan's not going to surrender, so I have to fire hard all at once. Anyway, 43rd, next day. We're back to the concentration camp guard. I asked the Jew exactly what sort of procedures they were performing in their laboratory, but at this point we were interrupted by several members of Dr. Engel's team and they hurriedly ushered him away, although there were still many unanswered questions. My curiosity was largely satisfied. They were testing a new chemical and probably performing vivisections and such to ascertain its physical effects. Perhaps the bodies were burned separately because they require special handling due to the presence of the chemical. There's nothing especially sinister in that. It's actually rather considerate of them. That night, shortly before I was about to retire for the day, one of the Ukrainians came to me with a small package wrapped in cloth, about the size of a loaf of bread with an irregular shape. He was very excited. He unwrapped the package, and inside was a fragment of pale white bone. An extremely unusual fragment. It's a sort of rounded carapace, like part of a giant skull, but with 5 round holes in it. Much like eye sockets, but obviously too numerous to be so. Studded throughout the fragment was extrusions that looked like molar teeth. Looking at it, I could not place it as any part of any animal I'd ever seen. I asked the man where he got it, and he said he retrieved it from near the lobotomy's cremation pit just an hour before. The piece itself did not appear to have been burned, as it had the meaty stink of death about it. I asked him a few more questions, but he knew little else. Still, he insisted the bone fragment was from something monstrous and unnatural which they were creating in the laboratory, that I should shut down their experiments. One of my SS subordinates immediately set to thrashing the Ukrainian with a baton for presuming to advise me on my duties, and with that the conversation came to its natural conclusion. I took the fragment with me, spent a while turning it over in the dim lamplight of my quarters. It was indeed otherworldly, and as the Ukrainian had said, with a kind of wild fear in his eyes, it was truly monstrous. Despite the Ukrainian's impudence, I decided to take his advice. This had all gone too far. Whatever the high command might say, I mustn't let this camp be overrun by secretive madness, but must maintain a spirit of rational cooperation. I would insist on full inspection of the laboratory first thing tomorrow morning. I lay down to sleep and was soon visited with a dream so intense I did not feel like I was sleeping at all. At first, the bed in which I lay seemed to rise up from the floor and float ever upwards through a large, glowing tunnel which was painted with all manner of designs, from paisley to topographical lines to various kinds of calligraphy in unknown languages. After this, the dream became a series of absurd images ever changing and blending into new images and shapes. Many of these shifts struck me as clever or absurd, and I found myself laughing maniacally at it all. Finally, all of these desperate images appeared at once before me and began to rotate around each other as part of a fantastical wheel. Slowly, I began to suspect that by combining them all, some sort of grand secret would be revealed. Just as this notion occurred to me, all the images began to coalesce into one final image of stunning clarity. It was the image of a woman, or something which was mainly a woman, but also other creatures. It was vastly large and seemed to tower over me, miles in the sky. She looked down on me with filmy, inhuman eyes. Her skin was an inhumanly pale, but she wore a crown of exquisite thorn flowers, and blood ran in shimmering red streams down her skin. She was pregnant, vastly pregnant, with a stomach so swollen it was like she sat upon a huge mountain of distended flesh.
Jeez.
I could sense within her belly there was a hive of activity, of something or many things pulsing and squirming feverishly. Soon the belly burst open like a ripe fruit, rivers of blood poured out, a revolting mass of fleshy tubes came spilling out, unraveling and tearing open to set free hundreds of thousands of monstrous infants who were both human and not human, who had the same filmy eyes as their mother, who were slathered and dripping with blood.
So sick. Ooh, nice.
Man. Okay, so that's Mother Horse Eyes. What were you about to say?
I was just saying the next one is called the Oily Ones. We get to talk about them finally.
Okay, cool, sick. So the half humans that come out of her sound like the Nephilim that were mentioned earlier. It sounds like that is the biblical tie to them, half angel, half human. But that mother horse eyes, it's like here, we've established earlier that anyone who's around these flesh interfaces or like these creatures start to have dreams of them or like of mother horse eyes and stuff. And it's like here, they said this was the first flesh interface that was made at this concentration camp. So this is like her in the beginning, ready to enter the world and wreak havoc. And he has the dream of her giving birth, of her stomach flipping open and these things coming out, which is what they're about to unleash on the world, which we see in the decades and stories that follow. All right, next story, post 44, 2 days later, 1 day later, the oily ones. The oily ones lack all harmony. They are neither silky nor subtle. They are slow and stupid and loud, evilly loud, arrogantly, thoughtlessly, senselessly loud. Night and day they make noise. Their natural things make noise. They cry to each other like kittens. They are far larger and stronger than any of our kind, but they are more hairless than the newly born, and they cry like hungry whelps. It is evil. It is abomination. They make dead things live. Things which do not have the smell of life should not live. But these things are touched by the oily ones, and they live and move. This is evil and natural magic. Their natural things come in all different shapes and contain deadly mysteries and tricks and traps. Some are invisible, some are faster than sight, some never sleep, some cut and claw. These unnatural things lack all harmony, like the oily ones themselves. I've seen the deadly darkness of their magic. I've seen our kind crushed and smeared by their things. I've seen our kind disappear inside their things, never to be seen again. Once I saw a kitten who was struck by their magic, made a bloody foam from the mouth for 3 days, who died in agony. Yes, I have known sleeplessness. I know them as evil. And this would seem to be all, but there is more. There's more. There's mystery. There is the mysterious smell of the oily ones, smell by which we know them. It is both awful and alluring, disgusting and entrancing. It smells like the sweet oily fat that coats the heart of a pigeon, the best part of the flesh. We find ourselves drawn to it, drawn to them. And there is their food, which can contain dark magic, but also feeds many of us. Truly tastes wonderful and righteous, and does not scuttle, but always sleeps and is easy to hunt. Even more mysterious is their kindness. For it is they alone, of all living things, who show our kind any affection, bring us food as if we are their young, as if they are our mother. How could this be? How could these evil beings show us affection? How could they show us more affection than the world itself, who is of our kind? This is a central mystery. Ever since my kitten died, this has become my obsession. I've watched them closely. I've looked into the strange places where they hide, where they appear and disappear. The place is full of mysterious lights and smells, and 10,000 forms of evil and wickedness. If I am to capture this mystery, if I am to feed on its sweet, oily heart, I must go inside one of these places. I must go through one of their portals. So this is talking about the things that come out of the portals, right?
Yeah, well, I'm also wondering if these are like the evolved version of Mother Horse-Eye's children. You know, which also, it seems like they are also, I mean, how much different are they than the people that are tapped into the stream, like the internet feeds? Right?
I think the one for one is the little girl who came out of the experiment. I can't remember which experiment. Jingles, the little girl Jingles that came out, and she was smooth and covered in a sheen, you know? I think that's the one for one. Like, they go in and they come out as like children of Mother Horse Eyes, half human, half her, half angel, so to speak. It's also, it's the same children that the concentration camp saw birth in his dream, you know? All right, 45th post.
45?
Same day? Yes, same day.
510. Yes.
I sit in my room, watching bright specks of dust floating through the sunlight from the window. Summer heat is pressed against the glass. Somewhere down the street, lawnmower whines, the air is stale. Corners of the room are filled with damp shadows. My toys lie on the floor, scattered. I hear the fractured music down the hall, sound like wind chimes. A shudder goes through the old house, and I find myself rising. I am walking down the hallway, called to the other end. I smell her as I get closer. Foul meat, gray hair, stomach acid. I walk in her room and her bloody pieces are lying all over the floor. Strange flute music slowly coalesces into a melody, and the pieces rise and float like flies. The music charms them into formation, and they come together to make mother. The eyes are missing, still fleshy cavities. They come in from the hallway, floating over my head, settling into her face with a squishing sound. Streams of blood falling like tears. Sideways pupils fix on me.
Child, fetch me my bag. I need flesh.
She leaps to me, grabs a handful of my hair, and slaps me across the face with her ragged dog's paw again and again. I scream and cry. She lets me go, sobbing. I go to the closet and get her big bag. We wait until night. So this is one of those people, what they see when they're in the lair, the house of Mother Horse Eyes. It's so scary to imagine her so violent, you know?
Also, I'm wondering how much too, like, that I sit in my room, if this parallel world, if that is, like, if there is, like, some kind of parallel there to where it is, like, I sit in my room and this happens, but it's this, like, do you think that her room is full of, like, fleshy bullshit, like the other caverns? Or is it just, like, a, you know, like a alternate reality kind of thing?
I think this is all in their head. I think this is what they see when they're in the amniotic sac.
I see. Okay, I see. So literally, it's a hell inside of their mind.
Yes, I mean real to some degree because we know Mother Horse Eyes is real and controlling this. So maybe you could say the LSD that the placenta is pumping them full of kind of takes them away, takes their consciousness here. But for all effects, it's like a dream hallucination.
Yeah.
All right. Next day, post 46. I call it coming back online. That moment when you first come out of a drunken blackout, it's always frightening. Where am I? What is this neighborhood? What happened to my face? Where's my wallet? Some people, when they drink enough to disable their short-term memory, immediately collapse into a mobile heap. This is nature's failsafe. But I lack this feature. I can walk and talk and carry a tune, yet have no idea of what's going on. I have never come back online to find myself up to any good. I have never emerged from a blackout to find that I have built a convenient spice rack or delivered a moving speech about women's rights. It's always been some calamity. Last time I came back online, I was standing in my front yard having a conversation with my parents. Even in my tottering state, I knew this couldn't be a good thing. I had no idea what we were talking about, why we were talking about it on the front lawn at night. What time was it? Hoping for a clue. I waited for something to come out of my mouth, and here it was.
Didn't you notice I never left my room? I've been living with you for 6 months. I think I've seen each of you twice.
This was bad. I know I shouldn't be saying something like this. It sounded terribly confessional. Ever since I had gotten fired and moved back with my parents, I've been holed up in my childhood bedroom, secretly drinking and basking in an unremitted sense of personal shame. But this was all supposed to be a secret. As far as my parents knew, I was freelancing and getting back on my feet. This mad scene, is not part of that narrative.
We were giving you privacy. We didn't know that you were getting drunk up there.
This conversation was out of control. I should just tell them I'm going to bed. I should calmly bid them a good night. So I said,
"Of course. I was getting drunk. Fuck. I've been drinking every goddamn day for the last 10 years. What the fuck else would I be doing?"
This was a poor choice of words. This was not how one calmly bids another good night. Oh, the look on my poor mother's face. That look stayed with me. That look, fallen face of a tired old woman, stayed with me as I lay in bed that night. Stayed with me as the alcohol wore off, as the night turned into queasy morning, as the hands began to shake, the brain tingle set in, as the hell whispers began, as I waited for them to go to work so I could sneak a bit of relief from the liquor cabinet, as the awful day wore on, as we talked that night, as I packed my stuff up, as I went off to rehab the next day. Mother is almost 70. She's small and stooped and old. When did she get so old? I just thought I would be something by now. 33 years old. I thought I would have something to show her, something to give back, something to make her proud. I thought I'd be a man, just a drunken failure. All those little soccer practices she took me to, all the swim lessons and therapy and errands and effort and love. What was it for? So I could be a drunken sack of shit? Why was I so messed up? Why did I require shore leave levels of liquor to operate properly? So I lay in bed in the rehab that first night, listening to the occasional moans of the other patients, I asked myself these questions and others. Soon, I found myself returning to the question I had been asking my entire life, one I always retreated to in moments of self-pity, one that seemed to hold some key to my dysfunction, one I'd always been afraid to ask my mom. What about that one summer when you were dead? Is he saying he was dead or his mother?
The one I had was when I asked my mom, what about the one summer you were dead? That's what I was wondering too, because I was like, okay, was he one of the test subjects, or is this, I think that it might be, oh wait, no. So earlier there was that one summer, remember, what was the people were like, they were with us for one summer, the time tracks.
That was the scientists talking. That's the CIA agents talking about the girl they shoved through who came out and then went to go live in Estonia for 7 years.
Yeah, I'm wondering if there was other things, like if there's something like that with the summer. I'm not sure. Could it also be her grown up?
Could be, but he wouldn't remember that unless she just told him about it. This is, I also think, the same guy from the old lady on the couch story. His manner of speaking is the same.
47.
Well, ready for 47? Posted same day. This one is also, again, from the concentration camp guard. The next day, I felt under the weather. The vivid dreams of the previous night had left my mind feeling dull and exhausted. As soon as I left my quarters, I was greeted with the news that one of our Ukrainians had gone mad during the night and attempted to attack Dr. Engel's team in their quarters. It was none other than the one who had brought me the strange skull fragment. After shooting him, they had come to the conclusion that he had somehow ingested some of their magical chemical, which they referred to as the Swiss invention. Engels insisted that I make an announcement to the camp. Anyone found ingesting this chemical under any circumstance, whether by intention or accident, will be summarily shot, regardless of whether they are prisoner or High Y or even SS. This was by order of the High Command. At this, I was forced to admit to myself what was already obvious. I had somehow been dosed with the chemical in handling the bone fragment. My dreams had been a reaction to the poisoning. Looking into Engel's cold blue eyes, I tried to deduce the consequences of confessing this to him. Despite his disagreeable haughtiness, he seemed like a rational, efficient man with an appropriate level of duty and country. I no doubt that he would murder me without hesitation. I decided to keep my little nocturnal epiphany to myself. Naturally, my curiosity in Engel's project had been aroused again. He apparently was working with a chemical which could induce temporary madness. The value of such a chemical was obvious. But what of the bizarre bone fragment? Where had it come from? I couldn't help but feel that this creature, whatever it was, was somehow connected to the vision of the monstrous Bloody Mother. Again and again, her blood face appeared in my mind, her filmy eyes gazing down at me, inhuman and imperious. I attempted to contact the Jew again, but after our conversation, Dr. Engel's team guarded him jealously. He was never left alone. As the hot summer days went by, my curiosity about the matter grew to obsessive proportions. The monstrous mother visited me several more times in my dreams, of the normal variety this time, but no less vivid and disturbing. I began surreptitiously observing Engel's laboratory, which was guarded day and night, and I asked some of my men to do the same. To our knowledge, the bloody packages had ceased to emerge from within, but something stranger began to happen. This new phenomena was presumably occurring at all hours, but was imperceptible in the bustle of the day. When men were about and the gas chambers were operating, only at night and only when the fires were burning quietly could it be perceived. First observed it shortly before dawn, one muggy morning. As ridiculous as it might sound for me to be skulking about in my own camp, I did just that, slipping along the wall of the new gas chamber to come within a short distance of the laboratory. There, I witnessed what others had reported to me. At fixed intervals, sound emerged from the laboratory. Very quiet, but not just my imagination. A creaking sound. The sound that many old houses and structures made as their materials shrink and swell from the temperature and moisture. This came very regularly, every 4 or 5 seconds. Slowly, a realization crept up upon me. The building was breathing, steadily, in and out. Breathing was alive. This realization, which I'll admit was more of an unconfirmed intuition, filled me with a dread so strong that tears came to my eyes. There was something enormous and alive inside that building. Sight of death, bloody death, beyond most men's imaginings, had left me unmoved, but sight of life, This new and unnatural life, pressing against the walls of the building, was enough to chill me. Again, I saw the face of the unholy mother in my mind, saw her filmy eyes, saw a slight smile form on her lips between the streams of blood. That night I could not sleep. Fortunately, the next day was our weekly day off, and I was able to spend most of the day in my quarters. It was abnormally, intolerably hot and humid. My thoughts followed disorderly circles around the revolting image of the mother, and I felt as if I had been revisited by the temporary madness brought on by the so-called Swiss invention. I had long loathed life at the camp, but had accepted it as a tolerable hardship. But now, the constant smell of the burning flesh sickened me, and I felt I could take no more. That afternoon, some of my men decided to go off to a nearby lake for a swim, and on a whim I accompanied them. I needed a reprieve from the heart. At the lake, I eased myself into the cool water and floated idly, watching the clouds pass overhead. Here, there was nothing but the gentle twittering of nature. It had been here before our murderous camp had been built, and it would be here long after, gentle and peaceful. I had been in the water for just a few minutes when I received the news. A group of prisoners had broken into the armory, smuggled weapons out, and a full-scale uprising occurred back at the camp. The rest of the day was a whirlwind. I raced back to the camp, and I found myself personally trading fire with the prisoners, as all about buildings burned and everything was chaos. Called for reinforcements, managed to subdue the camp, set out into the woods to catch the escapees. A fair number were intercepted, but over 100 escaped. This was an unmitigated disaster. Coming back into camp after the hunt, I had only to look around the faces of my men to know that I was now in a position of total disgrace. As calamitous thoughts raced through my head, I found myself walking towards Engel's laboratory. Deep black soot stains around the front door showed me that the interior had been burned out. All around the entrance lay the bodies of Engel's team, their white coats dyed in fresh red. They had been massacred. Engel himself had been stabbed or shot several times, and his throat had been slashed. And then there was the Jew. Jew lay on the ground with one of my SS men standing over him, holding a rifle with a fixed bayonet. The Jew's abdomen had been bisected and his bowels spilled out all over the ground. They were now caked with dust. A few feet from him lay a kitchen knife. Apparently he had stabbed Engel's whole team to death before being opened up by the bayonet. To kill a half dozen men like this was no mean feat. My officer stood with one of his boots atop a loop of the Jew's intestine, sneering at him. Remarkably, the Jew was still alive and aware. When I approached, he lifted his head, and I, for the last time, found myself caught in his strange gaze. Stood like this for a moment, staring at each other. Inexplicable emotions flooding my mind. The Jew opened his mouth and croaked something. Bloody foam spilled out over his lips. He tried again.
"Water,"
he said. Quietly instructed my man to get some water. He scoffed, and I clouted him about the head and screamed at him. Scurried off and returned a moment later with a large ladle of water. I took it and stooped down over the Jew and carefully tipped the ladle to his lips, letting him drink. He drank carefully. I wiped the bleeding foam from his lips. All the while I could not fathom why I was doing this except by the commandment of the man's pleading eyes. His lips trembled and he attempted to speak. I cradled his head and leaned close to hear his words.
"I know this is not God. I've killed them, but others. You must."
He waited for him to continue. He did not.
Must what?
You've seen her. Your dream is the future.
The mother? The bloody woman?
There is still time to stop her. You must. You must.
Just like that, his life fled from him. Glimmer in his eyes went dull. Set his head gently on the ground again and stood up. I looked to the burned out entrance of the laboratory. It was now unguarded. I could walk right in. Chill went through me at the thought, but I knew that I must. I walked to the entrance. Just inside was a curtain made of tarpaulin concealing the interior. The smell of charred meat and petrol, which normally pervaded the entire camp, which had been giving me headaches and slowly driving me mad all these years, especially sickeningly strong here. Trembling hand, I pulled back the curtain and looked inside.
Parallel again with the Roman story.
Yeah.
So good there.
Yeah, with the story of Pompeii. And then we cut to another story.
Oh, luckily it's the same. I think it's the same one. Is it not?
Oh, is it? Yep, same guy. Looks like. 48. There, mostly hidden in the darkness, was a great inexplicable monstrosity. Everything had been burned and blackened, but still I could see human shapes and forms. Arms, fingers, faces, jawbones, teeth, eye sockets, all burned and reduced to ash clinging to bone. But this was no pile of burned bodies. I had seen piles of burned bodies. I had seen mountains of burned bodies. This was something different. Human parts were coming out of the walls and the floor and ceiling. Arms and legs hung like stalactites. Faces came out of the floor. They were fused together in ways that could not be possible. At seeing this, I was filled with the strongest possible urge to turn away, to back out of the awful laboratory and run for my life, but I heard again the Jew's final words.
You must.
I knew this to be a command. I went inside. As the curtain closed behind me, I was enveloped in almost total darkness. Bones cracked beneath my boots. Near the back, I saw a shaft of light where one of the old doors had been sealed up, but had become partially open again. I walked toward it, stepping over unspeakable, crunching shapes, brushing past nightmarish forms. I reached out to the crack of light and pulled back a board which was covering the door. Though I was not able to rip it free, pulled it loose enough to let in a considerable amount of light, enough to reveal what was set at the back of the laboratory. As a child, I once went to a zoo in Vienna, where I saw an elephant skull. Looking at the object now before me, I was reminded of this long ago moment and of how I had spent maybe half an hour staring at the skull from every angle. I was titillated by its enormousness, its impossible alienness, and its unsettling similarity to what was familiar and human. Before me was a large obloid shape, almost as tall as me, stippled with hundreds of what looked like eye sockets. The lower portion consisted of a complicated structure which resembled several sets of jaws, each with hundreds or thousands of teeth of all different kinds, including molars, incisors, canines, even animal teeth. Some of them of normal size, some of them as big as my fist. The center of the shape was split vertically, and inside was a set of curving bone tubes that seemed to fill the interior. I stood there in the charred darkness, staring at this thing, this blasphemous alien thing, while my mind filled with images of the awful dream mother and the final gasping words of the Jew.
There's still time to stop her.
His commandment became strangely clear to me. This thing that the scientists were attempting to create, whatever it was, must not be allowed to exist. It was an abomination. Engel and his team were dead, but there were others working on the project. It was secretive enough that the essential personnel would be few in number. Lab in Switzerland, few top scientists. Perhaps that was the entirety of it. It would not be easy, but far from impossible to find them all. It was perhaps in my power to destroy the whole project, especially if we lost the war, which seemed increasingly likely after Stalingrad. And if this chemical they were using was obscure enough, it might be possible to eliminate the entire world's supply. Thus, I could shut the doors on whatever unholy creature these madmen were attempting to unleash. Yes, I could do this. At least I could attempt it. I felt now a distinct sense the entire world's history resting on what I decided to do next. Surely moments like this do not come about often. Surely they must come only to men who are worthy of them. Surely. That's the end of 48. Interesting. I like all these characters, I like all these threads that are continuing. They all feel real, you know?
Well, with this story, what's insane is that we're getting multiple great character stories wrapped into a central theme of this entity, this hellish entity that's plaguing the past, present, and future. Just, it's very impressive. Very, very impressive.
It's like a ton of awesome, really cool stories just all at once. Again, if any of one of these was on their own, I would be like, wow, Hunter, that was great.
Yeah, exactly.
49, posted one day later. There was once a little boy who loved swinging on the tire swing in his backyard. It was a simple swing made from an old tire and a length of rope tied to a branch of utter non-existence. On many a lazy summer afternoon, he would while away at the hours swinging back and forth under the shade of the big, leafy existential nullity, and in the fall he picked apples from it. One day, his father told him to cut down the apple nullity.
But Paul, I love that old nullity. Mind what I say, boy. I don't like ontological paradoxes, and I don't like you sassing me.
That's such a funny word to have in the middle of
Yeah, a hick talking,
like
basically.
a Hank Hill voice. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll tell you what,
The
you little son of a
ontological
bitch.
paradox.
Yeah.
The boy ran crying to his mother.
Ma, Paul said I have to cut down the old nullity. Say it ain't so. I'm afraid it's for the best. Other day I was weeding the tomato patch and I saw Sammy the cat had gotten into the nullity. When I was trying to get him down, I accidentally gazed into an infinitely branching timeline of events which never happened and will never happen. Well, I'll be darned if that old Sammy didn't jump right on my head. But, Ma, what about my tire swing? Come on now. There's all sorts of other things you can tie your tire swing to. What about one of the many giant flayed demon penises that grow abundantly in our world and provide our lumber? But, Ma, I don't want to swing on some dumb old demon penis. You just say that because you haven't tried it. Now mind your paw and fetch an axe.
This would be the comment I want to get into on the story. Someone's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
That interaction sounded like an exchange from one of your cartoons. But Ma, I don't want to swing on the demon penis.
Well, I don't want to swing on the penis, Ma. Well, you never tried it.
The boy got his father's axe and went to chop the non-thing down. But after a dozen swings, he found his hands were red and sore. The axe's demon penis handle was quite rough. He called to his father.
Pa, this darn demon penis handle's got my hands all scratched to tarnation.
Boy, don't you have any sense? Why don't you wear some gloves?
Boy put on some gloves, but his hands were already quite scratched. At the end of the day, they were covered in blisters. The trees still hadn't fallen. Worked the next day despite all the pain, and finally brought the non-being crashing down.
I'm mighty proud to have you as a son,
the boy's father said, tousling his hair.
I guess it's true what they say. The nut doesn't fall far from the demon's penis.
I have a feeling that he was halfway through and he's like, I just gotta get something else out.
Well, that one's funny.
Yeah,
also,
yeah.
It does have some connection to the story where the mom's like, I accidentally glanced into futures that never will be in a past that never was.
Now you get out there and you
Oopsie-daisy.
cut down that demon penis, you hear?
You get out there and you cut that right down.
Post 50.
All right.
Halfway through.
Post 50, halfway through. The same day as the previous one. I could tell it was going to be a hair cocoon before we even opened it up. They have a smell, like a mix between a barbershop and an ass crack, which is distinct. They occur when the hair growth regulators in the hygiene bed goes awry. All right, so we're back to the future. At this point, I had not been a readjustment specialist very long and still enjoyed the feeling of standing back in my white lab coat while the technicians did all the mucky work, as I once had to do. This was how I saw the trajectory of my life, moving farther and farther away from the dirty work. When I was discharged from the Marines, I was very proud of what I had accomplished and fully determined to never get myself involved in bullshit like this again. So I went to school to become a bed tech. Went to school again, became a readjustment specialist. Eventually, I hope to become one of those high-dollar panty sniffers at the Halcyon Psycho Monitor Clinic. 1,000 coins an hour. Not bad. Wonder if you think they're actually panty sniffers, or do you think
I hope so.
So I was standing there in my spiffy jacket while the working Joes opened up the bed. I was pretty sure there would be little need for me today. We were pulling out a 33-year-old woman who had gone into the bed at age 9. Phew, man. This was approaching a record. The younger a person is when they go in, the lower the likelihood of viability. Even if she had gone in at age 20, spending a full 24 years in the bed made viability unlikely. But at age 9, it's almost certain that she would be a gibbering smear. Technicians lifted the lid on the bed to reveal a nest of black hair. Guided by the glowing ER outline, they started working through it with scissors, cutting around the shape of the sleeping figure until her yellowish limbs were revealed. She was emaciated but unfortunately the soft, moisture-wicking hair had prevented any sores. She had a medium mixed American complexion, which would turn into a deep bronze color if she ever went into the sun, but now was the color of yellow cardboard. They had finally removed the mass of hair that covered her face and wiped away the various crusts that caked her head holes. Typical eerie agelessness of a long-term patient was especially pronounced. For a startling moment, it seemed as if she was still 9 years old.
She was especially short and bony, but as I came closer to her, I was able to see those indefinable signs of age that let me know she was an adult.
Hi, Karen. Can you hear me?
I was required to at least attempt communication with her, though the odds of her being able to comprehend a basic face-to-face conversation were essentially zero. Her eyes opened, revealing large, wet eyes with black pupils. This was a good sign. Some occupants were unable to even understand the concept of eyelids or blinking. The pupils roamed within the eyes. After not seeing anything more than a micrometer away for 24 years, there's no chance of her being able to see anything in the room. She licked her lips with admirable muscle control.
Hello, friends,
she said in a faint, creaking whisper. Her eyes still roamed, unable to fix on anything.
She talks?
One of the technicians muttered. Another technician, who was taking a blood sample, turned and strode out of the room.
Is that you, Ben?
I was surprised by this. She knew my name. This was supposed to be a black awakening. In other words, a spontaneous involuntary disconnection due to some physical layer disruption in her hygiene bed. She shouldn't have known my name. I'd been assigned to her less than half an hour ago, after she had been disconnected, when she was just lying in a dark-haired cocoon.
Ben?
She called again. Her eyes stared blindly at the ceiling.
Yes, Karen, I'm here.
I said, trying and failing to sound reassuring.
Can you come closer to me? I can't see you. I'm scared.
I stepped closer to the bed, and the smell of the foul hair becoming more intense. Up close, her face looked positively inhuman.
I'm here, Karen,
I said, not knowing what else to do. I began the standard speech for a responsive occupant.
You've just been disconnected from your feed. You're in a hygiene bed. My name is Ben. I'm a readjustment specialist assigned.
I know all of this. Come closer.
Something in me resisted. I didn't want to get any closer. Though I had seen and handled occupants much worse than this, there was something eerie about this one talking to me, with the face of a child and the voice of an old woman on her deathbed. Still, my entire job was to be psychologically reassuring. I couldn't afford to seem the least bit put off. I stepped closer, put my hand on the hygiene bed. We were instructed to touch the occupants as little as possible, as they were unaccustomed to actual physical contact.
Are you there?
Her skin had an unreal plastic quality.
I'm here. How are...
Come closer. I want to feel your breath on my face.
I wondered if I should comply with this request. It was very odd, frankly. I was a little unnerved by it. But I figured, what harm could this wasted little creature do to me? I leaned toward her, letting out a small, shaky breath. The woman's mask-like face became a blissful smile. Pupils wobbled within the rims of her huge, glistening eyes.
Listen, you must help me.
I'm here, Karen.
A moment ago, one of your technicians placed a small pellet under the skin of my forearm. Within 10 minutes, the pellet's wax coating will melt and release a cardioplegic into my bloodstream, stopping my heart. You must cut it out.
What the heck?
Well, I'd be like,
interesting.
Word? I mean, I don't know what I would say. Okay.
What? Fam, that's crazy. Finna air this place out.
Karen, baby, you're being hysterical.
Karen, you'd be so much prettier if you smiled.
Karen, you realize that you've been on a feed for like 7 years, right?
Yeah, but it was pretty pog. It was pretty awesome on the grand scheme of it all. I got zooted and hit that Zaza all day. You know how it is. Black and yellow, black and yellow.
All right, after that, taking a break next day. That's why I changed my shirts. Definitely not because I got too excited that it got on my shirt. We are on to 51. User has logged out. General Castillo is gone. She made a real flash narrative. She was clever. She got a lot farther than any of us had any right to. But Q smelled her. Q slew her proxies. Q localized her. Q funneled her paths to one. Disconnection. It hurts. She was the last of the bread, our best hope. The ultimate soldiers fighting the final war. She and the other children were supposed to be the answer to Q, but there was no answer to Q. There never will be. Not after 10 trillion heat deaths. Not if every particle in the universe becomes a transistor, and they all cycle together, and the stones themselves cried out. The war of the mind is lost. We lost. Now begins the plague of the flesh.
Do you think that that's like more based in the
future one? I think.
Oh, I thought it was like present, or maybe it is.
I think it's the future because it's talking about it opens at the beginning, says user has logged out, and then it says she was the last of the bred, which to me sounds like normal humans that were actually born in the real world.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
And now everything that exists is just in these self-replicating computers. But they're all warring against Q, which to me, Q's probably Mother Horse Eyes in this future digital age. It's like we're seeing a whole different history and like picking different parts of it where she could be at. Q sounds like an entity at the end of it that everything's trying to destroy. Also, that quote, "the stone themselves cried out," is another biblical reference because it says in the Bible that, you know, in the end times, the stones will cry out that there is a God. So that's another alliteration. All right. So that's how bad it can get. Everyone's dead and it's just like computers existing and the flesh takes over, which sounds like the ultimate end goal of what Mother Horse Eyes wants. So we are now on to post 52 made the next day. I'll say it. Hitler did the right thing. Please do not clip that.
That soundbite is going to haunt you forever.
No, wait, no, please. Help me, God, no, delete that. Do you know what he did? He came busting up into people's houses, snatching them out their houses, killing them. But that's because the so-called Jews in Germany were selling weapons to America to go to war against him. I see. Okay, so this is the same guy who was talking about the Nephilim and the giants before. Because he was giving the hint of like, oh, us black people are the true Israelites. And that's why here he's saying the so-called Jews. Yeah.
Yeah.
Once again,
this is like 10 or so posts ago, I feel like in the 40s or something.
Yes. Yeah. But that's because the so-called Jews in Germany were selling weapons to America to go to war against him. So he did what he had to do. He had to check them. The people in Europe who called themselves Jews are not Jews. They're the Rothschilds, the Khazars, or Khazarians, or whatever they're called. They say they're Jews and are not, but do lie. And there wasn't no Holocaust. They just said, don't clip that either, please. They just said there.
Someone's going to cut these together and make like an insane bomb threat video or something like that. I'm going to bomb City Hall.
No, please. The number of out of context quotes in this episode alone, by the way, is staggering.
It's a lot. There's a lot.
They just said there was to get control of Israel. They sold arms to America so they could get the land of Israel. You want a real Holocaust? What about 100 million people killed in slavery? What about 100 million Indians killed in the New World? That's a Holocaust. What happened in Europe wasn't a Holocaust. You can disagree all you want. 5 years ago, I'd have disagreed too. I used to go to that church every Sunday and worship that white Jesus, just clapping and singing praises with the rest of them. Oh, hallelujah. Go down, Moses. That was before I knew my history. My wife taught me my history before I met her. I didn't know nothing about this, but she was so full of knowledge and beautiful, and everything she said made so much sense. She taught me Jesus was black, that the Israelites was black, that God was black. What are you going to do when you get to heaven and God's black? When you see he has a face like mine, hair like mine, you'd be surprised? I was surprised too. Oh, you'd be surprised that he even exists. Oh, you're going to be real surprised. Do you believe in evolution? No. No, the world is not millions of years old. It's 6,000 years old. And you can follow the history of our people from the beginning of time, through the deserts of Egypt, through the Roman Empire, across the oceans on the slave ships. You can see how God tested us, how we have survived, because we're special. We're his chosen people. I learned all this from my wife before we got married. In the Bible, it says that man is the head of the household and the woman should submit to the husband. Please do not clip that one. Oh my gosh.
I'm going to bomb City Hall. I'm going to bomb City Hall.
My mom's going to call me after this episode goes up like, what were you saying?
Yeah, exactly. Hitler did nothing wrong. There was no Holocaust. Men, like, wife should submit to the husband.
What? I said Kayla just walks in the room and starts punching me.
Yeah, exactly. She's just packing her bags right now.
Yeah. So I was young when I got married, but I had to be a man, you know? A man's wife is sent to him by the Lord, so I had to be a man for her. I learned to trade, how to work with my hands, put food on the table. We had 2 kids. You didn't know I had kids? Yeah, a little girl and a little boy. My babies. I was daddy and the head of the household, but that's when it got me. You ever seen New Jack City? Remember Pookie? He'd be like, shit, just be calling me, man. Be calling me. That's real. That's the way it is. You can be doing anything. At work, reading the Bible, playing with your kids. But if you hear it call you, you go to it. It don't matter. I can't explain how it snatches you up. It makes you move. You could walk out your door one day, just get some fresh air, and you don't come back for a whole week. Everything gets into motion, into play. You'll sell anything, phone, laptop, car. It's all gone. It's like that. Because you want it. You're on a mission. I used to see the streets of my mind like a maze, like a grid. And I just walked the streets, turning those corners, just moving, looking for something. I'd see buildings behind buildings, alleyways, lights coming on in empty houses. I'd hear noises, sounds of cars coming up behind me, whispers, people talking about me, shadows. I was looking for it, but it was looking for me, searching for me. Like Pookie said, it was calling me. I was supposed to be the head of the house. I was supposed to be a man, you know? One day I came back to the house. I've been out for a few days and everything was gone. My wife, my babies. While I was out carrying on, they left. That was 4 years ago. Saw them on Skype once. The scripture says, God hath joined together, let not man put asunder. I guess I did put it all asunder. I thought she betrayed me, but I know now that it was my character defects and my addiction. That's why I'm in this program. I'm gonna stay sober. I don't care if you see me crying. I know that I'm gonna be a man again. I have to become a man again. Because God joined me to my wife and made me a man in his image. I'm not gonna defile his temple anymore. After they left, it took more. It took more of me than ever. I lost the house, I was staying in my car, then I was at the shelter. Then I was just out on the streets. I was always moving, watching. Things happen out there that nobody knows about. They think nobody cares. Nobody cares. You might see a van pull up and guys get out. If you look like I looked, some basehead, they don't even care if you see what they do. They're Nephilim.